The morning sunlight filtered through the mottled gaps in the curtains, scattering warm, speckled patches across his bare thighs and shorts. A faint burning sensation rose and a hand reached down to scratch at the skin. Who? With his hair tousled like a bird's nest, Gu Yin sat up and leaned against the headboard, releasing a long yawn. Last night had been another sleepless night. Ever since he had obtained the system, he had not slept well during the 10+ days after the college entrance examination. Every midnight he forced himself to do 100 sit-ups in his room, because that was the system's task. Fortunately, last night had been the final day. The system's calm voice echoed in his mind: persist in exercising so that you may truly enjoy every day of your life to come. This is your first step toward becoming a male idol. 15 out of 15 completed. Reward: title of Outstanding Sports Student. Outstanding Sports Student, Constitution 2, Strength 2, Spirit 1. He exhaled in relief. Finally, this task is over. Gu Yin lazily rose and sat at the edge of the bed to pull on his long pants. As he moved, a status panel popped up in his mind. Host: Gu Yin. Strength 5-2, Average Adult 5. Constitution 4-2, Average Adult 4. Spirit 3-1, Average Adult 4. Title: Outstanding Sports Student. Skills: none. Wealth: 58 yuan. Assets: 1 no-brand mountain bike. The attributes are decent enough. As for the rest, it will have to do, he murmured. Gu Yin was slow-tempered and poor at socializing. His features were sharply defined: high nose, deep-set eyes, fair skin. When he frowned, his gaze turned cold and severe. At other times it settled into quiet melancholy. To outsiders he came across as aloof and difficult to approach. Like any boy, he had harbored a crush during high school. Once, in order to shed that icy image he held in others' hearts, he had summoned his courage and confessed, only to be rejected with a single sentence: I don't date in high school. After the college entrance examination ended, he had considered seeking her out once more to confess again. But after thinking it through, he knew they might not even attend the same university in the future, and he let the idea go. After all, a long-distance relationship was more likely than not to end in betrayal. You brat, still not out of bed? Empress Zhao Wanjuan's nagging voice rang out once more from beyond the door. Sturdily built and broad-shouldered, she had once been the famed beauty of the nearby villages and towns in her youth. People say sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers. Gu Yin had clearly taken after her. Outside, Zhao Wanjun knocked twice before pushing the door open. What kind of son sleeps till noon every day? Hurry up and get up, tidy yourself properly. You're about to go to university, and you're still this sloppy. As she spoke, Empress Zhao strode over to yank the curtains wide open, and in one fluid motion gathered up his discarded clothes to take them away for washing. Mom. Sunlight struck his face, and Gu Yin squinted, calling out to the ever-chattering Zhao Wanjun, also to test the system's random tasks. What? Empress Zhao turned back to glare at him. Love you. Gu Yin suddenly grinned, raising his hand toward her in a heart-shaped gesture. You brat, don't think that just because you're acting cute and trying to butter me up, I'll stop scolding you. Zhao Wanjun laughed as she chided him twice more, then left with an armful of her son's dirty clothes. The system chimed in his mind: enjoy the time spent with your family. Reward: 500 yuan. So that was how it worked. The random tasks had to be actively triggered. He wondered if they could be triggered repeatedly, but on second thought the system would hardly allow him to exploit a bug and farm money endlessly. You brat, hurry and go wash up. When your dad gets back later, he'll give you an earful again. From the small utility balcony off the kitchen, Zhao Wanjuan's voice carried through the flat. Their home was not large, just over 70 square meters in total, with about 65 usable after common areas were deducted. With such a layout, Gu Yin could hear his mother's urging even through the bathroom wall. It was an old residential block. A smaller common area ratio was perfectly normal. In newer developments these days, the shared area would easily start at 20 square meters. He responded. Gu Yin rubbed at his messy hair, slipped his feet into a pair of slippers, and shuffled into the bathroom. He squeezed toothpaste onto his brush and unhurried began to scrub his teeth while staring at himself in the mirror. In the square mirror beneath the unruly hair, Gu Yin's face was angular and handsome. Coupled with his height of 1.85 m, his build would earn him quite a few extra points in the eyes of female classmates. Unfortunately, his personality kept his luck with women low. He did not like to talk, was not adept at social interaction, and could never manage the kind of sweet words others tossed out with ease. After 3 years of high school, he could barely name a handful of classmates. To put it plainly, Gu Yin was somewhat socially anxious. The main reason traced back to when he had just moved from the countryside to the city for high school. A big sister from the floor above had taken him out, and he had been extorted by a group of small-time hooligans. The incident left him reluctant to socialize and wary of outsiders. Right on the dot at lunchtime, Gu Jianjun came home from his shift at the factory. He had likely heard his wife's nagging out in the stairwell. As he stepped inside, he encountered Gu Yin just as the boy emerged from the bathroom with his face freshly washed, and he shot him a stern look. He was a man of stern, unyielding temperament who could never understand how he had ended up with such a lazy, lackadaisical son. Fortunately, the boy was not stupid, otherwise he had no idea how much more worry would weigh on his shoulders. Your mother is right. Go get your hair cut this afternoon. You're going off to university soon, and you should at least look the part of a young man. Okay. Gu Yin nodded his agreement, then curled up on the sofa with his phone. He opened the class group chat. The former Senior 3 Class 5 group had already been renamed a bunch of old high school classmates. Many classmates were sharing where they had traveled after the examinations and what sights they had seen. More were still sprawled on their couches at home. Someone in the group suggested holding a gathering that day or the next to put a perfect full stop to their high school years. Yes, high school was already over. Gu Yin thought with a touch of emotion. Vaguely, he heard his parents speaking quietly in the bedroom. Do we have enough for Gu Yan's tuition and living expenses? More or less. We're still short a little, but once this month's wages come in, it will be enough. It wasn't easy for our family to produce a university student, and a first-tier one at that. Your relatives in the Gu clan must be green with envy. Gu Jianjun had 2 blood brothers. The 3 of them had all dropped out in middle school to go work, lacking any real education and doing only manual labor. Now both brothers' children had ended up in vocational colleges, while his own son had been admitted to Nanjiang University, a first-tier institution, a source of undeniable prestige back in their hometown. Back then, in order to give Gu Yin better conditions for studying, he and his wife, Zhao Wanjun, had steeled themselves and poured all their savings into buying a flat in the city, scraping together a 30% down payment, over 300,000 yuan. The subsequent mortgage payments had weighed on the couple like a heavy stone. Naturally, that made paying for Gu Yan's university tuition a strain. Gu Jianjun lit a cigarette and sat on the edge of the bed, drawing in a deep breath. No matter what, we'll grit our teeth and see him through to graduation. Across from him, Zhao Wanjun finished folding several pieces of clothing and put them into the wardrobe, then walked over and deftly plucked the cigarette from his lips. Smoke less, she scolded. With his wife's nagging still in the air, Gu Jianjun chuckled twice, rose, and left the room. At the bedroom door, he paused, glanced at his son, silently fiddling with an old phone on the sofa, then turned to the coat rack by the security door. From the pocket of his jacket, he pulled out 2 red banknotes and placed them on the coffee table. After that, he went into the kitchen, scooped himself a bowl of rice, and added some leftovers from the previous night. He ate a few hurried mouthfuls, reminded Gu Yin again to get his hair cut in the afternoon, and rushed out the door, likely hoping to work a few extra days before university started and earn half a year's living expenses for his son. Listening to the sounds from the kitchen, Gu Yin stared blankly at the 200 yuan on the coffee table, then at the security door, now firmly shut. A faint ache rose in his chest. His father seldom communicated with him, and when he did, it was always with a stern demeanor. Yet Gu Yin knew clearly that his father was simply not good with words. The love had never been lacking in the slightest. The system spoke again, in feeling the greatness of a father's mountain-like love. The host shall, on the road of growth, comprehend the true essence of life. Reward 1 consumption voucher usable only for grooming and personal image. A chime sounded. System task issued. As a male idol, you must possess the image of one. Please make yourself completely renewed and let your former friends and relatives see you in a new light. Task reward title of aloof male idol. Finally, the second task has arrived. Gu Yin felt a surge of joy, then quickly went to the kitchen, set out the already warm dishes on the table, and called Empress Zhao to eat. After lunch, he told Zhao Wanjun he was going to get a haircut. He pocketed the 200 yuan his father had left, added the 558 in his bank card, rode the mountain bike from the downstairs shed out of the residential compound, and headed straight for the Jin Jiandao hair salon on the pedestrian street. Welcome. Are you here for a haircut or styling? As he pushed open the glass door of the salon, a blast of cool air conditioning washed over him, and Gu Yin felt instantly refreshed. He gave a slight nod to the blonde receptionist behind the counter. He pointed at his chaotic hair. Haircut. Please wait a moment. I'll recommend the best stylist we have here. It was clearly just sales patter, and Gu Yin did not believe it. Still, Jin Jiandao had a decent reputation in the area, and he trusted that the barber's skills would not be too bad. After a short while, a blonde bearded stylist swaggered over, hips swaying. After listening to Gu Yan's requirements, he gave a reassuring gesture. Okay, handsome. Entrust your hairstyle to me with confidence, or I'll return to you the best possible look. The stylist, known as Tony, held his scissors, studied the contours of Gu Yan's face for a while, then patted his chest in guarantee. I'm the famed golden scissors of this whole district, he declared. Getting a haircut is like embarking on a high-stakes gamble. No one knows whether upon opening their eyes they will have turned into some kind of bizarre, unrecognizable creature. Click, click, click. The scissors moved back and forth through his damp hair as the stylist circled steadily around Gu Yin, wholly focused on refining every inch. Tufts of hair fell in clusters. The originally messy hairstyle gradually took on a fresh, distinct outline. Well, doesn't this dragon whisker half-slicked back style suit you perfectly? We're not done yet. Once we dye it a cool ash tone, the effect will be even better. The stylist explained Gu Yan's facial structure to him. Handsome with a hard masculine edge, unlike those delicate effeminate boys, he could completely pull off this hairstyle. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt awkward seeing this version of himself for the first time. Still, since the cut was already done, Gu Yin decided that he was on the whole quite satisfied with this new hairstyle. To everyone else, however, it was as if he had been reborn, giving people a refreshing jolt the moment they looked at him. The blonde girl at the front counter kept drifting over, pretending to chat with the stylist, while secretly stealing glances at Gu Yin. Before long, the stylist finished mixing the dye and had Gu Yin move to another seat for the perm and coloring. When everything was finally done and Gu Yin went to pay, the blonde girl stared at him without blinking, her face growing redder the longer she looked. "Thank you for coming. It's 872 in total. You can just pay 800. Thank you." When Gu Yin heard the price, his heart gave a sharp jolt. The 500 in his pocket, plus the 200 his father had given him, still weren't enough. Fortunately, he remembered the consumer voucher granted by his system. He opened his payment app, scanned the salon's QR code, and when he entered the amount, the voucher automatically covered the cost. The store's payment confirmation chime sounded, and the blonde girl seemed to wake from a dream, cheeks still flushed, as she watched Gu Yin walk out the door. "We look forward to seeing you again." "Wait a second." The stylist suddenly ran out after him and called out, "I have a suggestion. You should get an earring. It would make you look not only handsome and tough, but add a touch of roguish, unruly charm. Wouldn't that look kind of girly? Your face shape isn't girly at all. An earring would soften you just a little. Being too hard-edged isn't necessarily good." "Thanks, I'll think about it." Gu Yin cast him a faint sideways glance, nodded politely, slipped his phone into his pocket, mounted his mountain bike, and began wandering along the pedestrian street. The stylist stood at the doorway, watching his figure grow distant, pinching his fingers into an orchid gesture as he waved after the departing back. He won't even spare a few extra words. Humph. Meanwhile, as Gu Yin rode, he let his gaze drift over the shops on either side of the street, while silently instructing the system to equip the reward he had just earned, the title of Aloof Male God. Aloof Male God, no attribute bonuses, yet it naturally carries an aura of cold detachment, drawing in those who like it and repelling those who do not. After equipping the title, Gu Yin didn't feel any particular change. The only difference was that more people on the street seemed to be looking his way, making his whole body feel a bit ill at ease for someone with mild social anxiety. Thinking of the earring the hairstylist had mentioned, Gu Yin hesitated. But then he reminded himself that he had already graduated from high school. It was time to indulge himself at least once. Back in his second year of high school, he had dared to change himself and confess his feelings. How could he now balk at getting a single ear piercing? Even without any system mission this time, Gu Yin decided to try out a new look. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and soon found a jewelry shop. Shops like these usually have equipment for ear piercing. Getting one ear done wasn't expensive, only 10. The pain was like the bite of an ant, and a small bloody hole appeared in his left earlobe. He deliberately chose a stud that wasn't too flashy and asked the owner to put it on for him. Then he stepped in front of the full-length mirror. Hands tucked into his pockets, Gu Yin gazed at himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. As he tilted his face slightly, the cool indifference in his features did indeed gain a hint of rakish, roguish charm. The shop owner was a woman in her early 30s, her looks ordinary and her figure already beginning to lose its shape. As she looked at Gu Yin, a glimmer of surprise flashed through her eyes, followed by a warm, enthusiastic smile. "Young man, remember to use a tea stem to clean the piercing hole at night. That way you can avoid inflammation and it'll be fine in a couple of days." Gu Yin's lips curved faintly as he gave the barest nod before paying and leaving. The reason he left so quickly was that the woman had just secretly patted his lower back several times. By the time he got home, it was already 5 o'clock. Seeing her son's new look, Zhao Wanjun froze in the living room. It took her quite a while to recover, and only then did she set down the 2 tomatoes in her hands and walk over to turn Gu Yin's head back and forth for inspection. "You're really my son. Aren't you afraid your father will come home, see you've dyed your hair, and give you a good thrashing? Just trying out a new image, Mom." Gu Yin gave a faint smile, gently removed his mother's hands from his face, and took the tomatoes to the kitchen to wash and peel them. Empress Zhao followed him in. Watching her son peel tomatoes, she wore the kindly smile of a doting mother, beaming non-stop as she chattered away. "You really take after me. If you were like your father, that would be tragic. How once you get to university, I don't know how many girls are going to be utterly smitten by my son. But listen, you little rascal, you're not allowed to fool around. I'm a woman too, and the type I despise most are men who start things lightly and abandon them just as lightly, who fall for every girl they meet. You're my son, and I'd hate for you to become that sort of person. Do you hear me?" Gu Yin nodded repeatedly, and just then his phone rang in his pocket. He quickly set the tomato back on the counter, wiped his hands, took out his phone, and stepped into the living room to answer. On the other end was his closest buddy. "Damn it, old Gu, why are you only picking up now? What's up?" Gu Yin asked in his usual cool tone. "You haven't checked the class group. Tonight the class is having one last get-together. I'll send you the address. Hurry up and grab a cab over." It's all covered by the class fund. It'd be a waste not to eat. After hanging up, Gu Yin scrolled through the messages in the group. Sure enough, his classmates had already agreed on a dinner gathering tonight at 6. The address sent by Shirtao wasn't far from his home. By taxi, it would take about 10 minutes. Provided all the lights stayed green. Mom, I won't be eating at home tonight. I've got a class reunion. Hearing the sound of him putting on his shoes and opening the door, Zhao Wanjun hurried out from the kitchen. Do you have enough money on you? I'm fine, the class fund covers the meal. After tying his shoelaces, Gu Yin said a quick goodbye to his mother, headed downstairs, and booked a Didi ride to the restaurant. Wufu Lu was a restaurant on the second ring road in the southern part of Shi City. It followed a down-to-earth common folk style, offering a variety of snacks and dishes from all over the country, delicate yet inexpensive, and it even supported delivery service. It was quite well known in Shi City, and many wealthy patrons came for its reputation and high cost-performance ratio. Wufu Lu had 3 floors, each over 300 square meters. The first floor was a main hall. The second floor was half public dining area and half private rooms. The third floor was reserved for banquets and wedding feasts. When Gu Yin arrived, the class monitor Jiang Zhuang was standing at the door with 2 other boys. As Gu Yin walked over, none of the 3 recognized him at first. Only when he stopped right in front of them did Jiang Zhuang stare and ask blankly, "You're?" His mouth fell open as a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Gu Yin. The other 2 male classmates crowded around, sizing him up from head to toe. It's only been half a month. Did you go to South Korea for plastic surgery? Holy crap, you suddenly turned this handsome. Oh, we almost didn't recognize you. When Li Xiaoshuang sees you later, she's going to regret things until her guts turn green. Back in high school, everyone had been busy grinding through practice papers under heavy academic pressure. The girls could still manage a bit of grooming, but the boys were generally too lazy to fuss over themselves. Brush their teeth, splash some water on their faces, shoulder their bags, and head into the dark morning for self-study. Gu Yin had been the same harem mess, clothes casual to the point of sloppiness, staying up all night to study, so that he looked haggard, lacking any sparkle or vitality. Let's not stand around at the door talking. Come on, we should head in. Jiang Zhuang pulled Gu Yin toward the entrance. There were more than 50 students in the class, and most had already arrived. Those who weren't here by now probably weren't planning to come. He had specially reserved 4 tables, 10 seats each. The few extra people could squeeze in, and it would still work. Monitor, take your seat. Damn, is that Gu Yin? At the 4 tables, about 40 classmates turned toward the doorway as someone shouted. Their eyes first landed on Jiang Zhuang, then collectively locked onto Gu Yin walking in. Without exception, astonishment flickered across every face. The more than 20 girls in the class were especially transfixed, their eyes nearly unable to tear themselves away. Before graduation, they had thought Gu Yin was handsome, but still fairly ordinary. Today, dressed up like this, he looked no different from a major TV star. The dragon whisker half-slicked back hairstyle paired with his defined features and the stud glinting in his left ear struck directly at their sense of aesthetics. At the all-girls table, a girl in a white t-shirt lifted her gaze. Her pure first love-like face turned toward the boys' table, and when she saw his tall figure, her expression clearly went blank for a moment. She quickly shifted her eyes away, fingers wrapped around her glass, as if lost in thought, though the corner of her vision still tracked Gu Yin as he took a seat at the middle table. She was one of the 3 school belles officially recognized in their high school, and carried her own sense of reserve. In their second year, she had turned down Gu Yin's confession telling him they could talk again after graduation. Now that high school was over, she couldn't help wondering whether he might use this occasion to confess once more. After all, many confessions happened during graduation season. Should she accept if he did? Although he seemed greatly changed and much more handsome, it would still depend on how he behaved tonight. With that thought, Li Xiaoshuang straightened her chest slightly and unconsciously adopted a more reserved air. Once the dishes were laid out on the table, Li Xiaoshuang ate delicately while chatting with her 2 best friends, all the while waiting for some sign from the boys' table. Occasionally catching the name Gu Yin amid the cheerful clamor and glancing toward him instinctively. Why hasn't he come yet? At the central table, the boys mimicked grown-ups, eating, conversing, drinking, and playing finger-guessing games. Gu Yin focused solely on his meal, never once glanced in Li Xiaoshuang's direction. Though sentimental by nature and deeply loyal in affection, Gu Yin had long since reflected upon their past after her rejection. A forced melon is never sweet, a relationship clung to desperately can never last. Over the course of senior year, he had gradually let go. If Li Xiaoshuang harbored feelings for him, so much the better. If not, he would simply regard her as a stranger. After this reunion, everyone would scatter across the land, north, south, east, and west. Without deliberate effort, they might scarcely meet again. Fine. Gu Yin lifted a morsel with his chopsticks, chewing thoughtfully. A passing notion had somehow earned him 5,000 yuan, a fortune for a student still in school. Old Gu, after dinner the others are heading to karaoke. What's your plan? Joining them, or do you have other arrangements? Shi Tao, who had been devouring food with unrestrained gusto, suddenly broke into Gu Yan's reverie. And you, Gu Yan set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I think I'll get a foot massage. Shi Tao's appearance was somewhat unkempt, the hair unstyled, the stubble unshaven, just as he'd arrived at the gathering. Do you even have money? Will 300 be enough? Gu Yan nodded. He knew that basic foot massages could cost little more than 100 yuan, though the technicians, perhaps like Shi Tao himself, might be equally disheveled. Just then a broad-shouldered boy to Gu Yan's right spoke up. How about watching a movie instead? I'm not keen on karaoke. It's too noisy and dull. Watching a film feels oddly melancholy. Once it ends, we just part ways. Or how about basketball? It's just us. No one else from class will mind. With fewer chances to gather later, why not hold one final friendly match among the basketball enthusiasts in our class? 8 or 9 classmates loved basketball. Slam dunk had left an indelible mark on their youth. Basketball held wide appeal among high schoolers back then, and Gu Yan was no exception. Yet reserved by temperament and short on friends, he rarely played with classmates. Most often he practiced alone beneath the hoop in his neighborhood, shooting baskets to relieve the pressure of college entrance exams. I'll go with you. Gu Yan reasoned this was their last gathering as high school classmates, and decided to join the boys for basketball. His agreement startled the group. None had imagined he played at all. Shi Tao jabbed Gu Yan's arm playfully. Brother, you've been possessed. Since when did you know how to play basketball? Ha, you simply don't know enough. Gu Yan tilted his face slightly, his gaze gliding coolly past the corner of his eye. Laughter subsided as the banquet drew to a close. Those bound for karaoke gathered together, Li Xiaoshuang among them. Yet the confession she'd longed for never materialized. Watching Gu Yan walk alone toward the cluster of boys near the exit, a wave of irritation rose within her. She'd seen him today and assumed he'd finally confess. During dinner she'd already rehearsed her response. If only he'd approached her sincerely before the entire class, she might grant him just a sliver of hope. Yet the meal ended, and he hadn't even looked her way. In adolescence the heart is both tender and fiercely proud. The deeper she dwelled on it, the sharper her anger and wounded pride grew. Xiaoshuang, why are you still standing there? Let's go, someone called out. Ziyi, do you think Gu Yan has changed? He didn't speak to you much during senior year either. What's so strange about that? As the group filed out of the restaurant debating next steps, Li Xiaoshuang froze again upon hearing that Gu Yan and 10 others were headed to the outdoor basketball court beside the gymnasium. Gu Yan plays basketball. Before she could dwell further, her 2 friends tugged her away, joining the main group bound for karaoke. Xiaoshuang, just now I noticed you kept glancing at Gu Yan. Are you truly taken with him? Asked by Zhao Jianing, one of her closest friends. Li Xiaoshuang flinched inwardly. She considered herself kind-hearted. Even her rejection of Gu Yan in sophomore year had been for their mutual good, to secure admission to top-tier universities. She hadn't closed the door entirely, as she'd left him a sliver of hope. Yet today he hadn't even glanced her way. Stung, Li Xiaoshuang retorted with feigned indifference. Humph. I'd never look twice at him. Not even at someone so handsome. Tang Zi feigned astonishment, teasing deliberately. Xiaoshuang, your standards truly are sky-high. But if you won't have him, I just might make my move. He's attending the same university as us in Nanjiang. A few bus rides and I'm there. Are you absolutely sure? We'll see if he keeps pursuing me. Lifting her chin with quiet pride, Li Xiaoshuang stood tallest among the 3, her beauty widely acknowledged. Her mother often reminded her, a girl born this lovely possesses the greatest capital of all. Guard it well, cherish yourself, and never yield lightly to a boy's advances. Put bluntly, she intended to wait for the right price. At the very least, I must see his sincerity, and whether he holds true potential. What use is mere handsomeness? She linked arms with her friends, declaring proudly, I simply want him to pursue me earnestly, for a long time, and obey my every wish, proving his devotion beyond doubt. Meanwhile, Gu Yan and his friends hailed a taxi to the outdoor basketball court beside the gymnasium. Of its 3 courts, 2 were occupied, leaving one open. Lamps lined both sides, ensuring perfect visibility even after dark. They quickly formed 2 teams for a friendly 5-on-5 match, with 2 players assigned as substitutes. One substitute tossed the ball high above center court. Jiang Zhuang and another tall classmate leapt simultaneously for the tip-off. Both towering in stature, though Jiang, true to his name, possessed significantly greater physical mass. The instant both hands struck the ball, Jiang used his superior strength to slam it sharply into the opposing teammate. Guomin sprinted forward to receive it. Though slight in frame, he moved with feline agility, dribbling low between his legs, shifting sideways with crisp precision, then bursting past a defender into the paint before launching an acrobatic layup, only to be contested by the guarding guard. The ball slammed hard against the rim and bounced high into the air. Rebound. Jiang Zhuang roared as Guomin and Shi Tao prepared to leap. Rapid footsteps echoed behind them. From the corner of his eye, Guomin saw a blur streak past, sneakers striking pavement, then a lithe 185-meter frame soaring upward. With one hand he snatched the descending ball, seeming to hang suspended midair, before driving it down in a thunderous one-handed dunk. Bang! The net snapped taut as the ball dropped cleanly through the hoop. Holy hell, old Gu! Shirtao gaped stunned as Gu Yin dangled briefly from the rim, his body swaying gently with the trembling hoop and backboard. His grip loosened. Gu Yin landed smoothly, lips curving faintly as he raised a hand, casually slapping palms with the awestruck Shirtao. A skill honed over 2.5 years had finally found its moment, revealed before peers, bringing quiet satisfaction to his spirit. Skill acquired: basketball, virtuoso novice. Further advancement requires self-directed training. Novice level, all basketball-related abilities elevated to Class C. Gu Yin, you've been hiding your talents. Had we known earlier how skilled you are, the school team would have claimed you instead. Jiang Zhuang retrieved the ball, studying Gu Yin with mixed admiration. Handsome, tall, and astonishingly gifted on the court. At university, he'd surely captivate countless girls. Still, one thing was undeniable: a one-handed dunk was undeniably breathtakingly cool, beyond most students' reach given the requisite height and explosive leaping power. Flatter me all you like. Gu Yin smiled and gestured. Let's continue. Yes. The energy proved contagious. The classmates threw themselves wholeheartedly into the contest. Unnoticed, the friendly match stretched until 9 o'clock. After sinking the final shot, Gu Yin stood drenched in sweat. Jiang Zhuang treated everyone to 12 bottles of mineral water. If we're to play again, it'll have to wait until winter break, or next summer. High school really flew by, didn't it? Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, twisting open bottles and gulping thirstily, then pouring water over heads and faces, soaking their t-shirts. Amid laughter, they reminisced about their school days and shed the weight of college entrance exam stress. Some wept softly, others sought out former rivals, offering hands in reconciliation or embracing tightly. As they parted ways for home, farewells lingered heavy with unspoken sentiment. Shirtao, if you're ever in Nanjiang, look me up, or I'll visit your campus. Gu Yin tapped fists with him. Shirtao nodded throat tight, then waved farewell with forced nonchalance before turning away. Sighing softly, Gu Yin squeezed the empty water bottle and began walking home, uninterested in hailing a taxi. En route, he unexpectedly encountered Li Xiaoshuang and her two friends returning from karaoke, though he couldn't fathom why they'd doubled back. Gu, Tang Zi began, but didn't finish the name. Gu Yin turned his head slightly, his gaze skimming past them with detached calm, a single indifferent hum escaping his lips, before walking past Li Xiaoshuang's smoldering glare, leaving only his retreating silhouette behind. High school was over. Gu Yin stowed away those lingering thoughts, devoting the remaining months solely to system tasks, triggering random missions whose rewards ranged from several hundred to several thousand yuan, though new skills and titles remained scarce. Even so, over the month he accumulated over 40,000 yuan. As enrollment neared, his mother Zhao Wanjun packed his belongings meticulously. His father Gu Jianjun even arranged for a factory colleague to drive their domestically produced new energy SUV to Nanjiang, but Gu Yin declined. Instead, the three took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. Gu Jianjun hesitated, lips pressed thin. Are you certain you don't want us to accompany you all the way to Nanjiang? No need. I can manage registration on my own. Gu Yin accepted his suitcase from his mother. Zhao Wanjun walked him to the ticket gate, repeating her maternal warnings to her son, who had never traveled far alone. Take care of yourself wherever you go. Guard your belongings closely. Don't touch anything unfamiliar. What if it's valuable? We couldn't possibly afford to replace it. And avoid crowds drawn to spectacles. Gu Yin nodded, committing each word to memory. Realizing time was short, he embraced Zhao Wanjun, then met his father's quiet gaze, smiling warmly before waving goodbye and wheeling his suitcase toward the gate. After retrieving his suitcase post-security, he paused to glance back. His mother's eyes glistened with tears as she waved. His father, ever taciturn, stood motionless, but his own eyes too shimmered faintly. Gu Yin released the suitcase handle and bowed respectfully to his parents, then turned and strode toward the waiting high-speed train. Finding his seat by the window, he watched pedestrians drift past outside. As time passed and announcements echoed, the scenery beyond the glass began to glide slowly backward. The train pulled smoothly away from the platform. The atmosphere inside the train was not particularly quiet, filled with many students heading to distant places for their studies and working people. Amid the chatter, a stumbling figure approached Gu Yin. Classmate, could you help me with something? Gu Yin was gazing at the scenery transforming from urban to rural when he heard this crisp voice. Turning his head, he saw a beautiful girl with short hair struggling with her luggage standing in the aisle. She wore a black t-shirt printed with sunflowers and denim shorts, which accentuated her long legs, which appeared to be nearly 1.7 meters tall. Around the same age as Gu Yin, likely about 18 years old, she had a neat short haircut that gave her a clean and clever appearance and she was one of the prettiest girls Gu Yin had ever seen. Her features were delicate and beautiful with slightly arched eyebrows and a pair of dimples when she smiled. "What can I do for you?" Gu Yin asked, not rising from his seat, his tone flat. The girl was also sizing up Gu Yin, who was handsome and rugged with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. After a moment, she pursed her lips and nodded with a smile. "Can I help?" Before the girl could finish her sentence, a curly-haired boy from the other side of the aisle stood up. "Beautiful girl, let me help you." As he spoke, the curly-haired boy went to grab the girl's luggage, casting a glance at Gu Yin that seemed to say, "I got here first." However, as he lifted the suitcase, his expression changed dramatically. "Damn, this is heavy. Did you bring a boulder with you, beautiful?" To avoid embarrassing himself in front of the girl, the curly-haired boy pretended to be at ease, but he secretly gritted his teeth as he struggled to lift the suitcase, hoisting it into the overhead storage. "Thank you." The girl politely thanked the curly-haired boy as she took the seat next to Gu Yin. The boy returned to his seat in the aisle, leaving his feet out facing the girl. "My name is Zhao Yang. What's your name, beautiful?" "Jiang Ro." Faced with Zhao Yang's eager demeanor, Jiang Ro felt a bit shy. She also wanted to ask Gu Yin something, but the boy had a cold personality, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, showing no interest in engaging with them. Even beautiful girls have their own pride. Seeing Gu Yin ignoring her, she chatted with Zhao Yang, who was becoming increasingly familiar. "By the way, you look a bit familiar. Aren't you from high school?" Zhao Yang tilted his head and suddenly asked the boy, who was gazing out the window, "What's your name? Where are you heading on this train?" Gu Yin leaned against the window unmoved and continued to stare outside, slightly opening his mouth. "No. High school, on my way to Nanjing University." Zhao Yang and Jiang Ro exchanged glances, their smiles widening. "What a coincidence, I'm also from Nanjing University." After becoming more familiar, the girl's personality was more lively. Only then did Gu Yin turn his gaze towards the two. He had heard them mention the school while admiring the scenery. "So you really are from high school? Then we are schoolmates. I'm from class 3. When Zhao Yang first saw Gu Yin get on the train, he felt envious and jealous. He considered himself handsome too, but in comparison, he felt plain and ugly. However, after the earlier incident, he regained his confidence. This handsome guy was indeed very aloof. Hey, don't be so cold. If you stay like this, how will you make friends with girls in university?" "I haven't thought about pursuing anyone. If it's meant to be, it will happen." Gu Yin replied flatly, partly because that was his nature, secondly, with a system by his side, he had no lack of money. Enjoying his university life without regrets was the best approach. If all his thoughts were focused on women, life would lose its meaning. After all, he wasn't in a dating service. Gu Yin's nonchalant remarks also got Jiang Ro's agreement. Love indeed relies on fate. It's not just a one-sided effort or self-satisfaction. It takes two to create a relationship. Of course, if there's a bit of financial backing, that would be the icing on the cake. The handsome guy named Gu Yin wore simple casual clothes that didn't reveal the material or brand, but didn't detract from Jiang Ro's fondness for his temperament. Although she wasn't the type to chase after a man for his money, getting to know such a handsome guy was quite nice. She could casually hang out with him and enjoy the view. If it developed into a romantic relationship, that wasn't impossible, but given this handsome guy's personality, it would probably be quite difficult. On the other side of the aisle, Zhao Yang noticed Jiang Ro staring at Gu Yin intently and felt a bit anxious. He didn't want to miss such a beautiful girl, but he didn't rush to show it on his face. He continued from where he left off earlier. "I'm majoring in geography. What about you?" Jiang Ro raised her hand like a model student, smiling brightly. "I'm in business management. Please take care of me." They then looked towards Gu Yin. "I'm in finance." As soon as Gu Yin finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "System, as a newcomer, you have made new friends or classmates on your life journey, expanding your network. Reward Mercedes-Benz CLE 3000 and 4MATIC convertible AMG line. The car key has been placed in the host's backpack, and the vehicle has been parked at Nanjing high-speed rail station parking lot. Finally, the system has given me some tangible items." Despite Gu Yan's high and aloof personality, he felt a bit excited inside. This was his first car, and it held a completely different significance. Even if it were a domestic new energy vehicle, he would still be very happy. However, he wasn't very familiar with this model of Mercedes-Benz, so he took out his phone to search for information online. Seeing the actual pictures made his heart race. The car looked quite elegant, though he wondered if it would attract too much attention when driving to school. Over there, Zhao Yang and Jiang Ro noticed him pulling out his phone, unsure of what he was busy with. "Hey Gu Yin, listen, if you keep acting so aloof in college, you won't fit in. Although handsome guys have their advantages, girls mature faster than boys. After high school, they will also prioritize material conditions. Of course, if those girls pursue you, just disregard what I said. Just ask Jiang Ro, she knows best what kind of boys girls look for." Jiang Ro, being questioned, was taken aback, wondering why this was being brought up. She instinctively glanced at Gu Yin, who was fiddling with his phone. She wondered if Zhao Yang's thoughtless remarks had struck a nerve with this handsome guy. "Gu Yin, don't listen to him. That's not entirely true. Girls value boys for many reasons. Conversation knowledge, appearance, height, and college relationships don't necessarily require spending a lot of money. Of course, a little extra money would be nice. Only then did Guyen realize they were talking to him, but he hadn't quite caught what they were saying, so he just muttered a few noncommittal responses. He put away his phone, suppressing his eagerness to see his car, and maintained a mild expression while occasionally for hours slowly passed. When they arrived at Nanjing Station, Zhao Yang cheerfully greeted Zhang Ro and helped her with her luggage. The girl hesitated for a moment, but naturally allowed Zhao Yang to take it. She turned around, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Guyen, who was still checking his phone. Guyen, let's exchange contact information and then share a ride to Nanjing University. No thanks, I have something to do. You guys go ahead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ro showed a hint of disappointment, but it was quickly masked by a smile. She nodded, see you at school then, bye. Waving her hand, she followed Zhao Yang, who urged her on, and they quickly exited the waiting hall. Meanwhile, Guyen left from the other side, asking nearby pedestrians for directions to the parking lot. As he walked, he pressed the car key, finally spotting a white sedan in the innermost corner of the parking area, its lights flashing and the unlocking horn sounding. The elegant lines of the car's body combined with the iconic Mercedes-Benz emblem on the front gave the vehicle a sense of style. Guyen opened the door. The red seats and modern dashboard boasted a refined simplicity. In the more than a month since the summer vacation ended, Guyen had already obtained his driver's license. Sitting in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel, that familiar feeling returned. He lightly pressed the ignition button, and the roar of the engine erupted. Quickly reversing out of the parking space, he turned the wheel and drove straight out of the parking lot. He opened the navigation on his phone, setting the destination to Nanjing University. As he retracted the convertible roof, the sporty car was still a rare sight on the road, attracting a lot of attention. Guyen was in high spirits as he hit the gas and took to the road. On the other side, Zhao Yang and Zhang Ro were placing their luggage into a taxi when they caught a glimpse of a white convertible Mercedes speeding past. Turning their heads, they only managed to see the figure from the back. The person driving looks familiar. Zhao Yang murmured while Zhang Ro rubbed her eyes, her expression one of, isn't that Guyen from the train? After all, Zhao Yang had been busy moving luggage while Zhang Ro had been watching from the side. When the convertible passed by, she had actually seen his profile. Is it really him? Zhao Yang confirmed multiple times, dumbfounded. He's driving a Mercedes convertible right after getting into college. What kind of heavenly configuration is this? Damn, it seems I missed an opportunity to make friends with a wealthy heir. Zhang Ro sat in the taxi with a complex expression. She hadn't expected to misjudge someone. The seemingly ordinary boy in plain clothes turned out to be driving a Mercedes convertible right after getting off the high-speed train. Nanjing University is so large with so many students, running into him again would probably not be easy. Remembering how she had just mentioned that love requires a bit of money, her delicate face couldn't help but flush. How embarrassing. Following the misguided navigation, Guyen took several detours before reaching the main road outside Nanjing University. The entrance was packed due to the enrollment season, and given his lack of driving experience, he feared he might accidentally bump into another car while trying to enter the parking garage. After asking a few people, he arrived at the side gate of the university. He put the convertible top down, raised the windows, and approached the side gate, showing the security guard his admission notice before driving into the nearby parking lot. Due to its location at the side gate, there were fewer cars parked here. Occasionally, a few vehicles would arrive, all belonging to parents driving their children for enrollment, who couldn't find parking at the main entrance. Seeing Guyen drive up in a convertible Mercedes, the parents helping their children with their luggage initially thought he was a student's parent. However, upon seeing the young and handsome boy get out of the car and pull out a suitcase, they were taken aback. They felt a bit surprised. After all, in the eyes of older individuals, having a child who could afford such a car for school indicated a well-off family. Reality is what it is. It's unlike the web novels where millions or even tens of millions are thrown around. Even the liquid assets of billionaires are limited. To spend $60,000 or $70,000 on a car for their child to attend school, a family would need at least a few $100,000 in savings. Their assets might even reach the tens of millions, possibly even passing the remaining wealth on to their descendants. Guyen was oblivious to the thoughts of this parent as he pulled his suitcase around to the front entrance. Nanjing University covers over 4,000 acres, making it quite large. By the time Guyen reached the registration area at the main entrance, his feet were beginning to feel sore. It seems I need to find an opportunity to buy some decent shoes. These cheap ones are really uncomfortable. Upon arriving, he found a sea of people with parents everywhere pulling their children to sign up. There were also quite a few students like him attending alone. However, upon closer inspection, the number of seniors far exceeded the number of new students. At several registration points welcoming new students, the volunteer seniors were naturally waiting with enthusiasm. Some senior sisters had run several trips to assist new students, their faces glistening with sweat as they gulped down water in the shade. These days were peak registration times with many people coming and going. Gu Yin pulling his luggage appeared quite ordinary. It wasn't until he filled out his major that someone noticed him. Gu Yin nodded in response to his senior sister's question. As he lifted his head, the earring in his left ear caught the September sunlight, glinting with a cool gleam. Look, that junior has such high quality. Just based on his looks, I am tempted. Wu Qianqian has gone. After signing his name, Gu Yin accepted a map of Nanjiang University handed to him by the welcoming senior sister. He thanked her and then left with his suitcase. Junior. Just a few steps out, a girl dressed in a short skirt and wearing makeup called out to him cheerfully. How about I take you to your dorm? No need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can find my way and get familiar with the route. Gu Yin politely declined, tilting his head to look at the girl in front of him. The senior sister, named Wu Qianqian, seeing no hope, turned back to the registration area, causing the other second-year girls to giggle. System focused on the task declined the woman's advance. The sudden system reward made Gu Yin pause for a moment, and just as he was lost in thought, he was suddenly bumped into from behind. Turning around, he saw a girl clutching her forehead, nervously bowing deeply to him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was looking elsewhere and didn't notice you suddenly stop. With so many people coming and going on this road, bumping into each other was quite normal, especially since Gu Yin had stopped abruptly. He hadn't even had the chance to apologize when the girl beat him to it. Her attire made her stand out starkly against the fashionable students around her. She wore an old faded floral short-sleeve button-up shirt, the collar somewhat discolored, and a pair of old-style polyester pants with frayed cuffs, giving her a worn-out appearance. The girl lowered her head, her voice trembling as she apologized. I'm really sorry. It's fine, it was my... Gu Yin didn't want to draw attention, so he quickly shifted his gaze, pulling his suitcase away to leave. Following the dormitory card assigned to him, he arrived at the 5th dormitory for boys. After registering with the dorm supervisor, he headed straight upstairs to find room 502. Upon entering, 5 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Wow, another handsome guy has joined our dorm. The dorm had a total of 6 beds. The beds were on top, while below were wardrobes and desks. When Gu Yin came in, the other 5 roommates had already arrived, and their beds were nearly organized. I'm Chen, a local from Nanjing City. My family has 4 houses. Sorry if I speak too bluntly, but to the left of the entrance, there was a boy with a side-part haircut dressed in brand new designer clothes, suggesting a comfortable family background. He brushed his new hairstyle and took the lead in greeting Gu Yin. Such a self-introduction was simple, yet conveyed a sense of superiority. I'm Gu Yin. Gu Yin released his suitcase and softly replied, casually nodding at the other 4, before heading to an empty bed near the washing area. After all, being the last to arrive meant the best spots had already been taken. The other 4 then introduced themselves to Gu Yin. One was a dark-skinned, sturdy but not tall boy named Chen Qing. Another was a short-haired boy wearing glasses named Lu Ping, who had a bookish demeanor and a smile that seemed eager to please. The third roommate was tall, dressed in basketball gear, chatting in his seat with a messy hairstyle and a somewhat... Hearing the introductions, he put down his phone and cleared his throat. I'm Qin Mu, 19, retaking a year to get into Nan University. I love basketball. The last person, with a few strands of dyed blonde hair, had an average appearance but exuded an odd confidence. He jumped down from his bed and looked up with a raised chin. I'm Zhao Zhen. We'll be classmates for the next 4 years. If you want to know about what kind of girls to chase, feel free to... Gu Yin, Chen Xian, Chen Qing, Qin Mu, and Lu Ping all fell silent. Chen Xian blinked in surprise. I have a girlfriend who also goes to this university. Why, you brought a girlfriend to school with you? Lu Ping and the others looked at him in astonishment. Enjoying the attention from everyone, Chen Xian basked in their gaze. Of course. I'm a local from Nanjiang. My family has several houses. In the future, when I enter society, I can easily get married without worrying about a place to live. Zhao Zhen, the boy with dyed blonde hair, observed that no one was paying attention to him and turned his gaze back to Gu Yin, especially noticing the earring in Gu Yan's ear, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Bro, you definitely know how to charm the ladies. The younger girls will fall for you, Zhao Zhen commented. Not interested, Gu Yin replied, glancing at the bed with just a mattress. He then stepped down from the ladder, saying, I'm going to buy some bedding. Where's the nearest supermarket? Turn right when you exit the dorm. There's a large supermarket next to the second cafeteria. Chen Qing, the sturdy boy, replied enthusiastically. Thanks. After that, Gu Yin, with his bag slung over his shoulder, left the dorm. Lu Ping and Qin Mu, who were still asking Chen Xian about his girlfriend, whispered, This Gu Yin seems a bit aloof. He looks hard to get along with. I think he's quite polite. The more polite someone is, the more distance there is between them. Maybe he didn't think too much about it. It's us who are being critical. That's true. Let's not talk about this. Chen Xian nodded and continued from earlier. Let's keep talking about my 4 houses. The other 4 chimed in unison. Get lost. The summer heat lingered, and the annoying sound of cicadas buzzed incessantly from the treetops. Gu Yin navigated through the noisy boys' dormitory, quickly locating the second canteen beneath the shade of the phoenix trees. Nearby was a supermarket on campus with a massive promotional poster at the entrance glaring in bright red, "New student back to school season. Betting at great discounts." Guyen pushed the door open and the cold air instantly enveloped him. The supermarket was roughly 300 square meters, bustling with people in the aisles. Most new students were accompanied by their parents crowded in front of the daily necessities shelves, selecting items for their children. Guyen currently had over 40,000 in his account, and his tuition was in his bag cash provided by his parents Gu Jianjun and his wife. With the system in place, Guyen naturally didn't want to skimp on his food and accommodation. He chose the best bedding items in the supermarket, planning to buy his parents a new house once he had more money. In the quieter high-end bedding section of the supermarket under the soft lighting, he paused in front of a deep gray pure cotton satin 4-piece set. It had no extra patterns, only the fabric's delicate sheen flowed under the light, cool and smooth to the touch. The price tag clearly read $2,280. The price is acceptable. A girl next to him, standing on tiptoe to reach a similar set, gasped in shock upon seeing the $2,280 and quickly withdrew her hand. Guyen had already taken one set down, and in her astonished gaze he asked the supermarket staff for another set to be brought to the checkout. He patiently selected some daily necessities like facial wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels before heading to the register. Along the way, a bold girl stared at Guyen's face and approached him to ask for his WeChat ID, but he coldly rejected. A line had formed at the checkout. Guyen walked directly to the end of the line where a mother and daughter stood in front of him. The woman, dressed plainly, clutched a few hundred yuan bills tightly, repeatedly confirming the prices of several bottles of shampoo and soap with the cashier. The daughter, dressed in flashy clothes, wore an impatient expression, likely feeling embarrassed by her mother's actions. The cashier patiently explained the prices, finally sending the mother-daughter pair on their way. When it was Guyen's turn, the cashier's eyes lit up. "Handsome, what are you buying?" Guyen placed 2 sets of 4-piece bedding and various daily necessities on the counter. The cashier quickly grabbed the scanner, her eyes scanning the price tags. Her finger paused for a moment before she scanned them with a beep. She glanced at Guyen's attire and then at the deep gray bedding. "Are you sure you want these?" Guyen nodded. "Go ahead and scan them." "Okay, that will be 4,560 yuan plus 853 for daily necessities." The cashier's voice inadvertently rose a few pitches. People waiting to check out and those passing by were drawn to glance over at the sound. "Here." Guyen took out his phone and casually waved the screen above the POS machine's scanning area. Almost simultaneously, a beep sounded. "Payment successful." The electronic synthesized female voice rang out crisply, cutting through the supermarket's noisy background. The girl seemed taken aback, as if she hadn't yet processed that the payment was complete. She quickly bent her body. "Thank you for your purchase. Welcome to visit again." As her voice faded, another voice echoed in Guyen's mind. "System, no longer worry about a tight wallet. A handsome guy should elevate his quality of life. Reward Bulgari rose gold narrow spring earrings." Guyen thanked the cashier, picked up the vacuum-sealed 2 sets of bedding and a bag of daily necessities, and returned to his dorm. His 5 roommates were already familiar with one another, some sitting on chairs or beds chatting loudly. They were surprised to see Guyen come back with so many items. Buying so much. Chin-Ching, a warm-hearted person, came over to help stuff the bedding into the wardrobe, while another roommate opened the packaging to prepare the bed. "Isn't this a bit expensive?" Chin-Ching touched the fabric, which was far superior to his own bedding. Hearing the word expensive, Chin-Chien also chimed in. Coming from a well-off family, he understood more than Chin-Ching. "It should be around 2,000. I remember seeing similar ones at the school's Jiajia supermarket. I had wanted to buy some too, but now that it's autumn, I think I'll buy thicker ones later. By the way, Guyen, since you're buying such expensive bedding, why not change your phone as well? Look at this new model I have," Chin-Chien said, raising the latest phone in his hand. "In my opinion, Apple is the best. I bought this model last year, and it's already outdated. The newest ones are around 8 or 9,000. Guyen glanced at the old phone resting on his bedside, which had been passed down from Gu Jianjun. "I don't have high demands for my phone. I'll buy one when the time is right." He spoke little, and Chun Xian, who wanted to show off, returned to his bed, sulkily fiddling with his Apple phone. Guyen tidied up his bed and pulled out the earrings he had received as a reward from the supermarket system from his pants pocket. Opening the small red plush box, a pair of rose gold Bulgari earrings with letters engraved on the outer side lay inside. He checked the price on his phone. 10,008. Even counted individually, that's 5,400 per piece. Quite a nice luxury. He took off the earrings he had bought for around 10 yuan from his left ear and replaced them with the Bulgari pair, which shone brightly in rose gold without appearing overly feminine, as his exterior conditions were quite masculine. "Where do I pay the school fees?" Guyen asked. "You want to pay offline?" Lu Ping from the opposite bed sat up. "You can pay directly on the official website. No need to go all the way to the administrative building. When I came, my parents gave me cash, and it's not safe to carry it around, so I might as well use it for the fees." Having already heard about paying fees at the administrative building, Gu Yin didn't ask further. He grabbed his backpack and greeted everyone before heading downstairs toward the administrative building along the tree-lined path. Along the way, students bustled about, laughing and joking, some accompanied by their parents touring the campus. Upon reaching the administrative building, a small group of people was also there to pay in cash. There were about 10 students in line at the window, with some parents among them, occasionally exchanging a few words. The hum of various dialects echoed in the hall. Gu Yin stood at the back of the line. In front of him was a girl around 162 meters tall with 2 braided pigtails, a hairstyle that was quite rare these days. Her back looked somewhat familiar, but Gu Yin, being his usual self, didn't probe further and simply took out his phone to scroll through Douyin videos. As the person in front paid and left one after another, it soon became the turn of the girl ahead of Gu Yin. He vaguely heard her anxious voice. "No way, I've always used a plastic bag to wrap it. How could I be short by a few bills? Can you please count again?" Gu Yin lifted his face, and the girl with the braids was clinging to the window frame, her shoulders trembling slightly. "I'm sure I brought enough for my tuition." The more the girl spoke, the more her voice trembled. An outstretched hand reached toward the window, fingers whitening from the effort, looking eagerly at the bundle of money that had been unsealed. In her other hand, she clutched a few crumpled bills. Her voice trembled to the point of being almost inaudible. "Teacher, please count again with the bill counter. This money was painstakingly gathered by my family. It can't possibly be short." Sitting behind the payment window was a female teacher in her 40s wearing thin-framed glasses. "I've already counted 3 times. She lowered her head, sorting through a thick stack of receipts. The girl's money was still in the bill counter. Hearing the girl's plea, the weariness of someone who regularly handled trivial matters surfaced on her face, her tone flat and emotionless, tinged with a bureaucratic detachment. "You're short by 700 yuan. Oh, first make up the difference. If you're missing money, ask your family if they miscounted at the beginning. Don't delay the people behind you next." Saying this, she no longer looked at the girl. The payment line, along with the surrounding students and parents waiting, began to murmur among themselves. "Sigh, it's hard to watch." A slightly plump boy muttered quietly, his tone laced with sympathy. "Cut it out, can't even gather a few hundred." Another boy in stylish sneakers rolled his eyes. His comment trailed off, but his tone dripped with superiority. "Isn't that teacher being too cold-hearted? Can't she be a bit lenient?" a girl complained softly. "Lenient? Rules are rules. If we start making exceptions, where does it end?" Someone nearby immediately retorted. As the comments flew back and forth, the girl kept her head down, tightly gripping the crumpled bills in her hand, her frail shoulders shaking slightly. Perhaps not wanting to be discussed, she grabbed the returned money, stuffed it into her worn canvas bag, and hurriedly exited the hall, unsure of where to go next. Watching the comings and goings of the campus, suppressed sobs erupted from deep in her throat, turning into sobs. Gu Yin turned to look at the figure standing outside the hall's entrance. He walked to the counter, settled his tuition, received a receipt, and gently inquired, "The file for that girl is still with you, right? I'll cover the 700 for her." As he spoke, he displayed his phone's payment code. Ding! The sound of a successful scan rang out, and the system's voice followed suit. "System, helping others a hero, saving the beauty, proves you have a warm heart. Reward Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series 15710 mechanical watch." Shenwei sat on the steps, hugging her knees, softly sobbing. She had worked hard to get into university and come to the big city, with her tuition of over 8,000 being gathered with great difficulty by her family. To gather the tuition, she had followed her grandparents, going door to door to appeal to relatives and neighbors in the village. Even her bedridden father had reluctantly given her the few hundred he had. Before she left for school, her bedridden father called her to his side, stroking her head while tears streamed down his face. "Our family is poor. This place has been poor for generations. Once you leave, don't come back." She remembered that day when her grandfather used a cart to send her father off to see her off. Shenwei cried, "Hey, are you Shenwei?" The girl, who was sobbing while hugging her knees, was suddenly interrupted by the voice. She quickly lifted her face, and a figure had already walked up and stood beside her. Gu Yin glanced at her slightly. "I've helped you make up the 700 yuan. You should go pay the remaining amount." After saying this, he left, leaving the girl staring blankly with red-rimmed eyes. By the time she reacted, he had already walked far away. Remembering what the boy had said earlier, she hugged her canvas bag and hurried back to the hall to ask the female teacher at the payment window. Upon receiving a positive response, she flusteredly handed over her enrollment materials along with the remaining. After completing the enrollment procedures, Shenwei hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Teacher, can I ask the name of the classmate who helped me just now, and which department he is from?" "He's from the finance department, his name is." The female teacher flipped through the payment receipt, and upon seeing the name on it, added, "His name is Gu Yin." "Gu Yin." Shenwei quietly repeated this name. As she left the hall, she clenched her fist, thinking, "Once I find a part-time job and earn money, I'll pay him back and treat him to a meal." Gu Yin, who had just registered, was walking past the basketball court. He came over to take a look, but due to his aloof and cold demeanor, he mostly just watched others play during high school. Now that he was at Nanda, he had thought about integrating in. Forget it, let things happen naturally. With this thought, Gu Yan returned to the dormitory, and before he even entered the door, he heard his 5 roommates wailing. What's wrong with you all? Gu Yan, let's have dinner together tonight. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'll follow your arrangements, and we can split the bill. Gu Yan didn't object. He understood very well that in a new environment the 6 of them in the dormitory needed to get acquainted, as they would be together for the next 4 years. Gu Yan, let me tell you. Chun Xian has a girlfriend, and tonight his girlfriend's dormitory is also with us. Qin Mu excitedly stood in front of the mirror fixing his hair and applying hair wax, posing and admiring himself. The short-haired Zhao Zhen scoffed at this. I'm telling you, when it comes to picking up girls, it's all about technique. Oh, looks comes second. You understand now. The arrogant, bespectacled Lu Ping also took out a small mirror to groom himself. The cheerful Qin Qing didn't have so many concerns, watching them busy with a smile. No matter how much you guys fuss, you're not half as handsome as old Gu. Being handsome doesn't help if his family has 4 houses in Nanjiang. Chun Xian glanced at the back of the person sitting at the desk, who seemed to be doing something, wrinkling his nose and sending a message to his girlfriend. There's a handsome guy in the dormitory, but judging by his attire, his family must be pretty average. Tell your dorm sisters to keep their eyes open. Since the day of registration, he had gathered dirt on all 5 dorm mates. Although he seldom spoke to Gu Yan, from appearances, luggage, and other external factors, he could roughly infer that Gu Yan's family situation wasn't great. Those 2 sets of bedding might be used to save face. Well, there was no comparison to him at all. Thus, he was the loudest in the dormitory, which also gave him a sense of confidence and superiority. Being able to socialize with girls on the first day of registration was also his achievement. Moreover, among everyone in the dormitory, he was the first to have a girlfriend. Not to mention that his girlfriend wasn't bad. Among ordinary people, she could be considered an outstanding beauty. Whether Chen Xian's sense of superiority was about to burst, Gu Yan naturally didn't know. He sat at the desk playing with the watch he received as a reward for helping others today, which he had just checked the price of. 150,000. This was the second most expensive tangible reward after the Mercedes convertible. The cool gray tone suited him quite well. He tried putting the watch on and then covered it with his sleeve. As long as he didn't intentionally roll up his sleeves, others would hardly notice. Then he picked up his phone and went to the balcony to call Zhao Taiho to report his safety. Have you arrived at school? I arrived a while ago. I was thinking of you, so I quickly called. Gu Yan spoke to his mother Zhao Wanjuan in a different tone, gentle and more talkative. I've started university. Dad is mostly working overtime. Mom, if you have nothing to do, go play a little mahjong. Don't just stay alone. Gu Jianjun often worked overtime and basically didn't show up all day. With Gu Yan leaving home for Nanjiang, only Zhao Wanjun was left alone at home. You little brat, I haven't played mahjong in years. But with you and your dad not here, the house is much quieter. By the way, it's almost the season change. Do you have enough clothes? If you need new ones, just let me know, and I'll send some. Hearing his mother's long-winded voice, she had just excitedly mentioned how quiet the house was, and in the next moment her voice became a bit choked. After all, her son, who had always been by her side, suddenly leaving for school more than 1,000 kilometers away, naturally made a mother's heart uneasy. When I have a break, when I come back. Take good care of yourself at home. Gu Yan also felt a bit of the difficulty of leaving home for the first time, missing his parents. You and Dad don't need to work so hard. I can find a part-time job and earn my living expenses and tuition. Studying well is what you should do. Your parents aren't old enough that they can't move. While they still can, they'll help you save up for a down payment when you get married. On the phone, Zhao Wanjun spoke gently. I feel like you're saying that everything relies on us making us look useful. Gu Yan had a system, and he was also handsome, so he wasn't afraid of not finding a girlfriend. As for things like houses, he believed they would come gradually, and the system rewards would become richer over time. After chatting for a bit, Zhao Taiho reluctantly hung up the phone. Just as Gu Yan hung up, his phone rang again. Looking at the number, it was a call from Shi Tao. On the other end of the line, Shi Tao sounded quite excited, telling Gu Yan that he had already registered at the school, and there were beautiful girls in short skirts everywhere. His upcoming university life would be colorful. After 2 consecutive phone calls, it was already getting late. Chun Xian urged Gu Yan and the others to check their appearances again, and then the 6 of them dressed sharply, left the dormitory, and headed toward the girls' dormitory to accompany Chen Xian while he waited for his girlfriend. Qin Mu, Lu Ping, and the others were also eager to see just how beautiful Chun Xian's girlfriend was, whom he had praised so highly. The few of them waited for a while under the girls' dormitory, where there were many passing girls. Gu Yan's austere and cold appearance made the girls passing by frequently turn their heads. Chun Xian and Zhao Zhen thought they were looking at them and straightened their backs, displaying a gloomy expression. Junior, we see you again. A stunning sophomore girl suddenly ran over, and Chun Xian and Zhao Zhen instinctively turned around to take out their phones. The beautiful girl approached Gu Yan directly and presented her QR code. This girl was the one who had wanted to guide Gu Yan earlier. He vaguely heard other senior sisters call her Wu Qianqian. With everyone watching, refusing again would be embarrassing. Gu Yan had no choice but to nod, took out his old phone, and scanned her QR code to add her as a friend. Wu Qianqian glanced at Gu Yan's phone, smiled, and waved, saying, "I'm off now." After saying this, she chased after her two roommates and best friends, hugging their arms and laughing as they walked away. Chun Xian chuckled awkwardly and quickly brushed off the earlier awkwardness. Old Gu, you really have a lot. However, he wasn't too impressed. Even if he added her, it didn't mean they would become a couple. Moreover, that senior girl was just a bit prettier, not quite as good as his girlfriend. Just then, 6 figures surged out of the girls' dormitory. Chun Xian, a beautiful girl, quickly came down the stairs, smiling sweetly at Chun Xian, and then waved to Gu Yan, Lu Ping, and the others. Chun Xian often flaunted his girlfriend, and indeed, he had the capital to do so. She was a sweet and obedient little beauty. She wore a white, semi-transparent sleeveless shirt with golden buttons, and one could vaguely see the strapless top beneath. Her lower half was in fitted jeans with a golden chain belt around her waist. The fresh and urban beauty combination indeed caught people's eyes. Gu Yan glanced at Chun Xian's proud smile, and then looked at the 5 girls walking over, one of whom was smiling at him. Wasn't that Zhang Ro whom he had met on the high-speed train? With over 4,000 mu of land at Nanda, it was still a bit small. They could still run into each other. Let me introduce everyone. This is my girlfriend Lin Yunju, and these are her roommates. Gu handsome, we meet again. Zhang Ro stood in front of Gu Yan, hands behind her back, grinning with crescent-shaped. Yes, we meet again. Gu Yan politely nodded at her. After exchanging a few simple words, Chun Xian called the 2 dorms guys and girls to head toward the commercial street at the back gate of Nanda. Gu Yan had his hands in his pockets, following behind. Zhang Ro, who was falling behind, occasionally stole glances. He was still dressed, simply, even wearing clothes he had for several years. It was hard to tell that he drove a Mercedes to school. Could it be that he was a low-key rich second generation? Old Gu, do you know that girl named Zhang Ro? On the way to the school behind the street, Lu Ping and Qin Mu had already noticed Zhang Ro when this group of girls came out of the dormitory building. Previously, when the two greeted her, they couldn't ask Gu Yan in front of so many people. Now that there are fewer people, it was naturally a good opportunity to inquire more. We met once on the high-speed train, and she should also be from Xiqing, just like me. Xiqing has 2 high schools, and Gu Yan attends Xiqing No. 2 high school. He has never seen Zhang Ro in his 3 years of high school, so she might be from No. 1 high school. Fate, huh? Do you have any thoughts about her? Qin Mu glanced at Zhang Ro, who was smiling brightly and full of youth, and curiously asked Gu Yan if he had any feelings for Zhang Ro. If not, he would make his move. Lu Ping and Zhao Zhun were also paying attention to the other girls. Although they couldn't compare in beauty to Zhang Ro and Chun Xian's girlfriend Lin Yunju, they were still above 70 points in attractiveness. I have no thoughts, though I haven't even added her on WeChat. Gu Yan was well aware of his roommate's intentions, but he indeed had not considered any development with Zhang Ro. Their brief interaction on the high-speed train led him to realize that Zhang Ro had a bit of cunning and was somewhat materialistic. Nobody is perfect, this makes it real. However, having just enrolled, he was not in a hurry to pursue anything. It wasn't that Gu Yan was aloof, he just felt that he should prioritize saving for his parents first when he had a bit more money. As for enjoying those last few seconds of feeling, he wasn't at a stage where he would rush towards any woman. He still believed in the thrill of a genuine spark. Since you have no thoughts, don't regret it later. If I win her over, you must not be unhappy. Qin Mu saw that Gu Yan had no intentions and no other relationship with Zhang Ro, allowing him to confidently pursue her. The 12 people from the 2 dormitories, a combination of handsome boys and beautiful girls, attracted the attention of many teachers and students passing through the back entrance. This commercial street is formed by the intersection of 2 streets surrounded by various shops catering to the lives of university students. Barbecue, Western restaurants, game halls, internet cafes, KTVs, and inns. All daily necessities are covered from material needs to spiritual ones. In the alleys behind, there are also budget-friendly vendors. To maintain their image, the 6 boys in the dormitory kept quiet about this matter, and when they arrived at the restaurant for dinner, the dishes were almost all ordered by the girls. Chun Xian's girlfriend was unreservedly holding the menu, clearly the leading lady of the day. Aside from Chun Xian and her, everyone else was meeting for the first time, and both sides avoided ordering alcohol to maintain their images. Zhao Zhun, Lu Ping, and Qin Mu were quite chatty, and with Chun Xian occasionally showing off, the atmosphere was not too. On the girls' dormitory side, Zhang Ro often subtly steered the conversation towards Gu Yan, probing about what Gu Yan's family does. Zhang Mei, don't be fooled by old Gu's ordinary appearance, his looks are striking wherever he goes. Chun Xian picked up the conversation, seemingly complimenting Gu Yan's handsome looks, but in reality hinting at his average family background. Of course, he didn't mention the 4,000 worth of betting they shared. After saying this, he sent Gu Yan a message. I'm saying this to see if any of these girls truly love you. Gu Yin glanced at his phone screen, then gave a faint smile to Chun Xian, who was making exaggerated expressions before continuing to leisurely eat at the edge of the atmosphere. After this social gathering, there were no further plans, as everyone had just met and naturally weren't thinking about I'm done eating you, I have something to attend to. Gu Yin returned from the restroom, went to the cashier to settle the bill, said goodbye to everyone, and left directly. Everyone was taken aback, and Lin Yunju quietly asked Chun Xian, "Is this Gu Yin really like this? He is like this, you'd just ignore him." Chun Xian secretly wished Gu Yin would leave early, as that would make him the most attractive one in the group. Yes, old Gu is naturally cold, he doesn't talk much in the dormitory either. Lu Ping echoed, "Ladies don't mind him." Zhao Jin also stepped in to smooth things over, signaling Chun Xian to pay the bill. They would transfer the shared costs later. Chun Xian nodded and got up to pay, but was surprised when the cashier said someone had already paid for their table. Who paid? The handsome guy who just left. Chun Xian returned with a receipt of over 700. Lin Yunju stepped forward and linked arms with him. After all, today it was the boys who were treating, and it was her boyfriend who went to settle the bill, which made her feel proud. This place isn't expensive, right? 12 people for over 700 isn't bad, Chun Xian chuckled, but old Gu had already settled the bill when he left. The girls from the dormitory were immediately surprised. They had thought that Gu Yin was aloof and hard to approach, but didn't expect him to have this level of emotional intelligence. As for the 700 plus, it wasn't a large sum since most students had 2,000 to 3,000 in living expenses. Let's split the bill and transfer him the money later. By the way, have you noticed, aside from not talking much, Gu Yin has a really good temperament. Chun Xian, you should have his WeChat, right? Can you give it to me? Zhang Ro, seeing that the other girls in the dormitory were interested in Gu Yin, proactively asked Chun Xian for Gu Yan's WeChat. This would both show her stance and thwart the other girls' ideas. Additionally, it would let Qin Mu, who had been eyeing her, know that she was interested in their roommate Gu Yin. Okay. Chun Xian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zhang Ro, who was not inferior to his girlfriend, to actively want Gu Yan's WeChat during their first dormitory gathering. If they got together, he wouldn't be the only one with a girlfriend in the dormitory. But he quickly sent Gu Yan's WeChat to Lin Yunju, who then forwarded it to Zhang Ro. The only one feeling sour about this was Qin Mu. During dinner, he had repeatedly hinted that he wanted to add Zhang Ro on WeChat, but she completely ignored him and instead asked for Gu Yan's WeChat. As the group dispersed, Gu Yan had already arrived at the parking lot near the side entrance, driving out the convertible Mercedes and cruising around the road for a few laps. After all, the new car needed some breaking in, and being his first car, he naturally wanted to take it out for a spin. The roof slowly opened and folded back. The night breeze played with his hair as Gu Yin held the steering wheel with one hand, his left hand resting on the door, enjoying the coolness of the evening wind. The reason he had taken the initiative to pay the bill earlier was to trigger the system's random task. This was a method he had discovered over the past 2 months. As long as he did things he normally wouldn't do, there was a high chance of receiving random system rewards. He checked the system rewards while driving. System: a new learning journey, a new social circle. Emotional intelligence gained from proactive efforts will always bring you different rewards. Reward: constitution 1, indeed random. From 2 months of exploration, Gu Yin concluded that the upper limit for random rewards was quite high, while the lower limit, guaranteed, was a few hundred. The probability of obtaining skills and titles was even pitifully low. To receive fixed rewards, only the main tasks provided by the system would suffice. However, attribute points weren't bad either. Gu Yan's constitution had reached 7 points, significantly exceeding that of an average adult approaching the threshold of peak human physicality. After circling around the road outside the university twice, he timed his return to school perfectly. After parking, Gu Yin took a shortcut back to the dormitory and passed by the small pond in front of the side entrance, startling a shadow squatting there. The other person was evidently startled by the sudden appearance of a boy. Gu Yin turned on his phone's flashlight, and the beam landed squarely on the girl's face. Her delicate features showed signs of malnutrition, with slightly yellowing strands of hair falling over her forehead. She had a piece of bread in her mouth, and the light made her momentarily flustered, likely embarrassed to be seen in such a state, her ears turning red. Shenwei. Gu Yan's gaze shifted to the girl's hands, where she held a half piece of cold hard bread, her left hand gripping a small bag of pickled vegetables worth 5 cents, and by her feet lay a worn and faded metal thermos, clearly not something a girl would use. The cup was still emitting faint steam, probably filled with hot water from the cafeteria. Shenwei lowered her head in silence, biting hard on the piece of bread, quickly stuffing the small bag of pickled vegetables into her pocket, and bent down to pick up her water cup. As she left, the girl pressed her lips together, not daring to look at Gu Yan. She murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "Thank you for what happened before. I will return the money to you as soon as possible." After saying this, she turned and hurried away, disappearing down the path ahead. Returning to the dormitory, it was almost 10 o'clock, the time when the lights would go out. When Gu Yan came back, Chen Xian and the other four had already climbed into their beds early, excitedly chatting about the appearance and figures of the four girls, except for Lin Yunju and Zhang Ro at today's social gathering. The five of them heard the sound of the door opening and glanced at the corridor. They saw Gu Yan walking to the last bed, taking off his white t-shirt to reveal his well-built upper body, holding his toiletries as he headed to the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Chen Xian on the first bed hurriedly typed a few words to Lin Yunju before putting down his phone. Old Gu, did Zhang Ro send you a message? Gu Yan lowered his head to light up his phone screen, but there were no message notifications. No, he replied, continuing to brush his teeth. On bed number 4, Qin Mu was watching videos on his phone, and a smile crept onto his lips. His previously gloomy mood instantly lifted. Chen Xian on the other side sat up, leaning against the head of the bed. I'm telling you, Zhang Ro has her little schemes and is quite materialistic. As your brother, I must advise you it's best not to get involved with such women. If you lack strength, you won't be able to handle it, and before you know it, you'll become a tool for others. Unlike me, my family has 4 houses and a BMW X5. Although my dad drives it, we are not poor. Moreover, my Yunju is different. She accepted my confession right after graduating high school, is pure-hearted, and is devoted to me. I'm willing to buy her anything. Among the 6 people in the dormitory, Chen Xian's family background was probably the best. Both his parents worked in foreign enterprises as middle management, which in the city of Nanjing put him in the top 10. Compared to Chen Xian, Gu Yan, not counting the system, had a family situation that was indeed worlds apart. Yet he had never felt inferior because of it. His father worked tirelessly day and night, doing his utmost to earn money to support him, sustaining the family. His mother, Zhao Wanjuan, though a housewife, had rarely left Xiqing and lacked exposure. Yet she cared for Gu Yan, meticulously instilling in him moral values and principles, being a giant in his growth journey. With such loving parents, no matter the family's situation, Gu Yan would never complain, nor would he feel inferior in front of others. If he were to feel inferior, it would be because he had let down the nurturing of his parents, making it hard for them to hold their head. Old Gu, if you want to find a girlfriend in the future, I can introduce you. Yunju has many friends with good morals. Although they might not match Yunju's looks and figure, they are certainly not lacking in other aspects. I appreciate the thought. After Gu Yan tidied up and thanked him, he climbed into bed and started browsing videos on his phone. As for Zhang Ro and Wu Qianqian, whom he had just added on WeChat today, neither had sent him a message. He was too lazy to guess what the other party might be thinking. Tomorrow he would receive his training uniform, and the day after military training would begin, marking the start of university life. Women and love were merely colorful aspects of university life. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Gu Yan held his phone and pondered many things, gradually transitioning from military training to system tasks. Perhaps during military training, he could create triggers for random tasks. How to trigger them would depend on the situation at that time. After all, military training mostly involved standing at attention and marching, and the only opportunity for triggers would likely be during breaks or when instructors called on students to showcase their talents. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and suddenly a girl in plain clothes with calloused hands appeared in his thoughts, but was quickly dismissed. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory where Lin Yunju was, excitement filled the air as well. The 6 girls had washed up early and lay in their beds. Just like in the boys' dormitory, aside from cosmetics, dresses, and jewelry bags, the most discussed topic was still the boys. Yunju, are you and your boyfriend both locals? Yes, we attended the same high school. Lin Yunju lay in bed, ignoring the text message from Chen Xian, slowly scrolling through luxury item photos and prices online. Zhao Xian on bed number 2 exclaimed in surprise, leaning over the bed railing, her fair little feet pointed, gossiping curiously. So you were together since high school then? Well, your family has 4 houses in Nanjing, so you won't have to worry about buying a house in the future. If it were me, I would choose Chen Xian too. I'm so envious of you. Lin Yunju looked at the pictures of luxury items on her screen, and upon hearing Zhao Xin's envious words, she couldn't help but smile. Her high school friends often spoke like this, expressing their envy without reservation. However, she chose Chen Xian simply because there was no one more suitable. So far they had only held hands at most, and as a girlfriend she still had to give Chen Xian face, and would actively link her arm with his when they were out. This way she could create an image of being devoted to her boyfriend, and Chen Xian would feel good about it, making him more willing to buy her things later. That is the clever strategy. By the way, what do you think of Gu Yan? The dormitory fell silent for a moment, and Zhao Xian suddenly asked the others, her gaze directed at Zhang Ro on bed number 4, who was also looking at items in the online store and adding them to her shopping cart one by one. He's very handsome, both aloof, and has a charming bad boy vibe. The girl on bed number 3 pressed her phone to her chest, sighing, if only he were my boyfriend. Chen Xian told me his family isn't wealthy. Would you still be interested? Lin Yunju put down her phone and of course, being rich without looks is a sin, but how could a handsome guy with wealth ever be interested in an ordinary girl like me? The girl on bed number 3 turned over and lay on her stomach, mimicking Zhao Xine by raising her feet and swaying them slightly back and forth, her face displaying an expression of longing. Guys like Gu Yin who are good-looking but come from average families, that's my chance. Even if it means eating plain food, such looks are still appetizing, hee. Another round-faced girl on bed number 5 laughed cheerfully. You're already late. The beauties of Jiang University are all adding him on WeChat. By the way, Zhang Ro, did you message the handsome guy Gu? I just added him. It's too soon to send a message. Girls should hold back a bit. If he's the right one, then I'll take. Zhang Ro had her own plans. She knew Gu Yin had a Mercedes worth 600,000 to 700,000, but he usually dressed very simply, likely a low-key wealthy young man. The more she thought about it, the more she knew she couldn't rush Gu, otherwise being too enthusiastic would make her seem too casual in his eyes. Wealthy people like proactive women, but they would never marry someone too easygoing. Huh. You added him and haven't sent a single message. You need to hurry. I heard that a sophomore girl also added Gu on WeChat today. Zhao Xin's personality was outgoing and cheerful, good at chatting and making friends. On the day of registration, she had already visited several dormitories nearby, getting along well with many girls. She was of course the most in touch with the latest news. Once military training is over, I'm afraid the number of beauties attracted to Gus' looks will multiply several times. Freshmen generally have the priority in choosing partners during military training and welcome parties, and with Gu Yan's looks, he would definitely catch the attention of many girls. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ro felt a bit flustered, but she stubbornly replied, he's different. He's aloof. How could so many girls like him? On the other side, Lin Yunju glanced at Zhang Rao's bed, and in her line of sight, she could see the various online shopping items displayed on Zhang Rao's phone, most of which were quite expensive. Actually, on the day of registration, she had also secretly analyzed the personalities and preferences of her 5 roommates. Zhang Ro was quite similar to her. Both were quite picky girls. But why was she interested in Gu Yin, who came from an average background and dressed ordinarily? Was it really just for his looks? Lin Yunju, being meticulous in her thoughts, naturally pondered more. Just as she was scrolling through a luxury item, her attention was suddenly captured by a pair of rose gold earrings in the picture. Wait a minute. She found the rose gold earrings somewhat familiar. Suddenly recalling that during lunch today, Gu Yin had worn a similar pair of rose gold earrings on his left ear, the more she compared, the more they resembled. She quickly opened another web page to search for Bulgari rose gold earrings, and upon seeing the price, her eyes widened. 10,008. So the Gu Yin whom Chun Xian described as having an average family background has earrings worth 5,000 each. Suddenly she recalled Zhang Rao's earlier words, he's different. It seemed that he was indeed different, hiding it so well. The next morning, early in the day, the 6 people in room 502 had already begun cleaning the dormitory. There were still remnants of paper scraps and dust left by the previous students in the corners. Despite the noise, everyone still paid attention to the cleanliness of the dormitory. No one wanted to spend their college life in a pile of garbage. Even Chen Xian, who often boasted about his family's 4 houses, was using a mop to scrub the floor. Lu Ping, Chen Xin, Zhao Zhenqin Mu, and Gu Yin cleaned everything from the wash basin and toilet to their own wardrobes and desks. By noon, Chen Xian invited everyone to the second cafeteria for lunch. Although it was all communal food, it still tasted quite good. Gu Yin thought it was at least much better than the food from his high school. There are especially many people today, both new and returning students. Zhao Zhen returned with a tray and sat down across from Gu Yin, while Lu Ping took a bite of rice and asked, how do you know? Chen Xian replied while eating and looking at his phone without raising his head, don't you know to ask the lady serving food. New students come to familiarize themselves, while old students come to check out the beauties or handsome guys. Qin Mu pointed to a table in front where several senior girls were glancing over, secretly saying, for us, being with old Gu feels like the stars overshadowing the bright moon, rather pitiful. Gu Yin smiled, but remained silent, focusing on his meal. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a solitary figure sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. Recognizing her by her silhouette and 2 braided pigtails, he guessed who it was. However, he merely took a casual glance. After finishing lunch, the 6 of them received a message from their class group that military training would start tomorrow. The counselor had already notified the students to report to the classroom at 1 in the afternoon. They probably needed to get acquainted. The 6 of them tidied up their trays and left the cafeteria, hurrying towards the teaching building. They soon found classroom 204, their designated classroom, along with other classmates rushing in. At this point, quite a few people were already scattered inside, forming several small circles based on their dormitories. Whenever someone entered, everyone would glance over. If it was a roommate from their dorm, they would inevitably raise their hands to greet them, inviting them to sit next to them. Gu Yin walked in behind Chen Xian and the other 5. At a height of 185 meters, he stood out prominently in the crowd, immediately attracting the attention of many. The finance department traditionally had an even gender ratio. Naturally, there were no shortage of girls. I can't believe there is such a handsome guy in my class. Can you guys find out what that handsome guy's name is? No need, the counselor will take attendance later. The fact that I will be in the same classroom as that handsome guy for 4 years makes me excited. So this is what it feels like to be infatuated. I feel like I'm going to fall in love. What if I accidentally get pregnant during college? What if the baby is really ugly? As the child grows, what preschool will they attend, then elementary school, middle school, university? And finally, take care of grandchildren. I'll forget it, I'm not going to date. The few boys, overwhelmed by the girl's thoughts on love, instinctively pulled away from her, covering their faces. Guyen, who was the center of attention, was not comfortable either. Being so eye-catching made it hard for him to even walk normally. Chun Xian, Zhao Zhun, and Qin Mu, who were walking in front, complained as they sat in the back row. If I had known, I wouldn't have walked in front. It makes us look like bodyguards clearing the way for you. Lu Ping's comment displeased Chun Xian the most, who took out his iPhone and chatted with Lin Yunju, inquiring about her class and subtly probing whether Zhang Ro had any potential with Guyen. Soon the counselor Zhao Rong entered the classroom with the attendance sheet. Having worked here for 6 years, she was quite competent as a counselor. Upon reaching the podium, she made a witty self-introduction and congratulated all the students present for arriving at their ideal school. Alright students, my phone number is written on the blackboard. Please save it when you have the time. My WeChat ID is also my phone number. Over the next 4 years, I hope we can have a pleasant companionship. Whether in life, studies, or mental health, if you encounter difficulties, I hope you can communicate with me so we can overcome them together. Zhao Rong wrote her phone number on the blackboard, then turned around to open the attendance sheet, calling out each student one by one and asking them to introduce themselves. While standing next to her, she carefully observed and noted their appearances and figures. Guyene. Upon calling this name, Zhao Rong lifted her gaze and saw a tall figure standing among several boys in the back row. With his fair complexion and chiseled features paired with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he was quite striking. She did not expect there to be such a handsome guy in the class. After Gu Yin introduced himself and shared his interests, Zhao Rong couldn't help but tease this handsome young man. Classmate Gu, you could easily rely on your looks, yet you choose to rely on your strength. I have high hopes for you. How about running for class president? No need, I'm lazy. Gu Yin succinctly expressed his lack of interest. He came to college to enjoy leisurely time after classes, not to be busy with various activities. Running for class president or student council positions might sound good as a way to prepare for society, but frankly, it just makes one a tool. Zhao Rong, realizing that Gu Yin was indeed not interested in that area, did not press further. In the following hour, the class officers were quickly selected, with a girl named Xiao Lingling becoming the class president. Meanwhile, Gu Yin leaned back in his chair, indifferent to the noisy class, lost in thought and unaware of what he... Let's set aside class matters for now. Starting next Monday, which is tomorrow, you will begin military training. I believe you are not unfamiliar with military training. Although it is tiring and tough, I believe my classmates can overcome it. Zhao Rong called Xiao Lingling over, saying, Class president, bring a few boys with you to the office to get the military training uniforms and distribute them to everyone in the classroom. The height and weight information was already submitted on the first day of enrollment, so there should be no issues with the sizes of the uniforms. As the military training uniforms were being distributed, Gu Yan's phone suddenly beeped with a new message. It was from Zhang Ro, as well as a message from senior Wu Qianqian. Zhang Ro, handsome. Gu, how many people are in your class? Zhang Ro, handsome, why aren't you talking? We're selecting class officers, and I'm so bored hiding in the back. Wu Qianqian Jr., what are you doing? I thought that after adding WeChat you'd take the initiative to chat with me, but I was so excited for nothing yesterday. Gu Yin scrolled through the messages and switched to Douyin. Who sent you a message? Chun Xian suddenly, advertising message. Chun Xian pouted. He had actually seen it earlier, but wanted to get closer to Gu Yin. No matter how jealous Chun Xian was, he knew just how handsome Gu Yin was. Just now, when Gu Yin was switching TikTok videos, he caught sight of 2 unread text messages and knew without guessing that one of them was from Zhang Ro. The other one must be from that senior girl who was applying makeup downstairs at the girls' dormitory. Although that senior's looks were just above average, her figure was unmatched by his girlfriend Lin Yunju, and even Zhang Ro couldn't compare. There was a mature and plump beauty to her. Why do all the good things happen to him? I'm handsome too, and my family is wealthy. Chun Xian gripped his phone, lowering his head as the voices in the classroom turned into a buzzing noise in his ears. Gu Yin, sitting nearby, was oblivious to Chun Xian's nearly twisted expression. After a while, Zhao Rong returned with Xiao Lingling and a few male classmates. They lined up to collect their training uniforms for military training, each person taking their appropriate size. Everyone then changed into their uniforms in the classroom, trying them on over their clothes to check the fit. If they didn't fit, they could inform the instructor on the spot to get a replacement. Naturally, Gu Yin also tried on the uniform in the classroom. Wearing the military training outfit over his white t-shirt, his tall and muscular frame made the camouflage uniform accentuate his rugged and rebellious face, giving off a unique charm. The girls in the class couldn't take their eyes off him, and some even secretly took photos of Gu Yan in the camouflage uniform as he leaned against the window looking outside. Then they paired it with a caption. The originally dull college life has begun, and unexpectedly on the first day, I discovered such a handsome guy in our class. Over the next 4 years, please guide me, handsome Gu. Several heart-shaped cartoon icons were added after the title. The Nanda forum had many posts every day, and posts like this were not uncommon. Some were from senior sisters who discovered handsome freshmen secretly took photos or directly approached to ask for WeChat numbers, and within days they would post a couple's photo with a heartfelt caption. Originally, it was an unremarkable post, but as more and more people viewed it and the replies increased, it remained pinned at the top. Finally, it's not a photo scam. Those who flaunt their look should come here to wash their eyes. This is what a handsome guy looks like. While the way he looks outside the window is so melancholic. But in the second photo where he looked at the blackboard, his gaze was so sharp that my legs felt weak. Sister who posted, don't hog the information, I'll quickly tell me which department this handsome guy is in. At this moment in the management department, Zhang Ro was taking off the military uniform she had tried on and putting it back in the plastic bag when Zhao Xian suddenly called out. It's him. Then she tugged at Zhang Rao's sleeve. Zhang Ro, quick look. Gu Yan is featured on the homepage of the Nanda forum, and there are so many replies, he's about to become famous. What? Zhang Ro quickly put down the plastic bag, stood next to Zhao Xian, and looked at the screen showing Gu Yan by the window. It really is him. I can't believe he's so popular. Of course he is popular. A handsome guy like him would be a top-tier presence even in the entertainment industry, and he doesn't even wear makeup. Zhang Ro pressed her lips together, unable to hide her smile, but then she looked down at her phone. Remembering the 2 messages she sent earlier that morning without any response, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. From middle school to high school, she had always been at goddess level, especially with her long legs, which few girls could match. Even her roommate Lin Yunju could only compare with her in looks. In terms of legs, she could easily outshine her by a street. With her charm, how could he ignore her? Thinking of this, Zhang Ro couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance. How can you do this? I've already added you on WeChat. If you were a bit more proactive, wouldn't love just come to you? Lin Yunju naturally caught onto Zhang Rao's expression, as she felt a sense of relief that such a handsome guy didn't become romantically involved with her roommate. However, she wouldn't show a schadenfreude expression and even used a comforting tone to pull them a bit further apart. Zhang Ro, you saw it too. This Gu Yan is quite popular. But a man shouldn't only be judged by looks. Abilities and family background are also pillars for future families. When looking for a boyfriend, it's better to find someone reliable. Zhang Ro nodded non-committally, but her thoughts were completely different from what Lin Yunju said. Someone who drives a convertible Mercedes to school must come from a wealthy family. Gu Yan's cold demeanor must be related to his upbringing. While she was just an ordinary girl, catching up with such a refined and distant rich second generation would require considerable effort. Cheer up, Zhang Ro. Determined, Zhang Rao's mood improved significantly. She cheerfully asked a few sisters who were descending together to the dormitory. By the way, military training is starting soon, and I haven't bought sunscreen yet. How about we go to the city after lunch to shop together? Sure, I also need to buy some. Zhao Xian jumped happily a couple of times. I won't be going. The other 3 girls shook their heads. Yunju, are you going? My sunscreen seems to be running out. Lin Yunju had nothing much to do anyway, so it was a good opportunity to go shopping. She could also bring Chun Xian along to help pay, taking the chance to show off in front of Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian. After the 3 girls made their decision, Lin Yunju quickly sent a text to Chun Xian mentioning that Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian would be going with her. Meanwhile, at the second cafeteria, Gu Yan and his companions were finishing their meal and joking around. Chun Xian received the message and his face lit up. In the afternoon, I won't be joining you guys. I'm going out to accompany my girlfriend for shopping. Come on, Chun, we agreed to play together in the evening, and you just bail on us halfway. There's nothing I can do. I'm someone with a girlfriend. How can I be as carefree as you? I have to help carry bags. Though Chun Xian claimed it was a tough job, his words were laden with pride. Moreover, he hadn't told anyone that Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian were also going shopping. One was a leggy beauty who could match his girlfriend, and the other was slightly less stunning, but still above average, making her one of the class beauties. Chun Xian naturally had his own little schemes. In front of those 2 girls, he could showcase his boyfriend's skills, enhancing their affection for him, and who knows, he might end up with both. He instinctively glanced at Gu Yan, who was walking ahead. Old Gu was such a closed book. With his outstanding looks, he could easily attract many beauties, yet he insisted on keeping a low profile, just like I have to work hard despite my family's 4 houses. Old Gu, oh old Gu, I'm already going ahead of you. Why does that sound a bit off? Lu Ping and the others, hearing what Chun Xian said, had no choice but to turn their heads to look at Gu Yan, who was silently walking through the gaze of passing girls. Old Gu, since Chun Xian isn't coming to play, why don't you join me? I don't play, and besides, I have something to do in the afternoon. That's not an excuse, that's true. He really doesn't know how to play mobile games. Back in high school, he spent all his time studying, and and when he had free time, he played basketball at the hoop downstairs. His phone was old and lagged, making it impossible to play games. However, he had read some online literature. After resting in the dormitory for a while, Gu Yin changed into another t-shirt, still white, paired with jeans and white sneakers. After tidying up for a bit, he was ready to head out, only to find that Chen Xian had already left. He greeted the other 4 roommates who were busy playing games and left the dormitory building, strolling leisurely to the parking lot at the side gate of Nanda. Here, apart from a few couples from the 2nd and 3rd year coming and going, no one paid him any attention. His brand new convertible Mercedes had gathered some dust. He opened the door, got in, started the car, and quickly drove out of the side gate, following the navigation to the bustling Holiday Plaza in Nanjing. The plaza was constructed in a U-shape with 3 levels in total. He parked the Mercedes in the outdoor parking area and wandered through the counters and shops in the first-floor lobby, most of which were cosmetics, as well as women's lingerie and jewelry stores. There were a few luxury stores, but they were sparsely attended, as buying luxury goods still had its thresholds. He had over 30,000 left. Buying luxury items seemed pointless, and he could just wait for the system to provide them for free. As he wandered to the 2nd floor, Gu Yin happened to see the Huawei phone logo ahead, and decided to change his old phone first. With that thought, he stepped inside. "Sir, welcome to Huawei." Stepping into the mobile phone store, the lobby featured 2 square columns in the middle, surrounded by glass display cabinets arranged in a square shape with experience zones for various phone models on either side of the columns. A sales assistant in her 20s approached Guyan in the experience area. Although he might not buy an expensive phone, at least she wouldn't adopt the condescending attitude. Moreover, explaining the phone models to a handsome guy put her in a good mood. "I wonder what your needs for a phone are, and what is your psychological price range, so that I can recommend the most suitable phone for you." The sales assistant wore a deep black professional suit, with her skirt revealing her calves and knees wrapped in nude stockings, the black high heels making a tap-tap sound as she moved between various phone models. Guyan listened attentively to her explanation. He wasn't very knowledgeable about this area. After all, he was still using a second-hand phone discarded by his father, Gu Jianjun. "Neat. I haven't thought too much about it, probably within 9,000. Upon hearing this price, the sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she quickly took a few steps back, extending her hand dramatically to introduce a model in front of her that was a velvet white. "This is the Huawei Pura 80, priced at 8,999. Its appearance is grand and simple, not only suitable for business elites, but also in line with your temperament, sir." "I'm a student." "That's even better. This phone is bound to attract many envious looks. Those who work in sales know how to talk. If you like taking photos, this model is even more suitable for you. It is equipped with the Kirin 9100 chip and Harmony OS, featuring satellite communication and AI photography, perfect for researchers and photography enthusiasts. It has a grand and simple appearance, yet is not lacking in fashion." Guyan was also quite fond of this phone. He nodded, saying, "Then I'll take this one. Let's check out now." The deal was made. The sales assistant felt a rush of joy, quickly putting down the demo model and inviting Guyan to the counter to finalize the purchase. Soon a staff member brought the Pura 80 phone, transferring Guyan's contacts from his old phone, and after processing the payment and WeChat, handed him the shopping bag and phone box with both hands. After completing the payment, Guyan stepped out of the mobile phone store and glanced at his entire outfit, which cost less than 100 yuan. "Since I'm already here, I might as well buy a few outfits. It's a pity that the system doesn't have random tasks. I can only spend my savings." Just as he mentioned the system, its voice rang in Guyan's mind. "Ding. As a male god, how can you appear so shabby in your clothing? Spend your limited funds wisely to dress up your image. Status incomplete. Reward monthly allowance of 100,000. Pocket money. A steady stream. That's quite a nice reward." At least it relieved Guyan's worries. Even if random tasks didn't offer much monetary reward, this monthly allowance was enough for him to live comfortably and leisurely through his 4 years of university. With that thought, he headed to the 3rd floor's men's clothing section. After all, in many shopping malls, women's purchasing power always ranks first, so most clothing and skincare stores are prominently displayed. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Guyan also thought about how to mix and match reasonably. Considering that he only had a little over 40,000 in savings, he couldn't spend like those characters in novels who casually drop hundreds of thousands. That would be an act beyond what a normal person could do. It can't be cheap, nor can it be overly expensive. Reasonable prices. With that in mind, Guyan first walked into the nearest Li-Ning store. Meanwhile, 3 girls and 1 boy were also wandering through various skincare stores on the 1st floor of the Holiday Plaza. "Yinzhu, how is this sunscreen?" Zhao Xian asked through the glass, pointing at a bottle covered in English. After seeing the price tag below reading 573, she immediately withdrew her hand. "This place is too expensive. Let's skip it and check out another store." Zhang Ro approached, casually glancing at the price, and nodded nonchalantly. "It really is expensive. Oh, let's go look elsewhere." Lin Yunju naturally saw the price of that sunscreen. Seeing that the other two girls wanted to leave, she knew they were reluctant to spend money. Of course, Lin Yunju was also concerned about her wallet. With a glimmer in her eyes, she turned to Qin Xian with a pitiful expression. Xian, it will be scorching during military training, and regular sunscreen won't be very effective. You wouldn't want us to get tanned, would you? While saying this, she reached out to grab Qin Xian's arm, playfully shaking it. Qin Xian couldn't resist such an expression and tone, but thinking about the price of over 500, he felt a pang in his heart. But if he backed down in front of three girls, not only would Lin Yunju feel embarrassed, but he would also lose face, and the other two girls would look down on him. If he hoped to have both arms around them in the future, that would be a pipe dream. Buy it. Qin Xian steeled himself, secretly thinking, it's just a few $100, at worst I can sweet-talk my parents into sending me some more money. Xian, you're so nice. Lin Yunju sweetly leaned closer. Qin Xian had never experienced such treatment before, and foolishly pulled out his phone to check out. Afterwards, Lin Yunju released him easily, carrying her shopping bag as they continued to stroll through the mall. She occasionally asked Jiang Ro and Guyan if they had made any progress, sometimes subtly probing into Guyan's family background. We haven't talked much. How would I know what his family is like? Qin Xian lives with him in the same dorm. Doesn't he know better? Jiang Ro responded perfunctorily, while feeling troubled inside. That Guyan was simply too aloof, or perhaps it felt like he was just not interested in her at all. Otherwise, why would he take so long without initiating a message, not even a single one? You've come to the right person for this. Qin Xian quickly walked up to a line with the three girls excitedly, saying when old Gu came, he didn't wear any brand-name clothes, and some of his outfits looked wrinkled and seemed worn for several years. His shoes were also dirty and worn out. If his family was wealthy, how could he show up on the first day at Nanda dressed like that? Zhao Xian and Lin Yunju silently nodded, especially the latter, who subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ro. Could it be that Jiang Ro is only attracted to Guyan's looks? However, she didn't continue to speculate and instead asked in a guiding tone, half truthfully, by the way, I remember last time, when we had dinner, I saw an earring in Guyan's left ear that looked familiar. It seemed to be from Bulgari. Qin Xian laughed, saying, Ha, Yunju, you don't know that there are imitations on the market. You can buy a bunch for just a few dozen bucks. Lin Yunju suddenly felt much clearer. Right, why did I think he was some rich second generation just because of an earring? If he really were, would his parents let him wear such ordinary and even somewhat cheap clothes? That would be a disgrace to the family. Thinking that the other party wasn't rich, she felt much better. This way she wouldn't feel like she had missed out on an opportunity to become a wealthy wife. Saying this, she affectionately pulled Jiang Ro along. You two haven't chosen a sunscreen yet. Let's go check that area. Okay. Jiang Ro smiled, clearly aware that the cosmetics over there were quite ordinary, but hearing Lin Yunju say so, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. Before long, she and Zhao Xian picked out the same sunscreen, and they left without being a third, while heading back first. As they came out, they unexpectedly bumped into Guyan, who was carrying several bags. Isn't that handsome, Guyan? Buying so many clothes. Zhao Xian observed from a distance, and then dragged Jiang Ro to catch up, thinking it would be nice to return to school together, and maybe even play matchmaker for Guyan and Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro certainly wished to get closer to Guyan. With Zhao Xian by her side, she found it easier to strike up a conversation with him. They chased out of the mall breathless, and followed him to the outdoor parking lot. Guyan. Handsome Guyan. Guyan, who was still immersed in the system's reward of monthly pocket money, stopped, and turned around upon hearing these two calls. He saw Jiang Ro pulling Zhao Xian, her cheeks flushed as she panted. Why are you walking so fast? I called you so many times in the mall, but you didn't hear me. Guyan took off his Bluetooth headset, and smiled faintly at the two girls. I truly didn't hear you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Xian looked at the several shopping bags in Guyan's hands. Wow, handsome Guyan, did you buy so many things? Jiang Ro also looked over. Some brands she recognized, while others she did not. Many were even in English. The most recognizable ones were Uniqlo and Adidas, followed by Seven Wolves and Peacebird. Individually, they weren't expensive, but buying so many at once made the total pricey, and there were different brands and stuff. She roughly calculated in her mind. It would cost at least 7,000 or 8,000. Handsome Guyan, let's go back to school together. Zhao Xian pointed to the bus stop outside the parking lot. You're also going back? Yeah. Zhao Xian pulled Jiang Ro and walked out. Seemingly realizing something was off, she turned around to see Guyan already walking in the opposite direction, stopping at a nearby parking space. Handsome Guyan, you're going the wrong way. Before Zhao Xian could finish her sentence, she heard two honks. A pearl-white convertible Mercedes flashed its lights, leaving her stunned. Guyan, is this your car? As she came to her senses, Zhao Xian saw Guyan open the front storage compartment of the car and toss his shopping bags inside. She covered her mouth in shock and quickly looked at Jiang Ro, who had a knowing expression. Guyan, can we ride in your car too? You wouldn't want us to squeeze onto the bus, would you? Jiang Ro suppressed her excitement and looked at Guyan with a pitiful expression. Feeling the pressure of their gazes, Guyan finally nodded. Sure, let's go together. As he spoke, he opened the only two doors, expressionlessly motioning for the two to get in quickly. He then turned to get in from the other side, casually tossing his phone from his pocket onto the passenger seat. This seat was quite special. No girl had ever sat there. At that moment, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. System monthly pocket money of 1000 has been activated. It will be automatically deposited into the host's account on the 1st of every month. If less than a month, it will be counted as a full month. The moment the notification ended, the phone on the passenger seat suddenly emitted the sound of coins raining down, followed by a notification sound for money received. Dear user of Sueji Pay, you have received a total of 1000 yuan. Please check your account. Guyan frowned. He had forgotten to turn off the Sueji Pay notification settings. Meanwhile, the two girls in the back seat exchanged wide-eyed glances. The two girls sat cautiously in the car, the luxurious interior and red leather seats, making them a bit apprehensive. As Gu Yin started the car and drove out of the parking lot, Zhao Xian quietly messaged Jiang Ro on WeChat. He is so wealthy. Jiang Ro glanced at the text message on her phone screen and exchanged a knowing look with Zhao Xian, signaling her to refrain from asking too many questions. Little did she know that the usually lively and outgoing Zhao Xian misunderstood her hint, thinking Jiang Ro was suggesting she should inquire further. Zhao Xian, with her inherently cheerful and open personality, didn't like to keep things hidden. She simply leaned forward against the front passenger seat's backrest and asked the driving Gu Yan, "Gu handsome, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Why are you usually so low-key?" Gu Yan replied succinctly, focusing on driving, while dismissing a payment notification on his phone, casting a cold glance at the rearview mirror. Just then Zhao Xian caught his gaze and quickly stuck out her tongue. "Oh, I won't ask anymore, we won't say anything reckless." Zhao Xian assumed his look was a warning and quickly made a promise. As she returned to her seat, she couldn't help but glance at Gu Yan, casually tossing his phone onto the passenger seat. "Gu handsome, was that 100,000 just your pocket money?" Gu Yan didn't even look back, his expression indifferent as he focused on driving, simply replying to him. The two girls in the back seat were instantly dumbfounded. Jiang Ro clenched her fingers, her heart shocked beyond measure. A monthly allowance of 100,000 was a staggering impact for her. Her family lived in the second ring of Shi City. Though not poor, they were not wealthy either. As a girl, her monthly living expenses were higher, but she only received around 2,500, sometimes just over 2,000. After all, 95% of students are ordinary people, with living expenses ranging from slightly over 1,000 to 2,000, not to mention those from impoverished backgrounds. What does 100,000 even mean? A significant portion of families can't save that much money in a year, while Guyan's pocket money is this much. Since it's pocket money, does that mean you get that much every month? Just a simple hum from you. Why do I feel it's so extravagant? Faced with such a wealthy, rich, second-generation, Jiang Ro suddenly felt a chasm between them, making her somewhat uncomfortable in conversation. Gu Yan glanced at the rearview mirror, but didn't think much of the expressions on the girls' faces. Rich people are still human. Can't you see I'm not dressed expensively? Jiang Ro couldn't help but retort in her mind. It wasn't expensive, but spending 7,000 or 8,000 in one go is indeed pricey. I've never had such close contact with a wealthy person before. Zhao Xin's personality gradually returned, and she laughed heartily. You wouldn't understand how many rich friends do we common folk have around us. Wouldn't I have to mention it a couple of times? Gu Yan, you're so rich and handsome, you must have had many girls pursuing you in high school, right? In the steadily moving Mercedes, there was a brief silence. After turning a corner, Gu Yan slowly opened his mouth. No. He glanced at the astonished and disbelieving expressions of the two girls in the rearview mirror, but offered no further explanation. Whatever, believe it or not. You're so handsome and wealthy, how could there be no girls pursuing you? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me. Zhao Xin's disbelief was even more apparent. I've had someone I liked, but she didn't like me back. Gu Yan didn't want to continue this topic, so he succinctly brushed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian stopped pressing further and quickly winked at Jiang Ro. The implied message was, sister, your opportunity has come, seize it. Jiang Ro took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward to rest her hands on the armrest. Gu Yan, have you ever thought about finding a girlfriend in college? I've thought about it. It depends on fate. Gu Yan spoke truthfully. He might not believe in love, but he absolutely believed in the feeling of attraction. If he didn't feel a spark with a woman, it was unlikely that his heart would be engaged in a relationship. If he were to date in college, he would do so openly and without reservations. Settling just to increase the frequency of bickering would only lead to an unhappy ending. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ro diverted her gaze and didn't press further, nor would she ask foolish questions like, what do you think of me? Since he said it like that, it was clear he had no feelings for her. Moreover, being overly persistent would only make Gu Yan look down on her, and she wouldn't even be able to maintain a friendship. Along the way, Zhao Xian actively engaged Jiang Ro in conversation, frequently mentioning her merits and sharing various interesting stories with Gu Yan. Soon the three returned to the side door parking lot. Gu Yin took down the items he bought and casually handed a cigarette to two security guards costing just over 200, not too expensive. This action naturally left a deeper impression on Zhao Xian and Zhang Ro, who were waiting for him. After all being socially astute, his emotional intelligence couldn't be low. Once they parted ways with Gu Yin and returned to the girls' dormitory, as soon as the door closed, Zhao Xian exclaimed, "Zhang Ro, if you start eating well in the future, you must share some soup with your sister." "What?" Zhang Ro looked at her with a face full of confusion. "Poo-poo, don't get the wrong idea. What I mean is, if Gu Yin, this handsome guy, is so wealthy, and you become his girlfriend, you can't forget about me, your matchmaker. We haven't even started yet." Zhang Ro was happy in her heart, but she dared not say too much. What if it? Just thinking about how Lin Yunju treats that Chun Xian like a treasure, not realizing that there's a powerful figure in Chun Xian's dormitory. I wonder what her expression would be if she found out. Zhao Xian lay back on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, chuckling to herself. Zhang Ro wiped the sweat from her fair neck and gently smiled. "Don't say anything reckless, I'll remember your promise in the car." "Got it," Zhao Xian responded while hugging her pillow. Meanwhile, Gu Yin returned to dormitory 502 with the spoils of the day. The dorm was empty, and seeing that it was almost dinner time, aside from Chun Xian, who was with his girlfriend, the other four had probably gone to line up in the cafeteria. Having just been here for 2 days, everyone still felt a strong sense of novelty about the new environment. However, after 2 or 3 months, it was likely that they would be calling their adoptive fathers with a humble tone, asking them to bring food. Gu Yin took out clothes and pants from the bag and hung them in the wardrobe, then left the dormitory building to go to the second cafeteria for a meal. On the way, he bumped into Lu Ping and Qin Mu, who had just finished eating and were smoking. "Old Gu, if you had come a bit later, there would have been no food left." Zhao Zhen pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Gu Yin. "Where did you run off to this afternoon?" "I went to the city for a stroll and going to eat now." Gu Yin replied, slipping the cigarette into his pocket after greeting the four of them, and headed straight to the cafeteria. With money in his wallet, he naturally didn't want to skimp on himself, so he went up to the second floor of the cafeteria, ordered 2 small stir-fries and a kelp vermicelli soup, and settled down by the window on the right side of the second floor. Halfway through his meal, he vaguely heard a scolding sound from below the window. Although he initially paid no attention, it was indeed a bit noisy outside. "From now on, you'll be in charge of fetching water for the dormitory. Shouldn't we say something, or others will think we're— Hey, I called you to smoke here. If we smoke outside, it won't look good if someone sees us. Don't worry, this isn't some vocational school. No one will bully you here." Upon hearing the name Shinwei, Gu Yin put down his chopsticks, stood up, and looked down from the window. The side of the second cafeteria was a red brick wall very close to the cafeteria, creating an alley in between. Several girls were crouching under the wall holding cigarettes, or with them between their lips. Lined up in a row next to them was a thermos bottle of warm water. Another girl was holding a faded thermos cup, her worn-out travel shoes standing out against the rest. "Speaking of which, I really admire you for being able to get into Nanda from such a place. You have quite a talent." "Hee, but I need to trouble you today to help me get a bottle of water. I'm going to meet a handsome guy later, and I don't have time to—" Among the 5 girls, the one smoking threw away her cigarette, but clasped her hands together and playfully bowed to Shinwei across from her. "Okay, I'll help you later." Shinwei raised her small face and gently nodded. Unlike children from normal families, she appeared timid and fearful, showing some trepidation when facing new classmates, as if afraid that speaking too much would offend them. "Then I'll leave first. I'm going to eat." After she finished speaking, she cautiously left the alley. The bustling crowd outside made her previously oppressed heart feel much better. Having read some extracurricular books on psychology before, she understood why she felt inferior and sensitive. Therefore, after coming to the big city, she had thought about how to overcome it. Gu Yin stood on the second floor watching the departing figure. An idea formed in his mind. He had been thinking about how to present the rewards given by the system to his parents in a legitimate manner, or rather how to make them feel justified in spending. Then he could only build a company himself, using this excuse to prevent his parents from suspecting. But a company needed manpower, preferably trusted confidants. Thus, this pure and untainted Shenwei might just be the best candidate. Thinking this, Gu Yin finished the last bit of his meal, stood up, and left the cafeteria on the second floor. He arrived at the hall on the first floor, where he saw a solitary figure sitting in the corner, as there were not many people left. "Do you eat this every day?" Hearing the familiar voice, Shenwei lifted her gaze, only to see Gu Yin standing beside her with a cool expression. He then went to the cafeteria counter, had the staff serve a portion of meat dishes, and silently placed it in front of "What are you doing?" Shenwei's face turned slightly red with anxiety. "This is for you." Gu Yin pushed the plate of food in front of the girl, seeing that she remained still, leaving her with a simple message: "Take your time eating, I've already paid," and left. Only after he exited did the girl slowly lift her gaze, the blush still lingering. She looked at the bowl and chopsticks in front of her, the fragrant stir-fried dishes. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly raised her hand to pick up the chopsticks and began to eat small bites. She understood that Gu Yin left to take care of her feelings, just like last time when he helped her pay that 700 yuan without saying a word. As for what the girl thought, Gu Yin had no way of knowing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he lay back on his bed and chatted for a while with Zhang Ro, who had messaged him, and that senior Wu Qianqian, before flipping through videos. He had no aversion to the video content, whether it was lighthearted and funny or featured beautiful women, he could accept it. As for spending money on it, he had never even considered. System enjoy every wonderful moment without worrying about gains or losses, just for the sheer pleasure. Reward 1,000 yuan. Alright, maintaining a relaxed mindset. While flipping through a few videos, the random reward came. 1,000 yuan was neither too much nor too little. Even a mosquito is still meat. As the lights were about to go out, Chen Xian also returned to the dormitory. He instinctively glanced at Gu Yin, who was leaning against the head of the bed scrolling on his phone, and let out an exclamation. Old Gu, did you get a new phone? What happened to the old one? You just bought it today. Chen Xian didn't say anything, and the others hadn't noticed yet. After all, as soon as Gu Yin came back, he lay on the bed and didn't deliberately show off his new phone. This phone looks a bit high-end. What brand is it? Before Gu Yin could answer, Chen Xian spoke first. It's a domestic phone, but it's quite expensive. I said, old Gu, if you have that much money, why not get an iPhone? While speaking, Chen Xian took out his iPhone, which he bought last year, to show off. Gu Yin just chuckled a couple of times without even turning his head. Chen Xian, where have you been all day? The tall Chen Qing poked his head out from the bed and asked. Of course I was with my girlfriend. People like you who have never even held a girl's hand don't understand how troublesome it is to accompany a girl shopping. Chen Xian complained as he sat in a chair, resting his feet on the desk, lighting a cigarette, and sighing. You've seen my girlfriend, she's so beautiful. I didn't expect her to be so clingy, as if she feared I would abandon her. After finishing dinner outside, she was reluctant to return to the dormitory beside. The short-haired Zhao Zhen was not having it. I see you are just a sycophant, completely clueless that you're being manipulated by women. She might just see you as a cash cow, ha. What do you know? Chen Xian glared back angrily. I've had plenty of girlfriends, how would I not understand? When pursuing girls, don't pamper them too much, it's best to treat them strictly. Zhao Zhen laughed at his defiance, saying, let me tell you, my master once said that when pursuing girls, it's best to be direct and straightforward. Direct and straightforward. Qin Mu scoffed. Does that mean saying, beauty, shall we rest together? Not to mention Qin Mu's words were indeed quite amusing, causing everyone in the dormitory to burst into laughter. Even Gu Yin couldn't help but grin. Zhao Zhen, who had been ridiculed, huffed and lay back on his bed. I'm just trying to share my master's wisdom. If you don't listen, then you'll remain single for all 4 years of college. Before the lights went out, Lin Yunju returned to the dormitory, took out the sunscreen she bought today, and compared it with a skirt costing over 300 yuan in front of the mirror. Zhang Ro, when looking for a boyfriend, you really need to find someone with financial stability. I think you might as well give up on pursuing Gu Yin. He not only ignores you, but also dresses in cheap clothes. You might end up having to spend money on him later. The other 3 girls in the dormitory, who were unaware of the situation, nodded in agreement. Yeah, Gu Yin is handsome and all, but his personality is too cold. He definitely doesn't understand romance. Zhang Ro, you're as pretty as Yunju. You might as well find someone with conditions similar to Chen Xian. One of the slightly infatuated girls spoke up. If Zhang Ro gives up, then I'll pursue him. I don't mind if. After tidying up her cosmetics, Lin Yunju turned around, shot the girl a look, and sat down in a chair to apply lotion, continuing to converse with Zhang Ro opposite her. There are probably very few guys with conditions like Chen Xian's. As for those from wealthy families, they either study abroad and become returnees or spend money to attend better schools. Our chances of encountering rich heirs at Nanda are practically zero. Zhao Xian lay sideways on her bed, watching Lin Yunju taking care of her feet below, wanting to speak several times, but being stopped by Zhang Rao's glare. This made the straightforward Zhao Xian stifle her head under the pillow. I really want to say, your Chen Xian can't even afford a car wheel. Fortunately, it was not long before the lights went out. At this time, the topics of conversation in both the boys' and girls' dormitories mostly revolved around the military training the next day. As the night gradually faded away. By the next morning at 8, the originally colorful and vibrant freshmen had changed into uniform camouflage outfits, wearing caps and stepping into blue rubber shoes, gathering at the Nanda playground. The university's military training finally began. The scorching sun of September beat down, making one sweat profusely even without moving. This year, over 5,000 freshmen gathered at South University, with a near 1:1 ratio of male to female students clustering in the open area, from the gymnasium to the playground, dressed in hats, camouflage long clothes and pants with rubber shoes and belts tightly fastened, standing upright in formation by class. The counselor came over to say a few words, and then everyone turned to look at the podium as the school leaders and representatives of the instructors began their speeches for the freshmen's military training. Under the blazing sun hanging above the massive playground was filled with new students who had just finished their high school careers lamenting their plight. After standing for less than half an hour, they were drenched in sweat from the heat. Gu Yin fared somewhat better as his physique was far superior, rated at 4 out of 5 attributes. However, under the scorching sun, he still felt a sense of unease. After the instructor representative finished speaking, he jogged off the stage, and a group of about 10 to 20 instructors quickly assembled in front of him, seemingly assigned to various classes. One man with dark skin and a height of around 1.75 meters wearing a military cap swiftly approached Gu Yan's financial class 5. "Attention," the instructor shouted loudly. With over 40 students in Gu Yan's class, they instinctively brought their feet together and stood tall. In the gaze of the students, the instructor stood with his hands behind his back, legs apart, like a mountain. "My surname is Li. You will address me as Instructor Li. I will be teaching you for the next week of military training. Now military training begins. Everyone at ease." Within seconds of the feet being brought together, the command to stand at attention rang out again. Instructor Li began by asking the first student in the front row to report their number. This single command was repeated back and forth 7 or 8 times before it was deemed successful. Gu Yan understood clearly that this was the instructor's way of establishing authority, as well as teaching the students discipline and unity. However, the morning's military training did not last long. By 1140, it was announced that they were dismissed, and all freshmen could only eat the standardized meals provided during military training at the first and second cafeterias, not able to order any dishes on the second floor. "Damn, on the first morning my waist is about to break." Upon entering the cafeteria after getting his food and sitting down, Lu Ping took off his hat and grimaced, holding his lower back. "I haven't stood like this in a long time. Thinking about the next 7 days, it could drive a person crazy." "You'll get used to it." Gu Yan wiped the slight perspiration from his forehead, casually sipping his thin porridge. Due to military training, he had removed his earrings and watched, even locking his phone in the dormitory cabinet. He picked up a piece of vegetables, scanning the surrounding freshmen. "Old Gu, which beauty are you looking at?" Zhao Zhun nudged Gu Yan with his elbow. "Let me take a look too." "I'm not looking at anyone, just glancing around casually." Chun Xin, Chen Xing Qin Mu, and Lu Ping naturally didn't believe him, also scanning the girls passing by or eating. Perhaps due to the uniform attire and the flush of sweat on their faces, every girl seemed rather ordinary, looking quite similar. Just then, as Gu Yan buried himself in his meal, a system notification suddenly rang out. "Ding, important system task. To become a male god, you need to possess a dazzling aura, leaving no regrets during this passionate age. Task 1. At an appropriate moment, gain the instructor's professional recognition. Task 2. Achieve the title of military training model. System complete both tasks. Reward 1. Elite soldier title. Reward 2. A 1-bedroom apartment in Kaiyuan New City. Elite soldier title. Wearing this title grants 1 strength and 1 spirit, possessing the trait of resilience. Resilience, no matter the life or physical condition, until the very last moment, you can still hold on for 10 more minutes. After seeing these 2 rewards, Gu Yan felt somewhat bewildered. Kaiyuan New City is just to the east of South University, next to an elementary school, which can be considered a school district property. The residential units have already sold out, leaving only apartments, but they are quite pricey, around 8,000 per square meter. A 1-bedroom apartment of over 50 square meters with common areas deducted leaves about 43 square meters usable. It's not a bad reward, but compared to reward 1, it falls short by more than a star. Resilience, huh? It might not be useful normally, but in a life-threatening situation, it could forcefully extend one's life for 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes are invaluable. These 2 tasks troubled Gu Yan. Gaining the instructor's professional recognition seemed rather vague, implying he needed to surpass the instructor in some professional field and earn their acknowledgement. As for the title of military training model, it was relatively simple. Relying on his robust physique, he could showcase the qualities expected of a soldier from day 1 to day 7, thus likely completing this task. "Old Gu, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Chun Xing waved his hand in front of Gu Yan, interrupting his analysis. Coming back to reality, Gu Yan smiled. "Nothing, just thinking about the military training for the next few days. Let's eat." After lunch ended, Gu Yan followed a group of roommates out of the cafeteria, mingling with the crowd as they returned to the dormitory. At 2:30, the gathering whistle sounded from afar. The crowd, who had taken a brief rest, hurriedly gathered their things and rushed out of the dormitory building. At 2:45 in the afternoon, military training commenced again, with thousands of students standing in formation under the guidance of their respective instructors, engaging in posture corrections and coordinated turns. The entire afternoon spent in this monotonous routine. Under the blazing sun, many weakly built boys and girls fainted from heatstroke on the first afternoon, being helped to the infirmary to rest or sitting in the shade to drink water. In the midst of it all, Gu Yan set high standards for himself to complete the system's tasks, making every movement and posture extremely standard. Even during breaks, he remained stoic internally, mocking himself, his gaze almost resolute enough to join the party. However, his extremely disciplined movements and demeanor caught the attention of Instructor Li, who occasionally came over to chat with Gu Yin during breaks. "Student, do you want to join the military?" "No. Then you are quite strict with yourself." After chatting for a while, Gu Yin learned that this Instructor Li, like all instructors, was dispatched from local troops, meaning they were second-line personnel. This significantly reduced the difficulty of Task 1. If they had been first-line soldiers, besides physically overpowering Gu Yin, they could have easily crushed him in any other professional field. Gu Yin waited for the group to disperse and rest, then approached the instructor, pondering which professional field to focus on. Firearms were out of the question. Military theory. He hadn't studied that either. Triathlon. He had no time, and with so many students in school, it would be too embarrassing. "Instructor Li, can you teach me some combat skills?" "Huh." Instructor Li looked somewhat bewildered. "I'd like to learn some fighting techniques during our free time after training ends," Gu Yin said, suppressing his awkwardness, and spoke again. Fortunately, the surrounding classmates were far enough away that they couldn't hear the conversation, otherwise Gu Yin's aloof image would shatter entirely. "All right." Instructor Li unexpectedly smiled, then instructed Gu Yin to return to the formation, stating that the break was nearly over, his expression turning serious as he commanded, "Break's over, continue practicing." Actually, as the afternoon approached the end of training, it was a bit easier. To foster camaraderie among classmates and help unfamiliar students get to know each other, each instructor organized a duet, and Gu Yin was even invited by a girl from another class to collaborate on a love song. However, he politely declined. "Old Gu, that girl isn't bad-looking. Why refuse? Such a good opportunity." Chun Xian looked regretfully at the girl who had finished singing her love song and returned to her class. The girl resembled Zhao Xian from his girlfriend's dormitory. She was the class beauty. If it were him, he would have probably approached her long ago, especially since Lin Yunzu's class was not nearby, but close to the gym, so he wouldn't worry about being seen. Beside him, Gu Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, his back straight, leisurely adjusting his hat without responding. His mind was filled with the 2 tasks assigned by the system. When the night training ended and Instructor Li announced the dismissal, the students from each squad burst forth like unbridled horses, tossing their hats into the air or linking arms as they rushed towards the dormitory. As night fell, a sudden voice called out to Gu Yin, who was also about to leave. Turning his head, he saw Instructor Li smiling at him. "I still remember what you said this afternoon. Come find me later at the classroom dormitory." The instructor's residence was in a few vacant rooms on the first floor of the teacher's dormitory. Behind the building was a scenic stone-paved path rarely traversed by students, and teachers generally wouldn't come for a stroll at this time. Gu Yin returned to his dorm to grab his phone, then went to the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. Arriving at the dormitory, he quickly contacted Instructor Li, who smiled broadly when he handed over the cigarette. "Follow me." He led Gu Yin to the small path behind the dormitory. Gu Yin stood still to the side, while Instructor Li, still in his camouflage uniform, stepped about 7 paces away and assumed a fighting stance. The military does not practice traditional martial arts, but focuses on more practical killing techniques. In the dim yellow light of the street lamp, he stood firm, his arms already swinging, each punch filled with power. Unlike the combat moves of the special forces in quick videos, this was an entirely different concept, brimming with the masculine vigor a man should possess. His fists whistled through the air, executing whip kicks and sweeping legs, continuously demonstrating his moves, closing the distance from 7 paces to right in front of Gu Yin. The light slanted over the 2 of them. "Try following me." Instructor Li paused his movements and gestured for Gu Yin to learn from him. "All right." Gu Yin stepped back 2 paces, diligently memorizing the punches and kicks demonstrated by Instructor Li. When he attempted the second set, he began to mimic the instructor's movements, and Instructor Li seemed to slow down his pace to allow him to keep up. After a while, around 10 o'clock, Instructor Li stood still to catch his breath, looking at Gu Yin for quite some time. Only when Gu Yin also stood still to catch his breath did he reveal a satisfied smile. "You're doing well, I sense you have talent." Gu Yin took a breath. "It's because of the instructor's good teaching." "What do you learn this for?" "To protect myself." At this point, Gu Yin thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to do such things, but the system had assigned him such a task, and he could only brace himself and carry on. "All right, that's enough for tonight. If you want to come again tomorrow, come find me at the same time as before." After saying this, Instructor Li pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket and handed one to Gu Yin. Gu Yin could smoke. During the stressful times of senior year, he occasionally would sneak a cigarette from his father, though he didn't smoke much. He accepted the cigarette offered by Instructor Li, and the 2 squatted beside the path's grass to smoke for a while. Then Instructor Li pointed out some of Gu Yin's earlier movements, urging him to hurry back to the dormitory. As Gu Yin reached the 5th floor and had not yet returned to his dorm, the corridor was filled with the smell of sweat and foot odor. The strong stench made even him feel a bit nauseous. In dormitory 502, As soon as he entered, the smell inside was similar to that in the corridor. However, everyone had already gotten used to it. Lu Ping and Qin Mu along with 3 others were already sprawled on their beds complaining that they wanted to beat up the instructor. Of course they were just joking, no one dared to actually do it. Hearing Gu Yin come in and wash up, the tall Qin Qing suddenly sat up. "Old Gu, what did you secretly say to Instructor Li today? We didn't see you at dinner after dismissal. Where did you go?" Chun Xian had been slacking off and fetching water in the afternoon, so he was unaware of the situation. "Damn, Old Gu, you don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? No wonder you don't get close to girls. Are you not into our dorm?" The others instinctively reached back to cover their backsides, their expressions turning wary. "Get lost." Gu Yin spat out a word irritably, went to wash his face, and looking at his handsome features reflected in the mirror, he grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. As for what he discussed with the instructor, there was no need for him to explain. The few people in the dorm, seeing he was silent, didn't dare to pry further. After all, boys aren't so gossipy, but they couldn't help but occasionally speculate about the secret between Gu Yin and Instructor Li. "Old Gu, don't you think you're tired? You seem to come back as if nothing happened." Zhao Jin, already exhausted, lay on his bed and said weakly. Chun Xian, who had been at the doorway bed, also stopped talking, weaving the doubt into another story as a joke to send to his girlfriend Lin Yunju. The latter was lying on her bed with a face mask on. When she saw the message pop up on her phone, she originally didn't want to respond, but upon briefly seeing Gu Yan's name in the message, she couldn't help but click it open. Underneath the white mask, her red lips slightly curled. Lin Yunju replied with mysterious, and then turned to Zhang Ro, who had just come out of the bathroom, saying, "Your Gu Yan seems to have something going on with Instructor Li." "Huh?" Zhang Ro was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean, something going on? With whom?" "With the instructor, and he seems so aloof. Maybe he is secretly asking the instructor for a green light to skip military training." "I don't believe it." Zhang Ro was also somewhat baffled by the news, but she wouldn't easily believe what others said. She had her judgment, and that tall, handsome boy wouldn't do such a thing. She lay back down on her bed and quickly took out her phone to send Gu Yin a message. "Gu Yin, I just heard Lin Yunju say you bribed the instructor and don't want to do military training." "That's not true. That's good. I knew you weren't the kind of guy to flee at the last minute. Thank you for your trust." Gu Yin replied to this message while lying in bed and didn't bother with Zhang Ro anymore. He turned off his phone, tucked it under his pillow, closed his eyes, and kept recalling the movements that Instructor Li had taught earlier. The energy of a fully grown adult was evident at this moment. Continuously reviewing and mimicking, he felt no mental fatigue. By the next early morning before dawn, Gu Yin was already up, pacing back and forth on the balcony. In the following days, he spent the entire morning standing at attention. By 4 in the afternoon, when it was time for a break, each class began their cultural performances as talented boys and girls aimed to secure preferential treatment in dating for the next 4 years of college. After the break, the students endured until the afternoon dismissal. Gu Yin ate at the cafeteria, not leaving with Chun Xian and the others, but instead headed alone to the back of the teacher's dormitory. He already knew Instructor Li's phone number and dialed it while sitting on a bench along the path. Soon Instructor Li arrived as promised, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Let's get started." Just as he was speaking, Gu Yin slowly took off his camouflage jacket, revealing a white t-shirt underneath. "Instructor, I want to spar with you." "A newly taught disciple wants to spar with the master. All right then." Instructor Li flicked away the cigarette butt and assumed a stance opposite Gu Yin, both using uncommon military boxing styles. No one was passing by, only the evening cicadas chirping in the last hues of sunset, their annoying cry. In the sound of cicadas, Gu Yan's rubber shoes stomped hard on the ground, his body leaning forward, ready to strike at any moment. His fist struck out with a thunderous force. Across the way, Instructor Li crossed his arms to block, taking the punch directly. Instructor Li's expression changed slightly. He realized this student had significant strength, and his blocking forearms felt sore. Bang! The sound echoed like a giant drum from Instructor Li, who had his arms raised. The noise was so intense it made one's teeth ache, and the clash of their strikes instantly silenced the surrounding cicadas. Instructor Li, stepping back to release the force, suddenly counterattacked as he blocked Gu Yan's second left punch. Bang! 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 A series of rapid strikes rained down on Gu Yan's head. Faced with the opponent's swift counterattacks, Gu Yin had no choice but to withdraw his fists and transform them into palms to defend against Instructor Li's rapid blows. He had learned the straightforward and powerful military boxing technique from the opponent, which was rarely flashy. Instructor Li, with his seasoned experience, had a deeper understanding of combat. Gu Yin had only been exposed to this yesterday, and his experience and understanding lagged behind significantly. However, with a physique that surpassed ordinary people by a whopping 7 points, he managed to hold his own. Instructor Li attacked while Gu Yin defended. Just as Gu Yin blocked yet another punch, his wrist was seized, and Instructor Li kicked out, sending him tumbling forward, landing on the ground and rolling. "Gu, your timing is off." "Yeah." Gu Yan stood up to stretch his wrist that had just been caught and charged forward again, first attacking then reverting to defense. Their fists and elbows collided like hard weapons, producing a series of thudding sounds. Meanwhile, the other instructors who lived in the vacant rooms on the first floor of the faculty dormitory returned from dinner and heard the commotion outside through the windows. Four instructors opened the window and caught sight of the scene outside. This student is impressive. He can hold his own against Old Lee. The sound of fists connecting excited these instructors as they watched Gu Yan's increasingly fluid fighting. If Old Lee loses, it would be quite embarrassing. If he loses, he loses. There are no students around anyway. Excitedly, two instructors pulled out their phones and began filming the sparring match between the two. On the small road outside, the two figures clashed again, producing another resounding impact. Bang! As their fists collided, Instructor Lee raised his foot, and Gu Yan forcefully drove his knee against Lee's shoe, causing him to stagger back. Gu Yan quickly followed up with a flurry of punches, breaking the capillaries in Instructor Lee's arm, leaving a large patch of red. You have quite a bit of strength. Instructor Lee once again blocked Gu Yan's punch with his arm, then attempted to grab his wrist, aiming to throw him. However, Gu Yan countergrabbed, and as he was thrown, he pulled Instructor Lee down with him. Upon landing, he struck his elbow hard to the side, forcing Instructor Lee to roll away on the ground. Both fighters, now displaying fierceness, rose simultaneously, and Instructor Lee kicked out. Gu Yan took the hit squarely in the abdomen, leaving a shoe print on his white t-shirt. Without waiting for the opponent to retract his leg, Gu Yan wrapped his arms around Instructor Lee's leg, lifting him up and using sheer strength to spin him around. Stop! Seeing the situation escalate, the other instructors hurriedly jumped out of the window. Gu Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation, slowed down, and as Instructor Lee descended close to the ground, he released him, allowing Lee to roll onto the unusual tiles before coming to a stop. For a moment, the four instructors who had rushed out from the greenery stood in stunned silence, staring with mouths agape at the breathless Gu Yan. Wow, he actually managed to win against that student. Old Lee is going to be embarrassed now. As Instructor Lee got up, brushing off the dust, he approached Gu Yan and lightly punched him on the chest, saying, "Not bad. Ooh, I didn't realize you had improved so quickly. It's still thanks to the instructor. I know my own level, alright, I acknowledge you." As his words fell, Gu Yan's mind echoed with the system's notification sound. System, congratulations to the host for surpassing the instructor in a specialized field. Current task progress 12. Hearing the notification, Gu Yan could hardly hide his joy, and after politely exchanging a few words with the others, he turned to leave. As he walked away, the four instructors surrounded Instructor Lee excitedly and teasingly, giving him a thorough lesson. In truth, they were not that old, only in their 20s. Two of the instructors, after watching the recorded video, edited it and posted it on a short video platform to gain followers. Of course, the faces of the two were intentionally blurred. Due to local uploads and the fact that most students were resting in their dormitories, many bored students were scrolling through videos, and the local content naturally appeared on their phones. On the quiet path, two blurred figures were energetically sparring. Some students immediately recognized that path as the one behind the faculty dormitory and began checking in the comments section. Wow, we have a talented person in our school. They are both wearing camouflage pants. They might just be two instructors sparring. Freshman at Nan University checking in. There's no one among the instructors that tall. That person must be a student with such fair skin. He's definitely. While countless boys were excitedly leaving comments on the girls' dormitory side, Zhao Xian rushed back to her dormitory with her phone. During this period of military training, when there was not much gossip, even a hint of drama excited her immensely. Quick, open your phones. I'm sending this to you. Zhang Ro, Lin Yunju, and two other roommates were also present, doing face masks, taking care of their feet, and watching anime. As they watched the video Zhao Xian sent, they saw the fight on that path behind the faculty building. To be honest, compared to the excited comments from the boys, the girls didn't feel much. On the contrary, they thought it was childish for someone to fight with an instructor. However, one comment in the comment section struck a chord with them. In the passionate age, do what you think is right. Don't wait until you are older and look back on these childish, ignorant, and low-level things, feeling that they are missed traces of youth. Those who are keen on boasting and showing off seem like clowns. Upon reading this comment, I suddenly feel that the boy in the video embodies the vitality one should have at this age. He dares to think and dares to act. Zhao Xian said with some agreement as she watched the video, "We are bound by so many rules and feel this is childish, that is inappropriate, and then mock others in a lowly manner." Sigh. Zhang Ro wasn't that concerned initially, but as she gazed at the figure in the white t-shirt in the video, her brows slightly furrowed. "Don't you think this boy looks very familiar?" "Hey, now that you mention it, he does look a bit familiar." The girl who had been clamoring to pursue Gu Yan held her phone with a silly expression and said softly, "I can't help but think he looks like Gu Shuage. That back is even more similar." Lin Yunju, sitting on the left side, curled her lip. In fact, she also noticed that the figure resembled Gu Yan, but she didn't voice it out as she thought it was childish. Still, to be fair, the Gu Yan in the video exuded a strong masculine energy. No, I can't think this way. Oh, it's childish. Yes, childish. As she repeated this in her mind, a bold thought flashed through her mind. If only Gu Yan could swap places with Chun Xian, having looks and a better family background. Lin Yunju looked towards the lower bunk where Jiang Rou sat at the desk, silently grinning as she scrolled through each comment, even saving a screenshot of the figure in the white t-shirt. Meanwhile, Gu Yan walked into dorm room 502 with his military training jacket draped over his shoulder. As soon as he entered, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Several classmates were glaring at him. What are you doing? The first to speak was Zhao Zhun with yellow hair. He jumped off the bed, picked up his phone, and showed Gu Yan the video, which revealed the shoe print on Gu Yan's t-shirt. Old Gu, wow, it really is you. You can really fight. With the print on his t-shirt, their suspicions were practically confirmed. Lu Ping adjusted his glasses excitedly and waved his fist. You kept this from us until now. I didn't intend to hide it. When I entered school, I really didn't know how to fight. This statement left Chen Xin, Lu Ping, Zhao Zhun, and Chen Qing wide-eyed, staring at Gu Yan as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? You just learned last night and can flip an instructor today. If you can defeat an instructor today, you can beat a champion tomorrow. Gu Yan. Li Xiaoshuang was taken aback, climbing out of bed as Tang Zi handed her the phone. This is a video taken secretly. The pixels are a bit blurry, but you can see a boy in a white t-shirt and camo pants sparring with an instructor on a small path. His face is pixelated. How can you tell it's him? Li Xiaoshuang scrutinized the phone carefully, recognizing the familiar shape of a boy she had known for 3 years during high school. If it really is him, that's just too childish. Shuang, haven't you noticed how much he has changed now? Tang Zi tiptoed, resting her chin on the edge of the bed. 3 years of high school. We didn't even know he could play basketball. If this is indeed him, doesn't that mean he must be hiding some secrets we don't know about? Maybe he joined some class during the summer. Boys just love these things. After glancing at it a few times, Li Xiaoshuang lost interest, lying back down to scroll through her phone, while Tang Zi continued watching the video, spotting a comment that seemed to be written by a girl in the comment section. This figure looks so familiar, like a classmate from my class. I wonder if it's the one who's gone viral on the Nanda forum. Following this comment, Tang Zi curiously found the Nanda University's forum and discovered a hot post ranked second. Inside were various secretly taken photos of Gu Yan, showing him in casual wear to a Sharpied look in camo clothing. The subsequent replies included photos taken by passers-by, showing Gu Yan eating in the cafeteria or fetching water with his roommates. Tang Zi scrolled down, unable to hold back her surprise. Shuang, Gu Yan is really popular at Nanda. So many girls secretly like him. You must take a look. Off. Li Xiaoshuang suddenly sat up quickly, taking the phone to check the post, feeling increasingly envious as she read on. Meanwhile, Tang Zi took a sip from her water cup. Although Gu Yan comes from an average family, he is really handsome. Haven't you noticed how much better looking he has become since graduating high school? Shuang, if you don't win him back soon, he will be chased away by other girls. He wouldn't dare. Li Xiaoshuang said angrily, shutting off the phone and tossing it to the side. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance. If he accepts someone else, I won't bother with him anymore. But you never said you liked him, and you two aren't even in a relationship. But he was the one who confessed first. He should at least show the greatest sincerity, right? Since we are in the same city, he has to take action for me to consider it. Shuang, do you like him? A little. I mean, he's so handsome now. Just a little. What if you meet someone who makes your heart flutter in the future? What will you do about Gu Yan? Then it can only be said that it's fate, that we are not meant to be. Isn't that how it goes in romance novels? Tang Zi gasped, feeling that her best friend was somewhat frightening. Shuang, Gu Yan really liked you before, but now he is at Nanda, which has many beautiful girls. If you keep being stubborn, he might truly not belong to you anymore. She thought she understood Li Xiaoshuang's character, but it seems she had underestimated her. With a first love face, she had charmed countless boys back in high school and became somewhat proud. During the second year of high school, although Gu Yan had a plain hairstyle and clothing, he was still good-looking enough to be a heartthrob, and he matched quite well with Li Xiaoshuang. But now, looking at it, aside from her youthful and pretty face, Li Xiaoshuang's figure was just average, and compared to the tall and handsome Gu Yan, she felt a slight inferiority. Through the photos on the forum, one could vaguely see the contours of his chest and abs beneath his fitted t-shirt, making Tang Zi envious. What use is being handsome? My mom always said that a girl's face is her capital, so when looking for a partner, I must find someone who can ensure my future financial security. But Shuang, we are in a teacher training college. There are already fewer boys and even fewer rich second-generation guys. Hearing her friend say this, Li Xiaoshuang felt somewhat deflated, lying on the bed thinking about the handsome photos of Gu Yan posted by the Nanda girls on the forum, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. It felt like something that belonged to her was being coveted. Tang Zi thought up a strategy to help her. Shuang, once military training is over, we should go to Nanda to see Gu Yan. You must act quickly. Li Xiaoshuang unwittingly agreed. but she thought about observing more at school since it was still the beginning of the new semester. At Nanda, Gu Yin had gained some minor popularity from the video, but with the pixelation, not many people noticed him in real life. However, many girls sought his contact information. After entering college, Gu Yin realized that girls could be, but he blocked them with his cool demeanor. Many girls whose hearts were fluttering knew they wouldn't get his contact information, so they would take the opportunity to walk up to him or pass by close to him for a quick glance, then leave with flushed faces. The third day of military training had arrived. The new students began practicing marching in formation, which wasn't difficult for them, but required collective coordination. After a day of painful practice under the scorching sun, each class managed to march quite well. The instructor came by several times, reminding everyone to report to the instructor immediately if they felt unwell or to offer some encouraging words. The instructor team, on the other hand, treated Gu Yin differently. After defeating instructor Li, the news naturally reached the instructor representative Wang Jin's ears. He privately approached Gu Yin, willing to recommend him for military service, and even prepared a letter of introduction. When Gu Yin declined, he didn't get angry. Throughout the several days of military training, he paid special attention to Gu Yin's military posture and his attitude towards training. Perhaps it was true what they say about hunters being pleased to see their prey. He wanted to recommend such a promising soul. 7 days of military training passed in the blink of an eye, and on the last day, after the military parade ended, the instructor representative took the stage to announce the standout students from the training. When Gu Yan's name was called, a voice echoed in his mind, signaling that the final task had finally been completed. System congratulations to the host for completing the title of military training model. Progress has been fully completed. With the difficult days finally over, the boys and girls changed out of their sweat-soaked camo uniforms, cleaned themselves up, and returned to their original appearances. In dorm room 502, Chun Xian, dressed in brand-name clothes, sat on the edge of his bed, swinging his legs. Military training is over. Shall we go out for a drink? Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Chun Xian looked up at him. Bring her along. Let's call all the girls from their dorm too. Old Gu, you should come too. Chun Xian turned his head to look at Gu Yin, who was fixing his hairstyle. Gu Yin nodded. Okay, he replied coolly, his expression still cold as he picked up his phone from the desk and left the dorm. Old Gu, where are you going? I have something to take care of. You guys decide on a place and text me the details. After leaving this line, Gu Yin quickly left the dorm building, not glancing at the figures passing by, heading straight for the side entrance. He needed to collect the rewards for completing the system tasks. He had already obtained and equipped the title of elite soldier. However, he needed to go to the sales office in person to handle the paperwork for the apartment. On the way, his phone in his bag rang. Gu Yin glanced at the number, which was somewhat unfamiliar. Thinking it was an advertising call, he directly hung up. Just as he reached for the car door in the parking lot, the call came through again. Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. Gu Yin, you hung up on me. Who? Can't you recognize an old classmate? It's me, Tang Ziyi. Oh, what's up? Hey, why so cold? Gu Yin slammed the car door shut, rolled down the window to let in some air, his expression remaining cool as he slightly parted his thin lips. What is it? What was that sound just now? Nothing. Hurry up and tell me what you need. Shuang and I are at Nanjing Normal University. Since military training is over, we thought of coming to find you. When would be a good time? Maybe it's better to skip it. Come on, old classmate, we are both from the same hometown, and we're classmates. Meeting up counts as looking out for each other in a strange city. Whatever you guys decide. Gu Yin said before hanging up, starting the car, pressing the accelerator, and steering the wheel as he pulled out of the parking space. With the security guard waving and smiling, he drove straight out of the side entrance of Nanda. Just as he left the school gate, there was a delivery area. Lin Yunju, holding a delivery box, froze in place as she watched the convertible Mercedes-Benz pass by, seeing Gu Yin behind the steering wheel. With a thud, the delivery box slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. How could this happen? Lin Yunju felt a bit dazed. How could the person driving a convertible Mercedes be Gu Yin? Lin Yunju stood dumbfounded, watching the car fade into the distance, still unable to come to her senses. She remembered Chun Xian mentioning that Gu Yin came from a modest background, wearing clothes worth only a few dozen yuan each. How could he afford a Mercedes, especially this convertible model? Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the logo that looked like a pair of shorts. Even the most ordinary Mercedes costs hundreds of thousands, let alone this convertible, which must be at least 6 or 70,000, right? Could it be that he rented it? That doesn't make sense. Why rent a car if not to show off? But she had never seen him flaunting it at school, and he even parked it in the side lot where few people go. Lin Yunzu's mind was in chaos, gradually picking up her earlier speculation that Gu Yin might be a low-key rich second generation. No wonder Zhang Ro, this hidden gold digger, would pursue him. She must have realized Gu Yan's identity on the high-speed train. Well, it's also possible she unintentionally saw him driving after getting off the train. It has to be like that. If that's the case, then those Bulgari earrings must be real. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Lin Yunju picked up her bag and gazed at the street where the Mercedes had disappeared, her legs wrapped in sheer stockings clicking as she walked back. No way if Jiang Ro catches up with him, who knows how proud she will be. The dormitory positions might not be. Encountering such a rich and handsome guy could be described as meeting a male god. Boys like beautiful girls and girls also like tall and handsome boys. If he has a particularly good family background aside from his personality, he is almost a flawless existence. A woman's jealousy is often terrifying. Naturally, she wouldn't want to see her roommate living so well. With my current identity as Chun Xian's girlfriend, pursuing Gu Yin would definitely be a challenge. If Gu Yin has a good relationship with Chun Xian, he definitely wouldn't accept me. Lin Yunju walked through the campus on her way back to the dorm, her mind analyzing the situation. Just like how she managed to reel in Chun Xian step by step, initially acting as a devoted admirer, and only after there were no other high-quality options did she finally choose Chun Xian. Even so, she only occasionally let Chun Xian hold her hand, or took the initiative to link her arm with his to give him a little sweetness. Giving too much would only encourage Chun Xian's further intentions, and Lin Yunju wasn't ready to so easily give herself away. After all, in a prestigious university like Nanda, she might still encounter more perfect potential candidates. Now that she had encountered him, she had to plan carefully. On the way back, her phone occasionally pinged with text messages. She glanced at it and knew it was Chun Xian messaging her. "What are you doing? Did you receive the package? Why isn't my baby talking?" Lin Yunju rolled her eyes at the series of bland, stomach-churning messages. Especially after finding out Gu Yin was a hidden wealthy heir, looking at Chun Xian felt somewhat dull. Even recalling the 4 houses in Nanjing that Chun Xian often boasted about felt embarrassing. She was too lazy to reply, putting her phone back in her bag and hurrying back to the dormitory. Since military training had ended and they had a day to rest, all 6 of them were present in the dorm. Jiang Ro was there too, sitting at her desk, carefully shaping her eyebrows with a makeup mirror. Lin Yunju set down her bag, picked up a utility knife, and glanced at Jiang Ro. "Dressed so beautifully, are you planning to win over handsome Gu tonight?" Jiang Ro smiled, slightly pouting at the mirror. "I would like to, but he doesn't want me. He doesn't even reply to my messages. He said he was busy when I invited him to go shopping today, and just ran off." Busy? Lin Yunju recalled Gu Yin driving off alone just now. Could it be he has a girlfriend in the city, which is why he isn't interested in Jiang Ro? However, she knew a bit about his roommate's situation from Chun Xian. Gu Yin had never mentioned having a girlfriend. Doubtful, Lin Yunju quietly probed. "Busy? Ignoring the beautiful Jiang, has he gotten a girlfriend?" "Definitely not," Jiang Ro replied with conviction. "How can you be so sure?" "I'm just very sure." Jiang Ro huffed, sounding a bit proud. Previously, when she returned from a ride with Gu Yin, she heard him briefly mention having pursued a girl, but she didn't like him. After that, he spent the entire senior year studying hard with no time for relationships. "I'm sure too." Zhao Xian, lying on the bed, raised her hand at the right moment. Gu Yin has never had a girlfriend throughout high school. Now that military training has just ended, he has even less time. "What?" Gu Yin confessed to a girl in high school and was rejected. Lin Yunju put down the utility knife, looking at the two, feeling a bit stunned. What kind of girl would let go of such a wealthy and handsome guy? She turned back to see Jiang Ro finishing her namacup look and starting to pick out clothes, her gaze unconsciously falling on Jiang Ro's long legs. Lin Yunju glanced down at her own beautiful legs. Although the difference wasn't that big, even a little bit of length made a significant visual difference. Black is slimming and elongating, adding an air of mysterious allure. Watching Jiang Ro change clothes, Lin Yunju also began selecting her outfit for the evening, pulling out a never-opened pair of 0D black sheer tights. She absolutely could not be outdone. Meanwhile, at the sales department of Kaiyuan New City, located on the Treeline Street east of Nanda, Gu Yin drove smoothly into the parking lot. Due to the residential units being sold out, most of the main salespeople had already moved on to the next project. Most of those remaining were newly entered sales staff. The business for the apartments was barely holding up, and the few female salespeople in the sales department were either chatting at the counter or lounging on the sofa in the corner playing on their phones. As Gu Yin entered the sales hall, the few salespeople talking at the counter, despite having seen many customers, were stunned by the sight of such a young handsome guy. They rushed forward, sweetly inquiring whether Gu Yin was there to look at properties or was looking for someone. To be honest, while many salespeople do judge people based on appearances, they would never exhibit the dog-like contempt seen in novels. At most, they would show a lack of interest or hand off the customer to another salesperson. Thus, Gu Yin had no chance to encounter any pretentious scenes. On the contrary, he was a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm displayed by the saleswomen in black stockings and short skirts. "I'm not here to find someone, I'm here to pick up my property," Gu Yin said coolly to the 4 salespeople around him. "My name is Gu Yin. Oh, please check the client name." The explanation for picking up the property had already been sold. The 4 female salespeople had no choice but to leave with some regret, while the receptionist at the counter quickly found Gu Yin's name in the electronic contract on the computer and printed out the contract. Mr. Gu can inspect the property before signing. Okay. Taking the key that was handed over, Gu Yin quickly followed a volunteer female salesperson to the apartment building he was in. Not far from the sales department, less than half a mile right beside a river. Riding the elevator to the 6th floor, this was a townhouse-style apartment similar to a hotel. Upon opening the door, he stepped inside to find it nicely decorated with a 20-square-meter living room plus a balcony and a 12-square-meter bedroom, leaving the remaining space for the bathroom and kitchen. Because it was commercial land, this apartment had no ventilation. The female salesperson, while introducing the place, suggested converting the kitchen to an open style, which would make the living room appear larger visually. Guyan hadn't really considered staying here for long, nor had he thought of cooking here. He would only come over occasionally to stay if it wasn't worth such trouble. No need to make it so complicated. I'm just here to stay occasionally. Mr. Gu, looking at your ID on the contract. You're only 18 this year. Guyan nodded, not denying it. The female salesperson with freckles was astonished and turned back. By the time they were almost back to the hall, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Once Gu Yin completed the property handover procedure and left, several salespeople immediately surrounded her. Did you get his contact information? I've been here for a year, and oh my god, I finally saw a big handsome guy. You guys are only looking at his face. Didn't you notice he was driving a convertible Mercedes? The ID number on the contract shows he's only 18 years old, and he's already a college student with a car and a house. This level of handsome guy is too far away from us. Someone poured a bucket of cold water, and the excitement of the female salespeople instantly evaporated. The female salesperson, who had just taken Gu Yin to inspect the property, rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the glass door of the hall, pouting and lost in thought. Yet did you all notice that Mr. Gu was wearing Vulgari on his left ear? And when he raised his hand to check the water heater in the apartment, he revealed his wristwatch. That's a luxury watch. If I weren't afraid of him, I almost wanted to act on him right there. At that moment, Gu Yin, who was leaving, suddenly stopped after walking a distance. He glanced towards a nearby coffee shop where a familiar figure emerged, her head down, carrying a bag, looking dejected. She then walked to the bus stop ahead, counting the bus stops. Beep. The horn honked, startling the girl, who instinctively turned around. She saw a white Mercedes stop in front of her, and upon seeing Gu Yan's profile through the lowered window, she instinctively turned away, pretending not to recognize him. It's necessary to transfer buses to catch the bus here. I need to go back to school. Get in the car. Upon hearing the cold voice, Shun Wei still didn't move. Gu Yin honked twice more, and the others waiting for the bus all looked over. Only then did Shun Wei take small steps to the car door, nervously stammering, "How much? How much for the ride back to school? It's too expensive. I can't afford it." "No charge, just get in." After saying this, Gu Yin raised the window, and timidly Shun Wei reached out to pull the car door. Looking at the luxurious seats inside, she had never sat in such a car before, hugging her bag tightly as she got in. After closing the door, she awkwardly pressed herself against the car door, afraid of dirtying the seat. The Mercedes glided away from the bus stop, cruising steadily along the road back toward Nanda. Inside the car, Gu Yin stole a glance at the rearview mirror. The girl in the back seat still hugged her bag nervously, her gaze fixed on the passing window. "Where is your hometown?" Shen Wei asked timidly, staring out at the blur of streetlights. "Changqing. It's quite far," she whispered. "Earlier you were looking for a part-time job." It was a voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. From what had happened before, Gu Yin had a rough sense of Shun Wei's family circumstances, so he did not press further. If not for the appearance of the system, perhaps he would have been like her. They fell into silence for the rest of the ride. When they arrived and parked at the Nanda side gate, Shun Wei sprang out like a frightened rabbit and stood awkwardly to the side. After Gu Yin got out and approached, she bowed politely and offered a quick, "Thank you. I will repay you as soon as I can." Then she fled as if running from some panic. Gu Yin watched the direction she vanished into and locked the car. Suddenly the system's voice chimed. "System, your unthinking kindness to someone drowning is like a plank of driftwood to them. Warming another's heart is also a nurture of your character. Reward Chanel Island Forest Collector's Edition fragrance. Prize has been delivered to the trunk of your car." Gu Yin blinked. A perfume. He opened the trunk. Sure enough, there was a Chanel gift bag inside, the familiar logo striking against the paper. "That's remarkably random," he muttered. "What sort of fragrance is it?" Whether male or female scent, Gu Yin felt nothing particularly affectionate or opposed. He checked the brand information and learned the bottle was marketed for women and quite expensive. Should he mail it to his mother? The thought arrived, and he immediately stopped it. Given Zhao Wanhun's probing nature, she would surely ask where it came from. When she learned the price, how could he possibly explain? A few days in a strange city, and already buying gifts with newly earned money. Even if Zhao Wanhun might suspect, he could not even convince himself of that story. Did he win the lottery? Sorry, with his mother's tendency to pry, she would want to know every number in that draw. Besides, Zhao Wanjun did not even have the habit of wearing perfume. He decided to leave the bottle in the trunk and ignore it. Just as he closed the lid, Lu Ping called. Old Gu, are you back? We're at Chin's restaurant on Back Street. Tonight's dinner had nearly slipped his mind. The back street was a ways off, so he drove around from the south gate to the west gate and parked in a corner before finding the restaurant at the address Lu Ping had given. Home-style eateries were common along the street behind Nanda, each with its own specialties. Northeastern Cantonese Sichuan. The place Chen Xian had booked specialized in southern dishes likely chosen for his girlfriend's inability to handle spice. Old Gu, over here. The big jovial Chen Qing waited at the restaurant door, smoking as he watched for Gu Yan. You didn't have to wait for me. Lu Ping sent the address. Gu Yan accepted the cigarette Chen Qing offered and lit it. Chen Qing shook his head and pointed inward. Someone started showing off again. If you can't stand it, come out and wait. Where have you been, man? Even group events can't make you on time. Had some business in town, Gu Yan replied. Halfway through his cigarette, Gu Yan saw Jiang Ro step out of the restaurant. She had clearly dressed up for the evening, a fitted cami under a knitted cardigan that hinted at her navel, slim jeans that emphasized a narrow waist, and long legs, and nude high-heeled sandals. Her look was a blend of youthful freshness and a touch of mature poise. Most notably, she had showcased her greatest assets, the perfect proportion of long legs to waist. Handsome Gu, why are you smoking outside with Chen Qing? We've been waiting ages. Just got here. Gu Yan stubbed out the cigarette and motioned Chen Qing to follow him inside. Jiang Ro deliberately slowed her pace to fall into step beside him, as if she were accompanying a boyfriend. Over here. Inside, Lu Ping waved Gu Yan toward an empty seat beside Qin Mu. The table settings had already been arranged, and Gu Yan prepared to sit in the space between them. To his surprise, Jiang Ro moved the set placeware aside with swift fingers and made room for Gu Yan beside Qin Mu, then sat down close to him herself. It was plain to see that Jiang Ro had originally intended to sit there, but Qin Mu had deliberately taken the seat next to her. Now that Gu Yan had arrived, she seized the chance to shift her placeware and sit beside him rather than Qin Mu. The moment she sat, she deftly rinsed Gu Yan's chopsticks and bowl with tea. Qin Mu's expression soured, but he dared not make a scene. Around them, Chen Xian, Lu Ping, and Zhao Jin all tacitly averted their gazes, and none of them wanted to say anything that might stir up awkwardness or sour the atmosphere. Lin Yunju, who had been half listening to Chen Xian's ramblings, cast a glance at the scheming Jiang Ro and curled her lips in silent disdain. Yet as Gu Yan settled in, Lin Yunju found her eyes drifting toward him again and again. He was handsome in a way that pleased the eye. His attire was tasteful. Though his temperament leaned toward cold reserve, that aloofness somehow promised a strange kind of safety to women. Most importantly, he was her age, and at 18, he was already driving a car worth tens of thousands. Compared with every other boy at the table, even among all the males at Nanda, he outclassed 99% of them. Lin Yunju dared not imagine the envy she would inspire if she could win Gu Yan's affections and be seen with him everywhere she went. His stern features made her want to lean in and kiss him. His tall, strong frame suggested muscle and generosity, not like Chen Xian, who hesitated over a few hundred yuan and needed her coaxing to buy anything. Her fantasies multiplied. When she turned to look at Chen Xian, her eyes were edged with annoyance. At only about 1.75 meters, Chen Xian was merely somewhat handsome, yet he carried himself with the smug air of a man who believed himself wealthy, which infuriated her. When Chen Xian reached to place a hand on her thigh, Lin Yunju casually brushed it away, feigning indifference. Tonight she had dressed in a short skirt and black stockings with high heels specifically for Gu Yan, aiming to accentuate her sexy silhouette. Unaware of her calculated intent, Chen Xian was ecstatic. From the dorm to the restaurant, his eyes had not left Lin Yunju. Several times he had tried to pull her close, but was deftly evaded. During the meal, Lin Yunju occasionally pretended to excuse herself to the restroom, so she could walk past Gu Yan and display the curve of her figure, her chest and hips arranged to catch his glance. She knew such casual displays were most alluring. True enough, Gu Yan did glance as she passed. Lin Yunzu's mouth twitched with a triumphant thought, there is no man who never strays. She smiled inwardly at her perceived power over him. Turning to the restroom, she let her hips sway, showing off as much charm as she could. I refuse to believe you are unmoved, she told herself with quiet confidence. After freshening up at the sink and touching up her makeup, she returned to the table, alternately feeding Chen Xian with attentive gestures and laughing freely with Lu Ping, Zhao Jun, and Qin Mu. When the conversation shifted to Gu Yan, no one found it odd. Even Chen Xian felt proud that his girlfriend was gracious and considerate, tending to every roommate at the table. Gu Yan, you're the handsomest in Chen Xian's dorm. In 4 years at university, what kind of girlfriend are you looking for? Why does everyone ask that? He'll leave it to fate. Gu Yan answered casually as he reached for another dish. Lin Yunju felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but Jiang Rao's eyes sparkled. She eagerly served Gu Yan the plate he favored and propped her chin to study his profile. We met on the high-speed train and then again at this dormitory gathering. Doesn't that count as fate? Gu Yin was taken aback. His offhand reply had unexpectedly boomeranged back at him. He hesitated as he looked at his bowl, and then nodded. Yes, I suppose it's fate. Jiang Rou smiled, revealing dimples, and used her chopsticks to serve him another helping. Then handsome Gu, eat more, and let fate be well fed, she teased. Lin Yunzu's hand tightened slightly on her stocking at the remark. The meal ended quickly. As people dispersed thinking Gu Yin would leave with them, he watched Jiang Rou's bright smile, and considered her pleasant demeanor. The perfume in his car was not priceless. Rather than let it sit and used, he thought he might offer it as a small kindness in return for tonight's attentions. So he called after Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou, wait up. Old Gu, what's this about? Lu Ping teased with a wink. Jiang Rou blushed and lingered, secretly delighted. Lin Yunju, watching from the side, clenched her teeth with jealousy. When the group had dispersed and the teasing had died down, Jiang Rou fell into small quick steps behind Gu Yin, like a little follower drifting along the street. She kept her hands clasped behind her back and ventured in a low voice. Gu Yin, why did you call me? I have something to give you. I don't need it. Huh? Jiang Rou stopped in surprise. When they reached the parked car, Gu Yin produced the Chanel gift bag from the Mercedes glove compartment. She covered her mouth in shock. You're giving this to me? Isn't it too extravagant? Just a small gift. Gu Yin felt awkward saying it had been delivered by the system. Since it served no purpose sitting in his possession, he would rather offer it as a favor. This? It must be expensive. Jiang Rou had used perfume before. Even some Chanel her mother kept. But those were the supermarket decants. A few hundred yuan for a small bottle, still a notable expense to ordinary families. Not expensive, Gu Yin said, inviting her into the car. They drove out from the back street to a lot by the Nanda side gate. By the time they climbed out, Jiang Rou's cheeks were flushed with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Her earlier efforts seemed not to have been in vain. A little celebratory sprite in her chest clenched its tiny fists in joy. Gu Yin, thank you for the gift. When they parted at the dormitory gate, Jiang Rou carried the gift bag with reddened cheeks and mouthed her thanks to Gu Yin before trotting back toward the girls' building under the curious eyes of passing students. All the girls were in the dormitory. They were all tired from the meal and the walk back. Seeing Jiang Rou's flushed face and the gift bag, they crowded around and demanded to know why Gu Yin had stopped her. Has handsome Gu confessed to you? Zhao Xian, the roommate most keen on Jiang Rou's success, teased. Lin Yunju, lounging on the bed and half chatting with Chen Xian, sat up at the suggestion, her gaze naturally falling on the bag Jiang Rou held. The large logo was impossible to miss. Is that Chanel? Gu Yin gave it to you. The other roommates swarmed in eagerly. Luxury goods were still far beyond the reach of these fresh-faced first years. It's really Chanel. And it's perfume. Zhao Xian squealed in excitement. Come on, open it. What kind is it? Let me try some later. Of course, Jiang Rou replied with relish. Jiang Rou had always enjoyed the admiring looks of her roommates, and having been accustomed to such comforts, she carefully peeled back the packaging. Inside lay a bottle of pale yellow liquid with a black rectangular cap. There was also a receipt on which the fragrance name was printed, Island Forest Collector's Edition. At Zhao Zin's excited shriek, Lin Yunju angrily took out her phone and searched the model. Over 8,000. A single casually gifted bottle equaled a semester's tuition and living expenses. Lin Yunju stared at the price, resentment boiling within her. Over 8,000 for a bottle of perfume. For an office worker, that would mean not eating or drinking for 2 to 3 months of salary, let alone for a group of students living off their parents' allowances. It is undoubtedly a substantial sum. And this hefty amount is merely for a single bottle of perfume. Lin Yunju clenched the bed sheet, her breath becoming heavy as she watched the perfume bottle held in Jiang Rou's hands, envy and jealousy nurturing and spreading within her heart. What she cared about was not just the bottle of perfume, but the fact that Gu Yin, the tall and wealthy handsome guy, had taken the initiative to gift Jiang Rou. As time goes on, the chances of Jiang Rou becoming his girlfriend will only increase. Gifts will no longer be limited to perfume, but could include expensive luxury items from LV, Hermes, and so forth. The deeper Lin Yunju thought about it, the more naked jealousy arose in her gaze towards Jiang Rou. If only she had discovered earlier how wealthy Gu Yin was, if only she had broken up with Chun Xian sooner, or if she had refused Chun Xian's advances right after graduating from high school, would she have had a chance? Below, Zhao Xian carefully took the perfume from Jiang Rou's hands and opened the cap, inhaling from the nozzle. She closed her eyes, deliberately displaying an exaggerated expression of ecstasy. A faint fragrance without the intense scent of inferior perfumes, it's quite intoxicating. Let me see how much this perfume costs. 8,170. Zhao Xian returned the perfume to Jiang Rou, picked up the small receipt from the bag, and widened her eyes. How much? The other girls in the dormitory thought they misheard, each displaying expressions of disbelief. Some got off their beds while others stood up from their chairs to gather around Jiang Rou, examining the small perfume bottle. Just this little over 8,000. The girl who had previously admired Gu Yan's looks, a bit infatuated, was astonished and gestured an 8 with her fingers. Oh my goodness. That's almost equivalent to a semester's tuition. Zhang Ro was also taken aback. When Gu Yan gifted her the perfume, she saw the Chanel brand, and thought of the bulk Chanel perfume her mother had bought for her. She assumed this bottle was only worth about 1 to 2,000. She never expected it to actually cost over 8,000. However, seeing the shocked expressions on her dorm mates' faces, she felt a small sense of vanity swell up within her, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her lips. I didn't expect Gu Yan to gift such an expensive perfume. Had I known, I would have declined. This comment made Lin Yunju, who was on the upper bunk, grit her teeth in frustration. Was this modesty? It was clearly a display of bragging meant to show off to her. Yunju, do you want to come down and try this perfume? Zhang Ro graciously looked towards Lin Yunju on the bed. Lin Yunju forced a smile, shaking her head. I'm already in bed, too lazy to get up. But it seems like Gu Yan might have an interest in you. I don't know, he suddenly gifted it to me. It makes me feel a bit embarrassed. How did she suddenly become so skilled at making tea? Lin Yunzu's hand, hidden under the blanket, turned pale from clenching, but on the surface, she still wore a faint smile. That means he has an interest in you. You must act quickly. I'll aim to win him over by the end of my first semester. With the perfume incident, Zhang Ro felt a surge of confidence, making her mood significantly better as she had Zhao Xin and the others try the perfume. Forget it, such an expensive perfume, and there's only this little bit. A spritz feels like it costs dozens to hundreds of dollars and would be gone in no time. Zhao Xin waved her hands repeatedly, the other girls also feeling embarrassed to use it as it was simply too pricey. You're my good sister, don't say just a spritz. Even if you use it every day, I won't say anything. It's just a bottle of perfume, and it will eventually run out. Zhang Ro took Zhao Xin's hand, spraying a little on her fingertip, then taught Zhao Xin to rub it beneath her ear. The scent was delicate and refreshing. This scent is so pleasant even after a long time. Zhao Xin tilted her head to sniff. I've decided not to shower tonight. The others immediately burst into laughter at her remark. By the way, Ro, is Gu Yan's family very wealthy? How did you two meet on the high-speed train? Did he hit on? A girl seeing the perfume being put away felt a surge of curiosity. Zhang Ro placed the perfume in the wardrobe, tidying it up before turning around. Not at all. Oh, I was the one who started the conversation with him. That day I was dragging a big suitcase looking for a seat, and his seat happened to be next to mine. That's how. What a coincidence. But with such a wealthy family, why would he choose to take a high-speed train? He usually dresses quite ordinarily. During the first dormitory social event, he wore clothes from a street vendor. That's just him being low-key. Gu Yan is extremely wealthy, you can't even imagine it. Zhao Xin, being naturally warm and straightforward, revealed the confidential information she promised Gu Yan not to share before Zhang Ro could stop her. He has a monthly allowance of 100,000 to Zhang Ro, and I heard him receive the payment notification with our own ears. The dormitory fell silent, and Lin Yunju sat up straight, staring intently at the smug Zhao Xin. 100,000 a month. A few girls who regained their senses gasped. They were all from ordinary families and had never seen so much money in their lives, yet it was just Gu Yan's monthly pocket money. That's just too wealthy. Their expressions towards Zhang Ro changed, and they all stepped forward. Zhang Ro. Sister Ro, don't forget us when you become rich and famous. Zhang Ro glared at Zhao Xin, the meaning behind her gaze being, who told you to say that? This was bad. News of Gu Yan being rich and handsome would spread quickly, and she didn't know how many competitors she would have. At this moment, Lin Yunju on the bed remained silent, feeling a bit dazed. What on earth had I missed? With a monthly allowance of 100,000, Gu Yan's family must have a net income of at least $1 million a month, and he might even be the only son of the family. Her past pride in decisively choosing Chen Xian was crushed to pieces. Regret. She definitely regretted making her choice too early. If she hadn't chosen Chen Xian, she would definitely be standing on the same starting line as Zhang Ro pursuing Gu Yan. Today, the one receiving the perfume would likely be her, and it would certainly be her becoming the wife of a wealthy man in the future. Looking again at Chen Xian's messages in her phone, which resembled those of an infatuated suitor asking what she was doing, she felt an impulse to block and delete him. The girls in the dormitory continued their chatter, while Zhao Xin had already exposed Gu Yan's background, bluntly revealing that he drove a Mercedes convertible. This instantly threw the dormitory back into shock. Driving a car worth 700,000 to 800,000 while attending school. Children of the wealthy truly live lavishly. The girls in the dormitory couldn't help but sigh, and one by one they began to flatter Zhang Ro. After all, having such a low-key rich second generation who actively gifts would mean they could enjoy a good life alongside Zhang Ro throughout their college years. Soon the initial excitement began to fade, but the topic of Gu Yan continued to circulate among the girls. Zhang Ro took a moment to visit the restroom, then removed her makeup and washed her face. Reflecting on the scenes of Gu Yan gifting her bright and fair face, couldn't help but flush slightly. By 10 o'clock the dormitory began to turn off the lights. Gu Yan, are you asleep? She sent a text message to Gu Yin in the boys' dormitory from her bed. In the boys' dormitory, Gu Yin was closing his eyes. After the lights were turned off, he focused his attention inward, looking at his attribute panel. Upon seeing the skills section, he froze for a moment. Basketball ace, C-level driving skill, beginner martial arts, beginner unyielding. The basketball ace and unyielding skills were granted by the system. But what about the driving and martial arts skills? Could it be that the default driving skill is obtained after getting a driver's license, and the martial arts skill must be related to instructor Li's teachings? In an instant, everything became clear. It turned out that what he had learned was also counted. Exiting the attribute page, Gu Yin finally noticed the message Jiang Ro had sent 10 minutes ago. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Ro, who had been waiting for a reply for a long time, was just about to put her phone down and sleep when the dark screen suddenly lit up, displaying Gu Yan's text message. Her delicate face immediately broke into a smile as her fingers quickly tapped on the screen to reply. How can you reply when you're asleep? Gu Yan, thank you for your gift. It smells wonderful. I've never used such good perfume before. Jiang Ro knew what to say and what not to say at this moment. Mentioning expensive things would make her seem vulgar. I'm glad you like it. Sure enough, Gu Yan replied again. Jiang Ro was as excited as if she had cleared a level in a game, her delicate little feet gently kicking the blanket twice. You gave me a gift. Ew, I feel undeserving. How about I treat you to dinner after class tomorrow? But you can't order anything too expensive. My little wallet can't compete with yours. After sending the long message, Gu Yan couldn't help but smile slightly, realizing that this girl was quite interesting. He wasn't foolish, naturally seeing through the little girl's tricks. He thought about rejecting her, but reconsidered, thinking that it was just dinner, not a step towards further development. He had some fondness for this slightly scheming Jiang Ro within the realm of ordinary friends. Of course, since the other party wanted to have the upper hand, Gu Yan wouldn't be foolish enough to be a sycophant. Sure, let's eat in the cafeteria. Great. With a triumphant emoji attached, Gu Yan ended the chat, suppressed his smile, turned off his phone, and tucked it under his pillow, gradually sinking into slumber. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Lin Yunju lay on her bed, staring wistfully at Jiang Rao's bed, clearly sensing the glow of her phone illuminating the thin blanket, occasionally hearing her excited giggles. Chatting with Gu Yan. Looks like you're having a good time. She reluctantly squeezed the blanket, then turned back to reply in her chat with Chun Xian. I'm asleep. Good night, baby. Sweet dreams. In the boys' dormitory, Chun Xian stared at the 3 words I'm asleep in confusion. Just a moment ago, everything was fine, so why the sudden declaration of sleep? Whatever, I'll sleep too. Tomorrow is the first day of classes. The night grew deeper, time passing slowly, and as dawn broke in the east, the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, driving away the darkness of the early morning. The edge of light swiftly spread, enveloping the earth. At the fixed time, the alarm on the phone rang. In the 502 dormitory, Gu Yan and his 6 roommates rubbed their eyes, yawning as they got up to wash up. After tidying up, they hurriedly left the dormitory building. As soon as he stepped outside, Gu Yan saw a girl standing gracefully on the steps. She was holding a bag of dumplings in one hand and a sealed cup of porridge in the other. Her charming appearance left the boys streaming out of the dormitory momentarily enchanted. Chen Xian and Lu Ping were just starting to react. Jiang Ro. Over there, Jiang Ro tilted her head, her exquisite face forming a shallow dimple as she looked at Gu Yan obediently. Here, I bought you breakfast. I knew you boys get up late, rushing to wash up and head to class. Thanks, have you eaten? Gu Yan had put her in the friend zone in his heart. Although his expression was calm, his hand naturally took the breakfast from Jiang Ro. He bit into a dumpling, while Jiang Ro handed over the plastic cup of porridge with a straw inserted. I've already eaten, hurry up while it's hot. Gu Yan held a textbook in one hand and half a bun in the other, unable to hold the porridge, so he leaned down to sip through the straw. Seeing this, Jiang Ro's smile was as radiant as a flower. Internally, she had already given herself a thumbs up. Another little trick succeeded. She had taken another small step in winning over the handsome Gu. Hey, it's early in the morning, and we haven't eaten either. Lu Ping, Zhao Zhun, and Xin Xin teased from behind, causing Jiang Ro to flush red. She hurriedly said, you guys go buy your own. But we want to eat what the girls bought. Lu Ping laughed heartily after saying this. Many people around joined in the laughter, but 2 remained silent, one of whom was Qin Mu, who turned his head away with a dark expression. He liked Jiang Ro, and the first time they met, he even declared he would pursue her. However, Jiang Ro completely ignored him, not even allowing him to add her on WeChat. Yet although Qin Mu felt uncomfortable, he wasn't foolish enough to blame Gu Yan. He understood that romance is about mutual feelings. The girl willingly pursued Gu Yan. What could he say? The other person with a solemn face was Chun Xian. Watching Jiang Ro walking closely beside Gu Yan, he felt a mix of emotions, jealousy, surging within him in mere seconds. Why is that? I was the first one in the dormitory to have a girlfriend, but why do Gu Yin and Jiang Rou seem like, especially with Jiang Rou's long fair and curvy legs dressed in a JK uniform with white knee-high socks and black round-toed shoes today, her appearance was pure, yet alluring, stirring desires in those who looked. What's so good about Gu Yin besides being handsome? He's like an iceberg. Chen Xian complained all the way until Jiang Rou waved goodbye to Gu Yin and headed towards another teaching building. He then approached, asking old Gu, did you confess to Jiang Rou yesterday? No, I just gave her a gift. Gu Yin chuckled lightly. Maybe she was particularly pleased with that gift today. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian finally felt a bit better. He also knew that as long as Gu Yin confessed, Jiang Rou would definitely agree to be his girlfriend. Fortunately, he didn't confess. Chen Xian exhaled, thinking that the title of being the first to have a girlfriend in the dormitory was finally secure. Sighed this damned, inexplicable sense of competitiveness. Then it was time to enter the classroom for lessons. Today's classes were quite special. The counselor had specifically arranged for every class to be held to allow each teacher to familiarize themselves with the students, briefly discussing the subjects and reminding them about attendance warning about failing if they did not show up on time. After the morning classes, everything was as usual. Gu Yin and Lu Ping went to the cafeteria for a meal, and midway they encountered Shun Wei still in her rough pale t-shirt, but her braid had been changed to a ponytail, hiding in a corner with her tray. Gu Yin observed her from a distance, and with his previous calculations in mind, he paid special attention to this girl. The saying, if you give a favor you will receive one in return, is always applicable. I'll be back in a bit, Gu Yin said to Lu Ping and the others rising to leave. He specifically went to the windowsill to order a portion of stir-fried shredded pork from the chef, pointing at the girl in the corner. She eats slowly, and after you fry this, take it to her. The chef nodded. Sure, I'll take it over once it's done. I've seen that girl a few times, as she hardly eats anything. Her family situation seems quite poor. As he spoke, the chef sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, before turning back into the kitchen to get Old Gu, what are you doing at the window? Zhao Jin asked when Gu Yin returned. Gu Yin casually brushed it off, and after finishing the meal they all returned to the dormitory to rest. Meanwhile, Shun Wei, dining in the corner, was frozen in place, staring at the delicious stir-fried pork in front of her, timidly waving her hand. I didn't order this. Someone paid for it, a handsome guy. The cafeteria lady said with a smile. That young man is tall, good-looking, and kind-hearted. Hurry up and eat, don't waste his kindness. Shin Wei grasped the chopsticks, lowering her head. Once the cafeteria lady left, she cautiously picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It must be him. Thinking of that boy, Shun Wei felt her eyes sting with unshed tears. In the boys' dormitory room, 502 was filled with loud shouts. Go and cue him. Damn, he managed to escape. Keep hiding in the bushes. Zhaojin, Lu Ping, Qin Mu, and Qin Qing were playing on their computers while Chen Xian was alone lying on his bed playing games on his phone. Guyan was lying on the bed feeling utterly bored. The previous actions had not yielded any system rewards, which surprised him. He mentally inquired, but received no response from the system. Strange, in the past, these sudden actions always granted random rewards. Has the system closed this backdoor? If that were the case, it would be quite a pity, as the important tasks offered substantial rewards, but they rarely appeared. He usually relied on completing random tasks for rewards. If the backdoor for brushing random tasks was blocked, Guyan would have to figure out how to complete random tasks again. He was pondering what strange issue had arisen with the system. Suddenly, a system prompt rang in his mind. System long-term task, daily morning exercises, running push-ups, sit-ups, 0-10. Complete all tasks within 10 days. Basic reward, Land Rover Range Rover long wheelbase. Final reward, professional identity card. Professional identity card randomly selects a basic social occupation or identity, granting you the abilities associated with that occupation limited to basic. He thought something was wrong, but it turned out the system had a big surprise in store for him. A Land Rover Range Rover long wheelbase. Finally, there would be a tough vehicle, which Gu Yin really liked. As for the professional identity card, he was curious about it. Basic social occupations. For example, journalist, teacher. These are all basic occupations. If it's an identity, does being a boss count? Old Gu class is starting soon. Gu Yin, lost in thought, was called by Lu Ping. He opened his eyes, got out of bed, washed his face, tidied his flattened hairstyle, and grabbed the textbooks for the afternoon classes. Upon returning to the classroom, many classmates cast complex looks at Gu Yin, especially some girls, whose eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. Old Gu, what's going on? I feel like their gazes at you are a bit different. Zhao Jun was quite perceptive and sensed the odd atmosphere as soon as he entered the classroom. You aren't some big shots illegitimate child who got exposed, are you? Get lost. Gu Yin laughed and cursed as he sat down in the back row. Chen Xian scoffed. There aren't that many illegitimate children. If you're rich, you're just rich. If you're born poor, you remain poor. Even working hard later on won't change your social status. You guys are too sensitive. Look at me, my family has 4 houses and a BMW. I'm just average in class. They all rolled their eyes in unison. However, Zhaozhen still ran over to inquire about the situation. After hearing it, he looked a bit dumbfounded. 100,000 a month. A Mercedes coupe. Are you kidding me? Zhaozhen's mouth twitched. He spent every day with Gu Yan and still didn't know his background. Aside from that bed cover and the recent phone he changed, there was nothing that indicated he was a wealthy heir. I heard it too, but I have no idea who spread it. The girl being questioned was also helpless, but a bit gossipy. So Gu Handsome has always been low-key in your dormitory. You guys couldn't tell at all. What could we have figured out? Old Gu has been low-key from signing up to finishing military training. No one noticed he was a rich second generation. After a few more exchanges, just before class started, Zhaozhen returned to his seat. He glanced at Gu Yan, who was wearing Bluetooth headphones listening to music and reading, and his expression became a bit complicated. Lu Ping, Qinqing, and Chun Xian quickly asked him, "What did you find out? Does old Gu have a girlfriend?" Zhaozhen shook his head at both questions and lowered his voice. They're saying old Gu is a rich second generation. Chun Xian was the first to express disbelief. If he's a rich second generation, then I'm a first generation. You guys really think these rumors are credible just because old Gu is handsome and has a bit of a rich boy vibe? That's ridiculous. But that's what they're saying. Why not just ask old Gu? Chun Xian replied. Asking would be pointless. I think you guys are making a big deal out of nothing, taking hearsay as truth. If old Gu were really a rich second generation, would we not notice? Qin Mu glanced at Gu Yan, who was oblivious to their conversation, and spoke softly. There are plenty of rich second generations at Nan University. When they enter, they have people surrounding them, everyone knows. Just look at the business management department. They study management to inherit their family's businesses. If old Gu were really one, he should have chosen business management as his major. The teachers here, everyone stopped talking. Lu Ping quickly gestured for everyone to be quiet, and the classroom fell silent as a Mediterranean-haired teacher entered. The afternoon class gradually passed. After exiting the teaching building, Gu Yan received a call from his mother Zhao Taiho, who asked about his recent situation. After confirming everything was fine at home, he reminded her to rest more and not to work too hard. After hanging up the phone, Zhaozhen and Lu Ping had already walked far away. Gu Yan casually returned to the dormitory alone, and in the evening, he was pulled by Jiang Ro to the second floor of the cafeteria, where they ordered a few dishes and ate casually. During the meal, Jiang Ro chattered away like a lark, fearful of any silence, constantly bringing up topics to engage Gu Yan. The girl even actively picked food for Gu Yan, gently insinuating about the possibility of their relationship progressing further. It's about fate. We're good as we are now, let's be friends first. Gu Yan smiled slightly at her. I'm someone who values feelings and connections. Although a bit disappointed, Jiang Ro still liked the idea of starting as friends. As long as they had that connection, she could gradually win over his heart. As for the rumors about her as school beauty lowering herself to pursue a boy, she felt indifferent. If she liked him, she would pursue him. That was her mindset. After dinner, Jiang Ro playfully dragged Gu Yan around the school for a while. Upon returning to the dorm, Gu Yan organized his textbooks neatly on the desk. Late at night, he set his alarm for 6 in the morning, lay down, and felt the chaos of the dorm. The feeling of being in school was growing stronger. Halfway through, he received a friend request from a stranger on WeChat, but without any accompanying message, so he just ignored it, closed his phone, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Nanjiang Normal University, Li Xiaoshuang, who had been waiting for a long time, angrily threw her phone on the bed. That Gu Yan, isn't he the one who rejected me in sophomore year? How could he not even add me on WeChat? Shuang Gu Yan is different now. He has some fame among the freshmen at Nan University, and there are countless girls chasing after him. Given your past, it's only natural that he might feel some resentment. Tang Zi came over with a facial mask on, flipping through the news about Nan University on her phone. Due to previous events, she had gotten used to browsing the Nan University forum. Hey, what do you think Gu Yan's family does? When it came to family background, Li Xiaoshuang snorted dismissively. What could they do? I remember asking him in sophomore year. He said his dad was a factory worker and his mom was a full-time housewife taking care of his daily needs. If it weren't for his good looks with that family background, I doubt any girl would like him. That's strange. Tang Zi frowned slightly, sounding puzzled. Then why are there posts on the Nan University forum claiming Gu Yan is a rich second generation? That's what I want to know. For 3 years in high school, how could we not be aware of Gu Yan's family situation? Li Xiaoshuang casually flipped through her phone recently, adding some male classmates, sifting through those from poorer backgrounds and tagging them. She kept talking, with only a few pieces of clothing to rotate through each season, and even reluctant to buy new school uniforms with patches on his pants. If he were a rich second generation, I would write my name backward. True. Tang Zi looked at the post. These people even claim to have a monthly allowance of 100,000. That's too exaggerated, driving a Mercedes to school. A soft laugh naturally came from the bed, as if hearing a great joke. By the way, are we still going to see Gu Yin this? Li Xiaoshuang hesitated. The few people she had chatted with had all invited her to go shopping this weekend. Among them were those from relatively well-off families, though not exactly rich. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. I want go. I understand. Tang Zi shrugged and returned to her bed, without any psychological burden. Then I want to accompany you to avoid being a third wheel. He'll go find Gu Yin by myself. You are going? Li Xiaoshuang put her phone aside, showing a surprised expression. I've already said that I'd go see him. How can I go back on my word? Moreover, I don't have any romantic thoughts about Gu Yin. We were classmates for 3 years in high school, and we should at least meet once in the same city. You have a point. Go ahead then. After saying that, Li Xiaoshuang continued chatting with a few promising fish in her pond, occasionally bursting into laughter, causing Tang Zi to sigh and shake her head. The latter did not have the first love face that Li Xiaoshuang possessed, which made one feel a rush of emotion at first sight, but she had a kind of enduring beauty suited for a virtuous wife and mother with a gentle temperament that made her approachable over time. In high school, Li Xiaoshuang was the school beauty, and Tang Zi was not lacking either, with many admirers, though she had rejected them all. I hope you won't regret it. Tang Zi murmured softly, pulling the blanket over her and drifting off to sleep. At 6 in the morning in the boys' dormitory 502 of Nanda, the alarm rang at the usual time. The 5 people in the dorm were groggy, looking at Gu Yin as he got out of bed and dressed. It's not even bright yet. Lao Gu, where are you going? Morning exercise. With a simple reply, Gu Yin put on his pants, changed into the white sneakers he had bought earlier, splashed some water on his face, and quickly headed out. Upon arriving at the Nanda sports field, he was surprised to find quite a few people jogging or warming up in the morning. Both men and women were present, including several teachers, around 10 people in total. Gu Yin joined in without drawing any attention. After warming up his ankle joints at the edge of the track, Gu Yin took a few hops before slowly starting to move. At first, several people overtook him from behind, running ahead. However, a few minutes later, as his cardiovascular system adjusted to the exercise, he began to quicken his pace. With a physique that reached 7 points others couldn't compare. His speed increased, muscles in his legs tightened and stretched, creating a striking outline visible through his skin. The few men and women who had originally opened a gap of several dozen meters were left behind in less than a minute. After completing 3 laps, his speed showed no sign of slowing. Damn, did this guy come from a sports school? Seeing Gu Yin run like this, the few exercising men and women went from indifferent to gradually showing surprise. By the time they reached halfway through the 4th lap, they were all shocked and stopped. It's almost 5 laps, this guy must be a monster. He stopped. I said he couldn't possibly not be tired, but running 5 laps at this speed is indeed a bit scary. Gu Yin slowed down, shifting to a walking pace. After a few meters, holding his breath, he turned to the other side of the track. In the astonished gaze of those men and women, he suddenly dropped to the ground and swiftly began doing push-ups. Forget what I just said. This person's physical ability is indeed at a monster level. Which department is he from? It's too dark to see clearly. Should we go over to get to know him? That's fine. With his height, we should invite him to join the basketball team. He might become the strongest freshman this year. As he spoke, one of the taller boys, about 182 meters, walked over to Gu Yin. 78, 79, 80. After completing 100 push-ups, Gu Yin was about to start his next set of sit-ups when he noticed someone standing beside him, a buzzcut boy grinning at him. Excuse me, could you pause for a moment? I have something to discuss with you, but it will only take a few minutes. The dark blue sky was beginning to brighten at dawn. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. Gu Yin didn't want to delay, so he lay down on the ground doing sit-ups while asking, what do you need me for? Do you play basketball? The person squatted down next to Gu Yin's feet, using both hands to help hold Gu Yin's feet in place as he completed his training, speaking in a relaxed tone. I saw you running just now. Your speed and endurance are very strong. You must have great explosive power as well. I wonder if I could invite you to join the basketball team. Not for now. Gu Yin was concerned that playing basketball might take up his time for system tasks. After all, material and monetary rewards were more tangible than sweating it out. Really not considering it. With your height and physical ability, it would be a shame not to play basketball. The boy continued to persuade. My name is Duan Yuju. I'm a junior this year, and this semester will be my last in basketball. I want to train a group of new basketball players so that even after our junior class leaves, the basketball team can continue operating. In their senior year, most people focus their energy on employment, graduation theses, and postgraduate exams, laying a foundation for their future lives. Even Duan Yuju, who had a strong interest in basketball, had to give it up. Listening to the other person talk, Gu Yin wasn't really paying much attention. After doing 100, he stopped and looked at the boy in front of him. My name is Gu Yin. If one day I want to play basketball, I'll come find you directly. Saying this, he stood up and thanked the boy for helping him hold his feet earlier. He'll be waiting for your news. Duan Yuju shouted after Gu Yin's departing figure. Gu Yin raised his hand and waved a couple of times before heading back to the dormitory. At this time it was already past 7 and Lu Ping and the others in the dormitory had also gotten up to wash up. Seeing Gu Yin covered in sweat, they all showed surprised expressions. Lao Gu, you really do morning exercises? Gu Yin nodded, walked to the wardrobe, and directly pulled off his t-shirt from the bottom up, revealing his muscular chest and subtly defined six-pack abs with shark lines on both sides, leaving the others in the dorm stunned. Damn, your physique is so good. Zhao Jin squatted down with his yellow hair, staring blankly at the sweat-drenched abs of Gu Yin, while on the other side, Shen Xian, with a toothbrush in his mouth, instinctively reached down to touch his own flat stomach, which had no signs of abs, looking a bit saggy, even showing signs of gaining weight. Stop touching, you don't have any. Chen Xing chuckled, patting his own belly. I'm different, no, I have a big one. Saying this, he puffed out his belly, lifting his t-shirt fabric. System, good body management not only grants you health, but also makes others envious. Congratulations to the host for having a great physique. Reward 5 equity in Times Square. This share is a dividend share and does not participate in internal management. Gu Yin, who was washing his face and wiping sweat, suddenly froze. The dividend shares. The system's random reward limit this time is quite generous. Although it is only 5% of the shares, generally speaking, whether in large group companies or in commercial squares, most of the shares are held by investment companies and individual investors. Having even 10% is considered a major shareholder. Gu Yin is not greedy. 5% of dividend shares represent a source of long-term wealth. Even if this Times Square is poorly managed and sold in the future as a shareholder, he can still take away 5% of the money. Anyway, it's free, so there's nothing to lose. After freshening up while on the way to the teaching building with his roommate, a strange phone call came in. The person on the other end claimed to be from the Times Square secretary's office, wanting to discuss the share negotiation with Gu Yin. Due to the presence of many people around, Gu Yin didn't elaborate further and scheduled the negotiation for this weekend, stating he would come by in person. As before, Zhang Ro, who brought breakfast, was naturally close by, vaguely hearing words like square and contract. When Gu Yin hung up, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, Gu Yin, was that phone call just now? It's nothing, someone is looking for me to handle some matters. The shares of Times Square are indeed too astonishing among students. Moreover, he just learned yesterday that his monthly allowance and the fact that he drives a Mercedes have been posted on the Nanda forum. Although not many believe it, he doesn't want to be exposed online. Oh, got it. Zhang Ro is not foolish, but since Gu Yin didn't say more, she didn't pursue it further lest she annoy him, which would be counterproductive. And so a week's time gradually passed in the busy atmosphere of classes. Gu Yin's life in these 7 days was the same as usual: morning exercises, eating breakfast prepared by Zhang Ro, occasionally going out for a drive to familiarize himself with the car, and secretly adding money to the cafeteria to ensure Shun Wei received extra meat dishes. However, the two rarely met. Perhaps the girl's pride was strong, intentionally avoiding mealtime with Gu Yin. He didn't bother to deliberately confront her as long as she remembered his kindness. When the weekend arrived, Gu Yin saw a text from Zhang Ro asking if he wanted to go out somewhere. Gu Yin replied that he had something to do and left the dormitory for the outdoor parking lot at the side gate of Nanda. He had already obtained a vehicle entry permit, and the security staff knew him well, so there would be no difficulties. Driving out of the school and into the downtown of Nanjing City, the so-called Times Square is the holiday square Gu Yin visited for shopping before. Its full name is Jinchong Holiday Times. It is an asset under a local company named Jinchong. The administrative office is located in a corner on the 3rd floor, with 2/3 of the staff being property workers. Gu Yin made a phone call, and soon a staff member arrived. Seeing such a young, handsome guy, the staff was somewhat surprised, but the surprise was only brief as they respectfully led Gu Yin to the office area. Here there is a lawyer specifically dispatched by Jinchong Company along with a manager from the headquarters. After presenting the relevant documents and confirming Gu Yin's identity, they took out the share transfer contract and the shareholding contract. After signing, he pressed his thumbprint. The lawyer, who appeared to be in his 30s, stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Gu, you are truly young and accomplished. Not at all, it's a gift from my family. At the age of 18, being able to acquire shares of a company under someone else's name would be hard for anyone to believe based solely on his own capabilities. It's better to be straightforward and say that his family helped. After all, the other party wouldn't truly dig deeper. Even if someone insisted on digging deeper, they would only find out about Gu Yan's parents. The more they did, however, the more puzzling it would become. How could such a family possibly acquire 5% of the shares in a thriving commercial square? In the end, they would only assume Gu Yan's background was more complicated than it seemed, leading them to speculate that he might have a concealed benefactor behind the scenes. Mr. Gu, here is my business card. Whether for commercial matters or other disputes, you can leave it to me. Gu Yan glanced at the business card. Guang Law Firm. Lawyer Zhang Bu. If Jinchong Company entrusted him as their full attorney, he must have. Good. If I encounter any trouble in this area in the future, don't refuse, Lawyer Zhang. Saying this, Gu Yin shook hands with him, took the leather bag, and turned to leave the office area. As he took the elevator down, his phone rang again. Hello? Is this Gu Yin? I'm Tang Ji. I'm on my way to Nanda, and I'm coming alone. A Shuang didn't come with me. I'm not at Nanda right now. I'm at Times Square. Are you still coming? Yes, I want to treat you to a meal. Alright, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the square. Since Tang Ji wants to come over, Gu Yin decided not to return to school and walked directly to the entrance of the square, where there is an outdoor cafe with seating. He quickly found an empty spot, ordered a glass of juice from the waiter, and began to review the contract while waiting for the girl to arrive. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Tang Ji and Li Xiaoshuang had been inseparable best friends in high school, so why was she coming alone? But it's also fine that Li Xiaoshuang didn't come. It saves them from awkwardness if they have nothing to say upon meeting. After about half an hour, around 10 o'clock, Tang Ji's phone rang again. I'm here, where are you? Gu Yin held the phone, raised his gaze to scan the square's entrance, and saw a girl in a white dress standing gracefully, waving her hand. Look to your right. I see you. Following the direction indicated, Tang Ji saw Gu Yin dressed in a shirt, white jeans, and white shoes, smiling and waving at her. Ending the call, the girl holding her shoulder bag dashed over with a light step. Oh, the famous person is so busy, came here alone without a girlfriend. Single, and I'm here for business. Gu Yin invited her to sit down and asked the waiter to bring the menu to the girl. I was about to head back to school before you called. A glass of orange juice was served. Tang Ji sipped through the straw, using her hand to fan herself. I originally wanted to bring Shuang along, but she couldn't make it due to something, so I came by myself. Why not? You really didn't have to come. No way. Tang Ji's expression turned serious. Things we arranged can't be cancelled. Moreover, in this city, we're the only three from the same hometown. No matter what, we have to gather right. What are you reluctant to let go of this lunch? Seeing Gu Yan's surprised expression, she suddenly chuckled. Just kidding, lunch is on us, I won't take advantage of you. Gu Yan's expression remained neutral as he nodded. What do you want to eat for lunch? Having just walked around and eaten quite a bit. Should we go shopping first? The girl suggested. Sure. After drinking a few sips of coffee, Gu Yan got up to settle the bill. Tang Ji noticed there was still a lot of orange juice left, hurriedly taking a few more sips. By the time Gu Yan returned to call her, only a shallow layer of juice remained in the cup. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Tang Ji patted her chest, having choked a bit from drinking too quickly. Let's go, don't act like a starving ghost reincarnated. Gu Yan took out a tissue and handed it to her. She wiped her mouth and followed him, her flat shoes making a sound as they hit the ground. Hey, could you say something nice? I'm still your high school classmate, why call me a starving ghost reincarnated? The first floor of the shopping mall mostly features women's cosmetics, jewelry, and bags. Since it was still early, Gu Yan led her to browse around. The dazzling array of goods coupled with the lighting made Tang Ji's eyes shine. Especially when she saw a bracelet on a plastic mannequin's wrist in the window sparkling brightly, it nearly made Tang Ji unable to look away. She ran over to ask for the price, leaving her completely stunned. Over 3,000. Looking up at the store name Tasaki, she was so frightened that she hurriedly left the store, dragging Gu Yan away. Just a bracelet, over 3,000, it's ridiculously expensive. Do you like it, eh? Tang Ji glanced at the store she just visited, shook her head. Even if I like it, what's the point? I can't afford it. It's better to go to the jewelry store at the school gate. After saying this, the girl turned to browse around the shoe store nearby. When she came out, she realized that Gu Yan hadn't followed her. Just as she was about to take out her phone to ask where he had gone, she saw him approaching. Thank you for taking care of me during high school. This gift is for you. Off. Tang Ji looked at the packaging box bearing the Tasaki name that he handed over, trembling slightly as she opened it. Inside was the pearl bracelet she had admired earlier. You. She stared at the bracelet, stuttering and unable to speak properly. Among my high school classmates, you and Sure Tao have a good relationship with me, so just accept this gift as a token from a friend. Gu Yan showed little emotion on his face as he pushed the bracelet back into her hand. The item has already been purchased and cannot be returned after leaving the counter. Reluctantly, Tang Ji blushed and accepted the gift, fiddling with the box, lost in thought. When they reached the dining area on the second floor, she finally spoke. Do you still think about Li Xiaoshuang? Not anymore. Gu Yan didn't hesitate at all, wearing a faint smile. Life is short, I don't want to linger too long on someone. It's good that you think that way. Tang Ji wanted to say more, but just as she opened her mouth, Gu Yan interrupted her, pointing to a hot pot restaurant ahead. I haven't tried Haidaleo yet, shall we go and give it a try? It's just a lunch. Isn't eating Haidaleo a bit expensive? Is it more expensive than the pearl bracelet on your wrist? Saying this, Gu Yan led the way into the restaurant. Once the staff realized there were two of them, they arranged a couple's seat by the window near the air conditioning. Gu Yan, are you really the rich second generation mentioned on the Nanda forum? After the dishes were served, Tang Ji looked at the food on the table, thinking about the bracelet in her bag, and finally couldn't help but asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. You could say that. Gu Yan chuckled. Shuang is really going to regret it. She'll probably be dying of regret now. Tang Ji silently mourned for Li Xiaoshuang, then setting aside her desire to help others put on the bracelet, took out her phone and began snapping pictures of the food on the table, while also capturing the bracelet in the shots. Of course, Gu Yan also took a picture compiling them together, and then adding a caption in a strange city, dining with a familiar classmate. At this time in a fast food restaurant, listening to the boy across from her speak eloquently, Li Xiaoshuang was bored scrolling through her WeChat moments when she saw the pictures and caption just posted by Tang Ji. She was immediately stunned, especially seeing the pearl bracelet on Tang Ji's fair wrist, which as her best friend, she had never seen her wear, and it was clear it wasn't cheap. Shuang, what's wrong? Seeing Li Xiaoshuang staring blankly at her phone, the quiet boy sitting across from her adjusted his glasses and softly asked, I'm fine. Li Xiaoshuang snapped back to reality, revealing a sweet smile, though her heart was filled with confusion. Tang Jiqi had gone to find Gu Yan, and they were having lunch at Heideleo. What was the deal with that bracelet? Did Tang Jiqi buy it herself? Impossible. Her monthly living expenses were just over 2,000, and although she didn't know the brand, the quality of that bracelet was evidently expensive. Could it be a gift from Gu Yan? Suddenly recalling that Tang Jiqi had said last night on the Nanda forum that Gu Yan might be a rich second generation with a monthly allowance of 100,000 and a Mercedes, she and Tang Jiqi had both been skeptical at the time. But now, could it be true? Had she really misjudged him? The more Li Xiaoshuang thought about it, the more restless. Shuang, why aren't you eating? Looking at her pure and lovely face, the boy kindly pushed the hamburger and fries on the table closer to her. I have something to do, so I want to accompany you shopping. Li Xiaoshuang quickly stood up, apologized to him, and hurriedly left amidst his astonished expression. Once outside, she called Tang Jiqi. On the other end of the line, Tang Jiqi, who was putting a piece of hot goose intestines into her bowl, instinctively glanced at Gu Yan when she saw the caller ID. Li Xiaoshuang. Gu Yan put down his chopsticks, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Did you ask her if she wants to come over? About adding another pair of chopsticks. I know her too well, as she probably won't come. Saying this, he swiftly answered the call. Shuang, why are you so... On the other side, with a somewhat hurried tone, Tang Jiqi asked, are you eating with Gu Yan? You saw my moments, right? I was originally going to find Gu Yan at Nanda, but unexpectedly, he was at Times Square, so I just strolled around with him here. Tang Jiqi's tone was calm, and her words were straightforward, showing no intention of hiding anything. Shuang, have you eaten? Do you want to come over for hot pot? This Heideleo is quite good. Standing at the entrance of the fast food restaurant, Li Xiaoshuang almost blurted out, I'll come over. But just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she stubbornly changed it to, I've already eaten, I just called to check on you. When will you return to school? After I finish eating. They chatted for a few more minutes, and after hanging up, Li Xiaoshuang bit her lip and closed her eyes to take a few deep breaths. They probably wouldn't have anything going on. Jiqi is my good friend, she knows Gu Yan likes me and definitely wouldn't do that. With her mind occupied and her head swirling with Tang Jiqi's moments, Li Xiaoshuang lost her shopping mood and took a taxi back to school. On the other side, after finishing hot pot, Tang Jiqi, who had originally wanted to go Dutch, found Gu Yan had already settled the bill and was directly leading her to the parking lot. Gu Yan, aren't you catching the bus? She wanted to say they could catch the bus together and then transfer to their respective schools, but before she could finish, she heard the sound of the car door unlocking. A silver-white convertible Mercedes flashed its headlights twice. Gu Yan opened the car door and turned back to look at Tang Jiqi, who was standing there with her mouth slightly agape. What are you dazed for? Get in. They'll take you back to normal university. Oh. Once Tang Jiqi snapped back to reality, she got into the passenger seat. It wasn't until the Mercedes drove onto the road to normal university that she fully comprehended the shock. Gu Yan, classmate. Is this car yours? His simple reply was filled with affirmation. Tang Jiqi took a deep breath and looked at the focused side profile of Gu Yan driving. So what they say on the forum about your monthly allowance being 100,000 is true. Tang Jiqi took another deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. But Shuang said your dad is a factory worker. Does that mean she loves money or loves me? This topic is always a concern for the wealthy, and Gu Yan intentionally posed the question back to her. As expected, upon hearing this, Tang Jiqi went blank, speechless, wanting to say something, but feeling that anything she said would be meaningless. It seemed Gu Yan wasn't wrong in saying so. She thought to herself, how much is this car? About 6 or 70,000. Tang Jiqi gasped again. After entering college, her understanding of money was not as clear as it had been in high school. 6 or 70,000 could very well take someone 30 or 40 years to earn. Gu, classmate, you really or something? Tang Jiqi gave a thumbs up. She felt she had experienced the lifestyle of the wealthy. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere in the car was too heavy, she quickly changed the topic. So at school, do many girls surround you? You have to be careful, they might just be after your money. I'm very low-key at school, not many people know I'm rich. Just a few girls know, and there's one by my side, but we're currently just friends. Why? Is it because of Shuang Shuang? I just haven't met anyone who makes my heart flutter. Once the conversation started flowing, they chatted a bit more. After all, Gu Yin was quiet and slow in nature, but that didn't mean he had nothing to say. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Normal University, and he stopped the car by the roadside. He'll drop you off here, the rest is up to you to walk in. Got it. Tang Ziqi opened the door and got out smiling inside. Thanks for today's treat. When you come to Normal University, I'll treat you. Okay, goodbye. Keep in touch on WeChat when you have time. As she finished speaking, Tang Ziqi closed the car door. Gu Yin turned on the signal light, lightly pressed the accelerator, and drove off, gradually disappearing from Tang Ziqi's view. On the other hand, carrying her Tasaki handbag, Tang Ziqi returned to the dormitory, where Li Xiaoshuang was lying on the bed. Seeing her best friend return, she quickly got out of bed. Ziqi, you're back so soon. Gu Yin drove me back. Tang Ziqi placed the Tasaki handbag on the desk. This is a welcome gift he gave me. She raised her hand and shook the striking light gold pearl bracelet on her wrist. Where did he get a car while in college? Li Xiaoshuang's gaze swept over the logo on the handbag, then she fixed her eyes on the bracelet, as if confirming something, and asked again, he gave this to you? Yes, it cost over 3,000. I just glanced at it, and he immediately bought it for me. Tang Ziqi innocently recounted the events at the Tasaki store to Li Xiaoshuang without embellishment. How could this be? Li Xiaoshuang looked at the shining bracelet, and instinctively took a step back, feeling a bit unwell. Over 3,000. More than my entire monthly living expenses. How did he become so rich? Then, what about the car? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Tang Ziqi's expression turned serious as she grabbed Li Xiaoshuang's hand. What they said on the Nanda forum is true. Gu Yin really does have a Mercedes, a convertible sports car. He bought it at the start of the semester, and he vaguely mentioned the price, saying it was around 6 or 70,000, and he has a monthly allowance of 100,000. Li Xiaoshuang's heart couldn't take it. It felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, making her clutch her chest and stumble against the wardrobe door. So if I had accepted his confession back in high school, I would now have a rich second-generation boyfriend. Tang Ziqi sighed and nodded regretfully. That's indeed the case. On graduation reunion day, I told you to be a bit proactive, but you didn't listen and insisted on going to karaoke. Don't say any more. Li Xiaoshuang shouted in frustration, her eyes turning red. Listening to her mother's advice, she sought a wealthy husband based on her excellent appearance. Unexpectedly, after all the searching, the wealthy husband was right in front of her, and she let such a magnificent opportunity slip away. She suddenly felt like a clown. Ziqi, do you think I still have a chance? She grasped Tang Ziqi's hand like a drowning person, her eyes reddening and her tone anxious. Did you mention me today? What was his reaction? I did mention you, but it seems like he deliberately avoided talking about you. Deliberately avoiding. Then that means he still has feelings for me. I need to find him. Give me Gu Yan's number. Shuang Shuang. Tang Ziqi grabbed Li Xiaoshuang's arm and shook it. Calm down a bit. Before you didn't call him, and now after I return to the dorm you call him again. It's too obvious, and will make Gu Yan look down on you. What should I do then? Wait a few days. Tang Ziqi said these words simply to comfort Li Xiaoshuang. She wanted to say it was better to give up. Gu Yan wouldn't care about you at all, but having been friends for several years, she couldn't bring herself to say such cruel words to hurt her. But just thinking about it, I feel like I'm holding my breath. Li Xiaoshuang glanced at that bracelet again, feeling like she was about to explode with anger. If she had gone today, that bracelet could very well have been given to her. I need to calm down. Yes, calm down. Gu Yan likes my type. I need to maintain my best condition. I will go next weekend. After cheering herself up, she firmly made up her mind. Time arrived on Wednesday. In the early morning, a thin veil of mist emerged as Gu Yan completed his final lap around the playground. Panting, he leaned on his knees as the system notification echoed in his mind. Morning run, sit-ups and push-ups have been completed. Finally finished this task. Gu Yan straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow. The sun was slowly rising from the rooftop of the teaching building, and the thin morning mist gradually dissipated from his view. Hey Gu Yan, what do you think? Duan Yuzhu had also been running on the playground lately, and specially bought a bottle of mineral water to hand to Gu Yan. The autumn sports meeting is coming up soon, and there will be basketball matches among various classes. Your class should also form a basketball team. How about joining the basketball club directly? We are the school team. Let's talk about it later. Gu Yan accepted the water, twisted open the cap, and took a gulp. After several days of morning practice together, their relationship had become much more familiar. Thanks for the water. Gu Yan, with a sweat towel on his head, waved goodbye and left the track. The reason he walked away so hurriedly was that he was checking the rewards given by the system. System, congratulations host for completing the task. Basic reward: the Range Rover long wheelbase has been issued and staff from the dealership will contact you. Final reward: the career card has been deposited in the system, and the host can access it at any time. Please note that once used it will replace the current identity and profession and cannot be restored. Use it with caution. Seeing that warning message, the initial adventurous spirit, he had vanished without a trace. This meant that he currently held the identity of a student, and if he used this card it was highly likely that his identity as a student of Nan University would be replaced, which meant he could be expelled from the school. The risk is a bit high. If I accidentally become a janitor, that would be a loss. I can't be reckless. Guyen quickly suppressed his eagerness. He thought that it would be much safer to use this card on the day of his graduation. Even if he ended up as a janitor, he could resign afterward and return to being unemployed. Returning to the dormitory, Lu Ping and the others were lazily getting out of bed to wash up. They had grown accustomed to Guyen's morning exercises, lately yawning and greeting Guyen as he entered, and then returning to their listless state. The classes proceeded as usual, and Zhang Ro was still standing downstairs as always, but this time Lin Yunju was beside her holding breakfast, not waiting for Guyen, but handing it to Chen Xian. This made the still half-asleep Chen Xian incredibly happy, stuttering with excitement as he spoke while holding the breakfast. However, he didn't notice that Lin Yunju, his considerate girlfriend, occasionally showed off her thoughtfulness and tenderness towards Guyen while playfully leaning on Chen Xian, sometimes brushing against Guyen. On the other side, Zhang Ro didn't notice this due to her angle. Guyen also thought that with so many people in class plus the two of them laughing and joking, occasional physical contact was perfectly normal, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Guyen, are you free this weekend? I'm free. Why? Guyen didn't have a cold demeanor towards friendships, but his responses were still simple. Of course, I want to invite you to go shopping. You were unavailable last weekend, so you can't decline this week. Guyen initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the hopeful expression on the girl's face, he noticed Xiao Shuang clasping her hands and incessantly murmuring, "Don't refuse, please don't refuse." He was silent for a moment before finally saying, "All right, let's go shopping this weekend." Actually, he had to visit the Range Rover dealership anyway that weekend. Before leaving the dormitory, the sales manager from the dealership had called him. Due to a tight class schedule, he couldn't spare any other time and had arranged it for the weekend. Moreover, Zhang Ro was aware of his plans, so taking her to pick up the car wouldn't require any cover-up. Upon receiving the answer, Zhang Ro was instantly as happy as a child who had just bought her favorite toy, chatting non-stop on the way to the teaching building. Meanwhile, Lin Yunju, not too far away, secretly rolled her eyes. The reason she started imitating Zhang Ro was not solely to bring breakfast to her boyfriend Chen Xian, but also to showcase her image as a good girlfriend to Guyen. Additionally, she planned to prepare to get rid of Chen Xian under this persona, while also gaining sympathy from others. Later, she would use the sadness of their breakup to get closer to Guyen, leveraging the psychology of men wanting to protect the weak. After all, she wasn't like those low-end green tea bitches who grab one corn cob after another without any plan. As they parted ways, Lin Yunju tucked her long hair behind her ear, warmly waving goodbye to her boyfriend and smiling and waving at the other dormitory members, including Guyen. Zhang Ro stood beside her, waving as well, resembling two wives sending their husbands off to work, watching the passing boys with envy. "Did you see that, Lao Gu? Yunju treats me so well." On the way to the teaching building, Chen Xian's boasting spirit arose again. "I used to think she was after my family's four properties, but now I realize that's definitely not the case. A girlfriend as gentle and lovely as her is something you can't find even with a lantern. But don't be disheartened, Lao Gu. Zhang Ro is also a good girl, just a bit materialistic. Think carefully before making a decision. Does Lao Gu, who is handsome and dashing, need your comments, you monster?" Lu Ping retorted. Guyen smiled without saying anything and followed the crowd into the teaching building to start class. Not long after the two classes ended, and the counselor, Zhao Rong, suddenly entered the classroom, telling the students who were preparing to leave to sit back down. "I will take a little time from all of you. It won't affect your meal." Zhao Rong stood on the podium in high heels, her tone warm yet swift. According to Nan University's tradition, after autumn arrives, it is time for the sports meeting, which relates to the class score in the school. Although this score doesn't carry much weight, participation is still necessary. As she spoke, she instructed the class representative Xiao Lingling to fetch a pen and notebook. "You have just graduated from high school, and the sports meeting is a great opportunity to integrate into university life. You can make many friends and see many clubs recruiting new members. I hope our classmates will actively sign up, and later you can register with the class representative." Xiao Lingling then began to ask each student about participating in the events. In fact, many boys were still participating. After all, they wanted to showcase another side of themselves in front of the girls. By the way, there will also be basketball matches outside of the sports meeting. The winning team will represent the school in the Nanjing University League, which includes even provincial and national competitions. Our class is quite a few boys, so we should be able to gather 5 players, right? Her gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell on Guyen. After all, his height of 185 meters always attracted attention. Gu Yan actually didn't want to participate in any events including basketball. Just earlier Xiao Lingling had come to ask him, but he had refused. Counselor I. Before he could finish, the system's notification rang in his mind. System youth without regrets, don't miss every moment of youth. Special task: participate in any event and achieve victory. Task reward 1,000,001 free attribute point. Zhao Rong's gaze turned to Gu Yan. What did you say, Gu Yan? I want to play basketball. Gu Yan's face broke into a slight smile. Upon hearing Gu Yan sign up for basketball, Zhao Rong revealed an expression of understanding. After all, with Gu Yan's height and looks, not joining basketball would indeed be a waste. Moreover, most boys in the class would also sign up for basketball. This sport, which is popular and allows for showing off, is something no boy can refuse. However, she never considered that Gu Yan's reason for participating was due to a special task assigned by the system. Xiao Lingling looked at Gu Yan, who was smiling faintly, and momentarily lost her composure. It wasn't until someone called her that she snapped back to reality, quickly writing Gu Yan's name on the basketball registration sheet and whispering good luck. As she left, Gu Yan signing up for basketball surprised Qin Mu, who was also signing up for basketball. After all, he had repeatedly expressed his fondness for it since the beginning of the semester, but he had never heard Gu Yan mention it. It must be for the sake of showing off. He just hoped he wouldn't be a burden. Thinking this, he didn't discuss forming a team with Gu Yan any further, but instead tried to persuade other boys in the class. Unfortunately, out of more than 20 boys, they couldn't even gather a team of 5. In the end, he had to turn his attention to his dorm mates Lu Ping, Chen Qing, and Chen Xian. What? You want us to play basketball? Lu Ping, not only short, but also wearing glasses, exclaimed, I can't even dribble. I can only run into The big guy Chen Qing waved his hand repeatedly. Chen Xian crossed his arms over his chest and said, what's the point of this commoner sport? If we lose, how will I hold my head high in front of Yinju? Nearby Zhao Jin flicked his blonde hair back and slapped the table. You guys are so ungrateful. I'm joining the basketball team. The other 3 looked at him in surprise. Zhao Jin leaned back and explained his reason: there are more girls watching basketball games. Chen Qing and Lu Ping exchanged glances and chuckled, each placing a hand on Qin Mu's shoulder. We're joining too. Including Gu Yan, they gathered a team of 5. Qin Mu then recruited 2 more as substitutes, and the team was finally complete. Chen Xian, who had been left out, scoffed, not expecting much from these guys in the dorm. He quietly texted his girlfriend to vent his frustrations. Yinju, darling, did you sign up for any events in the sports meet? These idiots in our dorm actually signed up for basketball. Except for Qin Mu, who can play a little, the others can't even dribble. Even I, the basketball prince from high school, wouldn't dare to try to show off like this. How dare they? After sending several texts, Chen Xian didn't see Lin Yinju's reply. He waited for a while, but had no intention of continuing the conversation, thinking his girlfriend might be discussing the sports meet with her classmates. After a while, the counselor collected Xiao Lingling's registration forms and announced class dismissed before leaving the classroom to submit the forms. Watching the hurried departure, Qin Mu turned to Gu Yan, who was packing up his books, and asked, how's your basketball skill? It's okay, I shouldn't hold you back. It better be. Due to the matter with Jiang Ro, Qin Mu still felt a bit uncomfortable with Gu Yan. He had no advantages in the dorm. He wasn't as handsome as Gu Yan, who was 185 meters tall, and their academic performances were quite similar since they both got into Nanda. Only basketball might help him regain some confidence and sense of presence. It would be even better if he could show his face in front of the girls in class or those coming to watch the game. On the way back, Chen Xian was unhappy about the 5 in the dorm signing up for basketball, but he couldn't say it directly. He subtly pulled Zhao Jin aside. You don't know how to play basketball, do you? Why did you sign up? You just don't get it. Whether I'm good or not doesn't matter. What's important is to be under the gaze of many girls, sweating profusely and showcasing the charm of a young man. A sunny, stylish boy like me with dyed blonde hair, the casual act of wiping sweat will make countless girls scream. Enough already. Chen Qing couldn't take it anymore. Lu Ping, adjusting his glasses, added, the charm of sporty boys and their impact on girls is something you can't even imagine. If you perform well on the court, senior girls in black stockings, cute girls with twin tails, and even mature, beautiful counselors will look at you differently. After interacting a few times, you might even trigger a side quest in a hotel. Chen Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 of them. Thinking of such possibilities made his blood boil with regret. How did he not think of that? Right now he wished he could rush back to catch the counselor snatch the registration form and add his name. Forget it, I still have Yinju, my darling. With this thought, Chen Xian pouted and suppressed his frustration. I'm different from you guys. I don't need to attract other girls, my girlfriend is the most beautiful. At noon, the 6 of them went to the second canteen. It was lunchtime and the canteen was always crowded. The food queue had already formed a long line. Looking at the dense crowd and the dwindling number of seats, the 6 of them decided to spread out and line up at nearby windows. Just as Gu Yan was about to approach one of the front lines, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian waving at him. They occupied 3 spots at a table, and one of the empty plates was placed in front of them. She had even helped Gu Yan get his meal ready. Quick, try this. I specifically asked the cafeteria lady to give you extra. Zhao Xian chimed in. Gu handsome, my Ro ran over to get food as soon as class was over. Otherwise, by the time you got to the window, class would be starting again. How should I thank her? A weekend shopping trip. That's cheating. We had already agreed on shopping. Zhang Ro felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. It was evident that her recent efforts for Gu Yan were beginning to bear fruit, and his response was a good sign of acceptance. Naturally, her words carried a hint of a coquettish tone. When Lu Ping and the others finished getting their meals and looked for Gu Yan, they found him eating with Zhang Ro and of course Zhao Xian, who was merely a transparent accessory. What a beast. Chun Qing nodded in agreement, while Qin Mu had a gloomy expression. He simply sat down at the seat of some students who had just left nearby, and the others followed him. Over there, Zhang Ro specifically picked out some lean meat from her plate and transferred it to Gu Yan's plate. I heard from Lin Yunzhu that you signed up for the basketball tournament. Yeah. Gu Yan spat out a rib and instinctively asked, how do you know? Chen Xian told Lin Yunzhu and said, you 5 are idiots. Seeing Gu Yan frown, Zhang Ro quickly waved her hands. It's not me, it's Chen Xian, who texted Lin Yunzhu saying that. In truth, Gu Yan's displeasure was not directed at Zhang Ro, but at Chen Xian and Lin Yunzhu. The former was a blabbermouth and the latter was a complete schemer. Lin Yunzhu was no better. She relayed the message to Zhang Ro word for word, fully aware that Zhang Ro would pass it on to Gu Yan, and her intentions were clear. This made Gu Yan even more displeased with Chen Xian. As for the reason behind it, Gu Yan vaguely sensed that this woman had ulterior motives. Did she have her eyes on his money? Although Gu Yan was not a person with a moral obsession, being manipulated by a scheming woman and used as a pawn felt very unpleasant. He raised his gaze and scanned the cafeteria, spotting Lu Ping and a few others sitting near the window. Chun Xian, with chopsticks in hand, was still talking grandly, as if pointing out the world. From his expression, it seemed he was bragging either about his 4 apartments or his girlfriend Lin Yunzhu. Gu Yan could not have imagined that the seemingly gentle and beautiful Lin Yunzhu treated Chen Xian so well, and it was all an act. Gu handsome, what are you thinking so deeply about? Zhao Xian, Zhang Rao's dog-headed military strategist, wiggled his chopsticks in front of Gu Yan and remarked, you're not looking at some beauty, are you? There's no one here more beautiful than my Ro. You're thinking too much. I'm just watching where my roommates are sitting to eat. After we finish, you'll head back to the dorm with them. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Zhang Ro felt a wave of nervousness and added a piece of lean meat for the boys. Gu Yan, that remark earlier, you mustn't tell Chen Xian. He likes Lin Yunzhu so much. If he finds out that Lin Yunzhu turned around and shared what you said with me, they'll definitely quarrel and your dorm's friendship will suffer. Zhang Ro was no pushover. She was aware of the ulterior motive behind Lin Yunzhu's words. However, what Lin Yunzhu did not expect was that Zhang Ro would take advantage of the opportunity to completely ruin the image Lin Yunzhu had set up in front of Gu Yan. This was the hidden rivalry among women, though Zhang Ro's was more concealed. Gu Yan smiled at her, slowing down his eating pace, waiting for Lu Ping and Qin Mu to finish their meals before they all exited the cafeteria together. Once back at the dorm, the group, who originally wanted to take out their phones to play games, was stopped by Qin Mu, who, first put your phones away. Since we've signed up for basketball, we can't just be clueless. If we make fools of ourselves on the court, don't expect even the girls or the cleaning lady to give you a glance. Having finally found an opportunity to pressure Gu Yan, Qin Mu seized it, gathering Lu Ping, Chen Qing, and Zhao Zhun to discuss the rules of the game, dribbling techniques, and footwork coordination. Gu Yan, why don't you listen in? Qin Mu called out to Gu Yan, who was tidying up his class notes from the morning. Otherwise, when we are on the court, you won't even be able to guard your opponent. I am listening, just continue. Gu Yan did not dismiss him, indicating that he was indeed paying attention. Qin Mu then revealed a satisfied smile and continued. Not many in our class have played basketball, and you 4 aren't very skilled either. The 2 substitutes will likely have limited ability. If you want to win the match, just pass the ball to me when you get it. Why should we? Zhao Zhen, Lu Ping, and Chen Qing had primarily joined the basketball game for the chance to date in college. With Qin Mu stealing the spotlight, they were not pleased, as soon as they heard this suggestion, they immediately voiced their discontent. Can you at least shoot the ball? Isn't it just about having hands? The tall Chen Qing mimicked shooting the ball into the air. Qin Mu slapped his own face in disbelief. I'll ask the others in class this afternoon. Originally messaging in bed, Chen Xian waited for Lin Yunzhu's reply, but couldn't get one. He finally spoke up, why don't I also? He didn't finish his sentence before Lu Ping interrupted. It's just about passing the ball to you, but the spotlight can't be on you alone. Once the score widens, the 3 of us want to shoot a few too. Deal. The group promptly reached an agreement. Wait, just talking isn't enough. After class this afternoon, let's head to the court to practice and work on our coordination. Chen Qing's suggestion earned Qin Mu's approval. Gu Yin nodded as well. He wanted to win the match and naturally hoped this impromptu team could clinch the campus championship. By the afternoon after class taking aside, Chun Xian, who was off to find his girlfriend, the five of them along with two other male classmates rushed to the court. However, there were many people playing basketball, leaving only half a court for them to practice. Qin Mu led them through the various demonstrations he had explained in the dorm, his movements smooth and swift. Perhaps there were many girls watching nearby. He occasionally performed some flashy dribbling, attracting their attention. Gu Yin recognized Qin Mu's basketball fundamentals. He was indeed capable of teaching Lu Ping and the other novices. Gu Yin, why don't you give it a try? Qin Mu dribbled toward the basket, tapped the ball twice, and then cradled it in his hands. You all practice first. Gu Yin hesitated, stating that he was wearing jeans today and was not suited for making large movements. As he was declining, he caught sight of the senior Duan Yuzhu, who approached him wearing a full basketball outfit drenched in sweat. Gu Jr., what a coincidence. He pointed to the group practicing nearby. Are they from your class? Yes, we signed up for the class competition. You refused to join the basketball club, but here you are happily participating in the class competition. Duan Yuzhu took a swig from his mineral water, stood beside Gu Yin, and watched Lu Ping and the others train. They are all beginners, not even as good as amateurs. Aren't you worried about your performance being affected by teaming up with them? I can't play well either. Playing dumb, huh? From the first moment I saw you, my instincts told me you would definitely be good at basketball and not weak at all. Duan Yuzhu felt a surge of excitement as he thought about it. I'm really looking forward to your performance in Friday's match. Don't let me down. He then raised his fist, and Gu Yin casually swatted it away. We're not teammates yet, so let's skip that. Afterward, Gu Yin casually took a few shots from within the arc, scoring 3 and hitting the rim twice. Among Lu Ping and the others, his scoring rate was relatively high. Gu Yin was very clear. Achieving such results without using his basketball prowess ability was not bad at all. By Thursday, Gu Yin had grown accustomed to morning runs. As soon as he got up, Qin Mu and the others also crawled out of bed. With the match on Friday, they knew they had to keep up their stamina, so they dragged Lu Ping and the others to the playground for some running. Qin Mu had always believed that his stamina was definitely better than Gu Yan's, but this time upon seeing Gu Yin sprint around the playground, he was completely stunned, thinking he must not have woken up properly as his eyes were a bit blurry. Finally, it was only after hearing Lu Ping and the others' exclamations that he realized Gu Yin was simply a stamina monster. Damn, now I finally understand how Gu's chest and abs came about. I'm not envious at all now. With this speed, he ran over 4 laps without stopping. Isn't he afraid of his lungs exploding? As they spoke, they were herded onto the rubber track by Qin Mu, jogging to adapt, while watching Gu Yin overtake them from behind, then disappearing ahead only to come back up from behind again. By the time the others completed 2 laps, exhausted and panting like dogs on the ground, Gu Yin had already finished 100 push-ups and sit-ups. Old Gu, I suspect he's a sports scholarship student. Zhao Zhun could no longer hold himself together, lying on the grass and gasping. Time swiftly moved to Friday. The weather remained hot after autumn had set in, but the morning sun was no longer stifling. The golden morning rays shone on the playground where many classes had already gathered. The counselors for each class had also begun to cheer on the students who had signed up for events. The gender ratio at Nanda was relatively balanced. Looking around, there were many boys and girls with no noticeable imbalance. The basketball matches were set to start in the afternoon. Gu Yin and the others, like the other boys, found a shady spot or sat near the track, waiting to see pairs of long legs running past them. Of course, among them were many freshmen. After all, they had just graduated from high school, and many still obeyed their. Gu Yin stuffed his hands into his pockets, following Lu Ping and the others as they watched from the sidelines. This time the freshmen had gathered, and indeed there were many beautiful girls he had never seen before. Many clubs also brought chairs and hung banners congratulating the success of the sports meeting. As usual, the sports meeting at Nanda also had the student union bringing in various sponsors from outside. Of course, these sponsorships were not free. Along the track there were banners displaying the names of several shops from the backstreet along with advertisements. At 9 in the morning, after the school leaders delivered their speeches, the student union president, a beautiful junior sister, hosted the upcoming events. The student union members played various roles during this sports meeting, such as scorekeepers, referees, and announcers. After the students from each class dispersed, they began to call out for sign-ups for the events. Gu Yin spotted Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian at the edge of the track, both beautiful girls wearing shorts, especially Zhang Ro, whose fair and perfectly shaped long legs stood out in the crowd. She and Zhao Xian signed up for the women's 400 meters. When the starting gun went off, Gu Yin realized that this girl was not as delicate as she seemed. With explosive power from her long legs, she quickly left the other 5 competitors far behind. As she passed by Gu Yin, she even playfully winked at him. After winning first place, Zhang Ro immediately ran over, playfully shaking her head and flaunting her proud little face in front of Gu Yin. Come on, compliment me. You're amazing, truly impressive. Hearing these words, Zhang Ro smiled radiantly, making Lu Ping and Zhao Zhan look on enviously. Chun Xian pouted, but couldn't help stealing a few more glances at Jiang Rao's long legs. Sensing Chun Xian's gaze, Jiang Rao shot him a glare. When Zhao Xin came over, the two quickly left to change clothes in their dorm. Chun Xian, didn't your girlfriend sign up? Chun Xian shook his head. She doesn't like sports. He seemed eager to add something to avoid being compared unfavorably. She excels at tennis and golf, but Nanda doesn't have a tennis event. Lu Ping and the others thought to themselves, knowing a bit about Lin Yunzu's family situation. Golf, a sport for the wealthy, is not something an average person can afford. Moreover, after looking around, Lin Yunzu, as Chun Xian's girlfriend, had yet to appear. Other couples had already paired off to cheer for their classmates or friends. The group mingled until noon, and after Jiang Rao changed into a refreshing dress, she dragged Gu Yan to the cafeteria. After lunch around 1:30, they returned to their dorms to change into vests and shorts. However, once they changed, Qin Mu felt his scalp tingle. Crap, I forgot to mention that the vest colors need to be uniform. In his view, Gu Yan wore a white vest, black shorts, and a pair of white shoes. Zhao Zhan had yellow hair, a completely red upper body, and red shorts. Even his sports shoes were red. Big dark-skinned Chen Xing, who was originally dark, wore a yellow vest and white shorts. As for Lu Ping, he was wearing a green vest. At a glance, the entire dorm looked like a set of watercolor paints that had just been unwrapped. This made Chun Xian, who was already watching for entertainment, roll on the bed with laughter, holding his belly. Are you all trying to kill the opponents with laughter when you show up? Ha ha ha. Qin Mu put on a t-shirt, bracing himself as he said, it's my fault for not reminding you. Well, since we're already at this point, if we die laughing, we die laughing. It's about time, let's go. When a person dies, the bird flies to the sky, let's go. Gu Yan and the others stopped saying anything further, threw on a coat, and set off directly to the basketball court. Nanda's basketball was quite popular. Even before the game time at 2 o'clock, several courts were already filled with people, and some classes had even organized cheer squads to shout. Thinking it would be a small affair, Gu Yan was surprised by the large crowd. His hidden social anxiety nearly surfaced as the group found the court for Class 5's match, where Counselor Zhao Rong rallied a group of girls to cheer for them. The opposing team is from the Geosciences University, don't be scared. Gu Yan looked across to see a group of dark-skinned boys averaging a height of 1.8 meters, dressed in unified white basketball jerseys, warming up by shooting hoops, one of whom looked quite familiar. That person happened to turn his head, and upon seeing Gu Yan, waved and smiled as if to greet him. At that moment, Gu Yan remembered that the boy seemed to be Zhao Yang, a fellow villager he had met on the high-speed train before. However, seeing that the other side had players from Geosciences with considerable game experience in dribbling and jumping, Gu Yan turned back to see Lu Ping, Chen Xing, and the others lost in the praise of the girls, led by Xiao Lingling. Don't be afraid, you are the best, you can definitely beat the seniors from Geosciences. Exactly, show them what it means to be a fearless rookie. Zhao Zhan nodded vigorously, full of confidence, right. The group was like they had been pumped with adrenaline, wildly excited. 2 minutes before the start, after warming up, Qin Mu made the lineup. Whether it was a personal vendetta or not, he made Gu Yan the substitute, claiming that the ace should come out last. The rest of the starting lineup was made up of him, Zhao Zhan, Chen Xing, Lu Ping, and another male classmate, Su Lu. Gu Yan, why aren't you starting? Xiao Lingling stood beside Gu Yan with a pile of jackets and bottled water, and Counselor Zhao Rong was also a bit surprised. You with your height didn't make the starting lineup. They've been practicing well these past 2 days, and I've been a bit lazy. Oh, it's better to go along with those who are more familiar with it. Just as such words were spoken, the referee's whistle blew. As the player with possession, Qin Mu stood at the center line and jumped against the center from Geosciences. Before he could touch the ball, it was slapped away by the opposing player over half the court. A Geosciences player quickly ran, jumped under Zhao Zhan's defense, and caught the ball steadily. Upon landing, he dribbled behind his back, faking a step to the left, successfully deceiving Zhao Zhan, who had mediocre skills, and drove straight into the paint. Defend him. Qin Mu yelled, but the guard Lu Ping hadn't gotten close yet. The opposing team made a lightning-fast pass, and Geosciences' Zhao Yang cut in to receive the ball, took a step, and easily scored. The first shot broke the ice, and afterward the Geosciences team nearly crushed Qin Mu's side, without mercy. The girls from Class 5, who had been excitedly cheering just moments ago, now hung their heads in defeat. The Geosciences team had participated in 2 basketball competitions, and their class already had a basketball team. They often played during their free time, so their teamwork was remarkably synchronized, naturally having a tactical system suited to them. During the first half's fast breaks, they pressed Qin Mu's side so hard they could barely breathe. After a brief halftime break, Qin Mu glanced at the score on the referee's table, 367. He was too embarrassed to look up. Old Gu switched with Su Lu. Having run out of options, Qin Mu had no choice but to substitute the player who had expended the most energy. Gu Yan did a few warm-up exercises, took off his jacket, revealing a muscular and well-defined physique beneath the vest, causing several girls nearby to be unable to look away. Gu Yan, if you can't win, don't force it, don't tire yourself out. Zhang Rou along with Zhao Xian also came to the court. Just in time to see Gu Yan taking off his jacket, she instinctively stepped forward to hold it in her arms. I'm fine. Gu Yan walked onto the court in his white shoes, standing on the southern side of the center line. When the referee's whistle blew, Qin Mu once again lost possession to the opposing side with a slap, and as before, the Geosciences team launched another fast break. Zhao Yang received the pass, dodged Qin and drove straight into the paint, preparing for a mid-range shot. The basketball was thrown from his hand, arcing toward the hoop, when suddenly a figure dashed towards the basketball hoop at incredible speed, leaping at the moment to slap the ball away. Bang! With a loud sound, the basketball was slapped into Zhao Zhan's hands by the leaping Gu Yan. As soon as it landed, he shouted, "Pass it!" Almost simultaneously, he was already sprinting towards the center line. Over there, Zhao Zhan reacted, dribbling and running 3 meters before swiftly throwing the ball high towards the center line, which Gu Yan caught. Zhao Yang was still standing there in a daze. In his sight, Gu Yan, who was launching a fast break, had already passed 2 defenders from Geosciences, and at the moment he approached the basketball hoop, leaped up with a powerful push off the ground. Alongside him was a tall boy reaching out to slap at the basketball in Gu Yan's hands. At that moment, it felt as if time had slowed down. As the Geosciences player made contact with the ball, Gu Yan's basketball, originally aimed for a layup, suddenly retracted, evading the opponent's hand as he descended back to the ground, and with a deft touch, he guided the ball into the hoop. Boom! With a single hand, he struck the rim. A pull-up dunk. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent, staring blankly at Gu Yan hanging from the basketball hoop, while the ball slowly rolled on the ground. When is basketball at its most exhilarating? The last-second comeback, the ball swishing through the net, followed by the referee's whistle. Another moment is the stunning slam dunk. At court no. 5, there was a profound silence, with numerous gazes fixed on the figure hanging from the rim, swaying as he released the ball and landed, followed by an instant chorus of cheers. Zhang Rou, who usually paid little attention to basketball, covered her mouth as she witnessed Gu Yan perform a sudden move, threading the basketball through his opponent's armpit before slamming it into the hoop. The scene struck her heart. That movement, that expressionless dunk, was simply too cool. Zhao Xian beside her began to scream, "Gu Xian, Xian." Zhang Rou stamped her foot, pouting. That was a slip of the tongue. The surrounding cheers drowned out Zhao Xin's voice. Despite being in her 40s, Counselor Zhao Rong excitedly waved her hand, saying, "Look, that's a student from my class. His name is Gu Yan." The explosive power and spectacle of the dunk had always been a catalyst for basketball events, and this explosive scene directly excited some girls present. Especially Gu Yan's handsome face, his cool hairstyle, and the icy demeanor between his brows made them nearly scream. Duan Yuzhu, who had been eagerly anticipating Gu Yan's appearance, was also stunned by this moment. Very few could achieve a dunk, and in his 3 years on the university team, he had never seen anyone succeed in a game, especially under defensive pressure. I only thought he could play basketball, but I didn't expect him to be this good. The most shocked were Qin Mu and Lu Ping on the court. The former had intentionally sidelined Gu Yan, showcasing his own basketball skills in front of him, fueled by a flicker of vanity. Now he was directly crushed by that single-handed dunk. What are you still dawdling for? Get back and defend. We're down by 29 points. Gu Yan walked past their astonished gazes. Follow my rhythm. Even if a basketball ace had only clever skills, it was still a crushing advantage against a class basketball team that barely qualified as amateur. Qin Mu wanted to say something, but the words turned into a "listen to you." The second half of the scoring battle officially commenced with the Geoscience team's serve. As more and more students gathered around, most were drawn in by Gu Yan's recent dunk. Chun Xian brought Lin Yunju to watch, but upon reaching the court, they found it impossible to squeeze into the front row. If it weren't for Xiao Lingling, who was helping to buy water, spotting them, they might still be outside. After finally squeezing into the inner circle, Chun Xian glanced at the scoreboard, 3618. I said, how could this bunch of useless players win? The score gap is so huge in the second half, and there's only 15 minutes left. What are they even playing for? This remark immediately drew Xiao Lingling's displeasure. Before she could retort, other girls nearby began to speak up for her. You just got here, you don't know anything. It was only a 7-point difference at first, and it was Gu Yan who scored 11 points after coming on. Another girl nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling. That dunk by Gu Yan was incredible. You think Gu Yan? Lin Yunju asked without hesitation, while Chun Xian, feeling a bit envious, interjected strong. I've never heard of him playing before. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted around them as a group of girls began to shout. Gu Yan has the ball. Zhang Rou excitedly stood on her toes, her cheeks flushed, cupping her hands around her mouth. In Chun Xian and Lin Yunzu's view, Gu Yan intercepted the ball from Zhao Yang of the Geoscience team, swiftly dribbling past the midline, and behind him passing to Lu Ping. The smaller players stumbled forward, seeing an opponent closing in, quickly tossed the ball back to Gu Yan. The moment the ball was in his hands, Gu Yan pressed down hard. The basketball slammed off the floor, bouncing between his legs to his right hand. In the next instant, he bent his body, took a step, and the basketball ace sprung into action. The defending geoscience player was momentarily dazed as Gu Yin broke through him like lightning from the right side. Two people defend him. As Zhao Yang rushed back to the midline, he caught sight of Gu Yin breaking through and shouted in a panic. Sure enough, two players rushed towards the dribbling Gu Yin, one stepping up to defend and the other charging towards the basket. Gu Yin leaped without a moment's hesitation. Soaring into the air, he cradled the ball with his right hand for a... The defending player and the geoscience player under the basket also jumped at the same time. As their arms crossed to block, Gu Yin twisted his body in midair, flipping the orange ball behind his back to switch hands. A complete 180-degree spin, switching hands midair, all in one smooth motion. Boom. Gu Yin dunked with his left hand, the sound echoing as the hoop shuddered. What the hell? Lu Ping exclaimed, is this my roommate? Are you sure he's not an NBA player? Qin Mu, who loved basketball, was well aware of the significance of Gu Yan's behind-the-back dunk, and at this moment he was thoroughly convinced. He couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement and shout, "Old Gu, you are amazing." On the geoscience team, everyone hung their heads in defeat. Zhao Yang picked up the ball and angrily slammed it to the ground. Is this guy playing professionally? This is too unfair. Outside the court, Chen Xian was dumbfounded, having just declared that he wouldn't play, only to see Gu Yin dunk directly over him. Seeing the girls around him rolling their eyes, Chen Xian quickly closed his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Yunju watched the retreating figure of Gu Yin with starry eyes, mesmerized. The match continued on the court. The momentum shifted as Gu Yan's two stylish dunks shattered the spirit of the geoscience team, while the financial class 5 surged forward with Qin Mu and his teammates playing with intense energy, passing the ball to Gu Yin at the first opportunity. 3625. Another basket was made. Gu Yin said nothing, merely exchanged encouraging glances with his teammates, quickly getting back on defense, but now there were two players guarding him, pressuring him. Gu Yin scanned the two geoscience players in front of him, his gaze focused on the geoscience team's offense, which had lost its momentum, causing their shooting percentage to drop significantly. With a clang, the ball hit the rim. Qin Mu leaped to grab the falling basketball. Old Gu. He tossed it high, sending it towards the midline, but the two players defending Gu Yin were caught off guard, and one who had been blocking suddenly charged forward. He leaped to catch the ball. Upon landing, he switched the ball from his right hand to his left, weaving past two players as he rushed towards the midline. Just when everyone thought it was another dunk, Zhao Yang shouted instructions for defense under the basket, but Gu Yin was in the paint, elevating his elbow and releasing the ball. Swish. The basketball silently went through the hoop. 3627, just 9 points behind. The possession exchange, Zhao Yang inbound under the basket, but his teammate hadn't crossed the midline before Qin Mu intercepted. Enraged, Zhao Yang shouted as he rushed to obstruct, but Qin Mu delivered a precise pass, landing in Gu Yan's hands beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and nailed a perfect shot. 3630. Damn. Even the three-pointer is this accurate. Who is this kid? Is he cheating? Dunk it. We want to see you slam dunk. The crowd around them cheered. Gu Yin wiped away his sweat, glanced at the scoreboard and the time. There was almost no suspense left. In the remaining 3 minutes, Gu Yin was practically single-handedly dominating the game against the 5 players. 3632, 3635, 3637. Until the last 20 seconds, with a stylish layup, Gu Yin brought the game to an end. Students surrounding the basketball court erupted in thunderous cheers as if shaken by an earthquake. They had watched Gu Yin step onto the court, single-handedly level the score, then surge ahead, his two emphatic dunks still the talk of the crowd. After the game, Gu Yin returned to the sideline. Zhang Ro immediately unscrewed a bottle and handed him an electrolyte drink. Gulp, gulp. He drank deeply again and again, the cool, quenching relief flooding his senses, sending a thrill through his chest. Beside him, Zhang Ro stood poised and graceful, cradling his jersey in her arms, silently watching him drink. Zhao Xian chattered incessantly. Handsome Gu, we never knew you played basketball. Yet the moment you stepped on court, you electrified the entire arena. You have no idea, my dear Ro. Ro never watches basketball games. But today she shouted so fiercely her voice turned hoarse. Hearing this, Gu Yin turned his gaze toward the girl before him. Zhang Ro met his eyes, her cheeks flushed, then gently took the empty bottle from his hand and offered him another, already opened, bottle of mineral water. Would you like more? I've only taken 2 sips from this one. Thank you. Gu Yin didn't hesitate. He twisted off the cap and took another long drink. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a solitary figure beneath the basketball hoop, a girl in a floral print blouse, clutching a faded thermos, quietly turning away. Shenwei. Had she come to watch the game too? Before Gu Yin could dwell further, his thoughts were interrupted by Qin Mu approaching. Old Gu, there was some misunderstanding earlier. I was at fault. He suddenly extended his hand. Thanks for saving the day. No need for formalities. We're dorm mates. Gu Yin smiled faintly and clasped his hand firmly. Not far away, Chen Xian, sensing his own irrelevance, urged Lin Yunju to leave. She glanced at Jiang Rou standing beside Gu Yin, carefully masking the envy flickering in her eyes. She knew the timing wasn't right. Rushing over now would give her no legitimate claim to concern herself with her boyfriend's roommate. Lin Yunju turned back to face Chen Xian, whose impatience was etched plainly across his features. A subtle distaste shimmered in her gaze, and inwardly she muttered. He lacks ability, his family background pales beside others, his looks are unremarkable, and yet he's petty, boastful, and quick to tattle. How did I ever lose my judgment and choose him? Behind the court, Gu Yan's group began gathering their things to leave. Counselor Zhao Rong walked alongside them, her smile radiant and unrestrained. After all, most male students in the finance department were bookish and frail. Over several graduating classes, she taught not a single team had ever advanced past the preliminary round. Today's victory was a tremendous boost to her department's prestige. The Earth Sciences team ranks among the top at Nan University, yet in your very first match you eliminated them outright. Tomorrow's game is your chance to shine even brighter and bring honor to the finance department. Absolutely. Lu Pingqin Mu and Zhao Zhan, elated by their win, enthusiastically pledged their commitment to Zhao Rong, then promptly pivoted to ask Gu Yin, who was walking slightly behind with Jiang Rou. Godfather, please rest up well. Next match will support you flawlessly and carry you straight to MVP. Watching their comically earnest expressions, especially that bold Godfather, Jiang Rou, Zhao Xian, and Xiao Lingling couldn't help but giggle softly. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After dinner, Gu Yin escorted Jiang Rou and Zhao Xian to the entrance of their dormitory. Under the girls' lingering, wistful gazes, he turned and headed back to the men's dorm, only to hear Lu Ping and the others already boasting loudly about today's game before he'd even crossed the threshold. Inside, he found over a dozen male students from their floor crowded into the room. The moment Gu Yin appeared, they showered him with praise. Some even jokingly asked to become his disciples. Chen Xian, lying on his bed, scrolling idly on his phone, felt a searing wave of jealousy surge within him. Worse still, he sensed Lin Yunju had been distracted and distant all day, barely responding to his words. The more he brooded, the more unbearable Gu Yan's starlit reception became. So he burrowed deep beneath his quilt and pressed a pillow hard over his ears. That night passed quietly, until just as everyone assumed the next match would be held that afternoon, a class group notification startled them. Owing to the tournament's surging popularity, the student union had proposed to the university administration that basketball be separated from the upcoming sports festival and held as a standalone competition. As a result, today's match was rescheduled to next week. To Gu Yin, however, the date mattered little. He welcomed the chance to sleep soundly in his dorm. By weekend, Gu Yin hadn't yet risen when Jiang Rou's text arrived early in the morning inviting him to go shopping. Having given his word, he would not break it. He chose a short-sleeve shirt paired with began brown denim jeans, washed and blow-dried his hair, styled it neatly, then bid farewell to his still-sleeping roommates before stepping out. Emerging from the dormitory building, he spotted Jiang Rou in a flirty skirt, her legs gleaming, clad in sheer skin-toned stockings and adorned with ivory high heels tied with delicate bows. How do I look? Very nice, though. Gu Yin instinctively glanced down at her stockings. I've never worn. Jiang Rou blushed faintly and, clutching her handbag, spoke with gentle embarrassment. Indeed, it was her first time wearing stockings, and the idea had come from Zhao Xian, her self-proclaimed strategic advisor. Zhao Xian insisted men couldn't resist black lace, urging Jiang Rou to wear black, yet she found it too bold, refusing outright. In the end, she settled on this subtler, flesh-toned alternative. Your leg-shaped suit stockings remarkably well. Gu Yin, naturally reserved and straightforward, uttered the words without filter, leaving Jiang Rou both flustered and delighted. As she walked, she lengthened her stride, effortlessly showcasing her statuesque legs. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I woke up and went straight to makeup and trying on dresses. Jiang Rou nodded. They made their way to the side parking lot, where she slipped into the front passenger seat, a markedly different feeling from sitting in the back with Zhao Xian. She fastened her seatbelt with practiced ease. There's a place called Chin's Soup Dumplings on the back street. I bought your breakfast there before. Wasn't it delicious? Buckling her belt, Jiang Rou increasingly felt like Gu Yan's girlfriend. All right, let's go there. Gu Yan secured his own seatbelt, started the engine, and steered smoothly out of the side gate, circling halfway to Nan University's back street, where he pulled up in front of Chin's Soup Dumplings. The owner recognized Jiang Rou instantly as a regular customer. Ah, beauty, you're back again. Same order as always. The owner greeted warmly, then brought over a steamer basket of dumplings and 2 bowls of congee. Gu Yan understood Jiang Rou's intention in choosing this spot to make it unmistakably clear that the breakfast she delivered him before had indeed been purchased here personally. Whether calculated or sincere, the thoughtfulness alone stirred something deep within him. From now on, there's no need to travel so far just for dumplings. But how could that be? I want you to eat only the best. Jiang Ro no longer held back. Her gaze locked onto his soft, yet magnetic. Ahem. Breakfast first. I have matters to attend to this morning. Seeing Gu Yin deflect the subject, Jiang Ro simply smiled. Youthful, radiant, and tinged with quiet curiosity. What matters? Just happened to buy another car. Huh. Jiang Ro blinked, bewildered. Just happened to buy another car. Was that even something people said? You bought a car. Ordered it a few days ago. What kind, oi? You'll see when we get there. The prospect of accompanying him to pick up the car thrilled Jiang Ro. After all, being invited along meant she occupied a significant place in his heart. Push harder, Jiang Ro. You've got this. After breakfast, they followed navigation to a Land Rover 4S store on the city's second ring road, located on Huilan Road along the Industrial Boulevard, where numerous brand dealerships lined the avenue. Such clustering made sense, ample parking space for inventory, wide roads ideal for test drives. A sleek Mercedes convertible sat parked nearby. Gu Yin led Jiang Ro directly into the spacious, elegant sales center. Having never entered such a venue, Jiang Ro felt tentative. Fresh from high school, she lacked the resilience forged by worldly experience. Gu Yin, however, stood tall, his confidence unshaken since acquiring the system. Drawing on prior experience purchasing property, he addressed the saleswoman approaching them. I'm here to collect my vehicle. Of course, please wait for a moment in our lounge area. With courteous warmth, she guided them to plush sofas beside the floor-to-ceiling windows and served them each a cup of coffee. Gu Yin, do you often visit places like this? Jiang Ro's confidence had faltered the moment she stepped inside. Yet beside her, Gu Yin remained utterly at ease, speaking with his usual calm nonchalance. Not particularly. By the way, what model did you order? Range Rover Autobiography, LWB. Though unfamiliar with automotive specifics, Jiang Ro guessed its price must rival, or surpass, that gleaming Mercedes outside. When the saleswoman presented the purchase contract, and Jiang Ro saw the figure listed, her breath caught. Even knowing Gu Yin was heir to wealth, the actual number sent a jolt through her. Her toes curled tightly inside her stockings. 1452000 plus 12800 for acquisition tax, 3100 for insurance, and 1000 for license registration. Total landed cost 161000. 61 million. Jiang Ro did not show any shock on her face, but quickly calculated in her mind that this amount of money was enough to buy 2 spacious, 100-square-meter apartments back in her hometown Xiqing. Her family lived in an old community within the second ring road of Xiqing in an 80-square-meter apartment without an elevator, relying solely on climbing stairs. The lifestyle of the wealthy was simply extravagant. However, she was also grateful that she had met Gu Yin at the first opportunity and was certain of his wealthy second-generation identity. Otherwise, another girl might have snatched him away. Across from her, the female sales representative in a black silk skirt squatted beside the coffee table, gently guiding Gu Yin on where to sign, her bent knees intentionally brushing against the boy's calves, occasionally leaning over to intentionally reveal her partially concealed cleavage. Jiang Ro was well aware of these tricks, but under the guise of work, she could only watch helplessly. Gu Yin finished signing, without even glancing at the woman, his voice flat. It's signed. You can take it to file and apply for a temporary license plate. Okay, Mr. Gu. They'll notify you when it's time for the official registration. Can I have a contact number? Just call me directly. The female sales representative, disappointed at not getting his WeChat number, forced a smile and quickly left. Gu Yin, that woman was practically glued to you. Are you jealous? Jiang Ro's face flushed, and she hurriedly looked elsewhere. I am not. At this moment, the sales manager brought over another sales representative holding a car purchase contract and the vehicle registration certificate. Mr. Gu, you are a young achiever. Here are your car keys. He presented a car key and a spare key with both hands in front of Gu Yin. Your car is already parked outside. Please drive my Mercedes parked outside to Kaifeng New City near Nanda and leave the keys with the security. Understood. The sales manager handed over the Land Rover's key, then carefully took back the keys to the Mercedes, cautiously escorting the young man and his female companion to the door. Mr. Gu, take care and drive safely. Thanks. Gu Yin turned to examine the pure black steel tough guy, the entire vehicle exuding an aura of luxury with hidden door handles and a distinctive tail light design that enhanced its sense of depth. This was his second car. While he wasn't as excited as with the first, he was still quite satisfied with this tough guy style. In contrast to Gu Yin's mood, Jiang Ro, despite being tall, appeared petite beside the car. She carefully touched the hidden handle to open the door and sat in the passenger seat, her long legs having ample space to stretch out, while the Windsor leather seats felt as if they were embracing her. In her mind, a car worth 7,000 yuan was already considered a luxury vehicle. But sitting in this 61 million yuan Land Rover, she felt like she was in a dream, not daring to move her bottom, fearing to scratch the interior. Gu Yin, why did you decide to buy such an expensive car? She glanced at the minimalist textile center console, her gaze fixated on Gu Yin as he drove away from the 4S shop. Of course I like it. SUVs have a higher viewpoint, don't you think it's more comfortable to drive, with such a broad field of vision? Gu Yin casually found a reason to brush it off. Did he need to mention that it was a reward from the system? After all, it was all free, and he genuinely liked this style. Jiang Ro tucked her long legs wrapped in stockings closer together, leaning towards Gu Yan. She brushed her long hair and quietly asked, I heard you mention an address to their manager earlier. Did you buy a house near Nanda? I bought an apartment, but I haven't stayed there yet. Gu Yan wasn't keen on continuing this topic. He was currently reviewing the system voice that had suddenly resonated in his mind. System A life, envied by others, is one where success comes with beauty and luxury cars. Reward, a Dior shopping card worth 400 yuan. Please use it wisely, host. A luxury shopping card. This thing holds no appeal for me. Gu Yan liked cars and watches, but he was generally low-key about bags and clothes. He also disliked flaunting logos everywhere, afraid others wouldn't know he was rich. But a shopping card, why not? Gu Yan couldn't help but glance at the passenger seat. Jiang Ro noticed his gaze and quickly lowered her head to check her skirt and legs, then adjusted her clothing, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you looking at me for? It's almost noon. What do you want to eat? After eating, I'll take you shopping. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Jiang Ro turned, resting her elbows on the armrest beside the gear to shift her hands supporting her chin as she shook her pretty face. I'm easy to please. All right. Gu Yan liked eating beef, but not steak. Previously, when he was out with Tang Ji at Holiday Plaza, he had craved a restaurant specializing in beef and beef offal. Soon they returned to the city center at Jinxiang Holiday Times Square. The over 1 million yuan Land Rover entered the open-air parking lot, drawing the attention of passers-by. After all, it was hard not to attract attention with such a massive vehicle. Jiang Ro opened the car door and got out. She enjoyed the envious glances from others, and as Gu Yan locked the car, she consciously moved closer. However, due to their identities, she only leaned a little and did not link her arm with Gu Yan's, being very mindful of the distance between them. On the second floor of the square between the previous Hadaleo and another store was the beef restaurant that Gu Yan had his eye on. It could be considered a full beef feast. Gu Yan ordered 3 dishes according to his preferences from the menu and then handed it to Jiang Ro. Order what? No matter how much beef one eats, one won't gain weight. However, since this was her first time dining out with Gu Yan, she was still relatively modest, only ordering a vegetable dish, wanting to create an image of being thrifty. Ordering too much would be a waste if we can't finish it. We need to balance meat and vegetables. You really know how to save money. Whoever marries you will be lucky. Jiang Ro supported her chin, smiling sweetly at the boy across from her. Then why don't you be more proactive? No need to be too direct. Gu Yan, you actually don't have to be so aloof. Gu Yan raised his gaze. Confusion and inquiry hit. Across from him, Jiang Ro seemed to have been brewing her words for a long time. She bit her lip, suddenly grasping Gu Yan's hand resting on the table, her voice trembling slightly. I know you've been hurt in high school and don't easily accept a girl, but I can see you're a responsible person in relationships. Can you give me a chance, or give us a chance to try? The restaurant staff, especially the male servers, were stunned. How could such a beautiful girl with a great figure take the initiative to confess to a boy? Is there still any justice left? In front of the window, Jiang Ro didn't wait for Gu Yan to speak. She tightly held Gu Yan's hand, her voice tense and excited yet careful. Don't speak yet, please wait for me to finish. Gu Yan's usually expressionless face showed a hint of a smile at her actions. He quietly looked at Jiang Ro across the table. Remembering the meticulous care she had shown him during this time, the breakfasts and companionship, a school bell, becoming a liquor in the eyes of others, yet she didn't care at all. Even if there was a slight hint of materialism, Gu Yan was touched by her unwavering support for almost half a month. All right, he suddenly spoke. I will seize this opportunity. Well, I believe I can be a qualified girl. Huh? Jiang Ro's words halted midway when she heard the word all right. Her expression of shock quickly transformed into joy. You agreed. Gu Yan smiled at her. We can date and see how it goes. That's wonderful. Jiang Ro excitedly jumped up from her seat and bounced twice, quickly sitting next to Gu Yan, taking out her phone and leaning it against him, making a heart shape with her hands in front of the camera. Click. A young couple, both in their prime, smiled as they were captured in the frame. Meanwhile, a bus stopped at the station outside the main gate of Nanda University, and 2 girls in dresses got off, one after another, wiping the slight sweat from their necks. The 2 girls were Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Ji. The former gazed at the grand entrance of Nanda, her lips curling into a confident smile. Let's go, Ji. We need to find Gu Yan. Is this Nanda? It's much larger than our normal university. Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Zi slowly walked along Wudong Avenue behind the main gate of Nanda after registering on the visitor list with their student IDs. In early autumn, the leaves had turned quite yellow. Walking on the campus avenue carpeted with layers of fallen leaves, there was a unique sense of desolation and beauty. How beautiful! Why doesn't normal university have such scenery? Tang Zi looked around at the bustling crowd, watching boys riding bicycles with their girlfriends, laughing and joking as they passed by, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. When will I find a boy who loves me and whom I love? Zi, stop being sentimental for now. Call Gu Yan and ask him to pick us up. I called him when we entered the campus, but no one answered. Then let's go ask about Gu Yan in that boy's dormitory. We can get some information about him before meeting him. Li Xiaoshuang was eager to see Gu Yan, so after finishing her makeup in the morning, she hurriedly dragged Tang Zi to Nanda. She knew Gu Yan liked white, so she specifically chose a little white dress from her high school days, planning to chat about some amusing high school memories to evoke nostalgia, which she believed would surely win him over. This was her plan that she had thought about for a week. Because Tang Zi had analyzed it for her in the dormitory, Gu Yan, despite his cold demeanor, was actually a sentimental and nostalgic person. Only someone like that would be most affected by nostalgia. The two were not foolish and did not ask randomly. Instead, they found the boys' dormitory. They asked the dormitory manager about Gu Yan one building at a time. After all, Gu Yan was somewhat known among the new students at Nanda. Indeed, when they inquired at the third building, they learned that Gu Yan lived in room 502 of that building. Old Man Lu saw the two girls sweating from the heat and allowed them to rest in the guard room. He went up to help ask if Gu Yan was there. Zi, try calling again. There were many boys coming and going, and seeing the two beauties standing there made Li Xiaoshuang feel somewhat uncomfortable. No one answered. Tang Zi shook her head and put her phone back in her bag. Could it be that Gu Yan is out doing errands like last week and isn't at school at? What could a student possibly be doing? Li Xiaoshuang complained a bit, using Old Man Liu's fan to fan her face. She saw a boy passing by, and in a moment of inspiration stepped forward to stop him. Excuse me, do you know Gu Yan? Gu Yan? That name sounds familiar. The boy looked at the stunning first love face in front of him, reluctant to leave, deliberately stalling for time before saying, I remember now. You're talking about that incredibly skilled basketball player Gu Yan, right? Basketball. During the sports meet last Friday, he played against the second-year students from the Earth Sciences University. Man, in the second half, he single-handedly dominated the opposing 5 players, making 2 one-handed dunks that sent the whole crowd into a frenzy of cheers. The boy was also a basketball enthusiast, and he excitedly spoke about that match, saliva flying everywhere. Li Xiaoshuang patiently listened until she could finally interject. So how is he doing at school? Are there a lot of girls who like him? I wouldn't know that. The boy scratched his head. But there is a very beautiful girl who brings Gu Yan breakfast every morning, that much is true. I don't know how many girls like him. Thank you. No problem. The boy reluctantly left, heading upstairs. Once he was gone, Tang Zi quickly pulled Li Xiaoshuang aside. Shuang, did you hear that? There's a very beautiful girl who brings Gu Yan breakfast every morning. She has the advantage of being close to... Li Xiaoshuang pursed her lips, unsure how to respond. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and turned to look outside the dormitory. Oh, Gu Yan, it hasn't been long since I last saw you, and you're already with another girl. I said no dating in high school. Didn't you think of confessing after graduation? What if I softened my heart and agreed? Li Xiaoshuang felt regretful. Had she known Gu Yan was this good, she would have agreed back then. Adding to that his looks and personality, he was simply the best choice for a boyfriend. At that moment, Old Man Lu came downstairs and saw the two girls still there. He approached and said, Gu Yan isn't in his dorm. Didn't you call him? No one answered the phone. Seeing that Li Xiaoshuang was sulking and not speaking, Tang Zi knew her friend was feeling regretful. She sighed, Sir, could you let us sit here a bit longer to wait for Gu Yan? No problem. You can sit here in front of the guard room and enjoy the breeze. It's quite hot outside. The two quickly thanked him, adjusted their skirts, and sat on the 2 plastic stools at the door. Meanwhile, the Gu Yan that they were talking about had just finished lunch with Jiang Ro, and after settling the bill took her down to the first floor of the Dior boutique. The store was divided into 2 areas, clothing and bags, which were separate. The high-end display cabinets were illuminated, showcasing every bag and dress in an incredibly luxurious and noble light. Why did you bring me here? Jiang Ro instinctively clung to Gu Yan's arm as they entered the store, pulling back. Aren't we trying to date? It's only right to buy some gifts for you, especially since you've been bringing me breakfast recently. Oh, I can appreciate that. Gu Yan patted her hand and then walked into the store. There were also a few female customers in the store selecting bags and shoes, all around 30 to 40 years old. When they saw the 2 young people enter, they were somewhat surprised. However, there were no instances of condescension or mockery. Everyone minding their own business, buying what they want. A saleswoman approached Gu Yan with a professional smile, her gaze continuously assessing his face. However, seeing Gu Yan in ordinary clothes, she didn't display much enthusiasm, merely giving a brief introduction to a few Dior bags nearby. How about this one? Gu Yan quickly spotted a white flap bag with a metallic chain and star-shaped pendant on the display, its white lacquer shining unbelievably bright due to the lighting. This gentleman has great taste. This Dior Star Hobo chain bag is adorned with intricate embroidery, perfectly matching this lattice temperament. Jiang Ro's eyes lit up as she stared at the bag on display, gripping Gu Yan's arm tightly. First, this bag suited her aesthetic, and second, it was from a prestigious brand like Dior. Yet when she saw the price tag, she was so shocked that she tightened her grip. Let's go. This place isn't suitable for us. No, just this one. Gu Yan took out a purple card with Dior's logo on it. Don't rush to swipe it. Ooh, I want to buy a dress too. He turned his head and patted Jiang Ro's hand. Go pick one out. Am I really going to pick? Yes. Nervous Jiang Ro approached the Dior dress section, glancing back every couple of steps, afraid that Gu Yan would suddenly leave her behind. After browsing through a few collections, she finally relaxed a bit and selected a dress from the early autumn collection. She glanced at the price on the counter. The bag was $18,500 and the dress was $20,000. Altogether, it totaled $38,500, making Jiang Ro breathless. The most expensive item she had bought before was a pair of shoes that cost over $1,000, a gift from her parents when she got into Nanda, which she usually hesitated to wear. Today, she wore them out with Gu Yan. Should I return the dress? Jiang Ro worried about Gu Yan not having enough money, especially after just buying a car. Gu Yan said nothing and pointed to a scarf hanging nearby. Pick one of these. With a beep, the card was successfully swiped. The total spending limit of $40,000 was used up completely. Jiang Ro, holding two bags as she exited, looked at the exclusive shopping bags with the Dior logo in her hands, her legs feeling somewhat weak, as though she were in a dream. Only after getting in the car and leaving did she turn to look at Gu Yan, who was driving. Buckle your seatbelt. Gu Yan didn't turn his head, focused on driving. However, the girl beside him suddenly leaned over, and before he could react, her soft red lips landed on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Gu Yan's expression as he stared ahead in a daze, Jiang Ro withdrew, clutching the two shopping bags and giggling foolishly. Gu Yan. Jiang Ro raised her face, her cheeks, and the fair skin on her neck flushed, laughing joyfully, as if she were tipsy. I'm so happy today. The boy I like finally agreed to me and even bought me a gift. You're not officially in yet. Gu Yan chuckled without hesitation. I know. Jiang Ro hugged the shopping bags, resting her chin on them, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. I will work hard. You're a sweet talker. Do you believe I'll bite you? Jiang Ro pretended to lunge at him, only to be pushed back into her seat by Gu Yan's hand on her face. Don't mess around. Oh, I'm driving. Just one bite. No way. The two laughed and joked in the spacious and luxurious Land Rover. Just as they returned to the parking lot at the side gate of Nanda, they had just gotten out of the car. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out. Gu Yan, who is she? On the other side stood two girls in white dresses side by side on the tree-lined path. It was Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Zi, who had been waiting for a long time. The two said goodbye to the dormitory manager and left. Since they hadn't waited for Gu Yan, they decided to stroll around Nanda. Unexpectedly, just as they turned to the side gate preparing to leave and catch the bus, they encountered a black Land Rover driving in. Feeling somewhat envious, Li Xiaoshuang immediately saw Gu Yan stepping out of the car. Just as she was about to approach, she noticed a long-legged girl on the other side, affectionately linking her arm with Gu Yan. The anger that had been brewing for a long time, combined with jealousy, was finally ignited. Tang Zi tried to grab her, but failed, watching Li Xiaoshuang fling her bag and stomp angrily toward them. It was like the scene of a rightful girlfriend confronting a mistress. Watching the girl storm toward them, Gu Yan frowned slightly. Why was Li Xiaoshuang here? Beside him, Jiang Ro nervously squeezed his arm. Gu Yan, who is this girl? An old high school classmate, and that one over there too. Do you remember the girl I told you and Zhao Xian about in the car that day? Jiang Ro suddenly understood and breathed a little easier. So it's her. They exchanged a few whispered words as the furious Li Xiaoshuang arrived and stood before them. Her tender, fragile face that begged to be protected had red-rimmed eyes. She glared with simmering anger at Gu Yan and at Jiang Ro, who clung to his arm. Gu Yan, what is she to you? Before Gu Yan could answer, Jiang Ro stepped forward, and Gu Yan's girlfriend. My name is Jiang Ro, I'm from Xiqing, and I attended Xiqing No. 1 high school. She extended her hand with composure. You're Li Xiaoshuang, right? Gu Yan has mentioned you. You? Hearing the words girlfriend stabbed at Li Xiaoshuang's heart. She could not hide her emotions as she stared at the smiling Jiang Ro, ignored the offered hand, and fixed her gaze on Gu Yan. Why didn't you come to find me? What? Gu Yan looked puzzled, his gaze indifferent. Why would I come? In sophomore year, didn't you say you liked me? Didn't you reject me then? That was because I didn't want to affect the college entrance exams. Now we're at university. Why didn't you pursue me? And you're with her. Gu Yan glanced at Jiang Ro and smiled faintly. You go back to the dorm, I'll talk with her. Let me know. Jiang Ro nodded, graciously planting herself firmly in the role of the official girlfriend, intent on appearing kind and magnanimous before Gu Yan and eclipsing Li Xiaoshuang. Don't say anything too cruel and hurt her. With that, she rose on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Gu Yan's mouth in front of Li Xiaoshuang, then waved and left, carrying 2 shopping bags. That scene and the glittering gold Dior logo on the swinging bag stung Li Xiaoshuang's eyes like a pain. Gu Yan. Tang Zi stood awkwardly beside Li Xiaoshuang, tugging her friend's sleeve and signaling urgently with her eyes, "Shuang, don't make a scene." Li Xiaoshuang ignored her and kept her gaze fixed on Gu Yan. "Get in the car, let's find somewhere to talk." Gu Yan, cool and composed, did not want an emotional Li Xiaoshuang to lose control here. "Your car? Wasn't it a Mercedes?" Watching Gu Yan open the door, Tang Zi stared at the brand new luxury Land Rover. She had to step on the running board to climb into the rear, a testament to its size. "Just bought it." Gu Yan settled into the driver's seat, buckled his belt, lowered the front passenger window, and called to Li Xiaoshuang, who was still outside, "Come on." Outside the car, Li Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth and moved forward. She reached to open the front passenger door, but Gu Yan said sit in the back, so she withdrew her hand and went to the rear beside Tang Zi. The black Land Rover left the school gates and drove onto Lenin Road. This was a neighborhood of school district homes with modest affluence and cafes dotted about. Gu Yan parked at the curb, led the two women inside, and they sat by the window. After each ordered a coffee or juice, Gu Yan looked at Li Xiaoshuang and finally spoke. "That just now was my girlfriend." Hearing Gu Yan admitted aloud felt entirely different from the private consolations she had given herself. Li Xiaoshuang sat there racked with misery. Beside her, Tang Zi saw the change in her friend's expression and hurried to interject. "Last time I saw you, you didn't have a girlfriend. She just confessed today, and I accepted." Gu Yan took the coffee from the server and stirred slowly with deliberate calm. Tang Zi's face registered regret. Too slow. Li Xiaoshuang gripped her cup so hard her knuckles paled, her eyes reddened as she stared at the young man opposite. "Gu Yan, you used to like me, didn't you? You said it yourself. That was in the past." Gu Yan paused, his spoon, his gaze remained unruffled, as if nothing could provoke even the faintest ripple in him. "Li Xiaoshuang, I know exactly what kind of person you are. After you rejected me in sophomore year, you accepted other boys' offers for ice cream, took their flowers, and secretly went to arcades on weekends. You didn't truly love me. You loved what others could give you materially." Tang Zi inwardly gave Gu Yan a silent thumbs up. Li Xiaoshuang fell silent for a moment and then asked, "What about her? Your girlfriend?" "She's a bit materialistic, I know that too, but she at least knows how to give, how to rush towards something. She provides me with emotional value." Gu Yan sipped his coffee. "I don't speak much and I can be cold, but that doesn't mean I'm blind to the twists and subtleties of people." "Stop it and talk about something else," Tang Zi urged, signaling Li Xiaoshuang desperately to drop the subject. If she pushed things to the end, they might not even remain friends. Li Xiaoshuang ignored her and softened her voice. "Gu Yan, I was wrong before. I can change. Oh, please look at me more, won't you?" Gu Yan looked at the face that had once made him flutter, then lowered his head to stir his coffee, his tone even and distant. "We are still high school classmates. The three of us come from the same part of the city. That feeling remains. We can care for one another in the future." "No." Li Xiaoshuang jumped up. "I don't want to be just classmates." Shuang. Tang Zi hurriedly pulled her back down and cast an apologetic look at Gu Yan. "Li Xiaoshuang, you need to be more mature." Gu Yan rose as well and summoned the server. After scanning to pay the bill, he looked at the tearful Li Xiaoshuang and said gently, "No one will wait in place forever for another person, and no one knows what the result of waiting will bring. I will not let myself be moved by the mere act of waiting for an uncertain outcome, and I hope you won't become that kind of person. They'll give you two a ride back to Shifan University." "Thanks for that." Tang Zi led Li Xiaoshuang out. Though she hesitated at the door, she was still guided into the Land Rover, and they sat outside. The car started and left Lenin Road, heading toward the highway to Shifan University. The atmosphere was heavy, and Tang Zi kept changing the subject to lighten it. "Gu, what made you buy this car? It's a Land Rover, right?" "I know it. How much did it cost?" "What happened to your... I liked its stately design, so I bought it. It's a bit expensive, 1.61 million renminbi paid in full, just drove it out today. I asked the dealership manager to deliver the Mercedes back to Kaiyuan Xinqing." Tang Zi's heart nearly stopped when she heard the price. Li Xiaoshuang, dazed beside her, couldn't help trembling. She ran her hand over the Windsor leather seat and took in the car's sumptuous interior. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. The empty front passenger seat had once been hers. Now it had been given to that girl called Jiang Ro. She felt unbearably resentful. All the way she listened to Tang Zi's chatter with Gu Yan, parsing even idle remarks for meaning. Any small clue about his background made her chest ache. "By the way, you said Kaiyuan Xinqing. Did you buy a place there?" Tang Zi asked in shock. "Just an apartment," Gu Yan answered calmly. "Even that is expensive." Tang Zi turned to look at Li Xiaoshuang, feeling pity for her friend. When they arrived at the Shifan gate and stepped out, they had hoped to invite Gu Yan to dinner, but he said he had things to do and drove off. As the taillights disappeared around the corner, Li Xiaoshuang suddenly broke down and cried aloud, drawing the attention of passing students. Shuang, don't cry. "Zi, I'm hurting." Li Xiaoshuang made no effort to keep up appearances as she crouched on the ground, buried her face in her knees, and wept uncontrollably. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Gu Yin bought Dior dresses and bags for that girl. Things that should have been mine are gone. Tang Zi at a loss took out her phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to Gu Yin with the message, Shuang Shuang is falling apart, I want you come back and talk to her. There was no reply. After waiting a while, Tang Zi sighed, put her phone away, and helped Li Xiaoshuang to her feet, offering comfort. You still have a chance. So long as Gu Yin isn't married, there is hope. Hearing that, Li Xiaoshuang felt a little, I truly regret it now. I wish I could go back to sophomore year and slap myself. Don't waste time on regrets, think about how to win Gu Yin back. Tang Zi supported her friend as they walked through the Shifan gate. Whatever Zhang Rou managed to do, you can do too. If you can move Gu Yin the way she did, you'll be fine. You have advantages, she doesn't. What advantages? Gu Yin used to like you, and you share 3 years of high school camaraderie. Those are your strengths. Li Xiaoshuang clenched her teeth and nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, over at Nanda, Lin Yunju had just returned and found her roommates clustered around Jiang Rao's bed, exclaiming in surprise. What a dress costs 20,000. The gasp made Lin Yunju's heart skip a beat. What? 10,000. What are you talking about? Lin Yunju pressed her hand against the bag slung over her shoulder and forced a stiff, awkward smile, trying to blend into the dormitory's charged atmosphere. The bag on her shoulder had been bought for her today by Qin Xian while they strolled down the back alley. 300 yuan, no more. Yunju, come quick. 2 girls ahead turned around and pulled Lin Yunju toward Jiang Rou's bed. Why are you only just getting back? Off on another date with Prince Qin again. Let me tell you. Jiang Rou just returned, and she bought a handbag and a dress. Absolutely stunning. Exactly. Not only is the fabric exquisite, but it's outrageously expensive. A handbag for 18,500, a dress for 20,000, and oh yes, a silk scarf for 1,500. 40,000 yuan. That's nearly 4 years' worth of my university tuition. Hearing her roommate's words, Lin Yunju nearly stumbled, her high heel wobbling precariously beneath her. A 20,000 yuan dress. A handbag worth over 10,000. She glanced down at the new bag slung across her shoulder, quietly unhooked it, set it back on the desk, and hastily covered it with several textbooks. Then she turned to look at Jiang Rou, surrounded like a celestial being, holding that Dior handbag and wearing that elegant dress, and felt the embers of jealousy flare anew within her chest. There was no need to guess, all of it had been gifted by Gu Yin. She had originally planned to squeeze one last luxury purchase out of Chun Xian before their breakup, a final flourish to impress her dorm mates. But now her 300 yuan bag paled so miserably beside Jiang Rou's 10,000 yuan Dior that her cheeks burned with shame. Yunju, you're back? I've got some wonderful news for you. Zhao Xian, the dormitory's human loudspeaker, began again. You were out on your date, and Mr. Jiang Rou confessed her feelings today, and Gu Senior actually accepted. So now Jiang Rou is officially Gu Senior's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Jiang Rou, Gu Yan's girlfriend. Lin Yunju froze in place, her thoughts scattering like startled birds. Zhao Xian kept chattering beside her. I can't even imagine how blissful Jiang Rou will be. Handsome boyfriend, perfect physique, extravagantly generous. It's just flawless. Jiang Rou, basking in the praise of Gu Yin, could barely suppress her grin. Oh, it's not that impressive, she murmured modestly. Sister Jiang. The other girls in the dormitory had already shifted their address. Now that you're dating the legendary Gu Senior, shouldn't this big brother-in-law, or little brother-in-law, treat us all to dinner? Well, Jiang Rou hesitated. Treating them was not impossible, but first she needed Gu Yan's consent. To commit unilaterally would be a grave misstep in any relationship, especially with someone as formidable and self-assured as Gu Yan. She was determined to become the ideal girlfriend, thoughtful, respectful, attuned. So after firming her resolve, she replied, I'll ask Gu Yan later. I'll let you know once he has free time. Can't we just grab dinner after class down on the back alley? The starry-eyed girl had barely finished speaking before Zhao Xian smacked her lightly on the head. She clutched her skull. Hey, you'll make me stupid. You are already stupid. If Gu Senior agrees to treat us, he certainly won't take us to some back alley eatery. At this, the boisterous Zhao Xian clasped her hands together, eyes shimmering with reverie. We'll ride in his Mercedes convertible, gliding through the city to an extravagant feast. Jiang Rou suddenly interrupted. You won't be riding in the Mercedes, and there's no way it fits all of us. Huh, why not? He's upgraded, switched to a massive Land Rover. With quiet pride, Jiang Rou raised one finger, then reshaped it into a 1.61 million yuan. A stunned silence fell over the dormitory. Lin Yunju could bear it no longer. She collapsed onto the chair before her desk, breath coming in shallow, rapid gasps. Gu Yan's wealth had surpassed even her wildest imagination. She had to act, swiftly, decisively, to win him back. Lin Yunju strained to shut out the barbs piercing her nerves. She opened WeChat, scrolled through her contacts, and tapped a chat window, whose profile picture featured a seductive female portrait. What I mentioned last week. We need to move it forward. Okay, remember to transfer the money. I can go up to 1,500. Fine. Be sure to show up for the catch the pfeffer scene. If you're late and I truly lose my virtue, the price will rise considerably. Just then Jiang Rou's voice chimed in. Yinju, what do you think of this dress? Lin Yinju dimmed her phone screen and turned. There stood Jiang Rou, clad in that 20th Zanduan dress. Indeed, expensive things often justified their cost. Jiang Rou, already delicate-featured and statuesque, now carried herself with the poised grace of a noble heiress. Of course, this illusion held only if she remained perfectly still. True aristocratic bearing was forged over years of elite cultivation. No matter how beautiful a girl from ordinary stock might be, her posture, her gestures, her subtle aura, none could be feigned. It's quite lovely. Lin Yunju managed a brittle smile, while inwardly dissecting Jiang Rou with ruthless, contemptuous precision. Meanwhile, Gu Yin returned to campus. The security guard at the side gate, seeing an unfamiliar Land Rover, stepped forward to intercept, only to freeze upon spotting Gu Yin behind the descending window. In response, Gu Yin handed him a pack of cigarettes. I'll get the official pass processed in a couple of days. No need to stand on ceremony, Brother Gu. We know who you are. Feel free to come and go anytime. Pocketing the cigarettes, the two guards exchanged fawning banter, lifted the barrier arm, and watched the sleek black Land Rover glide toward the parking lot, envy flickering openly in their eyes. Money really does open every door. Luxury cars swapped like casual accessories. But Gu Yan's girlfriend, now that's something else entirely. Jiang Rou, our campus beauty queen. I saw her step out of his car today. Those long, elegant legs. Sigh. I'd trade places with Gu Yan in a heartbeat. Gu Yan, having parked, remained blissfully unaware of the guard's whispered admiration, though even if he'd overheard, he'd have dismissed it as harmless chatter. After all, everyone speaks ill of others. Everyone is spoken ill of. Back in high school, Gu Yan had endured his share of ridicule, especially during sophomore year when his confession to Li Xiaoshuang ended in public rejection and a semester-long chorus of mockery. Back then I must have lost my mind, actually thinking I could confess to her. How naive I was. Lost in thought, he ascended toward his dormitory, only to be intercepted by old Lu, the dorm manager, who informed him two girls had visited earlier that afternoon. Those two girls were stunning. Did you stir up some romantic entanglement outside campus? Did they come looking for answers? Heh. Gu Yan offered only a faint dismissive chuckle and walked straight past him up to the 5th floor. Inside the dorm, he found Qin Mu standing at the center, while Lu Ping, Zhao Zhun, and Chen Xing sat on chairs encircling him, listening intently as Qin Mu broke down next Monday's match strategy. Shall I join? Qin Mu turned, spotted Gu Yan, and waved him off with a nervous laugh. No need. You're far too exalted for me to lecture before you. Chen Xin, sprawled on his top bunk, scrolling through his phone, scoffed. The host's already gone off to stitch seams on a sewing machine. Calling him a Buddha? Please. The moment he finished speaking, a WeChat notification pinged. Someone requesting to add him as a friend. He tapped it open. A profile photo of a glamorous woman. Below, a message read, Are you Chen Xian? I'd like to get to know you. He clicked into her profile, scrolled past several sultry photos of a wavy-haired beauty, then lingered on a beach video, tall, sensual, moving, with effortless charm. Her looks weren't quite Lin Yunju's, but they came close. Chen Xian rolled onto his side, facing the wall, and tapped accept with lightning speed. Instantly, the chat window flooded with a provocative photo. Black stockings poised allure. Even his pulse quickened. My darling Yunju, I love you truly, deeply, endlessly. He repeated the mantra silently, then phone in hand dove headfirst into a feverish exchange with the stranger. The evening breeze slipped through the half-open window, setting the curtain, draping gently toward the floor, into a slow, rhythmic sway. Outside, the last cicadas clung to trembling treetops, their shrill, persistent cries echoing into the dusk. Qin Mu spoke with animated fervor, spittle flying, while Lu Ping, Zhao Zhun, and Chen Xing gradually drifted, eyelids drooping until one yawned wide, chin sinking onto the chair back. Gu Yan peeled off his shirt, wiped sweat from his torso with a towel, climbed onto his upper bunk, and stretched out, relaxing as he scrolled through soothing videos. From below rose Chen Xian's muffled, giddy laughter. From the floor, Qin Mu's exasperated scolding. The small dormitory hummed with warmth and life, vibrant, chaotic, tender, as though painted across a living scroll. Xiaogu, are you there? As Gu Yan scrolled through a short video app, a WeChat chat window suddenly popped up. He switched over and logged back in to find several new messages. One was from Tang Zi, sent the afternoon he left the teacher's college, and it included a photo of Li Xiaoshuang crouched on the ground, clutching her head and crying. Sorry, I just got back to the dorm and hadn't logged into WeChat, so I didn't see your messages. As for Li Xiaoshuang, let's just forget it. No need for you to be stuck in the middle trying to set us up. Also, I have a girlfriend now, but too much interaction with her would cause misunderstandings. After checking the message for typos, he sent it. He said it for a reason. On one hand, he had moved on since that dismal year in sophomore high school. Adversity had matured him. During the 2 months of summer, Gu Yan reflected deeply. Love is not the self-pitying devotion of an unrequited admirer, but mutual consent. From Li Ziaxuang's perspective, her rejection was not wrong. Not liking is simply not liking. Now that Gu Yan had emerged from that phase, Li Xiaoshuang regretted it, but her regret was not a matter of the heart. That was one reason he turned her down directly. On the other hand, Gu Yan came from a traditional family. His parents were conservative. He still remembered what Madame Zhao Wanjuan told him the day he changed his image. Don't be the kind of scoundrel who toys with someone and then abandons them. That matched his own values. He would not simply because he had a system or wealth presume to treat women as mere amusements or outlets. Drawing his thoughts back, he saw Tang Zi had not replied and exited that chat. He opened the messages Zhang Ro had just sent in. The history was her earlier note. Has that Li Xiaoshuang gone back? What are you doing now? Why didn't you reply? Xiaogu, are you there? My boyfriend is missing. Seeing these 1v1 messages showing that she cared, Gu Yan could not help but smile. The sensation of being cared for warmed him in a way that was quietly comforting. I'm here. I didn't log into WeChat this afternoon, and when I came back, I just lay on the bed and watched videos. After sending the message, he attached a photo of himself lying on the dorm bed shirtless, firm shoulders, and the swell of a pectoral partly visible. The reply came almost instantly. Zhang Ro reacted with surprise, then exclaimed, "My God. Gu Yan, tone it down with the stickers. Be serious." Zhang Ro teased, "No way. As a girlfriend, you should be a little coy with your boyfriend." Gu Yan replied, "You weren't like that in the car." Zhang Ro said the online version and reality were different. Gu Yan, a contrast. Zhang Ro pouted and called him bad, then added, "But Gu Yan, I find you talk much more online than you do in real." Gu Yan, "Yes. In reality, am reluctant to speak." As lights out neared, the others in the dorm lay back on their beds fiddling with phones. Chun Xian, having sneakily indulged himself beneath the covers, got up to toss a paper ball and noticed Gu Yan propped at his pillow smiling at his phone. Probably with Zhang Ro, Chun Xian muttered, "Humph, I've got 2 girlfriends now." The thought made him feel triumphant. Even if Gu Yan officially dated Zhang Ro, Chun Xian thought having 2 made him the real winner. That to him was true victory. Back in bed, Gu Yan chatted with Zhang Ro a little longer. Seeing the time and knowing there was a match tomorrow, he replied, "Match tomorrow. Sleeping now." Zhang Ro answered playfully, "Sweet dreams. My boyfriend." Gu Yan smiled, closed his phone, and slid it beneath his pillow. He felt pleased about agreeing to be Zhang Rao's boyfriend, who, she hadn't turned clingy the moment they became official, nor demanded this or that, or dragged him into constant shopping sprees. They'll watch for a while longer. With that thought, the dorm's lights went out, and Gu Yan drifted into sleep. At 6 the next morning, his body clock woke him. He pulled on a workout tee and shorts and went to the track for a few laps, then did sets of push-ups and sit-ups. Duan Yuzhu was there too. The 2 of them almost always trained together and had grown close. Invitations for Gu Yan to join the basketball club were frequently mentioned. He politely declined each time, not because he did not want to join. He wanted to see whether he would have enough time later. Having just started a relationship with Zhang Ro, pouring most of his hours into basketball practice would mean sacrificing the romance of university life. 7 in the morning. After washing and changing, he went downstairs with Lu Ping and Qin Xian. Zhang Ro waited with breakfast in hand. Today, she wore a simple sleeveless dress and closed round-toed shoes. Her formerly ear-length hair now barely brushed her shoulders. A fine sheen of sweat on her delicate cheeks, an upturned nose suggested she had run out to the back street for breakfast. Beside her was Lin Yunju, whose breakfast came from the cafeteria. She had been doing this for nearly a week. Zhang Ro cradled a book in one arm and held a cup of millet porridge with the other, obediently placing the straw to Gu Yan's lips, her bright eyes fixed on him as he sipped. "It's from Chen's soup dumpling place. I scooped it straight from the pot myself." "Thanks." Gu Yan took it and drank. "You can't say thank you to your girlfriend." Zhang Ro puffed her cheeks, feigning anger as she hugged his arm and tilted her face up. "Thanks should be expressed with kisses." A chorus of teasing rose around them. Goosebumps prickled Gu Yan. His social anxiety flared, and his "Don't make a scene." "Oh." Zhang Ro realized she had forgotten that Gu Yan was not like ordinary boys. A typical boy might feel happy, even excited, when his pretty girlfriend fussed over him in public, but Gu Yan's aloofness, he had said, was partly due to being poor with words. Sorry, I got carried away." Zhang Ro moved close and pressed against him. On tiptoe, her red lips whispered in his ear, "I won't do it again. Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Gu Yan ruffled her head, and as they parted, he said, "The match is at 3 this afternoon. Bring 2 electrolyte drinks." "Okay." Zhang Ro beamed and made a no-problem gesture, drawing envious looks from the boys heading to class and from Chun Xian and the others. "I'm off." Zhang Ro waved her fair hand, tossed the empty porridge cup into the bin, hugged her books, and jogged to catch up with Zhao Xian and the others waiting ahead. A few girls flanked her, teasing that she and Gu Yan were sweet and clingy. On the other side, Gu Yin and the others entered the academic building. Lu Ping, Qin and Zhao Zhenle joked loudly. Qin Mu, having cleared the earlier distance with Gu Yin, occasionally asked his views on the match and how to arrange tactics. Only Chen Xian lagged behind, thinking about Jiang Rao's earlier tenderness toward Gu Yin. In contrast, his long relationship with Lin Yunzhu had never felt like that. Instead, Chen Xian subconsciously patted the phone in his pocket and remembered the female netizen who had added him on WeChat last night. With her, it felt like a real couple, endless conversation. She even sent him the occasional sexy selfie. For a while in class, Chen Xian found himself distracted. At noon, he suddenly stood up, startling Lu Ping and the others. "Young Master Chen, what's gotten into you?" "Nothing." Chen Xian glanced at Gu Yin as if making a decision. A smile crossed his face, though he said nothing. On the way to the canteen, he opened his phone and messaged the netizen from last night. "I want to see you." Moments later, amid the crowd leaving another lecture building, Lin Yunzhu spotted the notification, looked down at her screen, and the corner of her mouth lifted. She raised her eyes and, jealousy simmering, watched Jiang Rou hurrying with Zhao Xin to get food and save seats. Sorry, Gu Yin can only be mine, she thought. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 in the afternoon. After a compact run of classes, most students poured out of the buildings. Some returned to the dorms to drop their books, others went straight to the basketball court, voices rising as they cheered for the teams that remained. The Student Council's sports committee was busily coordinating the schedule. Gu Yin and his teammates changed into matching white jerseys and stepped onto the court. This basketball match has garnered more attention than ever before. The Student Council and the school have singled out the basketball game, even contacting other universities in Nanjiang. After determining the champion, a University League Cup basketball tournament will commence. This news spread during the team draw, igniting excitement among the teams from various departments. Gu Yin maintained a calm expression, but inside he felt a surge of excitement. It would truly be a pity if his basketball skills weren't showcased here. Old Gu, you should go in during the second half. You can't exhaust your stamina in the first half. Qin Mu, not as skilled as Gu Yin, felt no jealousy. This strategy was discussed with Gu Yin during the morning break, and Gu Yin did not oppose it. If he played aggressively throughout the entire match without showing signs of fatigue, it would be rather astonishing. This time it was the round of 16 advancing to 8. All teams are quite strong, but perhaps due to facing a tough opponent from the geoscience department before, this second match against the journalism major from the communication college seems to be easier, as they are on par with Lu Ping and Qin Mu, which might explain why they advanced. As a result, Gu Yin didn't get a chance to play in the second half. Qin Mu teamed up with Chun Xing to control the game, eventually securing a 3-7-2-6 victory to advance from the round of 16. After resting for nearly an hour, the third match commenced around 5 o'clock. The teams that made it to the top 8 are all quite formidable, and their opponent this time is Gu Yan's own department's business management major, which is the team from Jiang Rao's class. You all need to be careful. 3 of the players on our class team were once part of the high school team. After a long exposure to the sun, Jiang Rou had no sweat stains on her. Standing next to Gu Yin with an umbrella, she emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance from the Chanel perfume Gu Yin gifted her, creating a delightful atmosphere. Gu Yin glanced at her with a calm gaze, his eyes brushing past her smiling eyes and rosy lips. Little spot. Oomph. You two are enough. Jiang Rou crossed her arms, tilting her face up with a cheerful smile. Who told them to be my boyfriend's opponents? You two stop it. I'm about to burst. How can I play later? Chun Xing covered his belly, feigning the pain of being stuffed from eating dog food, while Lu Ping hurriedly patted his back, saying, Don't throw up, but if you do, you won't have the energy to play. Get lost, you two. Qin Mu gave the two a light punch to the chest. Meanwhile, Jiang Rou covered her mouth as she chuckled, glancing at Gu Yan's profile, and leaned closer to whisper, If I gather intel for you, how will you reward me? What do you want? Jiang Rou thought for a moment, her slender fingers subtly tapping Gu Yan's chest, speaking in a voice only he could hear. I want to touch your chest muscles. Gu Yan slightly turned his face, casting a sidelong glance at the blushing Jiang Rou. You've learned some bad habits. And your abs. Go play somewhere else. Just then the referee's whistle blew and the officials walked onto the court, signaling both teams to enter. Knowing the opponents could be formidable, Qin Mu didn't dare to take chances and changed the previous strategy, allowing Gu Yan to start the game. As soon as it was announced that Gu Yan would start, the previously sparsely populated court 3 suddenly filled with spectators, all there to watch Gu Yan play, especially after his dazzling dunks in earlier matches. Go for it. Jiang Rou clenched her fists, cheering for her boyfriend as he entered the court, her enthusiasm leaving nearby boys in awe. So adorable. On the court, both teams were set position to play. The 5 starters from the business management team included the 3 Jiang Rou mentioned: number 4 Wang Jun, number 8 Lu Sudong, and number 13 Cheng Yuan. Number 4 Wang Jun approached Gu Yan, coming over to defend. Hey, I heard you're really good. Wang Jun stood about 1.82 meters tall, not much shorter than Gu Yan, and his tone carried a hint of provocation. How about a little wager? If you lose, your team has to perform a dance right here. Shirtless. Gu Yin tilted his head, his ears stud gleaming in the sunlight, a cold smirk playing on his lips. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing you dance, Gu, the campus heartthrob. Wang Jun chuckled mockingly, taking a few steps back and preparing to receive the ball. In the next second, BB, the referee's whistle blew and the orange basketball was tossed high into the air. Qin Mu, standing at 180 meters, jumped up sharply, but facing him was Lu Sudong at 183 meters, who got there first, knocking the ball to Wang Jun. The two had impressive coordination, who otherwise Wang Jun wouldn't have been ready to receive the pass ahead of time. As the basketball flew towards him, he leaned to catch it, but a figure swiftly zipped past him. Before he could even touch the ball, Gu Yin intercepted it midair, causing a flurry of gasps and cheers from the spectators. In just a second or two, Gu Yin had dribbled the ball past the half-court line and cut straight into the paint. Stop him! Someone shouted. Cheng Yuan, number 13 from the business management team of medium build, was already positioned on Gu Yan's path as the shout rang out, preparing to trap Gu Yin with Wang Jun, who was closing in from behind. Lu Ping was running on the other side, adjusting his glasses as he waved, "Pass it to me." This made another defender from the business management team stick closely to him. Just as the spectators thought Gu Yin would pass the ball to the bespectacled Lu Ping or someone else. However, Gu Yan's right arm pulled back, the bouncing ball being drawn from behind to his left side. As he leaned left, Cheng Yuan immediately judged that Gu Yin intended to drive that way. Wang Jun, rushing from behind, also reached out to grab the ball Gu Yin was dribbling with his left hand. But in the next second, Gu Yin seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Just as Wang Jun was about to touch the ball, he switched it to his right hand, and in a flash broke through on the right, bypassing Cheng Yuan and leaping toward the basket. Spinning midair, he slammed it back with force. Boom. A back dunk. The basketball thundered into the hoop with a resounding crash. Oh. Jiang Ro excitedly pulled Zhao Xian up, shouting, "That's my boyfriend." The entire arena erupted into cheers and screams at once as the boys and girls who had been eagerly anticipating Gu Yan's dunk shouted with excitement, their plastic clappers making a raucous sound in their hands. A back reverse dunk. I've only seen that in the NBA and anime. The way he dribbled backward was amazing. Is this the legendary double acceleration? Some who felt envious remarked, if I had his height, I could dunk too. 17 seconds. A dunk in just 17 seconds. This match is going to be exciting. On the other side, Wang Jun, Cheng Yuan, and Lu Sudong stared in disbelief as the figure landed from the shaking basketball hoop. That 17-second fast break reverse dunk shattered the confidence of all three. How is that possible? What the heck? Under the basket, Gu Yin turned his face toward the three, his slightly messy long hair glinting with metallic sheen from his ear stud. His gaze was sharp. Get ready to dance. Don't be scared by him. With the possession of the ball, Wang Jun stood at the free throw line, dribbled the ball twice, and passed it to the guard. Lu Sudong, Cheng Yuan, and another small forward shouted go. The three of them sprinted quickly as the guard made a long pass, tossing the ball high towards the direction of the running trio. The battle spirit was fierce, and it suddenly halted. The high-flying ball was caught by Qin Qin, who sprang up from seemingly nowhere, embracing it tightly. Old Gu. He tossed it decisively over Wang Jun's head, landing in Gu Yan's hands at the edge of the paint. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yin stepped back a step outside the three-point line, bent his knees, jumped, leaned back, and shot in one fluid motion. With all basketball players rated C level, his three-point shot still had a 65% accuracy. Swish. The ball went through the net. Another 3 points. The excited cheers from the surrounding crowd erupted like a tsunami, with more people from other matches surging over to take a look. Damn, I only saw the ball flying past. Is he really this accurate with three-pointers? It would be a shame if this guy doesn't go pro after graduation. It's only been 43 seconds since the match started, and this Gu Yin has already scored 7 points. Compared to this side, the other matches look like children playing house. We should call our dorm mates to come watch. Since it was a match between the finance and management classes, Lin Yunju and Chen Xian were also in the crowd. The girl had specifically worn a sleeveless dress that reached her knees, exposing her beautiful collarbone, and the tight fabric accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist with a firm and rounded back. This left Chen Xian, who was holding an umbrella for her, feeling dry-mouthed. However, Lin Yunzu's attention was not on him, her lips coated with lipstick occasionally parted as she cheered for the management class, but her round apricot-shaped eyes were fixed on Gu Yin, who was dribbling, passing, and shooting on the court. This is the kind of guy who matches with me. Watching Gu Yin sweat on the court, moving gracefully and coolly, Lin Yunju's heart raced. Setting aside family background, which girl wouldn't be moved by such a Gu Yin? Yunju, shall we stop watching? Chen Xian looked at Gu Yin, who was stealing the spotlight on the court, feeling displeased. He had previously said that Gu Yin couldn't play basketball, but now he felt slapped in the face. Even Qin Mu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had betrayed him, getting close to Gu Yin. How infuriating. I have to support the management class. If you want to leave, go ahead. Lin Yunju glanced at Chen Xian, who was only 175 centimeters tall. Beneath her sweet exterior, her eyes flashed with a barely perceptible disdain and comparison. Her thoughts were no longer on this boy, making everything feel awkward. Before knowing Gu Yan, she was quite satisfied with Chen Xian, but ever since she learned about Gu Yan's background, especially after hearing that he had switched to a luxury Range Rover worth over $1 million, and also vaguely heard Jiang Ro mention that Gu Yan had bought an apartment off campus. Moreover, Gu Yan's personality is not the type to flaunt himself. This sense of modesty showed he had a good family upbringing. After this comparison, Lin Yunju felt compelled to take a gamble. She had the right to gamble, sweet and sexy, and having never been with anyone before, she didn't believe Gu Yan could be like Lu Xia, able to remain indifferent. Are you really letting me go? You said you wanted to leave. I still want to watch the game. Lin Yunju shot him an annoyed glance, her shiny eyes sparkling with an innocent charm and sweet smile, causing Chen Xian, who had wanted to explode, to fall silent, holding the umbrella in place. The first half was nearing its end. The score had reached 278. The management class had only scored 8 points, while Gu Yan alone had scored 20 points. When the referee's whistle blew, they entered a brief halftime. Gu Yan walked off the court, and Jiang Ro ran over with Zhao Xian, twisting open a bottle and handing it to him. Are you tired? Saying this, she took a towel from Zhao Xian and gently wiped the sweat off Gu Yan as he drank. Lu Ping and the others who came off the court didn't get such treatment. They could only drink the bottled water bought with class funds from a cardboard box. But fortunately, Xiao Lingling distributed paper towels for them to wipe off sweat. You played well. Qin Mu, who had scored 4 points, cheerfully wiped his sweat. Compared to old Gu, I'm just a far cry. That's still pretty good. Basketball isn't a one-person game. Even the best offense needs teammates' cooperation. As expected of the class monitor, Xiao Lingling's words earned her great admiration from Lu Ping and Qin Mu. Taking the opportunity, Chen Xian interjected. What the class monitor said is correct. Basketball isn't an individual sport. It requires teamwork to achieve victory. His words completely distorted Xiao Lingling's meaning, subtly mocking Gu Yan. This made Xiao Lingling furious, wanting to punch him. That's true. Gu Yan returned the towel to Jiang Ro and said to the displeased Qin Mu, I won't be going back in the second half. Their momentum has already been shattered. Let the substitutes play a bit. Everyone can bond, and the upcoming knockout rounds will all be tough battles. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Mu nodded, having resolved the conflict with Gu Yan and realizing Jiang Ro was unlikely to take a liking to him. He quickly distanced himself from that fleeting affection. Now that his relationship with Gu Yan had become friendly, he naturally didn't want any rifts to appear. Soon the second half began. Gu Yan stood off the court chatting and laughing with Jiang Ro, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed the sun suddenly dimming, turning to see Lin Yunju standing beside him. The girl spoke slowly, seemingly casually complimenting him. You play basketball really well. You single-handedly made my class lose their temper. Your class members have a solid foundation. They're pretty skilled too. Gu Yan responded politely. Seeing this, Lin Yunju didn't say much more, just smiled sweetly, revealing 2 shallow dimples, charming and lovely. On the other side, Jiang Ro's delicate porcelain-like face frowned slightly. She knew very well what Lin Yunju was after. In fact, after the last military training during the dormitory gathering for dinner, she had noticed Lin Yunju putting on black stockings and intentionally sitting across from Gu Yan, showing off her figure, making it clear that this woman had set her sights on her boyfriend. However, since they were in the same dormitory, it was not easy to tear the facade. The other party hadn't done anything too outlandish, so she endured without making a scene. That day, she took out her Dior bag and dress, borrowing Zhao Xian's words just to let Lin Yunju know that Gu Yan was already her boyfriend, to make her retreat. Jiang Ro tightened her arm around Gu Yan, pointing to Lin Yunju on her right, and saying, Yunju, your boyfriend is looking at you. Chen Xian was indeed looking at Lin Yunju. Her girlfriend running over to talk to Gu Yan made his already sensitive heart surge with anger. However, Lin Yunju just said blandly, we're all roommates. I'm just complimenting him a bit to help you with your dormitory relations. Oh, is that so? Chen Xian suddenly realized, feeling relieved. Reflecting carefully, Lin Yunju did seem to often do this. The previous 2 meals were the same, laughing and chatting with Qin Mu and others, making sure to include everyone. Indeed, marrying a wise wife is no lie. Thinking of this, a satisfied smile spread across Chen Xian's face. Buzzing. Chen Xian's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He sneaked a glance at Lin Yunju beside him, stepped back a bit, held the umbrella with one hand, and discreetly took out his phone to unlock and check the message. At 11 tonight behind the South University, I will send you a message when I arrive. All right. With a quick reply, Chen Xian hurriedly tucked the phone back into his pocket and continued to endure watching the second half of the match, though his mind had already flown elsewhere. Tonight, I will indulge. I should be the first in the dorm, right? Having 2 girlfriends at the same time, haha. At that moment, the second half ended without any suspense, the final score resting at 3-8-1-9. The finance class successfully entered the top 8 without a doubt. After the match, Wang Jun, Lu Sudong, and Cheng Yuan came to the sidelines. Everyone thought they would lose and cause a commotion, but the three approached to shake hands and hug Gu Yin one by one. Playing basketball with you is really nerve-wracking, but being your teammate must be a blast. Haha, if it's basketball, Gu Yin, do you accept disciples? A godson would be fine. Huh. The surrounding boys and girls were amused by the three's words. Laughter erupted, but the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Winners must pay the price. Wang Jun immediately took off his shirt, revealing his sweaty torso, and performed a dance he learned from a nightclub, causing classmates around him to pull out their phones to record. Other team members from the management class, including Lu Sudong, also took off their shirts and danced behind Wang Jun. Their boldness garnered admiration from Gu Yin and even others. After exchanging contact information, it was time for dinner. Zhang Ro pulled Gu Yin through the crowd, excitedly discussing today's match. Gu boyfriend, you have no idea how many girls screamed for you during the dunk. Gu Yin responded with a casual hum and asked, did you scream? I did. How did you scream? Zhang Ro pursed her rosy lips about to speak when Zhao Xian behind them. She froze for a moment, then realized her delicate body seemed to hang on Gu Yin, playfully punching his chest. Bad boy, the sweetness of the two snuggling made Zhao Xian, who followed behind, shiver, her expression twisting in distaste. Let's head back to the dorm to freshen up, then we can go eat together. When they reached the area between the two dorm buildings, Gu Yin looked at Qin Mu and the others, who all shook their heads. They were exhausted from today and didn't want to move, planning to shower and sleep right away. Gu Yin had no choice but to take Zhang Ro and Zhao Xian to the second floor of the cafeteria, ordering a few stir-fried dishes. After dinner, Zhao Xian didn't want to disturb the two and went back to the dorm alone. Gu Yin, what does it feel like to have a girlfriend? By the artificial lake in front of the cafeteria with willows swaying, Zhang Ro leaned against Gu Yin, her upper body resting on him. Isn't it sweet? Where's the sweetness? Gu Yin tilted his head in confusion to look at her. Here. Zhang Ro suddenly lifted her face, her plump, moist lips pressed against Gu Yan's. As their lips met, soft and moist, they both widened their eyes at each other. After a moment, they pulled apart. Gu Yin pressed his lips together and said, not sweet at all. You. Zhang Rao's fair and delicate cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of redness. Close your eyes. Why? Zhang Ro shook his hand, just close them. Hearing her urgency, Gu Yin finally closed his eyes. Seeing him obediently close his eyes, Zhang Ro softly leaned closer, tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Gu Yan's shoulders, and pressed her red lips against him again. Moist and slightly sweet. Gu Yin opened his eyes, unable to help but wrap his arms around Zhang Rao's slender waist. The willow branches swayed as the two embraced under the tree, savoring their youthful first kiss. After a long while, both of their cheeks flushed as they pulled apart. Seeing someone looking over, Gu Yin tried to suppress his slightly trembling voice and said softly, pretty sweet, let's go stroll around the supermarket and buy some snacks for Zhao Xian and the others. Zhang Ro nodded shyly, seemingly reminiscing about the earlier moment. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Coming. Zhang Ro quickly responded and jogged along the artificial path, her skirt fluttering, her long fair legs stunning under the rosy evening light. The girl walked beside Gu Yin. Hold hands. Their hands gradually drew closer and then intertwined. The lively atmosphere of college life in the evening was still very vibrant. The supermarket beside the second cafeteria was crowded with students from 7 to 9. After all, it closed at 10 and lights out at 11, so most would take this opportunity to buy what they needed. Zhang Ro was led by Gu Yin into the supermarket. Their good looks repeatedly caught people's attention. Following Gu Yin through the supermarket, Zhang Ro didn't need to spend much. The cart was almost full of chips, chicken feet, and even dozens of lollipops. They each carried large bags out of the supermarket, returning to the girls' dormitory. Gu Yin, I've been so happy these days. Every morning when I open my eyes, I know someone is waiting for me, and I feel full of energy. Zhang Ro tilted her head slightly, holding a large bag, her bright, clear eyes shining. The bag in her hand was then taken by Gu Yin. So you like me this much? Zhang Ro snatched the bag back, carrying it again. I like you a lot. Why don't you ask how much I like you? I want to ask that. It's a taboo in romance. Zhang Ro leaned her head over. No matter how much you like me now, I will find a way to make you like me even more. They stopped at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Let's go in. Gu Yin handed her the bag of snacks. I will remember your words. Miss me. Zhang Ro happily returned to the dorm with 2 large bags of snacks, immediately calling her roommates to come and grab some. Wow, so many. It must be bought by handsome Gu. Zhang Ro raised her face, showing a proud expression as she opened the bags to distribute snacks. She glanced at Lin Yunzu's bed. Is Yunju not here? She hasn't returned to the dorm since this afternoon. Oh, I don't know where she went. Zhao Xian ripped open a bag of chips, munching loudly with her cheeks puffed out. Where else could she go? She must be on a date. Then he'll leave 2 bags for her. Zhang Ro took out 2 bags of chips and placed them on Lin Yunzu's desk, then put the remaining snacks back on her own desk, chatting and laughing with Zhao Xine as she went to the wash basin to wash her face and remove her makeup. As the girls discussed Gu Yin, he was returning after escorting Jiang Ro back to the dorm. A slight smile crept onto his usually stern face. The feeling of kissing was quite nice. To be honest, he had once actively pursued girls only to be mocked as a simp for an entire semester. Although he now had a system and would have a lot of wealth in the future, having a system didn't mean he was omnipotent. In terms of emotions, he felt somewhat at a standstill. When Jiang Ro said she would find ways to make him like her more, it still touched Gu Yan's heart. "Hey Gu, have you eaten?" As he entered the dorm, Qinqing, Lu Pingqin Mu, and Zhao Zhan were all languidly lying by the bed. "We haven't eaten yet. Is there still food in the cafeteria?" Gu Yan checked his phone. It was already 9:30, and even if there was food, it would be leftovers. "Let's go eat out, I'll treat you to noodles." "Alright." The originally lethargic four instantly revived, each bouncing off the bed, getting dressed, and dragging Gu Yan out. "Where's Chen Xian? Why didn't you call him to bring food? He hasn't returned to the dorm at all. He must be on a date with Lin Yunju." As they chatted animatedly, they had already exited the back gate of South University. Besides the street-side restaurants, there were many roadside food stalls, the aroma of barbecued food wafting through the air, making the four boys who hadn't had dinner swallow hard. "I feel like I could eat a whole cow." They found a noodle shop, ordered some meat dishes and 4 large bowls of broken flour noodles, wolfing them down. "Eat well, save your strength. There's another match tomorrow." Qin Mu took a bite of noodles, then stuffed several pieces of braised beef into his mouth, his lips glistening with grease. Gu Yan observed them eating for a while, then got up to pay the bill, saying him going outside for a smoke. He stepped outside about to light a cigarette when he noticed a thin figure walking along the street toward the school's back gate. The way she walked swayed slightly, her old flower-patterned clothes soaked with sweat, and 2 messy braids hung loosely. "Shenwei." Gu Yan furrowed his brow. This girl looked quite unwell. Just as he was puzzled, the frail girl suddenly leaned against a nearby streetlight, clutching her chest and dry heaving. The streetlight illuminated her face, which was pale as paper covered in beads of sweat. Gu Yan dropped the cigarette he was holding and walked over. Cough, cough. Shenwei was crouched by the streetlight, wearing rough old clothes, and her pants were wrinkled and sweaty, emitting a faint odor. As if feeling someone approaching, Shenwei lifted her pale face. Upon seeing the boy under the streetlight, she tried to stand up, but swayed twice, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground before she could rise. "Shenwei." Gu Yan immediately picked her up and quickly walked towards the side gate. Nanjing First Hospital. The emergency department of any large hospital is always bustling. Gu Yan parked the car in the underground garage, carrying Shenwei as they took the elevator to the first-floor emergency department, where patients with medical charts sat in rows accompanied by their family members. The hall was filled with continuous groans and wails. "Nurse, emergency." Gu Yan approached the front desk, where the nurse quickly performed a simple finger pressure examination on Shenwei, who clutched her abdomen. Immediately she ran to the emergency room and moments later came out pushing a stretcher, accompanied by a male nurse and an emergency doctor. "Take the photos, hurry." The doctor issued an urgent request and asked Gu Yan to first queue up for registration, assuring him that he would check on the patient simultaneously. "Then I'll trouble the doctor." After registering and paying, Gu Yan sat on a bench in the corridor waiting for the doctor's examination report without going into the emergency room to see Shenwei. The system's notification sound followed closely. "System, beneath your indifferent exterior, you possess a compassionate heart willing to extend a helping hand. Reward 10 relationship cards." Relationship card, consumable item that can be given to individuals matching the host's current identity level to establish a relationship. The relationship level is basic. First there was the occupation card. Now the relationship card appeared again. Gu Yan reached into his pants pocket and pulled out an ordinary white paper business card, which simply had his name and phone number printed on it with no other introduction. Although this reward is a consumable, its practical value far exceeds that of ordinary money. Moreover, the description indicates that it is limited to the current identity. For instance, Gu Yan is currently a university student, so if he handed this card to a big company boss, it would have no effect whatsoever. Not useful for now. He tucked the card back into his pocket, and as the thought crossed his mind, the card vanished from his pocket and was stored in the system along with the occupation card. Feeling bored, Gu Yan sat on the bench and picked up his phone to check messages. Lu Ping and the others had sent messages asking him why he suddenly disappeared. "Where are you? Damn, did you go out for a smoke and disappear?" After a while, Jiang Ro also messaged asking if he had gone to bed. "Gu Yan, I'm at the hospital helping someone who collapsed to get to the hospital." "Jiang Ro, do you know them?" Gu Yan, not too. As he was typing his reply, a nurse from the emergency department came out calling Gu Yan's name. Not waiting for Jiang Rao's reply, he tucked his phone away and followed her into the doctor's office. "Young man, your girlfriend has heat stroke and acute appendicitis. There are signs of mild infection in the abdominal mucosa, and she needs surgery." Gu Yan frowned It was surprising she had heat stroke, likely due to her part-time job. As for the appendicitis, Gu Yin speculated it was related to her long-term consumption of low-quality pickled. He entered the emergency room, where the emergency beds were separated by deep green curtains. Shenwei was curled up on one of the white beds, clutching her abdomen, her face pale, and her brows furrowed. Anti-inflammatory medication was dripping slowly through the fore into the vein on her hand. At this moment, he took a good look at this girl. She had a delicate appearance, with her arms and calves showing some signs of sun exposure, giving her a clean and fresh impression. Can you notify your family to come? Gu Yin sat beside her and asked softly. The girl tightly pursed her lips, weakly shook her head. I don't want to be hospitalized, nor do I want surgery. You have appendicitis and mild infection of the mucosa. The doctor must perform surgery. No, I don't need it. Shenwei gritted her teeth, struggling to get up. I'll go outside to buy some medicine. Just endure it, and it'll pass. I've already paid for you. Gu Yan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the struggling girl, reaching out to apply slight pressure. Shenwei simply couldn't hold on and collapsed back onto the bed. Surgery, do it if you want. He left with a cold remark, walking out of the emergency room, instructing the nurse to transfer the girl from the emergency department to the inpatient ward. When can surgery be arranged? Currently, it requires queuing at least until the day after tomorrow. Usually busy attending to patients and doctors, the nurse rarely had the chance to see a handsome guy who was 185 meters tall, who, after speaking, she was reluctant to leave, as every glance was a pleasure. The day after tomorrow. Given Shun Weiss' current condition, she would likely be incapacitated by then, and he certainly couldn't stay in the hospital indefinitely. Suddenly recalling the relationship card rewarded by the system earlier, he turned to smile at the nurse, watching him, causing her heart to flutter, and the freckles on her face became quite noticeable. Could you tell me who the available surgeon is recently? Let me think. The doctor who recently completed surgeries seems to be Dr. Zhao. Do you know him? I don't know him, but I'd appreciate it if you could hand this card to him. Gu Yan took out a relationship card from his pocket and handed it to the nurse, who glanced at the name on it and quietly read Gu Yan, a nice name. You wait here, I'll go find Dr. Zhao right now. Meanwhile, the nurse hurried to the inpatient department, finding Zhao Renhui, who was inspecting the wards. Upon hearing that a young man had given her a business card, he instinctively took it. Seeing the name on it as he pondered who it was, his memory suddenly became hazy. His thoughts were faintly pulled, feeling it might be the son of some friend with the surname Gu. He then called Gu Yan using the phone number on the card. Gu Yan was also aware that this relationship might have been bridged by the system. After some pleasantries, he mentioned that a classmate had acute appendicitis and was at risk of infection, so it couldn't wait until the day after tomorrow. This hospital has regulations, but let me check my schedule. On the other end of the line, the sound of papers flipping. Moments later, Zhao Renyu's voice rang out again. Let's say 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The time is tight, but it can be done. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. No need to be polite. When the nurse returned and saw Gu Yan, her gaze changed slightly. Dr. Zhao was notorious for being stubborn in the hospital, yet he was willing to change his principles upon seeing this young man's card. However, when she approached wanting to ask for his WeChat ID, she was still turned down. After making these arrangements, Gu Yan leaned against the wall behind the bench, looking at the time on his phone. It was already past the time to return to school. Ding ding ding. Suddenly the phone rang. The caller was Lu Ping. As soon as he answered, Lu Ping's slightly trembling voice, filled with excitement, came through. Old Gu, where are you? Have you gone back to the dorm? Let me tell you, you don't need to go back. None of us have returned to the dorm. Guess who we are with right now and what we are going to do? I can't guess, just tell me directly. Okay, let me tell you, you will definitely be happy when you hear this. After we finished eating noodles, we were going back, right? But then Qin Mu got a call from Lin Yunju calling us all over. At first we thought it was a fight between Chun Xian and her and wanted us to mediate, but unexpectedly, it was to catch someone cheating. Even with his usually cool and calm demeanor, Gu Yan was momentarily stunned. Catch someone cheating. Chun Xian was cheating outside, and Lin Yunju found out. Hey Lao Gu, are you still there? Yes. Go ahead. If you're not in the dormitory, do you want to come over? Gu Yan leaned against the wall, pondering. Though Chun Xian was insufferable in speech, he wasn't the sort to descend upon someone in their moment of ruin. Besides, Shun Wei still needed him here. She couldn't be left alone just yet. I won't be coming. I have no interest in what Chun Xian has done. On the other end of the line, Lu Ping's voice still trembled with barely suppressed excitement. All right then. I'll fill you in after we catch them red-handed. Damn. It turns out Chun Xian has such a stunning girlfriend, yet he's playing around so recklessly. Gotta go. On the 3rd floor of a neon-lit hotel on Nanda Ho Street, Lu Ping hung up and hurried after Qin Mu Zhao Zhun and Qin Qing, comforting Lin Yunju. Her eyes faintly reddened as they walked. That bastard Qin Xian. We'll give him a proper tongue lashing for you. Scum. The four weren't refusing to help Qin Xian, or rather his past conduct had long since soured them against him. Moreover, during the previous 2 gatherings, this girl had grown remarkably close to them, almost like a friend. In contrast, they felt far more inclined to stand beside the victim and uphold justice. They reached the room number. Lin Yunju pointed silently at the door. Chen Xing, the tallest and broadest among them, declared, "Let me handle this." He took 2 quick strides and slammed the door open with a thunderous crash. The 4 men plus Lin Yunju surged inside. Just beyond the entryway they saw Chen Xian, wrapped in a bathrobe, kneeling over a girl in black stockings and a short skirt, lips pressed to hers. The violent crash had already startled him into stillness. When he looked up and saw his dorm mates storming in, with Lin Yunju standing behind them, he froze, every hair on his body bristling, as if the sky itself were collapsing upon him. He scrambled off the girl's legs, trembling so badly he could barely stand, then collapsed onto the edge of the bed, stammering, "Yunju, how did you get here?" "Chen Xian, you despicable wretch." Lin Yunju's eyes glistened with tears as she snatched up the handbag she'd bought only yesterday and hurled it straight at his head. "How could you betray me?" The bag's zipper burst open midair, scattering lipstick, hand cream, and tissues across the bed in a chaotic cascade. "I'm breaking up with you." Lin Yunju screamed, hysterical tears streaming down her face as Chen Xian clutched his forehead. "No, don't say that, Yunju." Chen Xian lunged forward to embrace her, but Lin Yunju shoved him hard, sending him sprawling backward onto the bed. "Get away from me." Lu Pingqin Mu and the others stood nearby, watching with detached, almost theatrical curiosity. At midnight, in the inpatient ward of Nanjiang City's first hospital, Gu Yin watched the 4-bag drip empty, then pressed the call button for a nurse to replace it. After the nurse left, he lifted the lid from the congee he'd just bought at the hospital cafeteria, setting it aside to cool. "You're working part-time, mm." Shenwei clenched her teeth, enduring the dull ache low in her abdomen, and nodded faintly against her pillow. "A new shop opened. I'm handing out flyers in a leather outfit." The girl glanced timidly toward Gu Yin, who sat by the bedside, quietly peeling an apple. "I don't have money to pay you back." "I don't need money." A long, unbroken ribbon of apple peel spiraled into the trash bin. Gu Yin divided the peeled fruit in half. One half placed neatly on a folded tissue, the other brought straight to his mouth. Tart sweet juice burst across his tongue. Each crisp bite echoed with a soft, rhythmic crunch. Hearing the steady crunch, Shenwei stared fixedly at the half-apple in Gu Yin's hand, and involuntarily swallowed. He glanced up, she instantly averted her gaze, and shrank deeper beneath the covers. "Tomorrow's surgery means no food after 10 tonight." Gu Yin tossed the core aside, picked up the cooled congee, and carried it to the window, sipping slowly. It was already past midnight, and Lu Ping still hadn't called. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his phone screen lit up. It was Lu Ping. "Hey Lao Gu, I've got to tell you, today was absolutely explosive." The instant he answered, Lu Ping launched into a torrent of words, rapid-fire, unrelenting, before Gu Yin could even utter a question. Chen Xian really was cheating. If Lin Yunju hadn't happened to be walking downtown tonight and spotted him embracing another girl, they'd have consummated it before anyone knew. "Why did Lin Yunju call you?" "I wondered that too. But right after we left the hotel, Lin Yunju explained she'd asked us to come solely to bear witness that Chen Xian committed infidelity first, and that she was the one ending things, not the other way around. She thought it through carefully. And Chen Xian? No idea. After we walked out with Lin Yunju, we didn't see him follow. Probably detained by hotel staff, forced to pay for the wrecked door. You've got a match tomorrow. How will you manage without returning to the dorm to prepare?" "We'll find a cheap inn for tonight." "But hey, where are you anyway? Not sleeping with Jiang Ro somewhere, are you?" "I'm handling something outside. You all should find a place to rest." After hanging up, Gu Yin finished the congee, pulled the medical caregiver's sofa beside the bed into its full bed configuration, and lay down. His mind churned, mostly fixated on Lin Yunju summoning Qin Mu and the others to catch Chen Xian in the act. Doubt lingered. Earlier he deliberately asked Jiang Ro to relay to Chen Xian, behind his back, that the 5 of them were fools. His aim had been clear: to deepen everyone's disdain for Chen Xian, including his own. So now Chen Xian's infidelity, coincidentally witnessed by Lin Yunju. Was it truly chance? A frail voice drifted from the bed. "Are you going to sleep now? Maybe you could join me. I'm small. I can sleep near the edge." His thoughts shattered. Gu Yan's voice turned icy. "Close your eyes and stay silent." Shenwei lowered her face, fingers twisting the blanket's edge. Oh, night faded. Gu Yan rose precisely at 6. Beneath the window he performed sit-ups and push-ups. In the east the horizon blushed with pale dawn, a golden light spilled swiftly across the indigo rim of the sky. The city gradually stirred to life. After finishing his routine, Gu Yan approached Shenwei's bed. She hadn't slept. Her pallor remained, and hunger made her swallow repeatedly, evoking a quiet, fragile vulnerability that tugged instinctively at one's compassion. "Did you skip dinner last night before returning to the dorm?" "No. I left a steamed bun back in the dorm. I planned to eat it when I got home." Shenwei whispered, voice thin as a mosquito's hum. Gu Yin sat quietly chewing the half-apple he'd set aside the night before. After a pause, he began asking about her family, not only to distract her from the pain, but also to verify whether her circumstances were genuine. It was better not to ask, until he did. He learned her father was paralyzed, her grandparents elderly and frail. Their sole income came from her grandfather's labor, replacing roof tiles and laying bricks in town, and their 2 mu of farmland. Even her tuition had been borrowed from villagers. Where's your mother? After my father was paralyzed, she left. Perhaps recalling sorrow too deep to bear, the girl, who hadn't cried even amid pain, turned her face into the pillow and choked back a sob. Gu Yin found no words. Then his phone vibrated in his pocket. He stepped out of the room and answered. It was Zhang Ro, her tone both astonished and urgent. My dear boyfriend Gu, none of your dorm mates were in the dorm last night. They went to help Lin Yunju catch Chun Xian cheating. I told you, I'm still at the hospital. Zhang Ro's voice rose in disbelief. Off-mic Zhao Xian gasped sharply, evidence that even their dorm mates had known nothing of Lin Yunju's actions the previous night. I'll call Lin Yunju to confirm. Will you return for class this morning? No. Spotting a nurse approaching with a medicine cart, Gu Yin added, I'll be back this afternoon. I'll try to take leave this afternoon and come relieve you, so you can rest in the dorm. No need. This afternoon I have a match. You remember? They exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Gu Yin leaned against the doorframe watching the nurse administer Shun Wei's anti-inflammatory and analgesic treatment. Just as before. Time slipped by minute after minute. At 2 o'clock, surgical staff arrived to escort Shen Wei. She changed into a hospital gown, then lay nervously on the gurney, glancing sideways at Gu Yin with wide, fearful eyes, until the doors of the operating room swallowed her whole. During the wait, Qin Mu called. Lao Gu, match is about to start. Where are you? At the hospital. You start without me. I'll make it. With those words, Gu Yin ended the call and settled onto a chair beside the operating room door. An appendicitis surgery is not a major operation, it is one that an ordinary surgeon can easily perform. Moreover, with the experienced Zhao Rinhui, half an hour later the nurse wheeled the still anesthetized Shun Wei back to the ward. Dr. Zhao even specially came out to meet Gu Yin, giving some dietary and postoperative care instructions before returning to the operating room for the next surgery. Gu Yin's attempt at distributing business cards seems to have been effective, with only 9 left he cannot use. On the hospital bed, Shen Wei was drowsy, mumbling about her dad and grandparents. Gu Yin glanced at the time. It was almost 2:30. The match had already started for a while. Since Shen Wei's surgery was complete, he had no reason to stay any longer. He called for a nurse to find a female caregiver in her 40s, agreed on a price, and then left the inpatient department, heading straight to the school. I should make it in time. He looked at the scrolling time on the LCD display, and the same words were echoed from Qin Mu's mouth at the Nan University Stadium. I should be able to make it. The first half of the quarterfinals had already ended with the Engineering Management College's automation major team facing off. The average height of the players was around 1.83 meters, with more boys in this major, and half of the crowd near the court were male students from the engineering college, each holding mineral water bottles filled with stones, clanking them together. The sheer momentum overshadowed the financial class larger female presence, as well as the other male and female freshmen who came specifically to watch Gu Yan's match. In the financial class crowd, Zhang Ro tightened her grip on Zhao Xin's wrist, occasionally standing on her toes to peek towards the path leading to the court. Why hasn't Gu Yan arrived yet? Zhao Xian also wore a worried expression. However, she didn't know how to comfort her best friend. There's still the second half, he should be able to make it. Lin Yunju was also in the crowd. She was dressed more simply and coolly today, unlike her usual sweet and sexy appearance. Originally, she had come today hoping for a chance to get closer to Gu Yan, especially since the events of last night should have been known to him. Not far behind her, Qin Xian was also present, his gaze fixed on Lin Yunju. When the match had just started, he had approached her, wanting to find an opportunity to explain himself. But Lin Yunju didn't listen at all, her eyes filled with hostility. After their breakup last night, Qin Xian knew it might be irretrievable, but thinking he could develop something with another female acquaintance, he didn't pursue Lin Yunju immediately, and instead pretended to be relaxed while looking for a girl to spend the night with. However, the girl slapped him, scolding him for not mentioning he had a girlfriend earlier, which led to being caught cheating. She then grabbed her bag and left. Qin Xian wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by the hotel staff regarding compensation for the damaged door. In the end, he had to ask his parents for over 1,000 yuan to settle the matter. Why am I so unlucky? Thinking about the futility of his efforts, and that even his girlfriend Lin Yunju had run away, Qin Xian felt like he wanted to die. During halftime, Qin Mu poured some mineral water over his hot head. His teammates Lu Ping and Zhao Zhun were panting heavily, yet no one spoke, only exchanging glances. As the last drop of water fell on his head, Qin Mu shook the empty bottle and tossed it back onto the desk that was moved from the classroom. In the quarterfinals, regardless of whether Old Gu makes it or not, we must play our best. Let's go, BB. The whistle for the end of the first half blew, and both teams walked back onto the court. Mu glanced at the scoreboard, 3-2-6. The atmosphere on the court was tense for the financial class, while the boys from the automation major were energized, as if they had been given steroids. They had dominated the financial class throughout the first half. If it weren't for Mu's skills, they might not have even scored those 6 points. In stark contrast to the financial class low morale, the 5 players from the automation major appeared relaxed. Their best player didn't come, he probably won't make it either. Let's crush them so they know what cruelty is. Haha, very spirited. As the second half began, the male and female students supporting the financial class side, with Jiang Ro and Zhao Xian feeling reluctant to continue watching. Within just 3 minutes of the restart, they conceded another goal. The score jumped to 34 points. With Gu Yan not on the court, can you even play basketball? Some frustrated spectators couldn't help but mock. On the sidelines, Jiang Ro stared at the scoreboard, watching the gap widen. Even if Gu Yan returned at this point, catching up would be quite difficult, right? Students supporting the financial class began to leave some grumbling nearby. They can still reach the quarterfinals like this. If I went in, I could probably score a few points. Surely 5 of us could break into single digits. You guys brought me to watch the game, and this is the result. Where's Gu Yan, the one who was talking? Duan Yuzhu had also come to watch the game, bringing 2 key players from the basketball team, yet they faced such a result, earning him a round of complaints from his teammates. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he kept smiling awkwardly beside them, saying there might still be a turnaround. There's still 17 minutes left. Just as one of the key players from the basketball team spoke, Duan Yuzhu seemed to sense something and turned to look at the crowd that was dispersing, a familiar figure pushing through the crowd. Sorry for being late. Everyone around turned to look, and there was an immediate uproar. Wow, I thought you wouldn't come. Hurry up and get on the court. Gu Yan is here. Hearing the voice, Jiang Rao's worried expression instantly brightened. She rushed over and hugged Gu Yan's arm, saying, "Why did you come so late? There are only 17 minutes left." "Now there are only 16 minutes left," Zhao Xian remarked, dampening the mood. "BB." The financial class called for a timeout. After substituting the exhausted Lu Ping, Gu Yan extended his hand for a high five as he entered the court. "Old Gu, it's all on you now." Some commotion arose on the automation major side as well. "The one who just came on is Gu Yan. I've seen him play. He's really good. What's the use of being good? With such a points gap, how can he make up for it in such a short time?" In the crowd, Lin Yunju smiled slightly as she saw Gu Yan step onto the court. "Regardless of whether we win or lose, he'll have a chance to get closer to you now." As for Gu Yan's entry, the students who had originally left returned upon hearing from their friends. The automation team also lost their previous ease, but upon seeing the dwindling time and the 28-point difference, they regained confidence. With the whistle blowing, the tall Chen Qing swung his arms, making a long pass, sending the basketball soaring toward the center line. Normally no one would dare to make such a pass, but he knew that Gu Yan would definitely catch this high ball. The orange basketball arced through the air, and as it descended, Gu Yan leaped up to catch it. As he landed, the moment the ball hit the ground, he bent down and dribbled past the automation major player guarding him. His figure darted toward the inner lane, and as 2 opponents crossed to block him, Gu Yan effortlessly passed the ball to Qin Mu on the left. The latter, seeing Gu Yan's signaling gaze, raised his hand and swung it hard, sending the ball flying toward the backboard. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced down. In midair, Gu Yan had already shaken off the 2 defenders. As the others scrambled for the rebound, he weaved between the 2, and with a quick motion tossed the basketball upward without hesitation. Gu Yan landed and turned back. The tossed basketball spun around the rim twice before finally dropping into the net before everyone's eyes. Swish! The basketball went through the net. The stagnant 6 points were finally broken, turning into 8 points. I knew he could do it. Lu Ping, who had been crouched in the rest area, sprang to his feet in exhilaration, his whole body bouncing on the spot. Not only him, but the long-awaiting spectators finally found reason to shout aloud, brandishing the plastic clappers they had prepared. "Gu Yan! Gu Yan! One more shot!" The students from the automation department watched in stunned silence. It's just a midair catch and layup. Is such fervor warranted? They were still 26 points behind at a hope to tie, or when they'd have to make him stand there and keep shooting until he was exhausted. The match pressed on. The automation team's tall guard Li Mu dribbled to stall and slowly advanced. Only when Qin Mu closed in did he pass the ball. When Gu Yan entered the game, they had agreed on a fallback tactic: stall whenever possible and deny the opponents any scoring opportunities. Over there, an automation player who served as small forward likewise carried the ball across the midline at an unhurried pace. When pressure came, he would promptly pass. Their approach was to control possession and maximize the clock. Only at the final second would they launch a shot. Whether it fell or not, time would be burned, and even if Jinrong Class 5 scored repeatedly, the lack of time would make it impossible for them to close the gap. "Shameless," someone cried in righteous anger. Yet before his complaint finished, it was abruptly transformed into an exclamation, "Nice play." The pass from the small forward had not yet reached a teammate, when Gu Yin driving through the middle intercepted it with a single hand. "Stop him." The small forward turned back and shouted in alarm. At that moment the automation players were scrambling back. Their earlier deliberate slow-tempo offense had 4 of the 5 pressed forward, leaving only the guard who had just inbound still inside the paint. Seeing Gu Yin charging with the ball, the guard lunged forward with arms outstretched to block. They drew close. Gu Yin drove the ball between the defender's legs, slipping under outstretched arms to reclaim the ball. As he neared the rim, he soared and delivered a one-handed thunderous dunk. Boom. The basketball slammed through the hoop. Another bucket. The arena erupted as the pent-up energy of the crowd poured out, overwhelming the automation students and seizing the momentum. "He is stunningly handsome. His vertical leap is incredible. That one-handed dunk struck me straight in the chest. Gu handsome, can you stop playing with gender? I want to be your girlfriend." 2 more points. Li Mu glanced at the scoreboard. Jinrong class had clawed back to 10, still 24 points. "Don't let him score again. Try to get the ball to me." A short pass landed in Li Mu's hands. They persisted with a measured, compact defense to avoid long passes being intercepted, exchanging quick passes to close in on the opponent's basket within 30 seconds. As Li Mu received the ball, he suddenly accelerated, beating Zhao Zhen's defense and rising to shoot. The instant the ball left his fingertips, a figure leapt up from behind, taller and higher than him. Smack! Gu Yin slapped the ball midair, sending the shot careening away. The stands erupted into astonishment and cheers once more. Jiang Ro clasped her hands into fists, a thrilled smile at her lips. Her boyfriend being adored by so many delighted her. She grabbed Zhao Zhen's hand and, disregarding her composure, waved and cheered for Gu Yin. On the court, Chen Qing picked up the ball and tossed it to Qin Mu, who initiated the offense with Li Mu running beside Gu Yin. "Don't get cocky." "Humph." Gu Yin gave the boy a sidelong glance and snorted, quickening his pace. Unable to break through, Qin Mu retreated and hammered the ball toward Gu Yin near the free throw line. Gu Yin caught it, rose, and nailed a 3-point jump shot. The automation players were dumbstruck. He could shoot threes with such accuracy. Was this man an all-rounder? As Gu Yin retreated past Li Mu, they brushed shoulders. Li Mu saw him raise a single finger curved into the shape of a 7. In just a few minutes he had rattled off 7 points. Li Mu felt his breath grow tight. Outside, Duan Yuzhu and 2 others stood with arms folded. The previously complaining starter watched Gu Yan's movement without blinking. "Old Duan, your eye for talent is beyond reproach. If this guy joined the basketball club, the University League this year would surely see them in the top 3, Duan Yuzhu said, without taking his eyes off Gu Yan's 3-point celebration. Watching the opponents slap hands in high spirits, he smiled and added, "This guy's physique is exceptional. On the 1500-meter track, he runs 5 laps without stopping. His speed is no slouch. With that endurance to sustain a high-intensity offensive rhythm, he could very well turn this game around." While the 3 men spoke, the automation side mounted another attack. Their counselor paced the sideline in a panic, and the more frantic the instructions became, the more the rhythm unraveled. As Li Mu abandoned the shot for a layup, and they leapt together, a large hand from the side swatted the ball from his grasp. Chen Qing, gasping for breath, sprinted to the sideline, dove into the crowd, and at the instant he struck, the mass of bodies clawed the ball back and redirected it to Zhao Zhen. Chen Qing sprawled into the crowd, which let out a chorus of groans as he landed among them. 3 automation players immediately chased the ball in Zhao Zhen's hands, cutting off his passing lanes until he had to push it backward. Chen Qing, already to his feet, took the pass, and without pause flung it forward toward Gu Yin. "Don't let him catch it." Li Mu lunged, but he was a beat too late. Gu Yin leapt, snatched the ball, landed, and exploded into another jump, releasing it toward the basket in front of Li Mu. Swish! Another clean 3. As the ball fell through the net, the lunging Li Mu brushed against the descending Gu Yin, who went down with the motion. The referee immediately blew the foul. Foul on Li Mu of automation for blocking. Jinrong class awarded 1 free throw. Lying on the floor, Gu Yan's lips curved into a faint smile as he clenched his fist. Li Mu revealed a look of unwillingness. "Lucky you. We'll see about this," he muttered. Play pause for Qin Mu pulled Gu Yin to his feet and placed the ball in his hands. Standing before the opposing rack at the free throw line, Gu Yin fixed his gaze on the hoop, shutting out the surrounding shouts. With one hand cradling and the other steadying, he released the shot with a gentle motion. The orange ball traced a perfect parabola and kissed the heart of the net. 3-4-2-0. In exactly 4 minutes, they had stretched the lead from 6 points to 20, a full 14-point swing. From the moment Gu Yin had stepped on the court, the automation class had not scored. Their counselor pounded the table at the sideline and immediately called a timeout, bringing in 2 fresh substitutes. "Come on, you're the best." With Counselor Zhao Rong absent, class monitor Xiao Lingling shouted encouragement on her behalf. "Although I don't know basketball, I can see you've played wonderfully. Even if you lose." Qin Mu cut her off. We won't lose, we've got Lao Gu our trump card, right Lao Gu? Gu Yin drank the electrolyte water Jiang Ro handed him, restored a measure of strength, returned the bottle at the referee's whistle, wiped his sweat, and walked back onto the court in silence. Timeout over the automation side adjusted its tactic. The two fresh substitutes joined Li Mu in tightly shadowing Gu Yin, trying as much as possible to deny him the ball. Yet against Gu Yan's 7 stamina points and the professional level polish of a seasoned basketball player, the three amateurs simply could not contain his movement. Back and forth they traded blows, and with only 1 minute remaining the score had been leveled at 3-6. Midway through, Li Mu had scored 2 points inside. But that basket did not lift the team's spirits. Seeing the score tied, almost everyone on the automation side had sunk into despair. One of the two substitutes was tall and stubborn. Then drag it into overtime, he declared. The two new men coordinating with Li Mu to block and box out did slow Gu Yan's scoring somewhat, but in response Qin Mu and Zhao Zhun began to attack the paint, racking up points. When Li Mu left a man to shadow Qin Mu, leaving Gu Yin less tightly guarded, Gu Yin received the ball once more. Two people can guard you the same. Li Mu and the tall teammate flanked him left and right, narrowing his vision and assuming defensive stances as the clock wound down. Lao Gu, time's almost up. Lu Ping shouted from the sideline. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. In both their lines of sight, Gu Yin curled his lips into a cold smile. The Bao Guli earring at his left ear flashed for an instant. The next second, lowering his center of gravity, Gu Yin planted off his sneakers and flashed between Li Mu and the tall man like lightning. His speed blurred the eyes. By the time anyone reacted, he had already burst into the free throw lane. 6 seconds. The automation guard, standing at 1.87 meters, retreated to the paint and spread his hands wide, eyes fixed on Gu Yan's feet. At the instant Gu Yin pushed off the ground, he sprang up as well. 4 seconds. Ah, he screamed, flinging his arm with almost all his strength. He could not allow this man to score again, he thought. 2 seconds. Countless anxious gazes braided together. Jiang Ro clenched her sleeve. Aloft, Gu Yin rose like a jet coming into land, holding the ball out with one hand 2 meters from the rim. The opponent's finger grazed the ball for an instant, and a terrifying force carried it with a howl straight into the hoop. Boom. The sound of the dunk reverberated as Gu Yin hung by one hand on the rim, swaying beneath it. The defending guard had already been slammed to the floor. The referee's sharp whistle sliced through the air as the clock hit 0. We won, someone shouted, and the gathered students erupted in a tsunami of cheers that soared toward the sky. Damn, we turned the score around and finance has won. In the final second, the ball went into the net, and the thrill of turning defeat into victory is unparalleled to the usual excitement of watching a game. Around the field, both the seniors and freshmen were nearly going insane with excitement. The girls from the finance class jumped up and down together, screaming towards Qin Mu and Gu Yin on the court. The seniors were excited because it had been a long time since Nanda had seen such an entertaining match, or perhaps it was rare to see basketball players with such exceptional skills that also provided a visual feast. Suddenly seeing someone so tall and handsome playing basketball so well, it was clear he must have a high IQ to get into Nanda. He was like a character who had stepped out from an anime about slam dunking. How could this not excite everyone? Gu Yin, you guys won. Jiang Ro had forgotten her initial intentions when she first approached Gu Yin, her eyes now filled with admiration for the spirited youth on the court. Gu Yan's stern face revealed a faint, gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair and took a sip from the water she handed him. Old Gu. Qin Mu walked over, his gaze fixed on Gu Yin rather than Jiang Ro, his voice slightly trembling. Tonight, I'll treat you all to celebrate our advancement to the top 4. Then I won't hold back. The previous awkwardness had been resolved and their relationship had improved significantly. Gu Yin didn't hesitate to say, I want to eat at Old Master's teppanyaki lamb on Back Street. Qin Mu's smile suddenly froze on his face. Tonight. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll just kidding. Gu Yin lightly punched his shoulder and left the venue with Jiang Ro. He played basketball to complete system tasks. Although he currently had a little over 230,000 in his account, who could refuse an extra $1 million in savings? So Gu Yin didn't place himself in the position of being the basketball savior of finance class 5, or whether or not he ate this meal was not important. Let's still go out for dinner tonight, leave the arrangements to me. Qin Mu's voice came from behind as Gu Yin waved his hand without looking back. Got it. On the way back to the dorm, Jiang Ro wrapped her arm around his and chattered incessantly, excitedly jumping up as she recounted Gu Yan's 2 slam dunks, especially the final second's powerful dunk that knocked the opposing defender over. I never really liked watching basketball before, but I didn't expect I could watch so many days. A big part of the reason is you. So are you going to give me a reward? Gu Yin turned his head to look at her. Jiang Ro's face flushed as she glanced around at the passing students, feeling shy. Not here. There are too many people. You can give it to me later. I'll go back to the dorm to take a shower first. Are you coming to dinner with Qin Mu and the others tonight? Of course Jiang Ro wanted to go. After all, having such a quality boyfriend, she wanted to keep an eye on him all the time, not letting other girls get close. But thinking of Qin Mu treating them, and that he didn't say to bring a partner, she shook her head. I'd better not go. With another girl there you all wouldn't be able to chat freely. Alright, just text me if you change your mind. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, Gu Yin was about to enter when Jiang Ro suddenly called out, Gu Yin, wait a moment. What's wrong? Gu Yin turned around while standing on the steps. The girl had come closer, standing on her tiptoes, and kissed him on the lips. After a long moment they parted. Jiang Ro, her face flushed, said, here's your reward. After speaking, she quickly ran away amidst the gaze of the onlooking students. System A, thrilling comeback match, winning the victory kiss from a beautiful girl. Random reward, 5,000, a photo with a celebrity. The prize has been credited to the payment system. The photo is stored in the dorm desk drawer. Celebrity photo, a random photo of the host with a well-known figure, the range of which will not exceed Nanjing City. Could it be an item functionally similar to a relationship business card? Gu Yin was somewhat puzzled as to why the system had continuously awarded card-like items recently, but he was also curious about who would appear in the photo. The dormitory door was closed, indicating that Qin Mu and the others had not yet returned. After unlocking the door, Gu Yin went to wash up first. After drying his hair and returning to his desk, he opened the drawer and indeed found a photo resting atop some books inside. It was a photo of him with a middle-aged man. The man had a side part and an imposing, serious appearance with a small patch of short beard on his chin, and his eyes gleamed with a cold, intimidating aura. The background of the photo was in the living room of a villa decorated in a European style with a hint of Republican-era charm. You give me this reward, but don't tell me who this is. Is it just for background decoration? While pondering the system's intentions, Qin Mu and the others returned immediately, greeting Gu Yin with enthusiasm, practically ready to lift him up and throw him into the sky. Father, you worked hard. From now on you can just sit and lie in the dorm. Whatever you want to eat, we'll bring it back from the canteen. Finally made it back in time today, otherwise we would have definitely lost. At this moment Qin Xian also returned from outside looking listless. He glanced at Gu Yin, took off his shoes, and climbed straight onto his bed. Maybe he hurried back to show off in front of the girls. Sour grapes. Lu Ping didn't indulge him and shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, by the way, someone's grapes are all gone. Qin Xian suddenly lifted his face, but the anger that had just gathered on his face dissipated in an instant as he lay back down dejected. I say, Qin Xian, you're just ungrateful. Lin Yunju is such a good girl, beautiful too, and you actually cheated on her behind her back. It's not that we roommates aren't helping you, we just can't stand to see it anymore. Now it's all gone to waste, you lost your girlfriend, and even the female netizens don't want you. So what? At least I've had a girlfriend, and can still flirt with female netizens. What about you? Besides being able to play a little basketball, what else do you have? After being scolded by his roommates, Qin Xian retorted back in displeasure. He didn't believe Lin Yunju would really leave him. It must have been something from yesterday that made her too angry, causing her to say that. Moreover, she had even called his roommates over, clearly hoping that Qin Mu and the others would help ease the relationship between the two. Yunju must be hoping that I can apologize through Qin Mu and give her a way out. Yes, it must be like that. Qin Xian suddenly realized this connection and felt happy again. He hopped out of bed, put on his shoes, ran out of the dormitory, and soon returned with a big bag of snacks and drinks, even bringing a portion for Gu Yin, who was texting Jiang Ro. Whoa, old Qin, have you been possessed? We're all brothers in the same dorm. You're right to scold me. I'm the one who wronged Lin Yunju. Qin Xian handed a bottle of drink to Qin Qing, who had just come out of the bathroom, then turned back to the group and said, please help me tell Yunju that I know I was wrong and that I won't do it again. Could you bother her to take me off her blacklist? With this attitude of yours last night, there might still be a chance. Qin Mu, who had previously been on good terms with him, opened a drink and took a sip. I'll help you pass it on. Tonight I'll treat everyone to dinner. Come along. I won't go, I didn't do anything for the basketball game. After Qin Xian politely declined, he lay back down on his bed. With Qin Mu's assurance, he felt much better. When the time comes to win Lin Yunju back, perhaps their relationship can progress further. Holding hands and sharing a kiss, wouldn't that just happen naturally? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited as he glanced at Gu Yin, who was busy chatting on his phone. Even if you're dating Jiang Ro, so what? You probably haven't even held hands. Yunju said Jiang Ro is very materialistic. It wouldn't be surprising if such a gold digger drained you dry. What Qin Xian was thinking was unknown to Gu Yin, as he was currently chatting with Jiang Ro. The girl occasionally sent him photos of her legs and some unedited photos of her beautiful face. Jiang Ro, by the way, there's something I almost forgot in all this excitement today. Gu Yin, what is it? Jiang Ro, the girls in the dorm said that since we confirmed our relationship, we need to treat them to a meal. What do you think? Gu Yin chuckled and quickly typed, of course, let's do it tomorrow night. Jiang Ro, isn't tomorrow night too soon? Gu Yin, no, I'll handle the reservation. Jiang Ro, a handsome and considerate boyfriend like you is really hard to find, but I've found you. Gu Yin, then feel free to be proud. Zhang Ro, of course. Gu Yin felt as if he could see Zhang Ro lying on her bed with a smug expression through the phone screen. However, they didn't chat for long. After lying on the bed for a while, Gu Yin unknowingly fell asleep until 6 in the afternoon, when Xin Mu woke each of them up announcing that he was treating everyone to dinner at a self-service seafood hotpot on Back Street. This was an old restaurant that had been around for several years with a good reputation and reasonable prices, much cheaper than the Haidaleo Gu Yin had taken Tang Ji to before. The pot base cost 78 per person, still within Xin Mu's budget. As the soup base and ingredients were laid out, Zhang Ro texted Gu Yin to take a photo for her, followed by a long string of envious emojis. Once they established their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, Gu Yin didn't want to worry about money. As long as they were together and in good spirits, that was enough. After finishing the hot pot, Gu Yin planned to visit the hospital to see Shen Wei. He said his goodbyes to Qin Mu and the others at the back door, then took a detour down a tree-lined path, where he vaguely saw a graceful figure sitting by a stone bench softly sobbing. Occasionally there were sharp sounds of a bottle crashing to the ground amidst her movements. As he passed by, Gu Yan's wrist was suddenly grabbed. He turned to look at the person who raised her familiar sweet face, flushed with the redness of intoxication. Gu Yan, sit down and keep me company while I drink, okay? The girl was none other than Lin Yunju. Lin Yunju. Gu Yan furrowed his brow, gently twisting his wrist to discreetly free himself from the girl's grasp, his gaze lowering to scan the messy beer bottles scattered beside the stone bench. Is something wrong? Nothing. Can't I invite you to drink if there's nothing wrong? Lin Yunju, having lost count of how much she had drunk, spoke with a slight lisp, her originally sweet appearance now clouded and dazed by inebriation. Do we consider ourselves friends? If I'm feeling down, can't I have a drink with a friend? Is this about Chen? Gu Yan did not walk over, but stood there watching her. If it's because of him, then I believe drinking won't resolve it. What else can I do if I don't drink? In high school, he wrote me love letters one after another. I was genuinely happy, thinking I had found someone who truly loved me. The drunken girl's gaze was unfocused as she let out a burp, her cheeks flushed unnaturally. About yesterday. You heard right. He actually found a female friend online and booked a hotel. If I hadn't stumbled upon it, I wouldn't have known he would cheat behind my back. Am I foolish for believing someone like him and dating him? That is indeed foolish. Finish your drink and head back early. With that, Gu Yan turned to leave, leaving Lin Yunju momentarily stunned, her previously drunken expression now frozen in surprise. No, why is he saying this? He is not following her script at all. No way. She must keep him. Gu. The bottle rolled noisily on the ground as Lin Yunju knelt down, clutching her knee and letting out a cry of pain, her knee scraping against the ground, leaving a slight abrasion. Gu Yan, it hurts. Can you help me up? The departing figure suddenly came to a halt. Lin Yunju's cheeks were flushed like a sunset, her gaze immediately becoming hazy again, her eyes drifting over the tall figure of the boy. Such a child, she still couldn't manipulate him. The corners of her lips curled into a half smile, but upon seeing Gu Yan turn his head back, her expression instantly changed to one of grievance. Her entire demeanor was both ethereal and exuding a precarious vulnerability, her hand weakly reaching out. Gu Yan turned around, took out his phone, and snapped a photo of the girl on the ground, then sent it to Zhang Ro. Your dormitory's Lin Yunju is drinking alone and got drunk. Can you and Zhao Xin come to take her back? Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro, this woman, angry emoji. Zhang Ro, on my way now. Gu Yan sent the WeChat location and tucked his phone into his pocket, tilting his head to look at the girl on the ground. We don't live in the kind of web novels aimed at women, so some tricks might seem foolish. He did not help the girl, but instead sat on another stone bench, his gaze coldly fixed on her. Why not just be straightforward? What do you think? Lin Yunju was once again taken aback. The drunkenness she had feigned vanished without a trace, leaving only her flushed cheeks. What do you mean? You could deceive that fool Chen Xian, but you think you can deceive me? Gu Yan pointed to the stone bench where the girl had just sat. Sit down and let's talk properly. What are you trying to achieve with all this? Are you trying to steal Zhang Rao's boyfriend? At this point, Lin Yunju clearly couldn't continue pretending. She brushed off the dust from behind her and stood up, but the abrasion on her knee made her frown slightly. You figured it out. Too obvious. Gu Yan sat there lighting a cigarette, the glow of the ember illuminating his features momentarily. From when you brought breakfast to Chen Xian to messaging Zhang Ro saying that Chen Xian called us all idiots, I sensed something was off. The drama last night was clearly planned by you, maintaining your devoted persona while creating a pitiful woman who had been hurt by love, so that when you date someone in the future, no one will slander you from the shadows. Lin Yunju fell silent on the opposite stone bench. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Gu Yan, can you give me a chance? No, Gu Yan bluntly refused. I am already with Zhang Ro. Unless I break up with her, I will not date a second girlfriend. Hearing this, Lin Yunju became somewhat anxious. What's so good about her? She and I are the same type of person. Not entirely. I enjoy every moment spent with her, and I'm easily satisfied. Jiang Ro knows how to give, unlike you who would do anything to achieve your goals. But you do have your strengths. Gu Yan expressed his views, yet he wouldn't completely belittle the girl opposite him just to elevate Jiang Ro. You also have your strengths. Using any means to achieve your goals is something many girls lack. If you don't rely on men in the future, you might go further on your own. Gu Yan, I don't want to hear this. Look at my figure. She hurriedly stood up, tightening her dress to accentuate her slender waist and beautiful legs beneath the skirt. What Jiang Ro can give you, I can give you too. I haven't been intimate with Qin Xian. Oh, I am still pure. Lin Yunju tossed her wavy long hair again, deliberately, making a flirtatious expression. My looks aren't bad either. Boys all like beautiful girls, and you do too, right? You've become a bit delusional. Gu Yan frowned slightly. I have indeed lost my mind. Not working, huh? Lin Yunju quickly approached Gu Yan in her high heels and squatted down. I just want to find a wealthy boyfriend. What's wrong with that? Why should Jiang Ro get to take all the good ones? Are you done? Jiang Ro and the others should be arriving soon. Gu Yan pushed her hand away, and in the distance hurried footsteps could be faintly heard. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Yunju quickly withdrew her hand and got up from the ground, her gaze once again pleading as she looked at Gu Yan. Please don't tell Jiang Ro and the others what I just said. We're in the same dormitory, but it wouldn't be good if this gets out. Do you think Jiang Ro doesn't know? Did you tell her? Gu Yan shook his head. You're underestimating Jiang Ro. She must have sensed something long ago, but she chose to endure and didn't confront you to maintain harmony in the dormitory. At this point, Jiang Rao's voice could be heard approaching. Gu Yan, here. Gu Yan threw the cigarette, but to the ground and extinguished it, seeing Jiang Ro and Zhao Xian hurrying over. Take her back. His gaze then fell on Lin Yunju. Don't do this again. What if something happens to a girl drinking alone here? Jiang Ro and Zhao Xian went to support Lin Yunju, and then Jiang Ro came over to wrap her arm around Gu Yan's. So what is my big boyfriend doing here alone? I was originally going to the hospital, but now that I've wasted time, I won't go anymore. Let's head back together. Gu Yan patted her on the head, allowing the girl to cling to him as they walked along the quiet tree-lined path. Zhao Xian, lagging behind, was unaware and thought Lin Yunju was drinking alone because of Qin Xian's infidelity. Along the way, she kept criticizing Qin Xian. Yunju were in the same dormitory. If you have any worries, it's not worth hurting your body over a scumbag like him. Lin Yunju said nothing, her gaze intentionally drifting toward the couple walking closely in front, filled with jealousy. Meanwhile, Gu Yan and Jiang Ro walked closely together, the girl pulling a large white rabbit candy from her pajama pocket, unwrapping it, and feeding it into Gu Yan's mouth with her own hands. You did great today. This is your reward. Is it sweet? Not as sweet as you. So annoying. Jiang Ro said in a teasing tone, then suddenly broke into a fit of giggles, snuggling tightly against the boy. What did Lin Yunju tell you just now? If I hadn't shown up, would you really have? No, I have principles. Gu Yan held her hand, speaking softly. Unless we break up. I would rather die than break up with you. Jiang Ro scrunched her small nose and huffed at Gu Yan. Don't even think about it, I've decided to stick to you. Gu Yan laughed, her words were truly sweet. He walked Jiang Ro to the girls' dormitory, and they embraced for a while before parting. Lin Yunju watched the departing figures, and turned back to Jiang Ro, who had come to help her. She said softly, Jiang Ro, I really envy you. Envy won't help, what relies on this. Jiang Ro nodded towards her heart, also firing back with a pointed remark. After the three returned to the dormitory, Lin Yunju sat in a chair drinking water, while Jiang Ro announced to the other girls in the dormitory, Dear sisters, about the last time you said Gu Yan should treat us to a meal, he agreed today, and it's set for tomorrow night. The dormitory girls cheered excitedly. Who doesn't love a free feast? Wow, we really got to thank Ro Jie this time. Ro Jie, did Gu Handsome say where we would eat? Jiang Ro shook her head. I don't know, he didn't say, but we'll follow his arrangements. I think it doesn't matter where we eat as long as we eat together with him. Oh no, you've fallen in love. Zhao Xian teased from the side, mimicking lines from a movie. The whole dormitory was lively except for Lin Yunju, who sat quietly, her hands underneath the table, turning pale from gripping it too tightly. However, she soon forced a smile and joined in the atmosphere. She knew she still had advantages in looks and figure. She must adjust her mindset to present her best side. There would always be an opportunity to steal a boyfriend. The system resists temptation, maintain your true self, and do not make a choice of abandoning one for another. Private Club Access Card allows entry to any member-only high-end venue within Nanjing City. This card is a random card and non-consumable item. Will the host use it? After sending Jiang Ro and the others back to the girls' dormitory, Gu Yan had just stepped into the boys' dormitory building when the system's prompt sounded in his mind. A private club. Does this mean it is also a card for expanding social connections with photos and business cards of different celebrities? It's not a consumable, so it can be used indefinitely. Gu Yan stood at the staircase for a moment, thinking that since it was random, he would have to use it eventually. Resolute, he made up his mind. Using it. The private club access card is being randomly drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a membership to the Earl's Castle in Nanjing City. With this card, you can enter freely and enjoy a 20% discount on business meetings, private gatherings, and individual dining. Gu Yin was just preparing to go online in his dormitory to check where to take Zhang Ro and the other girls for dinner tomorrow night, when he realized this place was quite suitable, saving him the trouble of searching for recommendations online. Old Gu, where have you been just now? Qin Mu twirled a basketball on his fingertip. Seeing Gu Yin return to the dormitory, he hurriedly took the ball back, beaming as he raised his phone. Let me tell you, when I came back from dinner today, a girl took the initiative to ask for my WeChat. That's great. Gu Yin genuinely wished him well, as he had previously been worried that Qin Mu might still have lingering feelings regarding Zhang Ro. It was clear that Qin Mu was willing to share with him, indicating that he no longer cared about past grievances. Then you should pursue it properly. Gu Yin patted him on the shoulder, returned to his desk, and asked Lu Ping behind him for the class notes from the morning. Here you go. Since everyone had a good relationship, there was no need to say more. Lu Ping got off his bed and handed over the neatly taken notes. You were called during roll call this morning mainly because you were just too eye-catching for us to cover up. By the way, where did you go last night? The others also looked curious. Chen Xian on bed number 1 couldn't help but glance over. Gu Yin did not hide it, telling everyone about smoking outside the noodle shop and seeing Shen Wei faint, while also sharing Shen Wei's family situation. So you helped her. But you need to remember to ask her to pay you back. We can't just give away our money. Shen Qing was an honest person and said whatever came to mind. Her family is so unfortunate. Her mother is worse than an animal. When her husband is better than her first reaction is to run away. Qin Mu slammed the ball hard. They were all passionate young men, likely to act similarly to Gu Yin in such situations. Why do I feel like you're cursing? Zhao Zhen joked, picking up on the phrase, her mother. Of course that's a curse, as shouldn't such a woman be cursed? The dormitory was noisy for a while Chen Xian did not speak a single word, as he continuously added Lin Yunzhu on his phone, sending various apologies, but there was no response from her. Even the female online friend he had previously met had blocked and deleted him. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly sat up. Old Gu, can you do me a favor? Gu Yin, who was copying class notes, turned his head to look at him. What kind of favor? Chen Xian pulled back the thin blanket and sat on the bed's edge, raising a finger. Zhang Ro is in the same dormitory as Yunzhu. Can you ask her to help me talk to Yunzhu and arrange for us to meet, even just once? He'll ask Zhang Ro about it later. Gu Yin recalled Lin Yunzhu's words from earlier on the shaded path and couldn't help but advise, I think Lin Yunzhu isn't right for you. Hearing this, Chen Xian immediately exploded with anger. What do you mean she isn't right for me? Old Gu, don't say random things. We just had a misunderstanding and we can clear it up. Besides, I just made the mistake that every man in the world would make. She promised to be with me after graduating high school and to marry after college. My dad would even give me a house as a wedding gift. With such good conditions, how could she possibly break up with me? It was just a moment of anger. Qin Mu, Chen Qing, Zhao Zhen, and Lu Ping all chuckled. Lu Ping shot back, don't say random things, who is the same as you? If we had such beautiful girlfriends, we wouldn't make such mistakes. Look at old Gu, he's so handsome, and many girls chase after him, yet he hasn't been unfaithful at all. That's different. If those girls were Lin Yunzhu, I don't believe old Gu could resist. Chen Xian was really losing his temper, even using Lin Yunzhu as a comparison without feeling anything. Hearing his words, the others in the dormitory gave him strange looks, then ignored him one by one, shaking their heads and sighing as they returned to their own activities. Gu Yin also didn't bother with him and hurriedly finished copying his notes before lights out at 11. After returning the notes to Lu Ping, he washed up and got into bed. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw that Zhang Ro had sent several messages. Regarding dinner, I've already informed everyone in the dormitory, and they are all very happy. Especially Zhao Xian, who has already started ordering from afar. Gu, my boyfriend, what are you doing? You haven't replied to my messages for so long. Looking at the few messages from the girl, the feeling of being cared for was truly pleasant. Zhang Ro indeed knew how to provide emotional value to Gu Yin. He pressed the virtual keyboard and replied, I was copying class notes just now, so I didn't check my phone. As for dinner, I'm just glad you're happy. As soon as the message was sent, it was as if she was waiting by her phone, and there was an immediate reply. Zhang Ro, my boyfriend, finally deigns to reply to me. Zhang Ro, by the way, I bought you a gift. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Gu Yin, a gift? Zhang Ro, of course it's a girlfriend's gift, you will know tomorrow. Gu Yin, what if I'm not satisfied? Zhang Ro, no, you must be satisfied. If not, I'll reward you with something extra. In 2 different dormitories, the two of them hid under their blankets, texting and sending pictures until the lights were turned off and the power cut, wishing each other good night. The next morning, after returning from morning exercises and washing up, Gu Yin went downstairs with Lu Ping and Qin Mu, receiving breakfast from Zhang Ro as they headed towards the teaching building. The basketball match for the quarterfinals had been moved to next week. Gu Yin naturally returned to study mode, attending 6 full classes throughout the day, though he was called to the counselor, Zhao Rong's office for a moment. to inquire about his absence from class the previous morning. After seeing the payment records on his phone and learning it was to help a classmate, Zhao Rong didn't say anything further. She called the teachers from the 3 classes he had missed that morning and eliminated Gu Yan's absence record. In the future, if you encounter such matters, tell me at the first moment. I will help you request leave. Thank you. Gu Yan thanked her, and after leaving the office found that the last class would end soon, so he sent Jiang Ro a message in the hallway. The class is about to end, and I will go back to the dormitory to change clothes. After you all finish class, change clothes, and come directly to the side door. Jiang Ro, who was taking notes in class, felt her phone vibrate. She glanced at the message that popped up on the screen, and her bright almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. I will message them shortly. After chatting quietly for a while, she sent an announcement to the group for room 322. Dinner tonight. Hurry back to the dormitory to change clothes after class. As soon as the message was sent, several girls in the classroom lowered their heads in unison, their fingers rapidly tapped. Zhao Xian, long live the feast. That infatuated girl Zhang Xiaoying, shouldn't it be long live Gu Shuai? Room 3's Wang Yue, you should call him brother-in-law. In the group, only Lin Yunju did not reply. While she naturally saw the messages, reading all the happy notes made her feelings quite complicated. However, it was impossible for her to simply give up. After class, Jiang Ro and her group of female friends hurried back to the dormitory. They immediately began sifting through the wardrobe for clothes or skirts, as this was a meal out, quite different from dining at the cafeteria. Moreover, the girls held the impression that Gu Yan was a wealthy young man, surely frequenting upscale venues, so they couldn't just dress casually and embarrass Gu Yan, who was treating them to dinner. Of course, as girls, they also wouldn't allow themselves to do so. Zhang Rao's first choice was the early autumn Dior dress Gu Yan had bought for her last time. It was pure white with hand-embroidered floral patterns, the hem just reaching her knees, paired with a light gold belt that elegantly accentuated her waist and hips, and perfume high heels. After slipping on white high heels and dabbing a bit of perfume on her neck, Jiang Ro picked up a makeup mirror, starting to shape her brows and apply lipstick. With her delicate features and fair skin, she didn't need heavy makeup, just a few touches were enough to make her stunningly beautiful. Zhao Xian, with her carefree personality, didn't fuss much over her appearance, simply tidying her hair and ensuring her dress looked appropriate. She washed her hands in front of the sink mirror and glanced at Jiang Ro, who was busy with her makeup. Did your handsome boyfriend mention where we're eating? No, he didn't say. I didn't want to ask either. Jiang Ro pouted her red lips, evening out her light rose-colored lipstick. The love-struck Zhang Xiaoying struggled to pull on a pair of jeans, then poked her head out from her bed. I don't care where it is, but as long as I'm with handsome Gu, there's bound to be good food. Speaking of food, I feel so hungry. She was at bed number 1 by the door. Lin Yunju also changed into a fitted dress, but unlike the others, her legs were wrapped in sheer nude stockings complemented by black high heels, exuding a sweet yet alluring charm. She dabbed a foundation brush to cover the tired look from drinking the night before. Her makeup skills were quite proficient. Since graduating high school, she had frequently watched beauty vloggers, as a pretty face and figure had always been her best assets. The other 2 girls were also busy changing clothes and applying simple makeup. Oh no, it's almost time. Jiang Ro glanced at the time displayed on the phone on the table. It was almost 6 o'clock. She quickly packed away her makeup bag and urged the others to hurry downstairs. My boyfriend said to wait for us at the side door. Don't keep him waiting. Wow, Ro Jie, even before leaving you're already turning your elbow outward. Zhao Xian teased from the side. Stop it. Jiang Rao's cheeks turned slightly red. Although she had become Gu Yan's girlfriend, their relationship was still new, and the most intimate thing they had done was kiss. Being teased by her roommates made her feel a bit shy. She had considered giving herself to Gu Yan, but their time together was too short, and she feared he might think of her as caught in her anxious thoughts. Lin Yunju, the last to finish getting ready, also stood up. Ladies of dorm 322, let's go, let's treat the rich guy. Zhao Xian, acting like a playful character, waved her hand towards the door, striding ahead with a sense of righteousness that made people stifle their laughter. The 6 of them exited the dormitory building, with Jiang Ro and Lin Yunju being the most eye-catching, drawing the attention of male students escorting their girlfriends back to the dorm. Especially Jiang Ro's long and shapely legs, which without the embellishment of stockings still gleamed like. Even though Lin Yunju was equally beautiful, she couldn't help but envy Jiang Ro's standout feature. By the way, why didn't Gu Yan drive over? The petite girl named Wang Yu from their dorm followed behind, mumbling. To get from the girls' dormitory to the side door, they had to walk quite a long way. To take this meal seriously, they all wore high heels, which although not very high still made their ankles uncomfortable. Silly, when school started I told you to look at Nanda's map, but you didn't. Now you're making a fool of yourself. Zhao Xian pointed at a few roads ahead. Do you see any road wide enough for a car? Cars can't enter through the side door, only through the main entrance. The group walked slowly, taking nearly 20 minutes to reach the parking lot at the south gate. and a few boys even mustered the courage to ask for Jiang Ro and Lin Yunzu's contact information along the way. Jiang Ro naturally wouldn't add them. Lin Yunzu's target was clearer, she didn't even glance at the boys. Nearing the parking lot, Jiang Ro sent a message to Gu Yan. "We've arrived, where is your car?" The parking lot wasn't large but still held a dozen cars, their views overlapping, making it hard to spot the black Land Rover right away. Not long after the message was sent, the honking of a car echoed in the parking lot. As the girls turned towards the sound, a black Land Rover pulled up in front of them. The darkened windows slowly rolled down, revealing Gu Yan's face, which despite its cool demeanor broke into a smile as he greeted them and unlocked the car doors. "Get in the car." The girls had already learned from Jiang Ro that Gu Yan had changed to a Land Rover, but seeing the car parked in front of them still left them in shock. The sensation of seeing a luxury car zoom by on the road was entirely different. In the evening glow, the black-painted Land Rover reflected a hint of twilight, embodying both ruggedness and a sense of style, exuding an air of luxury. Lin Yunju tightened her grip on her bag strap. This was the Land Rover worth $1.61 million. It was hard to imagine what it would feel like to sit in the passenger seat under the envious gazes of others. She secretly glanced at Jiang Ro, who was heading to open the passenger door. Just luckier than her. "Why are you all still not getting in?" Jiang Ro stepped onto the footrest and sat in the passenger seat, turning back to see Zhao Xian and the others still standing outside, looking surprised. "Coming right away." Zhao Xian was the first to snap out of her shock, quickly rushing to open the back door, a rush of the unique scent of new car interior hitting her. She curiously touched everything around her. "Gu Yan, does this car really cost over $1 million? Gu Yan smiled back through the rearview mirror as the other girls also got in one by one, their faces similarly adorned with curiosity and envy. "It's so spacious, even 6 people don't feel cramped. When can I drive such an expensive car? Don't even think about it. By the time you graduate, if you haven't found a good job, and even if you do find one without prospects for promotion based on the average salary, it would take almost 30 years of saving without spending a dime." Lin Yunju at that moment appeared much calmer, but her fingers subtly brushed against the seat beneath her, quietly mumbling, "So rich." To be honest, the more she thought about it, the more she resented her ex-boyfriend, Chen Xian. If he hadn't repeatedly mentioned that the handsome guy in the dorm was from an average background, leading her to misjudge him, perhaps when she noticed the Bulgari earrings he wore that day, she would have made a different choice. Then today, it would have been her sitting in the passenger seat. "Guten Nampingyo, let's drive." Jiang Ro suddenly leaned over her upper body, crossing the center console, her red lips lightly brushing against Gu Yan's cheek. "Oh no, with so many people in the car, you two are making it awkward for the rest of us." Zhao Xian pretended to cover her face, teasing. Jiang Ro didn't explain, simply smiling at the group of girls in the back seat. But in Lin Yunzu's eyes, this was a declaration of ownership, making her feel annoyed. "Where are we going to eat?" Satisfied, Jiang Ro adjusted her posture, fastening her seatbelt, her fitted dress accentuating her well-defined figure. "You'll find out when we get there," Gu Yan said, starting the car smoothly out of the parking lot. As they entered the main road under the envious gazes of 2 security guards, they headed towards a place called Earl's Castle. Along the way, perhaps because Gu Yan was the only male and also a wealthy second generation, the atmosphere in the car was rather subdued, with the girls speaking little. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit dull, Zhao Xian attempted to initiate a conversation. Her gaze fell on Gu Yan's wrist, where he wore a watch. "Gu Yan, do you like watches?" "I guess I like them." "What kind is this one?" "Let me think." Gu Yan indeed couldn't remember at first, but after turning a corner he said, "I think it's a mechanical watch from Audemars Piguet Royal. It must be very expensive, right?" "Not too expensive, around 100,000. Zhao Xian had initially wanted to break the silence, but this made the atmosphere even more tense. 100,000 for a car doesn't seem expensive, but spending 100,000 on a watch to wear while hiding it away was just too much. Even Jiang Ro in the passenger seat was taken aback. Though she had spent a fair amount of time with Gu Yan, it was the first time she noticed this watch hidden under his sleeve. The large black vehicle glided smoothly down the suburban road. Inside the quiet car, Jiang Ro gazed at Gu Yan's left wrist, where a mechanical watch rested, curiosity flickering in her brows. "Gu Yan, when did you buy the watch?" "I got it when school started, back when we weren't that familiar with each other." It made sense. Jiang Ro recalled that when she first encountered Gu Yan on the high-speed train, he had been wearing a wrinkled t-shirt and didn't have a watch on his wrist. But she didn't dwell on that. It was quite ordinary for her boyfriend to wear a watch worth over 100,000. Lin Yunju sat on the right side by the car door, diagonally opposite the driver's seat, her gaze also drawn to Gu Yan's mechanical watch. She remembered that Chen Xian had a similar one gifted by his parents after the college entrance examination. She heard it cost over 2,000. As for the brand, Lin Yunju couldn't quite remember. It was only after learning this that she agreed to date Chen Xian. As she compared, she felt a pressure in her heart that she couldn't vent. Speaking of which, Gu Yanyu and Ro Jie really are quite fated together. Zhang Xiaoyin from the back row leaned forward to Lin Yunzhu and Zhao Xin's row propping her chin with a dreamy expression. Meeting on the high-speed train, getting to know each other in college, wow, how romantic. I really wonder when my prince on a white horse will come to find me. Another girl from their dorm, Wang Yue, spoke in a different style than Zhao Xin's straightforwardness, and her words were, "Not all who ride white horses are princes. Just like the sunlight on your face in the morning isn't always sunshine." The car fell silent instantly, and as Zhao Xin gradually understood the meaning behind the words, a blush crept up her cheeks as she shot a fierce glare at Wang Yu. Guyan, focused on driving, hadn't heard what the girl said behind him, so he turned to Zhang Ro in the passenger seat. "Why is everyone so quiet? What did Wang Yu just say?" Having grasped the implied meaning, Zhang Ro flushed and stammered, unsure how to explain. If Guyan weren't there, they could talk openly in the dorm, but with a boy present, especially her boyfriend, she felt hesitant. Zhang Ro found it hard to speak up. "He'll tell you quietly when we get out." The sky began to darken. The SUV filled with girls entered a secluded area of the suburbs surrounded by patches of artificially planted trees, with the setting sun painting the sky in hues of red and black, while flocks of birds flew across the horizon. Following the navigation's guidance, Gu Yin drove onto a gravel path in the woods flanked by maple trees, each illuminated by solar-powered landscape lights. The soft light danced with insects illuminating the black SUV as it came to a wrought iron gate, where a man in uniform approached and bowed to Gu Yin, who had rolled down the window. "Sir, may I see your membership card?" Hearing this, the girls in the car were naturally surprised. They had thought Gu Yin was taking them to a high-end restaurant in the city, not to a private club that required membership. They held this assumption because they had read quite a few stories and watched TV dramas about wealthy bosses. Gu Yin took out a black card holder from the armrest, which contained his ID and bank cards. Flipping to the back, he pulled out a silver magnetic card and handed it to the man. The man received the card with both hands bowed slightly, and then returned to the gate to swipe it. Only then did the iron gate slowly open. The man returned the card to Gu Yin and stepped aside, saying, "Honored member, enjoy your meal." "Thank you." Gu Yin's expression was cool, but he still politely responded. He then drove through the iron gate, proceeding along the path, which led to a circular intersection dominated by a sculpture of Cupid shooting arrows surrounded by potted plants. Further ahead stood a building resembling a castle. Of course, it was not a real castle, but rather a modern building that had been transformed from a Western church. This place was not open to the public. Only those in the wealthy circle who had purchased membership could enter. Hosting banquets and inviting subordinates or relatives was a different matter. However, more often than not, this was not a dining venue but a social space. Taking the right path and circling around, Gu Yin parked at the entrance as directed by the doorman. The group of girls unbuckled their seatbelts and got out of the car, staring up at the grand and solemn castle doors, feeling somewhat intimidated. "Gu Yin, you have a card here. Do you come here often?" Zhang Ro, coming from an ordinary family, was seen as a goddess in the eyes of regular people, but in such a setting, she felt nervous and timid. "I've never been here before. The card was arranged by a friend." Gu Yin was naturally making excuses. He handed the keys to the doorman, who took them with both hands and drove the SUV to a nearby parking lot. Another doorman approached slowly and pressed a button beside him. The grand and ancient castle doors slowly opened inward. What greeted the girls' eyes was a long corridor brightly lit on both sides, with a red carpet laid all the way to the hall, where a large crystal chandelier hung from the arched ceiling, sparkling under the lights. "This place is beautiful." Zhao Xin nervously clutched Wang Yu beside her, glancing around. "If it weren't for Gu Yin, I wouldn't have had the chance to come in here." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the other girls. Lin Yunzhu pretended to be calm on the surface, but was inwardly astonished by the decor, which was clearly something ordinary people couldn't afford. Looking at Gu Yin, who was being held by Zhang Ro, this boy usually dressed plainly, making it hard to connect him with everything around them. What kind of background did he come from to frequent such a high-end place? The more she probed, the more Lin Yunzhu felt Gu Yin was shrouded in mystery. Compared to her doubts, Zhang Ro didn't think too much as she held onto Gu Yin's slender waist, her exquisitely beautiful face reflecting pride, feeling proud to have such a boyfriend. However, upon entering, she constantly reminded herself that with Gu Yin around, she had nothing to fear. Yet the anxious glimmer in her eyes couldn't be hidden. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and white gloves resembling a butler approached with two beautiful waitresses in maid outfits. "Honored member, are you here to dine?" "Yes, for 7 people. This way, please." The butler, sporting a mustache and slicked back hair, invited Gu Yin and the 7 to the second floor, where most of the rooms were private booths. Naturally, a boy with 6 girls didn't want to be disturbed, so a booth was the best arrangement. By the way, photography is not allowed here. The butler led the way, seemingly noticing that one of the girls instinctively raised her phone. He gently reminded, "Because we often have distinguished guests here, including celebrities who prefer not to have their whereabouts exposed. So miss, please understand." Zhang Xiaoyin, who was called out, flushed and quickly tucked her phone back into her bag. Can I take pictures of the dishes? That's fine. The butler opened the door to the nearest room, maintaining a professional smile as he gestured inside. Dear guests, please rest inside for a moment. Your dinner will be served shortly. Okay, thank you. Gu Yan nodded, letting Jiang Ro and the others sit inside, first while he took his time to look at the other rooms along the corridor. Some of the room doors also had a butler standing nearby. He could deduce that the butlers provided unknown service. Is there anything else you need? The butler at the entrance asked respectfully upon seeing Gu Yan surveying his surroundings. No, just looking around. Gu Yan smiled and casually inquired about a few things from the booth's butler, learning about the rules of the Earl's castle and the prices of the dishes and drinks. What he didn't notice was that at the other end of the corridor, two people came out of a room and leaned against the stone railing talking. One of them frowned slightly when he caught sight of Gu Yan talking to the butler. What are you looking at? The other followed his gaze and said, a handsome guy? When did you change your taste? Shut up, I just feel like I've seen him somewhere before. That person frowned in thought. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory 502 at Nan University, Lu Ping got out of bed with his phone in hand. Can someone lend me a phone? My card suddenly has no signal. Gu Yan has an old phone in his drawer. Try using his. The others in the dorm were busy playing games and had no time to lend him their phones to try swapping cards. Lu Ping sat at Gu Yan's desk, opened the drawer, and after a moment of searching found the old phone Gu Yan had replaced before. However, his sharp eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a photo peeking out from a book. A smirk crept onto his lips. Old Gu, are you still keeping a photo of your first love? The other dorm mates perked up instantly at the mention of first love, leaning over to see what Lu Ping had found. Hey, why is it a photo with a man? He pulled out the photo and showed it to the curious roommates. Could it be old Gus? This man's expression looks so serious. He shouldn't be old Gus, Dad. They don't look alike at all. Chun Xian from bed one shifted his gaze from his phone to the photo Lu Ping was holding, and in an instant his expression froze. How does Gu Yan know him? Chun Xian, why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? Lu Ping held up the photograph toward the group and naturally noticed Chun Xian's startled expression on bed one. He extended the photo slightly closer. Do you know the man in this photo? Impossible. Qin Mu replied lazily from his bed while chatting with the newly arrived girl, chuckling. Old Gu and Chun Xian have never met. So whoever posed with old Gu has absolutely nothing to do with Chun Xian. Yet Chun Xian stared fixedly at the photograph and forced out a single sentence. I've seen this man before. At those words, Chun Xin and Qin Mu, who had been occupied with their own affairs, immediately froze, exchanging bewildered glances as their curiosity flared into full-blown fascination. Elaborate, please. Yes. So who is the man pictured with old Gu? Chun Xian pressed his lips together, disbelief spilling vividly across his eyes. He's a renowned entrepreneur from Nanjiang City. You can verify it online. The dormitory's male students gaped in stunned silence, then hastily snatched up their phones and searched renowned entrepreneurs of Nanjiang City. Instantly, the official directory of Nanjiang City's business leaders appeared at the very top of the search results. Du Wenhu. Holy hell, he's that wealthy. Chun Xin's eyes widened as if struck by sudden revelation. He shot upright in bed. Then why does old Gu have a photo with him? Could it be old Gu is his illegitimate son? Impossible. Their faces bear no resemblance whatsoever. One has a round melon-shaped face, the other a delicate oval one. Zhao Zhen, phone still in hand, swiftly dismissed Chun Xin's speculation. Old Gu really knows how to keep secrets, never showing off, never drawing attention. Yet here he is photographed side by side with a titan of Nanjiang City, not some contrived opportunistic snapshot. Qin Mu slid off his bed and took the photograph from Lu Ping's hand, examining it closely. He said this because many online influencers, especially micro-merchants, routinely fabricate celebrity associations, staging fake photos with famous figures solely to mislead the uninformed into believing they've achieved remarkable success or earned elite social standing. But this photograph showed the two men seated side by side on a long sofa, its background unmistakably a living room, not a restaurant, banquet hall, or business association venue. In other words, Gu Yan either visited the man's home, or the man had visited Gu Yan's. Could it be old Gu is actually the son of some powerful magnate? Lu Ping, who'd remained silent until now, finally voiced the suspicion he'd been holding back. After all, there were rumors before that old Gu is a second-generation heir, driving a Mercedes convertible, receiving a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. Chun Xin caught on just as quickly. He smacked his forehead. If this photo is genuine, then those rumors might well be true too. Then doesn't that mean we've been sharing a dormitory with a veritable bodhisattva, and didn't even realize it? Qin Mu murmured, his eyes widening slowly as the realization settled in. Chun Xian's expression grew steadily darker. How could this possibly be true? It must be false, absolutely impossible. He's certainly no scion of wealth. He recalled how earlier he'd flaunted his own perceived superiority before Gu Yan. only for Gu Yan to respond with serene indifference, as though utterly unconcerned. Now reflecting more carefully, wasn't that composure itself proof of immense inherent confidence, of wealth so deeply rooted that comparison seemed beneath him? The more Chen Xian dwelled on it, the hotter his face burned, flushing crimson. After several long dazed minutes, he shrank back beneath his quilt and pulled the light blanket over his head. His dormmates, observing his reaction, refrained from teasing, instead marveling quietly over the photograph. While far across the city in the southern district at the private Baron Castle Club, waitresses in maid uniforms carried dish after dish to the table. A procession of slender legs clad in pristine white thigh-high stockings glided gracefully forward, each placing 2 portions of appetizers before every guest. The decor was meticulously European, and so naturally were the dishes. The butler standing by Gu Yan's side surveyed the 2 appetizers now set before them and began his introduction. Mr. Gu, the first course is a black truffle caviar crab meat shark fin soup. Paper-thin truffle slices paired with freshly extracted imperial crab meat, harmonizing 2 distinct luxuries into a velvety melt-in-the-mouth experience. The second appetizer is Iberian ham served with cantaloupe and aged Shaoxing wine jelly. A premium Balada-grade cured ham complemented by a delicate jelly infused with 10-year-aged Shaoxing wine designed to cleanse the palate after the richness of the preceding course. The women seated around the circular table listened to the butler's polished commentary, then glanced down at their own minuscule, exquisitely composed Western appetizers, and felt momentarily numb. Such tiny portions, yet so much artistry poured into each one. Still, aesthetically, they were undeniably refined, perfectly suited for Shanghai's elite young heirs and heiresses. Once the butler finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyin had already emptied both plates. Clutching her fork and knife, she whispered bashfully, "I barely tasted anything." Wang Yu suppressed a quiet smile and discreetly slid her own portion of truffle crab shark fin soup toward her. "You try mine, I don't care for seafood." As the 2 exchanged quiet words, Lin Yunju sat upright, spine perfectly straight, delicately spearing each appetizer with practiced elegance, her inner sense of pride swelling to near bursting point. Occasionally she stole a glance toward Gu Yan, who listened attentively to the butler, wondering if only she could become his girlfriend. Such rarefied occasions might soon become her regular world. Compared to her layered thoughts, Zhao Xian and Zhang Xiaoyin were refreshingly uncomplicated. One busy snapping photos for her social feed, the other wholly absorbed in finishing Wang Yu's portion of shark fin soup. To the butler, this scene seemed utterly unremarkable. After completing his detailed presentation of the remaining courses, he offered a polite, "Enjoy your meal," and withdrew from the private dining chamber. Jiang Rou, seated beside Gu Yan, had listened intently to the butler's recitation of main courses and desserts. Only once he'd departed did she lean in softly to ask Gu Yan, "Is this meal perhaps too expensive?" Even knowing Gu Yan's affluence, stepping into such an exclusive establishment and hosting so many guests made Jiang Rou wince, inwardly remembering these were her boyfriend's funds. Everyone's enjoying themselves, and your dignity shines brighter for it. A higher price is perfectly acceptable. Having accepted Jiang Rou as his girlfriend, Gu Yan naturally saw no reason to appear stingy in matters like these. "Let's eat first. Try this one." Jiang Rou lifted a forkful of crab meat wrapped in truffle slice, parting her rosy lips gently, as if coaxing a child. "Come now, open wide. Are you treating me like a toddler? Boys are simply grown-up children who never quite mature. Be good, let me feed you." Gu Yan laughed at her playful demeanor and obediently opened his mouth. "Delicious. Quite good." Seeing Gu Yan nod approvingly, Jiang Rou leaned her head against his shoulder, eyes crinkling into blissful crescents, her expression radiating pure honeyed sweetness. "Oh dear. These are all the same dishes. How can any be merely quite good?" Wang Yu's untimely remark dampened the mood. Zhao Xian rolled her eyes and mimed stabbing motions with her cutlery. What do you know? When lovers feed each other, the taste is inherently different. With her straightforward nature, Zhao Xian skipped straight past the word couple and leapt to husband and wife. Xin. What? Jiang Rou blinked playfully at her, grinning broadly. "You're far too eloquent." After the appetizers came the mains, a massive suspended ribeye steak wheeled in on a trolley, expertly sliced into 7 portions by the maids, followed by golden abalone and chicken broth, poached blue lobster, and tender wagyu cubes paired with duck liver mousse. Just as the women began feeling pleasantly satiated, the final dessert arrived. Bird's nest mango pomelo Napoleon, layers of flaky French pastry, sandwiching Indonesian imperial bird's nest mango coconut mousse, and shimmering Japanese gold leaf, topped with freshly squeezed grapefruit pearls. "Can we take this home? We're completely stuffed." Even Zhang Xiaoyin, the undisputed food enthusiast, could only plead mercy before the dessert's dazzling presentation. Compounding matters, Gu Yan had also summoned the sommelier to open a bottle of fine red wine and champagne, prompting the young women to make multiple trips to the restroom. By the time dinner concluded, nearly 8 o'clock, and the women were thoroughly sated. Gu Yin raised a final toast to the group, formally concluding the banquet. Then arm-in-arm with Zhang Ro, he descended to settle the bill downstairs. Respected member, your total dining expense today amounts to 42000 RMB. With your membership discount applied, the final amount due is 33600 RMB. A collective gasp echoed behind Gu Yin as the women stared dumbfounded. 42,000 yuan for one meal. Many of them hadn't spent that much on annual living expenses, yet here it vanished in a single sitting. Zhang Ro, equally stunned, felt a fresh pang of guilt. Had I known it would cost so much, I'd never have let Gu Yin host us here. Perhaps sensing the women's astonishment, the maid-clad receptionist smiled warmly and patiently explained, "This is a 7-person set menu. The ingredients include air freight seafood, wagyu beef, and truffles totaling 210 RMB. The curated wine pairing, a premium red and champagne, adds 100 RMB. The chef's personal supervision and tableside service account for another 600 RMB. The ambience, privacy, premium bespoke menu, and commemorative elements bring the final 300 RMB. Studying the itemized invoice, Gu Yin nodded thoughtfully, then without hesitation unlocked his mobile payment app and extended his phone to scan the QR code, when suddenly a man's voice cut through the air. "This table's on me." All eyes turned toward the source. A sharply dressed man descending the stairs with a companion flamboyant floral shirt, crisp white trousers, and a slick-back pompadour. The hall was brilliantly lit with maids in uniforms occasionally passing by. On the winding staircase, there were 2 young men whom Gu Yin found unfamiliar. He was certain he had never seen them before, and most of the people dining here were fairly wealthy, while he had no connections with such affluent individuals. The man who spoke earlier wore a floral shirt and white trousers, even his shoes were white. He was handsome enough, but his expression bore a hint of the street. As the two approached, Gu Yin furrowed his brows and said, "You don't know me, but I have seen you before." Though the man had an air of the streets, there was a sincerity in his speech. "To be precise, I have seen your photo." Gu Yin's heart skipped a beat. His first thought was of the random celebrity photo drawn by the system. He turned to look at Zhang Ro and the other 5 girls. "You all go call the doorman to bring the car to the entrance, then wait for me in the car. I need to have a word with him." He wanted them to leave because he still didn't know if the other party was friend or foe. What if they were an adversary of the middle-aged man in the photo? If something happened to Zhang Ro and the others, it would be troublesome. Only with himself relying on his fighting skills, he could handle 2 opponents without an issue. Meanwhile, Zhang Ro felt a bit worried. After all, the young man in the floral shirt seemed very streetwise. She wanted to stay and accompany Gu Yin, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she could only leave with the other girls from the dorm. Before leaving, she reminded softly, "If you don't come out in 10 minutes, I'm calling the police. No need, just wait for me at the entrance." Zhang Ro nodded and hurried to catch up with Zhao Xian and Lin Yunju. The hall grew quiet, and the man looked at the departing Zhang Ro and the others, saying goodbye. "Care to sit here?" The man invited Gu Yin to the sofa in the lounge area, while his companion sat down beside him, occasionally glancing at Gu Yin across the table. "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Weidong." The young man in the floral shirt extended his hand. Gu Yin also reached out to shake it. Gu Yin. His anxious heart began to calm down, and Gu Yin thought of what the other had just said, attempting, "You have seen my photo." Of course it was at Tiger Yes place. The middle-aged man in the photo with him. As Gu Yin contemplated this, the system's notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Celebrity photo activated. System Du Wen, who a well-known entrepreneur from Nanjiang City, made his fortune in the early days by smuggling cars, and he has quite a few gray industries. Jinchong Company is one of his businesses. The host is in the initial stage of his memory of the other party having only met by chance, resulting in a photo together. "So you're a brother of Tiger Yi." With the system's assistance, Gu Yin had a rough understanding. "I can't dare to call myself a brother. I just work under Tiger Yi, helping manage Jinchong Company." Li Weidong observed the calmness of Gu Yin before his thoughts became more agile. The reason he took the initiative to pay was partly because Du Wen who could pose for a photo with him, which was a rare occurrence. Secondly, he felt that Gu Yin looked familiar. Besides the photo, it seemed he had seen him somewhere else. Suddenly, he recalled the changes in shareholding and had seen Gu Yin's profile and headshot. Wasn't Jinchong's holiday-era change of 5% shares gifted to him by Tiger Yi? It should be known that Du Wen who wanted to clean up his act valued his legitimate businesses very highly. Important assets like shares wouldn't be easily given away. Even if it were distributed shares, Du Wen who would be the first to know. Thus, this young man before him might have some connections worth cultivating with Tiger Yi. The more Li Weidong thought, the more convinced he became. During their first meeting, they didn't speak much. After a few exchanges, Gu Yin checked the time and realized it was about time to prevent Zhang Ro from actually calling the police. "He'll give you a ride." Li Weidong stood up and walked alongside Gu Yin towards the castle's entrance. "Let's exchange contact information. If you encounter any inconvenient trouble in Nanjiang City in the future, just let me know." I may not have much, but I have a dozen or 20 brothers who can handle things. This was a display of his strength. Alright, if anything really happens, Brother Dong, don't back out. Gu Yan exchanged WeChat IDs with him and shook his hand again. Meanwhile, in the parked Land Rover outside, the 6 girls were feeling a bit restless. Jiang Ro tightly held her phone, her eyes never leaving the closed castle doors. Sister Ro, don't worry. Gu is such a handsome guy, those people wouldn't dare to touch him. Wang Yue, who was at the back, consoled them, while Zhang Xiaoyin nodded beside her. Exactly, if they had ill intentions, they wouldn't have paid for us. Zhao Xin's boisterous personality resurfaced. Did you all hear that? That person recognized Gu by seeing his photo. Could it be that Gu Yan has taken a photo with someone powerful? She continued, a bit excited. Ro, has Gu Yan ever told you what his family does? I feel like the more I get to know him, the more mysterious he seems. How would I know? Jiang Ro distractedly replied, while watching the gate. Then she saw the castle doors slowly open, and Gu Yan walked out alongside the man in the floral shirt, shaking hands as they parted. Zhang Xiaoyin pressed her face against the car window to look outside. I told you there was nothing to worry about. They look like they know each other well. So Gu Yan really knows him. Those who come here are either rich or noble. It's normal for Gu Yan to know them. Lin Yunzhu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Over here. Gu Yan waved at Li Wei Dong as he walked around the car and got into the driver's seat. He hadn't drunk any alcohol during dinner, so he didn't need to pay that price. Once they drove out of the Earl's castle, Jiang Ro immediately moved closer to Gu Yan, checking for any injuries on him. When she found none, she let out a sigh of relief. Gu Yan understood her intentions and playfully tapped her head with one hand. What are you thinking? That guy just wanted to get to know me. We're friends now. Don't tap my head. Jiang Ro hugged her head, her cheeks puffed out like a goldfish. Tapping my head will make me stupid. Zhang Xiaoyin from the back seat poked her head out. Sister Ro, why are you quoting my lines? The tense atmosphere broke as laughter filled the car, returning the mood to a lively state. By the way, Gu Yan, I just heard that guy named Li Wei Dong mention something about a photo. What's that about? Jiang Ro, oh, he saw a photo of me with his boss at his boss place. Jiang Rao's curious expression froze, and the other girls exchanged puzzled glances. This abrupt twist left them momentarily stunned. So you know his boss? Gu Yan nodded. Yes, we met by chance and had a pleasant conversation. The girls finally understood. The man had seen the photo, which made him think Gu Yan had a good relationship with his boss, hence he volunteered to pay to build a rapport with Gu Yan. By nearly 9 o'clock, they returned to the side gate of the university. The 6 girls had consumed a bottle of red wine and a bottle of champagne, feeling the effects as they began to feel dizzy and needed to support each other while walking. Before the dorm doors closed, Gu Yan saw them to the entrance. Thank you for today's hospitality, handsome Gu, Zhang Xiaoyin said as she slightly bowed with her bag in hand. Zhao Xian grabbed Jiang Rao's hand and pulled it into Gu Yan's grasp. From now on, Jiang Ro will be in your care. After saying this, she pushed the reluctant Lin Yunzhu and called Zhang Xiaoyin, Wang Yue, and the others to go inside. Aren't you coming in? I will. Jiang Rao's face turned red as she looked at the hand Gu Yan was holding and softly said, can you let go of my hand first? Wait for me here for 2 minutes, I'll be right back. As she spoke, she turned and dashed into the dormitory, building her high heels, tapping quickly as she breezed past the surprised Zhao Xian and the others rushing back to her dorm. She rummaged through her wardrobe for a shoebox and in a flurry ran back outside amidst the puzzled looks of Zhao Xian and the others. Gasping for breath, Jiang Ro held out the box and said, this is a gift for you. Please, don't mind that it's cheap. Inside the box was a pair of white Adidas sneakers. That little white shoes you wore when playing basketball before I specially bought them for you. The night breeze rustled and Jiang Rao's white dress fluttered slightly as she gazed at Gu Yan, her eyes filled with a praise me expression. Thank you, I really like this gift. Gu Yan knew Jiang Rao's living expenses were similar to those of ordinary girls, around 2,000. A pair of Adidas sneakers was not cheap. Her thoughtfulness surpassed many girls who only sought to receive. Ah, I'm waiting for you to praise me. Jiang Ro pouted, shaking Gu Yan's hand. Hurry up and praise me. All right, my Miss Jiang is beautiful and understanding, so considerate of her boyfriend. Jiang Ro pursed her red lips, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. My mister. Gu is also gentle and caring, loved by everyone. Loved by everyone. Oh, I misspoke. Jiang Ro spat to the side. You can only be loved by... Realizing that this statement was not wrong, she contentedly held onto the boy's arm. Yes, that's right. It's almost lights out. Let's go upstairs. Gu Yan playfully flicked her little nose. Under the soft light by the dormitory door, Jiang Ro stood on the stairs, cupping her hands behind her back, leaning in and gently pecked Gu Yan's lips. As their lips parted, the girl appeared especially lively and bright under the night lights. She took 2 steps back. See you tomorrow, Mr. Gu. Tomorrow, Miss Jiang. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Jiang Ro was exceptionally happy. She turned and skipped into the dormitory, waving as she looked back 3 times. Only after the dormitory lady urged her did she go upstairs, disappearing from Gu Yan's sight. The boys' dormitory door was already closed. When Gu Yin returned, a few boys outside were calling for Lu Dai to open the door and let them in. The old man came over to lecture them for a while, and when he saw Gu Yin, he didn't forget to scold him a couple of times. Don't think that just because you're handsome you can come back late. No, next time. Gu Yin pulled out a pack of unopened cigarettes from his pocket. He had finished the previous pack at the Earl's castle, and this new pack was taken from the car after returning. With no one around, he shoved the cigarettes into Lu Dai's hand and left without waiting for a refusal. I've given you 5 chances. Lu Dai shouted at Gu Yan's retreating figure. Back in room 502, as soon as Gu Yan entered, he was surrounded by Qin Mu and the others, who pulled him by the sleeve and forced him to sit down in a chair. Old Gu, honestly, are you a rich second generation? Gu Yan sat in the chair, somewhat bewildered by the sudden enthusiasm of his roommates. Why do you ask me that? Lu Ping pulled out a photo from the drawer. I wanted to borrow your old phone, but unexpectedly found this photo. Chen Xian said the man in it is Du Wenhui, a well-known entrepreneur from Nanjing City. You took a picture with him unless you're a rich second generation. They even found this. Gu Yan remembered putting the photo in the book's inner pocket. But since it was seen, there was no need for concealment. Indeed, it is a photo of me and him. We didn't communicate much, it was just a chance encounter. He probably thought I was a decent person and left a picture together. Although his words didn't confirm whether he was really a rich second generation, it didn't stop Lu Ping and Qin Mu from speculating. After all, ordinary people don't have the chance to meet someone like Du Wenhui. Wow, it really is. Lu Ping moved his chair closer, staring intently at Gu Yan, making Gu Yan feel a bit. What are you doing? I've never interacted with rich people, especially not rich second generations. I need to take a good look. Zhao Zhun with his yellow hair also leaned in. I've never seen one. By the way, how do rich people live? What do you think my life is like? Gu Yan laughed at their antics. A pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth, going to class with you and eating in the cafeteria together every day. Do you really think it's like what you see in novels and TV dramas? Zhao Zhun crossed his arms and exclaimed, damn. Damn. He stood up and paced back and forth. In living with a rich second generation, you really hide it well. Lu Ping pushed up his glasses to soothe our wounded hearts. You have to treat us to cafeteria stir-fry for the next month, my adoptive father. You even call me adoptive father, how unambitious. Qin Mu spat at them, retracting his disdainful gaze, and suddenly knelt down on one knee, tightly grasping Gu Yan's hand. Bro, from today on you are my sworn brother. The dormitory's light tubes, internet fees, and my never-ending instant noodles, how about it? Consider it done. Bro, calling you bro, you will always be my bro. Because he was holding Gu Yan's hand, Qin Mu naturally noticed the high-quality mechanical watch peeking out from beneath his sleeve. Yan, bro, what is this? Just a watch, nothing special. Gu Yan discreetly tugged his sleeve down to cover it. There was no need to explain too much. The more he said, the more he feared creating a gap. However, Gu Yan seemed to have underestimated Qin Mu and Lu Ping. These guys were so thick-skinned that they made Gu Yan feel embarrassed. It's almost lights out. Oh, I need to go wash up. Gu Yan quickly found an excuse to escape from their encirclement, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then lay on the bed chatting with Jiang Ro. On the bed at the entrance, Chen Xian was actually in the dormitory too, but he didn't have the face to talk to Gu Yan, especially seeing the enthusiasm of Lu Ping and the others, which made him very unhappy. They all acted like sycophants. So what if they had money? Health is the most important thing. It's enough to be After the lights went out, everyone played with their phones for a while and discussed how to plan for the short holiday after the competition next week. I'll stay at school, and my home is too far, and the high-speed train doesn't go directly there. What about old Gu? On the last bed, as Gu Yan just said goodnight to Jiang Ro, he thought for a moment he should go back. It's only 4 hours by high-speed train to Xiqing, which is quite convenient. Without the system, his living expenses wouldn't support him making round trips, and he didn't want to burden his family. The high-speed train tickets were still relatively expensive. Now that he didn't lack money, it was good to go back and see his parents. What about Chen Xian? Qin Mu had just asked, and before Chen Xian from bed one could speak, he interrupted. Forget it, I want to ask you. You're a local, you're definitely going back. Chen Xian, after being toyed with, Chen Xian turned over to face the wall, took out his phone, and looked at Lin Yunju, who still hadn't added him. Feeling extremely annoyed, he kept sending friend requests. In another girl's dormitory, room 322, Lin Yunju heard the incessant notification sounds and irritably closed the luxury goods website, directly turned off her phone, and shoved it under her pillow. She glanced at Jiang Ro, who had already turned off her phone and fallen asleep, her mind a tangled mess. She had originally made some plans for today, but Jiang Ro was keeping a tight watch on Gu Yan, not giving her a chance to get close. Even during meals, they went to the toilet together. Isn't she just trying to guard against her? How annoying. On the other side, Jiang Ro was unaware that a pair of eyes were watching her in the dark. She hugged her little white bear pillow and slept soundly, dreaming of something she didn't know, her mouth twitching occasionally as she pouted. A night passed. The next morning, just as dawn broke and the birds chirped on the balcony, Zhang Ro, who was hugging her pillow like an octopus, rubbed her sleepy eyes awake, got out of bed, changed out of her pajamas into simple jeans and a t-shirt, and slipped on a pair of flat shoes before heading out early. Why so early today? The owner of the Chun family soup dumpling shop recognized her, as she came almost every day. Just a bit earlier today. Zhang Ro, with her long legs standing elegantly, took the soup dumplings and 2 cups of millet porridge from the owner. She drank 1 cup herself, while walking, sending a message to the pinned guy. Have you finished your morning workout, Mr. Gu? Remembering how they addressed each other like this under the girls' dormitory the day before, her cheeks turned slightly red. When she entered the school gate, Gu Yan's message finally came back. You're up early, Miss Jiang. Zhang Ro, of course, Zhang Ro, I'm waiting for you downstairs at the dormitory. Hurry up, don't let the breakfast get cold. Gu Yan replied with a got it, and rushed to wash up, changing from his sportswear. By the time he was ready to go out, the others had just started to get up. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Zhang Rao's simple and clean outfit today: tight-fitting jeans, sleeveless t-shirt, and a pair of little white shoes, which accentuated her sexy, yet youthful vibe. What? Can't get enough. Zhang Ro placed the breakfast behind her, stood on her tiptoes, and playfully winked at Gu Yan. It's all right. What do you mean by all right? Zhang Ro shoved a straw with millet porridge into Gu Yan's mouth, shook his arm, and in a teasing voice said, Good brother, could you say that again? Gu Yan immediately shivered. Huh. Zhang Ro, leaning against the boy's arm, couldn't help but laugh out loud. So you don't like sweet girls? It's not that I don't like sweet girls, I just don't like green tea bitches. I'm not one. The two found a less crowded path, sitting on a roadside bench, chatting and laughing as they finished their breakfast. As class time approached and more students gathered around, Gu Yan led her to the teaching building. On the way, Gu Yan used a tissue to wipe the remnants of broth from the corner of her mouth. During the short holiday in November, are you going back to Xiqing? Zhang Ro replied without thinking, if you go back, then I will too. That sounds good. After the competition, we'll leave. He'll buy the high-speed train tickets then. Zhang Ro wrapped her arm around the boys, and hearing the mention of the high-speed train probably recalled their first encounter, causing her to giggle. By the way, you deliver me breakfast every morning. Do you get enough sleep? Zhang Ro nodded her head, her hair brushing back and forth across her shoulders. I do. My sleep quality is good, and I rarely dream. But Mr. Gu, using such high-end delivery service is quite expensive, you know. Gu Yan watched her rub against his arm, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a smile. So Boss Zhang, is there a discount for a monthly subscription? A monthly subscription is too short, isn't it? Zhang Ro raised her little face, holding up a finger, her eyes sparkling. How about a lifetime subscription? Then she extended her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Childish. Gu Yan snorted, and as he turned to leave, still lifted his hand and hooked his pinky with the girls. The morning wind rustled the leaves of the small trees outside the window. After finishing a class, Gu Yan rubbed his head, trying to save his nearly extinct brain cells, while the class monitor, Xiao Lingling, gracefully distributed the financial model materials for the next professional course. As soon as he saw the financial model data, Gu Yan's head began to ache. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen this major. What's wrong? Xiao Lingling, standing nearby, noticed his dazed expression and rubbed his temples, thinking he was unwell. Gu Yan's expression returned to his usual calm as he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Li Weidong. Xiao Lingling quietly walked towards the next student. Hello. Gu Xiao, let's hang out this afternoon and drink tonight, it's on me. He'll introduce you to some new friends. Gu Yan's initial intention in university was to fully experience campus life, leaving societal matters for after graduation. However, once the network of relationships expands, there will always be someone pulling you from one circle into another. Li Weidong is under Du Wenwei, who is forcibly connected to him by the system. A network already exists among the three, and as a newcomer, making more acquaintances in Nanjing may not be a bad thing. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yan agreed. Though he was not skilled in socializing, he understood the importance of connections. He would definitely start his own business in the future, so he couldn't afford to lack a network. Moreover, from the rewards given by the system tasks, Gu Yan could vaguely guess that the system was already paving the way for him. If he couldn't even handle the benefits from the system, it would be better if there were no system at all. After the third class, Gu Yan followed the crowd out of the teaching building, and at the fork he saw Zhang Ro holding books, while Zhao Xian, who usually accompanied her, was not with her. Mr. Gu, I invite you to a feast. Have you struck it rich? Zhang Ro, with her ponytail swaying, turned her head, raised her delicate face, wrinkled her nose, and made an adorable expression. Someone is treating for a lifetime. After lunch, Zhang Ro covered her slightly bulging belly, somewhat complaining about how she had started to indulge like Zhang Xiaoyin. I want to eat this afternoon. Li Weidong is treating me to drinks tonight. Gu Yan felt it was necessary to inform Zhang Ro. After all, they were a couple, and he should at least give her a heads up. Will it be a Hongmen banquet? Zhang Ro recalled the man in the flowery shirt and white pants from last night. and felt that the expression on his face was malevolent, exuding a strong underworld vibe, clearly someone who mingled with society. The protagonist of the Hongmin banquet is Liu Bang. Do you think I deserve to be Liu Bang? Gu Yan sent her back to the dormitory, and Zhang Ro was a bit silent along the way. Do you want to go? Zhang Ro raised her face, her eyes brightening. Is that possible? No way. Gu Yan refused outright. Drinking with someone like Li Weidong would likely not be in a good environment, and he didn't like bringing his girlfriend to such places. All right. Zhang Ro suddenly replied decisively, leaving Gu Yan puzzled, but he didn't ask further, only mentioned that Li Weidong would introduce him to people. When you come back, make sure to call me to let me know you're safe. The girl stepped forward and kissed Gu Yan on the corner of his mouth, then turned and jogged back to the dormitory, waving as she climbed the stairs. Soon it was afternoon. After class, Gu Yan handed his books to Liu Ping to take back to the dormitory. He sent Zhang Ro a message saying he was heading out, then made his way to the side gate of Nanda, driving a Land Rover to the address provided by Li Weidong. The destination was the famous nightclub Burst Bar in a bustling area of the city, also known as B Bar. As dusk fell, luxury cars crowded the streets outside, with many rich second-generation individuals coming here to indulge in wine and revelry, and there were also plenty of women looking to attract rich men. Gu Yan's Land Rover parked nearby, looking rather ordinary compared to the several million-dollar sports cars. However, as soon as he got out, the eyes of women clad in revealing clothing outside sparkled at him. With decent looks and a Land Rover, though not top tier, he was still young and stylishly dressed without brand labels, yet the outfits were comfortable. As Gu Yan approached, many women surrounded him, trying to get his WeChat. Gu Yan didn't even glance at them and walked straight into the nightclub. The raucous noise immediately filled his ears. Apart from the VIP booths, everywhere was filled with swaying figures dancing wildly. The flashing neon lights and rhythmic music pounded like a heartbeat. Women clad only in bikinis danced freely on the illuminated glass runway, occasionally extending a leg to tease the cheering, writhing men below. Some women, losing their balance, were pulled off the runway, enjoying the countless hands reaching out from the crowd and laughing wantonly. Gu Yan diverted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and then saw a figure waving at him from a position against the wall. Gu Yan, over here. Dong Gu. As he approached, Gu Yan's expression remained calm, extending his hand for a shake. His gaze then shifted to the others at the booth, 2 men and 2 women sitting there drinking. Upon seeing Gu Yan looking over, they smiled and raised their glasses in greeting. The 2 women were likely the companions of the 2 men, nodding in acknowledgement to their partners. Come, let me. Li Weidong spoke enthusiastically, returning to his previous seat, pointing at Gu Yan and introducing him to the 2 men. This is Gu Yan. He knows Lord Hu, and he's a shareholder of Holiday Era. This one wearing glasses, you met him last night, Wang Bin. His father is an old friend of Lord Huss and manages. The man called Wang Bin smiled. We just returned from abroad yesterday. I hosted him at the Earl's castle. We don't need you to introduce him. We met last night, right, Gu brother? Let's have a drink together. Gu Yan took the glass that Li Weidong handed him and clinked it lightly with Wang Bin's. After taking a sip, Li Weidong then introduced the next person. Yao Daidong. He runs 5 large supermarkets and 2 hotels in Nanjing. If you ever need a place to stay, just find him. Not free, but a 50% discount is definitely not a problem. The man was in his late 20s, approaching 30, with a round and pleasing face, slightly oily hair, and a somewhat indulgent appearance. He had to lean on his knees to stand up. Nice to meet you. Gu Yan nodded and clinked glasses with him. Gu Xiao, next time we meet, don't be so unfamiliar. Yao Dadong smiled, downing his drink in one go. Brothers in Nanjing, we can meet up anytime. With your looks not often coming to places like this is a real pity. It was their first meeting, and since they weren't familiar, Gu Yan politely responded and sat beside Li Weidong, mostly listening to the 3, both too lazy to interject. As for drinks, Gu Yan didn't study them much. He occasionally glanced at his phone and exchanged a few messages. Around 8:30, he leaned close to Li Weidong's ear and said he had to leave. The latter naturally knew Gu Yan was still studying at Nanda and didn't insist too much, escorting him to the door. These 2 are my good brothers, so I wanted to introduce you to them. You saved their numbers, right? I saved them. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink together in the future. Then I want to see you off. Gu Yan nodded, waiting for the designated driver to arrive before getting into the Land Rover and telling the driver to head to the side gate of Nanda. On the way back, he sat in the back seat, contemplating Li Weidong's actions today. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch. No one treats you well for no reason. However, Li Weidong didn't say it outright, making it hard for Gu Yan to guess the specifics. Furthermore, he felt that Li Weidong was genuinely straightforward and adept, as evidenced by how he managed both sides in the nightclub. With such a strong effort in developing connections, what was his intention? Buzz. The phone in his hand vibrated a few times. It was a message from Zhang Ro. Mr. Gu, how much did you drink? I had a few drinks. I'll let the designated driver take me back to the side gate. Got it'll come pick you up. At 9 o'clock in the evening, there was still an hour until the dormitory closed. In the glow of the night lights, insects fluttered, then were dispersed by several figures coming in through the school gate. 3 girls and 1 boy were holding delivery packages. They arrived at this time because the student council had delayed them. One of the girls was made up, and beneath her skirt were beautiful legs and black stockings. If Guyan were here, he would definitely recognize her as Wu Qianqian, a sophomore, who added him on WeChat at the beginning of the semester, but had only chatted a few times. The other 2 girls were her roommates, looking ordinary in appearance and build, but among the 4 they were the most talkative. Qianqian, you have so many delivery packages today. Your dorm is almost overflowing. Exactly, but Qianqian, Senior Su really spoils you. Has he cleared out your shopping cart? The senior mentioned was Su Liang, the only boy among the 4. With his hands in his leisure pants, his long arms made his sleeves roll up slightly, exposing an expensive-looking watch. It's not as amazing as you say, but my living expenses can still meet Qianqian's shopping needs. As a man, if I have money, I should spend it on the woman I like. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 girls, including Wu Qianqian, immediately developed a greater fondness for the senior, who exuded charisma in every gesture. Wu Qianqian smiled proudly. She had considered Su Liang for a long time before choosing him, as he was not lacking in family background or looks. This time she called her 2 roommates to help carry the packages, and brought Su Liang along to show off in front of them, hoping they would spread the word. At that moment, seeing her roommates' envious expressions, she didn't mind adding fuel to the fire, her gaze falling on the watch on Su Liang's wrist. Liang, when did you buy that watch? Oh, I just bought it today. Because I performed outstandingly in the student council, I became the head of the publicity department and received candidate qualifications for the party. My dad was very pleased and rewarded me with 20,000. So that watch cost 20,000. The 2 girls were immediately astonished. Yeah, it's Longyan's. Su Liang enjoyed the gaze of the 3 girls. Don't say 20,000. If I wanted something more expensive, my dad would buy it for me. I just feel it's unnecessary. As for watches, I just like this model. The price is merely superficial. The implication in his words naturally fell on Wu Qianqian. Although she was made up, she really was stunning, with a voluptuous figure, which was precisely his type. Senior, what does your family do? You seem so wealthy. The 2 girls were deeply impressed and instinctively curious about this tasteful and handsome senior. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but puff out her chest. Although Su Liang wasn't the most handsome guy, she had seen what good was good looks if it couldn't provide for her, especially when she thought of Gu Yin, the freshman she had added on WeChat at the beginning of school. No matter how good-looking a boy from an ordinary family was, he couldn't compare to the Su senior in front of her. At this moment, the side gate's lifting barrier opened, and a strong light shone on their backs, casting their shadows long on the ground. As the noise of the car engine approached, a massive black vehicle drove through the school gate. Whenever she thought of the new student Gu Yin, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but recall the heated posts on the Nan University forum from a while back claiming he was the son of a wealthy family with a monthly allowance of a considerable amount. She scoffed at it. Those people only took a few pictures from a distance. She had actively added him on WeChat, and the reason she hadn't reached out again was simply due to his old worn-out phone. How could a rich second generation be so low-key as to use such a broken phone? Wouldn't he be afraid of being laughed at by other rich kids? Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but compare Gu Yin to Su Liang and asked her 2 roommates, "What do you think of the well-known new student Gu Yin compared to Senior Su?" The 2 roommates were momentarily stunned. Is there even a comparison? Qianqian, what do the 2 have in common to compare? We've seen Gu Yin play basketball. Although he's handsome, plays well, and has a decent aura, Senior Su is also handsome, with a good family background. Can a boy from an ordinary family compare to a son of a wealthy family? Another girl nodded in agreement. Exactly. Indeed, just as I thought. Wu Qianqian felt satisfied, as this proved she hadn't misjudged him after all. At that moment, the sound of a revving engine echoed, and as the lights illuminated the shadows of the 4 people, they instinctively turned around, noticing a massive black vehicle turning towards the parking space. Their eyes were naturally drawn to this luxurious and grand model. Is that a Land Rover? I don't remember it being this big. It's the extended version. Su Liang basked in the attention of 3 girls, spoke casually. My dad currently drives a Land Rover Range Rover. He's considering changing cars, and this extended version is also among his options. Wu Qianqian's eyes brightened at once. Liang, is the extended version of the Land Rover expensive? I think it's over $1 million, but that's not too expensive. Luxury cars can cost tens of millions, Su Liang remarked, watching the black Land Rover reverse into the parking space. But then again, cars are just tools for transportation. There's no need to be too ostentatious. Wu Qianqian chimed in. Liang's family is clearly quite wealthy, but why be so low-key? Is it because your uncle wants to train you? That's part of it. So generally, I don't casually share details about my family situation. As soon as he finished speaking, a stunning figure walked towards them along the path leading to the main road of Nan University, dressed only in a pink cartoon bear pajama. Upon seeing her face, Su Liang was instantly captivated. He found himself frozen in place. Who is this girl? Why haven't I seen her before? Why is her face so stunningly beautiful? Damn, why does it feel like I'm pursuing Wu Qianqian too early? His gaze followed the girl as she ran past, and the breeze she stirred carried a faint fragrance. Wu Qianqian also noticed her expression darkening. She glared hatefully at the girl as she passed by, only to realize that the girl was heading towards the Land Rover. Could it be that she is being kept? That would explain it. A Land Rover worth over $1 million shows up on campus, so late it must be here to pick up that girl. The atmosphere at Nan University has gotten a bit worse in recent years. Wu Qianqian couldn't help but comment in front of Su Liang, her face filled with disdain. Just wait, when that car door opens it will definitely be a big bald old man with a potbelly. Su Liang fell silent, but inside he was shouting, please don't let such a good girl be taken by a bald old man. Amidst their intertwined gazes the driver's door opened, and out stepped a chauffeur in uniform. He walked to the back door, opened it, and helped out a boy dressed in a white shirt and black casual pants. Sir, here are your keys. The car has been parked for you. Okay. Gu Yin replied flatly, and then spotted Jiang Ro running towards him, her delicate fair face flushed from exertion as she approached, and took his arm from the chauffeur. My Gu, sir, did you get drunk after just a few drinks? Western liquor, I can't handle it. No worries, your Jiang lady can still drink, just leave it to me from now on. Jiang Ro freed one hand to pat her chest, and her ample bosom swayed, causing Gu Yin to feel a bit dizzy. What's wrong? I feel a bit dizzy from the drinking. Jiang Ro, understanding, lightly patted Gu Yan's chest and shot him a glance. Next time I'll wear something thicker. That won't do. I always enjoy challenging weaknesses. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Gu Yin spoke more than usual, bolder, making Jiang Ro's face flush with embarrassment as she stammered, unable to respond. As the two spoke, the trio of girls and one boy at the entrance of the path stood there looking bewildered at the. With the aid of the roadside lights, Wu Qianqian clearly saw the boy's face, her expression frozen in shock, and the two girls beside her wore similar expressions. How is this possible? Is Gu Yin the one driving the Land Rover? Didn't he have that old broken phone? And his clothes looked cheap. How could he drive a Land Rover? Gu, handsome. Wu Qianqian's two roommates quickly waved to the approaching boy. Gu Yin, leaning against Jiang Ro, glanced at them sideways. Do you know them? This question left the two girls feeling as if they had been struck dumb, standing frozen with their hands raised in midair. Beside them, Wu Qianqian, holding a package, felt a surge of complex emotions and instinctively took a small step away from Su Liang. This student. Su Liang didn't notice Wu Qianqian's movement. He was more curious about the girl next to the boy, and of course it would be even better if he could get to know this boy, who drove a Land Rover. Connections made at school could be useful after graduation. The network of alumni often held great value. Gu Yin turned to look at him. I'm Su Liang, a junior, the head of the publicity department of the student union. Do you and the girl beside you want to join the student union? I can help you join directly. Not interested, Jiang Ro spoke first, rejecting Su Liang. She had seen the way he was looking at her earlier. As she spoke, she turned to Gu Yin. My Gu, sir, doesn't like troublesome matters, right? I don't like them. Let's go, it's almost time to turn off the lights. Su Liang, still not giving up, called out to the couple who were walking away. If you run into any trouble at school, you can come find me. There was no response from the front. After this little drama, the four of them fell silent, and Su Liang took his leave halfway. Once the senior left, the remaining three girls finally spoke. Qianqian, is this the handsome new student you mentioned who has no money? Isn't he a male god? I remember the forum said he drove a Mercedes, but now he's driving a Land Rover worth over $1 million. Wu Qianqian's expression turned sour. I clearly saw him using that old broken phone. The screen was cracked in several places. Scanning QR codes was a struggle. Saying this, she hurriedly opened her phone, pulled up WeChat, and quickly scrolled through the screen in front of her two roommates, finally finding Gu Yan's chat box. She carefully considered her wording, and with her red-tipped fingers swiftly typed a message. Junior, I saw you drinking earlier and looked unwell. There happens to be a bottle of honey water in my dorm. Don't worry, it's all natural. Just a bit will make you feel better. After reviewing the message, she eagerly hit send. The next moment, a bright red exclamation mark popped up, long before she had been blocked by Gu Yan. Seeing the glaring red exclamation mark in the chat box, Wu Qianqian's face turned pale. It seemed that the other party had already blocked her. In fact, it wasn't entirely Gu Yan's fault. He had originally added her out of politeness, but after a few conversations he felt that this senior sister was unpredictable, giving off a fishing vibe. After 2 days he decided to block her. Qianqian, how did your chat go? Two roommates leaned in to peek. Even though Wu Qianqian hurriedly turned off her screen, they still saw the red exclamation mark. He blocked you, huh? Forget it, Qianqian, you already have senior Sue. The two roommates comforted her, secretly stifling their laughter. They couldn't believe that she had added Gu Yin, this junior, at the beginning of the semester, only to end up losing out in the end. Sigh. With the situation at hand, Wu Qianqian realized there was no turning back and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Nevertheless, she still felt a sense of grievance. Why would a clearly well-off second generation not use a decent phone? After taking one last look in the direction Gu Yin had left, she reluctantly followed her two roommates back to the dormitory. On the way back, she recalled the earlier boasting about Su Liang, the watch on his wrist, and the news about his father changing cars. She thought of the low-key demeanor of that junior Gu Yin. Suddenly she understood that true rich kids often keep a low profile. As the National Day holiday approached, most people's minds began to wander, and many had already bought their train tickets home a few days in advance. Gu Yin also purchased 2 high-speed train tickets early the next morning after a night of drinking. In between, he managed to squeeze in a visit to the hospital, settling Shun Wai's hospitalization and nursing fees all at once since she did not have medical insurance, and this amount had to be paid out of pocket. It totaled nearly 23,000. When he picked up this girl from a poor background to return to school, she sat quietly in the luxurious car, afraid to dirty the interior. Upon returning to Nanda after getting out of the car, Shin Wei took out a pen and paper from her canvas bag and wrote an IOU asking Gu Yin to give her a year to pay back the money. I've received the IOU. Gu Yin helped her out of sympathy, but the money couldn't just be given away for free. After accepting the IOU, Shin Wei thanked him again and left the parking lot first. On September 30th, while preparing for the 2-day basketball tournament, he unexpectedly received the news that the team from the agricultural college had forfeited. The reason was that 2 main players had gotten into a conflict with someone after drinking on the back street last night, resulting in injuries and spending the night at the police station. The news had just come back today. Given their reckless behavior, the school not only punished the 2 with disciplinary records, but also revoked the agricultural college's eligibility to compete. Originally looking forward to the 2-day event, Qin Mu and Lu Ping felt a wave of regret, but it only lasted for 10 minutes. The group began packing their luggage in the dorm, while Qin Mu, Qin Qing, and Zhao Zhun, who had already bought their tickets home, hurriedly dragged their suitcases out, reminding Lu Ping, who stayed behind. Don't forget to clean the dorm while you're alone. Lu Ping, holding a bowl of instant noodles, glanced at the crumpled tissues on the floor, cursing, 3 useless guys. Turning around, he also saw Gu Yin packing a few clothes into his suitcase. Lao Gu, when are you leaving? The high-speed train at 2 o'clock. Originally hoping to get some parting comfort from Gu Yin, he simply pulled his suitcase and reminded, don't throw the toilet paper around. You're all no good. Lu Ping cursed as he walked over and slammed the door shut. As for the last one in the dorm, Chen Xian had already dragged his suitcase home in the morning. After all, he was local and didn't forget to show off a bit before leaving. Meanwhile, Gu Yin adjusted his clothes as he walked, occasionally greeted by boys coming up and down the stairs. Some were familiar while others he had never met. Exiting the dorm building, he saw many students leaving in pairs outside. Gu Yin dragged his suitcase towards the girls' dormitory where Jiang Ro was located. He had bought tickets for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was just a little past 11, giving them enough time to have lunch before leaving. It's just a pity that he couldn't drive back. If he did, it would expose his financial situation in front of his parents. Although he wanted them to know he had money, if they really found out, Gu Yin wouldn't be able to explain where the money came from. Winning the lottery. If they asked which issue, they could easily find out the winning location to confirm. Don't think parents are easy to fool. If their child carried a large sum of money, they would definitely inquire about it. Another reason for not driving was the long journey. He didn't want to spend the night on the highway. A short holiday lasted only 7 days. Driving back and forth would take up almost 1 or 2 days. The high-speed train was shorter and less tiring. Soon he arrived at the girls' dormitory building. At the entrance stood many boys waiting to leave with their girlfriends. Seeing so many people, Gu Yin didn't go over, but stood under a cedar tree across the green belt, leaning on his suitcase. Gradually, many girls came out dressed beautifully, handing their luggage and bags to their boyfriends, leaving cheerful. Before long, Jiang Ro also walked out, accompanied by Zhao Xian and Lin Yunju. Lin Yunju was also a local, but hadn't left school so early. Instead, she followed Jiang Ro out, and Gu Yin naturally guessed her thoughts. She also saw Gu Yin across the way and smiled gracefully at him. Gu, handsome, him leaving won't disturb you. Today she was dressed somewhat more maturely in a short skirt and high heels, carrying only a shopping bag with some daily necessities. When she turned around, she made sure to show her figure to Gu Yin. So flashy. Zhao Xian murmured at her departing figure. Don't pay attention to her. Jiang Ro tugged at her best friend, then turned to Gu Yin, tilting her head. Mr. Gu, when shall we depart? Today she wore a cream-white dress that shaped her waist and bust the hem just above her knees, highlighting her slender waist and long legs, as well as her delicate collarbone. She carried the Dior bag that Gu Yin had given her with the other hand, dragging a light pink suitcase. Am I pretty today? Very pretty. Gu Yin nodded with a smile, naturally taking the girl's hand and strolling through the bustling crowd. I should have left earlier, being a third wheel really has no rights. Zhao Xian muttered to herself, following the two to the cafeteria on the second floor for lunch. Due to the upcoming holiday, some aunts and uncles had already left, and not many students remained in the cafeteria. The usually crowded scene now appeared somewhat desolate. Thinking about going home, the three had simple meals, each having a bowl of beef noodles. Xian, what time is your train ticket? Zhao Xian slurped a mouthful of noodles, replying with a mouth full. 2:30. I'll go with you to the high-speed train station. It's just a half-hour wait. I remember your home is in Suiqing, not far from Xiqing. You can come to Xiqing to visit us during the holiday. Jiang Ro picked out some beef from her bowl and placed it in Gu Yan's bowl. I'll take you to tour Xiqing with Gu Yan. Not coming, Zhao Xian said, fiddling with her chopsticks and the noodles that were almost sticking together. I'll have had enough dog food at school. Why would I want to continue eating in Xiqing? There's no year-round supply. It's okay, there are still summer and winter vacations, Gu Yan added from the side. Uffed. Jiang Ro couldn't help but laugh, lightly punching Gu Yan's shoulder with her small fist. After laughing, her expression turned somewhat melancholic. Actually, I haven't explored Xiqing much. When I was in elementary school, my parents took me everywhere, but I don't have any deep memories. In junior high and high school, I was too busy studying and hardly went out, just walked around a few streets near my home. Gu Yan, what about you? About the same as you. In fact, it was quite different, but Gu Yan didn't want to say much. He had attended school in his rural hometown when he was in elementary school, with memories of picking grass along the fields and chasing after chickens and ducks. Later, when he moved to the city, he had no friends in the new environment, becoming increasingly withdrawn. Every day was just going to school and returning home. Xiqing wasn't very big, yet he had never walked through many streets. There were many place names he had never heard of. Seeing Gu Yan silently eating noodles, Jiang Ro thought her words had reminded him of past memories he didn't want to recall, so she leaned in closer. If we had met earlier, I would have transferred from Xiqing. No. 1 high school to no. 2 high school to rescue you from that difficult year. Zhao Xian moved away in disgust, saying, Are you two done yet? Before long, Gu Yan drove the 2 girls to the South City high-speed train station. The Land Rover was parked in the lot. Since it was only a week, parking fees weren't too high. He stuffed the keys into his suitcase and led Jiang Ro and Zhao Xian into the hall to wait. The hall was bustling with people waiting for trains, filled with the hum of conversations and train announcements. At 2 o'clock, after saying goodbye to Zhao Xian, Gu Yan scanned their tickets with Jiang Ro and then queued to board the high-speed train, finding their seat numbers and sitting by the window. What Gu Yan didn't know was that in another carriage of this high-speed train, Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Jiqi were also present. Zhao Shasha will board the train at the next city station. Zhao Shasha was another friend of theirs, studying nursing in a vocational school in a county below Nanjing due to academic reasons. This high-speed train to Xiqing happened to pass through there, so the 3 of them had made plans to meet up. Shasha said a few of her high school classmates would be joining too. Tang Jiqi excitedly scrolled through her phone, not noticing that Li Xiaoshuang, propping her chin, seemed quite uninterested. The friendship among classmates during 3 years of high school is more enduring than that in university. Even if they are far apart, the internet can bridge the distance, allowing them to chat and catch up without any hindrance. When returning home, if the distance is short, one naturally wouldn't forget to ask if they want to go back together. After 20 minutes of high-speed train travel, it stopped at Changchuan County, and the waiting passengers surged forward. Among them, a few found Tang Ji and Li Xiaoshuang, who were holding their phones. Zhao Shasha, walking in front, appeared much more mature due to the influence of the college environment, and her hair was permed and dyed. She waved to greet the 2. The 2 behind her were also classmates of Tang Ji and Li Xiaoshuang from high school, Wan Junhao, and the class monitor Jiang Zhuang. The former had always liked Li Xiaoshuang. After learning that she had rejected Gu Yan in their sophomore year, he often invited her to go shopping, watch movies, and play billiards. Since his family had a bit of money, he usually paid for everything. Later, when his college entrance examination results were not ideal, he couldn't follow Li Xiaoshuang to Nanjing and had to choose a nearby college. This time, he decided to travel together upon learning from Zhao Shasha that they would meet Li Xiaoshuang halfway back to Shi City. Jiang Zhuang, on the other hand, liked Zhao Shasha and had come from another city just to accompany her. Naturally, everyone was delighted to reunite. Tang Ji enthusiastically stepped forward to greet them, helping to stow their luggage into the empty space. Most nearby seats were already occupied by other passengers, so the 2 boys and a girl went to persuade others to swap seats with them. At first, no one moved, but under the adorable charm of Tang Ji and Zhao Shasha, they had no choice but to concede and exchange seats. After settling down, Wan Junhao switched places with Tang Ji, sitting next to Li Xiaoshuang, occasionally pulling out some snacks and mineral water from his backpack to please her. However, Li Xiaoshuang was distracted, and when she accepted the snacks, she merely set them aside. What's wrong with Zhao Shasha, not in the same school, was unaware of what had happened to the 2 best friends after they entered the normal university. Moreover, it was somewhat embarrassing, and neither Li Xiaoshuang nor Tang Ji had mentioned it to her on WeChat. It's nothing. Shuang has not been in a good mood lately. Tang Ji naturally wouldn't mention it was because of a certain person. Wang Junhao and Jiang Zhuang, hearing that she wasn't in a good mood, immediately thought it was due to her period. They exchanged glances, conveying the message to be careful with their words and to cater to her mood. By the way, I remember Gu Yan is also in Nanjiang, right? Didn't you invite him to come back to Shi City with you? Zhao Shasha thought of her two best friends in Nanjiang and easily connected it to the remarkable Gu Yan who had been admitted to Nanda. She looked around, but there was no sign of that boy in the nearby seats. Why even bring him up for no reason? Wang Junhao's tone turned somewhat displeased. He likes Shuang, but Shuang doesn't necessarily like him. Isn't it normal that he wasn't invited to return to Shi City? Because it was a matter of feelings, Jiang Zhuang chose not to speak up. He unscrewed the cap of his water bottle and handed it to Zhao Shasha. She took a sip and looked at the distracted figure. True, my Shuang doesn't like those who are overly eager. Xiao Shuang is the coursework heavy at your normal. Wang Junhao shifted the topic again, leaning in to be attentive, while Li Xiao Shuang replied nonchalantly, "It's okay, not too heavy." Afraid of the awkward silence, Tang Ji timely interjected to lighten the mood. "By the way, I heard from Sha that you didn't even eat before rushing to the train station." "That's right, we had to wait for Jiang Zhuang, and since the school is far from the train station, we didn't eat lunch and arrived early at the train station." As he said this, Wang Junhao deliberately glanced at Li Xiao Shuang, clearly aiming his words at her. "Then you should order something to eat." Only then did Li Xiao Shuang shift her gaze from the rushing scenery outside, and said weakly, "Never mind, the food on the high-speed train is too expensive, and I've heard it doesn't taste good. Here I have some snacks, just nibble on them. After all, it's only 3 to 4 hours, and I want to save my appetite for my parents' cooking when I get home." Having just left home to study outside, there was a bit of homesickness. But once accustomed, everything would be fine. They chatted for a while longer, interspersing some high school anecdotes, and the originally indifferent Li Xiao Shuang looked much better, joining in on the atmosphere. After drinking some water, Li Xiao Shuang wanted to go to the bathroom. The restroom was usually located at one end of the carriage and sometimes required waiting in line, so there were quite a few people. The self-proclaimed flower protector Wang Junhao certainly didn't want her to go alone, which would be somewhat awkward, so he claimed he needed to go to the bathroom too. Seems like Wang Junhao has ulterior motives, but he's quite gentlemanly. "Perfect, I need to go too. Ji, you want to join?" Then let's go together." In the end, except for Jiang Zhuang, who stayed behind, Tang Ji and Zhao Shasha followed along. The three girls holding tissues walked ahead with Wang Junhao as the only boy leading the way. Upon reaching the restroom at this carriage, the door of a stall suddenly opened, and a girl with a great figure and long legs walked out. Her delicately made-up face captivated all three girls and the boy. Li Xiao Shuang and Tang Ji froze in place upon seeing each other. The beautiful girl opposite them naturally noticed the group, her gaze seemingly filled with a smile directed at Li Xiao Shuang. "Li Xiao Shuang, I didn't expect to run into you here." The girl's gaze then shifted to Tang Yi, politely smiling as she greeted. "Hello." While the others greeted her naturally, Tang Yi couldn't help but respond, though her expression was somewhat complicated. Hi, are you also going back to Shi City?" "Yes, I'm with Gu Yan." Jiang Ro tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen to her forehead. Her outfit today made her legs appear long, accentuating her fair and smooth skin. Standing there, she seemed both pure and alluring, instantly capturing Wang Junhao's gaze. "You guys chat, I'm leaving first." Jiang Ro smiled at Tang Yi, knowing she wasn't very familiar with them, so she didn't say much. After saying this, she turned and returned to her original carriage. Meanwhile, once she left, Wang Junhao snapped back to reality, showing a hint of surprise on his face. That person just now. Her looks were stunning. Wait, why does she seem so familiar? She looks a bit like Jiang Ro from Shi City. No. One high school. He was a native of Shi City, and some of his elementary school classmates attended Shi City. No. One high school. He could still hang out with them during holidays, so he had naturally heard of the school flower's beauty, and even seen her looks in photos taken by his elementary school classmates. Yet it really is her. Hearing Tang Ji's confirmation, Wang Junhao gasped. "She's on this high-speed train. Could it be that she's also in Nanjiang? She studies at Nanda." As Tang Ji said this, she noticed Li Xiao Shuang's expression darkening beside her, and she quickly stopped talking. When someone came out of the restroom, she hurriedly called Zhao Shasha and Li Xiao Shuang to go in. After they all finished and returned to their seats, Zhao Shasha, who was munching on chips, suddenly remembered something. "I just heard that girl mention Gu Yan." Upon hearing Gu Yan's name, Li Xiao Shuang's eyelashes fluttered, but she remained silent and turned her beautiful face toward the train window. Jiang Zhuang, who didn't notice the strange atmosphere, shifted his gaze from his phone. "What girl? What's going on with Gu Yan?" Zhao Shasha, sitting next to her, became curious and shared the story of encountering a beautiful girl in the restroom, mentioning that she had talked about going back to Shi City with Gu Yan. So what if they went back together? It doesn't mean they have anything going on. At most, they're just acquaintances from the same hometown. Wang Junhao said disdainfully. After all, how long had it been since school started? He didn't believe Gu Yan could easily find such a beautiful girlfriend at Nanda. The most likely scenario was merely that they were fellow townsfolk returning to Shi City together. I think Gu Yan is not bad, Jiang Zhuang countered. It was this statement that prompted Li Xiaoshuang to suddenly speak up. Can you stop talking? What? What's wrong? Jiang Zhuang and Zhao Shasha exchanged puzzled glances, but they also sensed that something must have happened between Li Xiaoshuang and Gu Yan and Nanjiang. Tang Ji, sitting across the aisle, rubbed her temples and bluntly stated, "That girl is Gu Yan's." Wan Junhao's scalp immediately went numb, feeling a wave of sourness in his heart. That girl was the school flower of Shi City No. 1 high school, the dream girl of many boys. He squeezed out a voice of disbelief. Are you sure? It's not Gu Yan using Jiang Ro to pretend. It's not impersonation. Tang Ji glanced at Li Xiaoshuang, and upon noticing her friend was not looking, she paused for a moment before recounting the scene they witnessed in the parking lot that day. The girl named Jiang Ro said it herself, and Gu Yan had no idea. We were suddenly going to Nan University, so there was no time or need for impersonation. Wait. Forget about Jiang Ro. What's the deal with Gu Yan driving a Land Rover? Zhao Shasha suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, her eyes nearly popping out. It's probably rented, right? The goddess of Xiqing No. 1 high school is Gu Yan's girlfriend, and Wan Junhao was already struggling to accept that. But now hearing that the other party drives a big Land Rover, he felt increasingly uneasy, squirming uncomfortably in his seat. So Shuang actually wanted to find Gu Yan, but Gu Yan already has a girlfriend, and now he's driving a luxury. After finally clarifying everything, Zhao Shasha understood why Li Xiaoshuang looked so lifeless. Wan Junhao still felt somewhat unwilling to accept the situation. Impossible. For 3 years in high school, Gu Yan wore the same clothes and ate the same food. We've seen that much. Is it possible that it was all an act? Tang Ji whispered. This statement stunned both Wan Junhao and Zhao Shasha. During their 3 years of high school, Gu Yan had only mediocre relationships with others, so they didn't even know where he lived. Among the crowd, only Jiang Zhuang saw their shocked expressions and felt secretly pleased. However, with Gu Yan's looks, his school flower-level girlfriend, and now driving a Land Rover, he was undoubtedly the epitome of a male god. Having just graduated high school for less than half a year, how could such a vast distance open up? Deep down, he was also afraid of his brother suffering, but worried about his brother driving a Land Rover. Imagining Gu Yan embracing a beauty and driving a Land Rover, Jiang Zhuang quickly switched to a game and opened WeChat, finding Gu Yan's avatar among the group members to start a private chat. Gu Yan, it's Jiang Zhuang. Which carriage are you in? However, there was no reply from the other side. At that moment, Gu Yan was leaning against the car window, lightly sleeping. Jiang Ro, who had just returned from the restroom, peeled sunflower seeds and placed them on a piece of tissue paper, likely waiting to feed Gu Yan when he woke up. Seeing Gu Yan's phone vibrating on the armrest, a message popped up on the illuminated screen. Jiang Ro smiled as she pursed her lips. When she came out of the restroom earlier, she had deliberately lingered to chat with Li Xiaoshuang and Tang, using the opportunity to expose what happened at Nan University in front of others, aiming to embarrass Gu Yan for what had happened in sophomore year. At this moment, Jiang Ro could already imagine the astonished expressions of her friends, and she couldn't help but slightly curl her lips. She gently brushed a stray hair from Gu Yan's forehead and whispered, I won't allow anyone to bully my Mr. Gu. Saying this, she leaned against the boy's shoulder and also took a The high-speed train wasn't shaking, but the deceleration and acceleration as it approached and departed from stations woke Gu Yan up. Feeling a slight ache and numbness in his shoulder, he turned his head and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Rao's delicate face, with a few droplet marks of saliva at the corner of her mouth, rested against his shoulder, her hands tightly wrapped around Gu Yan's waist, as if afraid he would run away. Looking at his phone, he noticed he had been asleep for about 3 hours. We have about an hour until we arrive. Gu Yan glanced at a message received 2 hours earlier, realizing it was from Jiang Zhuang and casually, Jiang Ro, Miss Jiang, wake up. We're about to arrive. Judging the time, Gu Yan gently nudged the still drowsy Jiang Ro. The girl stirred, hugged his waist, and murmured indistinctly with her eyes still closed. Sleeping Beauty, and I need a kiss from Mr. Gu to wake up. With a playful spirit, Gu Yan looked around to ensure no one was watching before leaning down to press his lips against the girl's rosy ones. Jiang Ro fluttered her eyelashes as if unaware of anything, sitting upright, clenching her fists and stretching lazily. The fitted dress she wore accentuated her waist, resembling a beautiful water snake. You just stole a kiss from me. Jiang Ro, with a blush on one side of her face, looked at Gu Yan with a sly gaze. This left Gu Yan somewhat speechless, as it was clearly her request. Then I must return the kiss. Without waiting for Gu Yan's response, Jiang Ro quickly planted a light peck on Gu Yan's right cheek and playfully made an okay gesture. Debt settled. While Jiang Ro was not materialistic, she had come from an ordinary family, and her understanding of money had been influenced by her parents in daily life. However, when she first met Gu Yin on the high-speed train, she mentioned that while money was important, ultimately the bond between two people still depended on fate. During this period, Jiang Ro never actively asked Gu Yin to buy her anything, but instead did her best to make him like her even more. After all, as an 18-year-old blossoming young girl, once she had a boyfriend who matched her ideals, she naturally wanted to present her best self. After we get off, should we go home first or stroll around? Gu Yin wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, removing the leftover drool. Let's go home, mister. Gu must be missing home too. Is my home still your home? Off. Realizing Jiang Ro buried her face in the boy's chest, sweetly saying, "You're so annoying, I can't handle teasing." The surrounding passengers instantly got goosebumps. Fortunately, the high-speed train arrived at Xiqing Station in an hour, and seeing this couple finally dragging their suitcase off, the surrounding passengers breathed a sigh of relief. If this couple stayed any longer, they might end up with diabetes. Outside the Xiqing high-speed train station, having not returned to this city for a month, Gu Yin felt a sense of familiarity. He had already ordered a Didi on the train, and it should be arriving soon. Gu Yin. Just as he and Jiang Ro were waiting for the car, Tang Ji's voice rang out from the exit behind them. Turning around, he saw Tang Ji pulling a suitcase accompanied by Li Xiao Shuang, Wan Jun Hao Zhao Sha Sha, and their old class monitor Jiang Zhuang Zhuang. Seeing them, Gu Yin was not surprised. While chatting with Jiang Zhuang Zhuang on the train, he had already known they were also on the high-speed train. Old classmates, long time no see. Wan Junhao was not very familiar with Gu Yin in high school, but now he approached to greet him out of curiosity about how Gu Yin could drive a Land Rover at Nan University. More importantly, he wanted to find out if the former school flower of Xiqing knew. One high school, Jiang Ro had really been won over by Gu Yin. Why use the term won over? He didn't believe anyone could resist having such a girlfriend and still remain composed. Hello, Gu Yin replied simply. Despite his cold expression, his mind was racing, but he just couldn't recall the name of this old classmate in front of him. Gu Yin, I heard from Tang Ji that you're quite impressive at Nan University. Jiang Zhuang Zhuang winked at him, subtly indicating towards Jiang Ro beside him. Don't listen to her exaggerations. After some pleasantries, Gu Yin caught a glimpse of Li Xiao Shuang standing behind, seemingly wanting to say something. He took Jiang Rao's hand and said, "Our ride is here, we'll be leaving now." Li Xiao Shuang, who had just wanted to speak, stared blankly as she watched Gu Yin take Jiang Rao's hand and leave, getting into a Didi and disappearing at the end of the road. Without waiting for Wan Junhao to help her with her luggage, Li Xiao Shuang shot a resentful glare, dragging her suitcase and turning to leave. Didi followed Gu Yin's directions, first taking Jiang Ro home. Upon arrival, the girl about to part looked at Gu Yin, who came to see her off with reluctance in her eyes slightly reddened. Can I call you when I want to talk? Of course, anytime. Thank you, mister. Gu. Jiang Ro released her grip on the suitcase and stepped forward to hug Gu Yin. He'll be very obedient and won't disturb you when you're busy. The girl took 2 steps back, grabbed her suitcase, waved goodbye, and walked into the nearby old residential. Only when she was out of sight did Gu Yin return to the car. On the way, he sent a message to his mother Zhao Taiho saying, "I'm home," and then looked at the Didi driver in front. "Driver, do you believe in love? You didn't drink, did you? Don't imitate those jokes from the internet. Your girlfriend doesn't seem like she's pretending." Gu Yin gently hummed in response, recalling how Jiang Rao's eyes had reddened when she left, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Before long, they arrived outside his residential area. Gu Yin returned home, having been away for a month, dragging his suitcase. He took out his keys to unlock the security door. Before he could step inside, Zhao Wanjun rushed out from the kitchen wearing an apron and hugged her tall son tightly. After a while, she wiped her eyes and looked him over carefully. Tisk, my son is even more handsome. He must have left the girls at school completely dazed. Where's all this flattery coming from? Gu Yin changed into slippers, took his suitcase back to his small room. Having been gone for a month, he initially thought there would be some dust, but to his surprise, the desk was clean, indicating that his mother came in to clean every few days. The bedding was also freshly changed. Lying on it, he was enveloped in familiar scents and surroundings. Gu Yin felt that he had truly returned home. Have you arrived home, my mister? Gu. Buzz buzz. The phone vibrated twice, and Gu Yin, who was almost asleep, opened his eyes lazily. He picked up the phone nearby and saw a WeChat message from Jiang Ro. After a while, he lay on the bed and almost dozed off. He heard his mother Zhao Wanjuan calling him from the living room. "You little rascal, come out and wash your hands for dinner. Your dad will be home soon." After returning from the 11A holiday, Zhao Wanjun felt exceptionally joyful after not seeing her son for a month. When she received the message, she was already busy in the kitchen preparing a large feast. Since the house was small and there was no dining room, all the dishes were placed on the coffee table. Gu Yin washed his hands and helped set the table. Skillfully, he grabbed a small plastic stool, turned his back to the TV, and sat down. Watching the fragrant dishes on the coffee table made him lick his lips, instantly dispelling his aloofness from outside. He sat there without moving his chopsticks, watching Zhao Wanjun untying her apron. Dad, when will you be back? He just called and said he's almost home and now. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Wanjun, standing not far away, opened the door and saw Gu Jianjun, who was still wearing his blue work uniform. Don't you have a key? Why knock on the door? Grumbling, she stepped forward to help her husband take off his work clothes, shaking them off a few times before hanging them on the coat rack by the door. Dad. Guyan got up to greet him. He was 1.85 meters tall, significantly taller than his father Gu Jianjun, who was only 1.76 meters. How's school? Is studying tiring? Gu Jianjun was still the same. He had many thoughts in his heart, but not much he could say. Watching his son's changes, his rough old face occasionally broke into a smile. His son was accepted into a prestigious university. Not to mention folks back home, many colleagues at the factory praised him for a long time. The 2 months of summer vacation felt rich and fulfilling, and no matter how tired he was, it felt worthwhile. School is fine and the workload isn't heavy. Occasionally, I find time to do some part-time work. Guyan had over 2100 in his phone, but he couldn't tell his parents. Knowing their personalities, they would dig deep into it, and he might even have to show them the transfer records. There was no way around it. Gu Jianjun was a serious person. Part-time work. Is it just handing out flyers or working as a waiter in your spare time? Zhao Wanjun looked at her son with a confirming gaze. Something like that. Isn't it too tiring? And you're from Nanda, will working part-time make people think? Gu Jianjun interrupted his wife's words after she put down her chopsticks. As long as it's honest work, earning money through labor is nothing to be ashamed of. I support my son's choices as long as he doesn't break the law or rules. Zhao Wanjun elbowed her husband, her face showing displeasure. Is that what I meant? I'm just worried about our son being talked about behind his back. I'm just correcting your misunderstanding. Realizing his wife might be upset, Gu Jianjun quickly added some spicy potato strips to her bowl. Zhao Wanjun huffed, holding her bowl. She turned to look at Gu Yin, who was focused on his meal, and suddenly smiled brightly. Son, are you dating anyone at school? I'm dating one. It's fine if you aren't. Right now you should focus on your studies. Zhao Wanjun was busy serving her son vegetables when she suddenly stopped, raised her face abruptly, and exclaimed, What did you just say? I'm dating one. Gu Yin repeated. Gu Jianjun and Zhao Wanjun exchanged glances, sensing that their son seemed serious. Gu Jianjun quietly asked, Have you two done anything? Not yet. That's good, that's good. Zhao Wanjun patted her chest, set down her chopsticks, and said earnestly, Actually, it's not a big deal if you do, but Mom will always say this: don't do something that would make you owe others. Treat her well, and don't lead her on. As she said this, Zhao Wanjun's lips curled up in pride, occasionally glancing at Gu Jianjun with a victorious look. See, my son is quite impressive, isn't he? Gu Jianjun also looked over. Isn't your son also my son? He takes after me. Zhao Wanjun's eyes radiated coldness. You've been boasting for too long without producing anything. Gu Yin held his bowl, his chopsticks hovering in midair, afraid to move, watching the sharp exchange of glances between his parents, feeling the temperature in the living room drop significantly. Ding. System important task: the long-awaited love of parental affection after a month apart. As a son, one must show filial piety. Task requirement: give your parents a gift they desire. Task reward: a wish crystal pendant. Wish crystal pendant: a consumable item that aligns with current societal technology, cannot grant wishes beyond the host's value. On the way back earlier, Gu Yin was still pondering what gift to buy for his parents. Now that the system suddenly issued a task, it was indeed a case of killing two birds with one stone. However, he thought for a while about what gift they had longed for. He remembered last winter when Zhao Wanjun took him to pick out New Year's goods and had her eye on a woolen coat, but the price of 800 or 900 made her hesitate. As for his father Gu Jianjun, because they communicated less often, and since moving to the city they hadn't shopped together at all. He was either at the factory or on his way home, making it difficult to know his father's preferences. Dad, what do you like? Gu Yin interrupted the intense stare down between his parents and casually asked. Gu Jianjun, nearly defeated by the staring contest, answered without thinking. I like your mom. I feel like you're taking this opportunity to insult someone. How is that insulting? I really like. Honey, what's with that expression? Put down your bowl. I'm serious. And I really like your mom. Unexpectedly, the usually serious and honest Gu Jianjun also showed a strong survival instinct, leaving Gu Yin astonished. After dinner, Gu Yin voluntarily took on the arduous task of washing dishes. The rarely free Zhao Wanjun walked into the bedroom and sat beside her husband. Do you really think our son is dating? When has Gu Yin ever joked? Gu Jianjun knew his son's character well. Dating must be quite expensive, right? Should we increase his allowance? Gu Jianjun, in a somber mood, took out a cigarette. The factory is doing fairly well, and overtime pay has increased a bit, so let's give him an extra 200. Boys are prone to spend money recklessly if they have too much. And with him being so handsome, I don't want to become a grandfather too soon. Zhao Wanjun thought for a moment and decided. As she was leaving the bedroom, she snatched the cigarette from Gu Jianjun's hand. What are you smoking for? I haven't even lit it yet. The next morning Gu Yin changed into a set of clothes and rode his old mountain bike out. He first went to Jin Jianji to get his hairstyle trimmed, then to the pedestrian street to look for autumn coat styles. On the way he kept thinking about the family situation. After all, this matter would surely come to light in the future. The only solution was to build a wealthy family himself and elevate his parents. At the age of 18, I'm already worried sick for this family. Gu Yin pushed off the ground with one foot sitting on the bike and gripping the handlebars, looking at the traffic lights ahead, and sighed. In the second ring of Xiqing Furong community, Zhang Ro was wearing pajamas, sitting with her legs neatly together on the living room sofa. The apartment, over 80 square meters, was tastefully decorated, making it appear more spacious. What is this bag about? Zhang Rao's mother Shen, who age one, a Chinese language teacher at Xiqing No. One high school, pointed at the Dior bag on the coffee table with a serious expression behind her black-framed glasses. Although she wasn't familiar with bags, she recognized the brand's logo. When her daughter returned home last night, she hadn't paid much attention, only noticing the symbol on the bag while tidying up her daughter's room this morning. Such a bag was not something a family like theirs could afford. The living expenses allocated for her daughter certainly couldn't cover it. In that moment, Shun Huiwan felt as if the sky was about to collapse, fearing her daughter might have gone astray relying on her beauty. Speak up. Who bought this for you? Zhang Ro sat on the sofa, twisting her fingers and lowering her head, having always been afraid of her mother's anger. It's a gift from my boyfriend. A lightning bolt seemed to strike Shun Huijuan's mind. Her expression went blank before turning serious as she sat down beside her daughter. Your father is a teacher and your mother is also a teacher. You mustn't follow your cousin's path and ruin yourself. Because it's the holiday, Jiang Chengwen was also at home. Hearing his wife's serious tone from the study, he came out and asked what's going on. What do you mean by going astray? Your daughter has a boyfriend in college. Look, this bag was given to her by her boyfriend, and it's a Dior brand. Jiang Chengwen's previously relaxed expression gradually grew serious, feeling as if a precious cabbage nurtured at home was easily plucked away by an outsider. Zhang Ro, is what your mother said true? Zhang Ro nodded without hesitation while looking down. How old is he? Shun Huiwan asked. He's about the same age as me, also a freshman at Nanda this year, and he's from Xiqing. Hearing that he was not much older and was a local made them feel relieved. Ro, you're in college now. Your father and I do not oppose you dating, but you must be cautious and not be deceived by those wealthy scoundrels. When she heard her parents' voices soften, she quietly said, actually I pursued him. Huh? Shen Huiwan, and her husband froze on the spot. I'm serious. Zhang Ro gathered her courage to stand up and face her parents. He treats me well, and he's not that kind of scoundrel. This? Sigh. Jiang Qingwen, who was a softie for his daughter, felt his heart soften at Zhang Rao's resolute expression. Then you should date well, but don't do anything that would demean yourself. Oh, after all, you have your dignity. I promise I won't demean myself. After Zhang Ro finished speaking, her phone on the table rang, lighting up with a message from Mr. Gu. She quickly picked up her phone, unable to suppress a smile creeping onto her lips, her eyes sparkling with hidden affection as she hurriedly reassured her stunned parents. I'm heading back to my room now. She dashed back to her room in slippers, slamming the door shut. Girls shouldn't stay out of line. Jiang Chengwen sighed sadly. Shun Huiwan picked up the Dior bag on the coffee table, inspecting it repeatedly, as if filtering out her husband's heart-wrenching sigh. When will you buy me one too? Ask your son-in-law. After saying this, Jiang Chengwen angrily walked towards the study, expecting his wife to come and comfort him, only to find Shun Huiwan still scrutinizing the bag, so angry that he went straight into the study. In her room, Zhang Ro lay on her bed with a soft pillow, swinging her fair, delicate feet as she tapped her phone. Does Mr. Gu only message me when he needs my help? Though it's only been an hour since good morning. On a pedestrian street close to the first ring, Gu Yin was pressing his phone to send a message while looking at the autumn trench coat on the plastic mannequin in the opposite window, taking a photo to send to the girl. How about this one? Zhang Ro, this one looks younger. How tall is your aunt? Gu Yin, 165 centimeters. Zhang Ro, go check other stores and then video call me. After sending a message, Gu Yin found a second shop. As soon as he entered, he video called Zhang Ro, who was smiling brightly on the screen, her almond-shaped eyes turning into crescent moons. Mr. Gu, let me tell you, just now my parents interrogated me. What happened? I forgot to hide the bag in my suitcase when I got home. How did you explain? I said it was a gift from my boyfriend. Seeing Gu Yin freeze on the screen, Zhang Ro burst into carefree laughter, only to be interrupted by Shun Huijuan's reprimand from next door. Be more reserved. Zhang Ro quickly stuck her tongue out at the camera. My mom is very fierce. It's fine, I will protect you in the future. Zhang Rao's ears turned slightly red. Don't tease me, quickly show my aunt the clothes. Saying this, Gu Yan switched the camera to the front, wandered around the store, found nothing suitable, and after visiting 2 more shops, Jiang Ro finally settled on a coat. The price was around 1,200. It was the season for autumn clothes, so the prices were certainly not low. Through the phone, Jiang Ro began to haggle with the sales assistant, managing to get the price down by 150. Seeing the price, Jiang Ro thought of Gu Yan's financial situation. His family was certainly not poor. Mr. Gu, buying this cheap coat for my aunt. My mom is quite frugal. Gu Yan actually wanted to buy something expensive for his mom, not worrying about spending tens of thousands, but he was afraid that if he bought something home, Zhao Taihou might faint from the shock. Now he could only gradually raise his mother's acceptance level, starting from 1,000, slowly increasing to 2,000 to 3,000. And then by the next semester or year 2, he could say that he started a business and made some money. This would reassure his honest parents, who had lived a simple life for most of their lives, and avoid too many doubts. Jiang Ro also agreed with Gu Yan's previous statement, since some of the older generation who made their fortunes were also frugal. So what's next? Next, I'm going to buy a gift for my dad. Do you have any suggestions? Listening to Gu Yan describe Gu Jianjun's stern and serious personality, Jiang Ro couldn't help but think of her mom and suddenly had an idea. Mr. Gu, you're a bit clueless. You could start from your uncle's habits, like what clothes he wears, if he has any jewelry he wears all the time, or what kind of cars or yachts he likes to look at. Cars. Yachts. Gu Yan's expression turned cold and the corners of his mouth twitched. Even if his dad liked these, he couldn't afford them. Even if he bought a not-so-expensive car, his dad didn't have a driver's license. Wait a minute. Gu Yan suddenly remembered that although Gu Jianjun didn't wear jewelry and often went to the factory, being too lazy to wear casual clothes, there was one thing he never left without. Tea. I've thought of something. They'll hang up now. I'm going to find a tea shop. Jiang Ro sweetly said goodbye to the camera, reluctantly ending the video. On this side, Gu Yan carried bags and rode his bike along the pedestrian street until he found a tea shop at the street corner. His father, Gu Jianjun, loved tea, but had never been willing to buy the expensive tea sold in such shops. Once inside the store, Gu Yan inquired about various types of tea and their health benefits before choosing a type of Wui Mountain black tea, authentic small species, sourced from wild ancient trees. The price was relatively high, ranging from 600 to 2,000 per pound. Gu Yan naturally chose the high-end black tea at 2,000, but taking a full pound home felt a bit shocking, so he only bought 8 taels. After leaving the store, he casually tossed the receipt into the trash can at the door, so as not to scare his father. As noon approached, Gu Yan returned home with a bag of clothes and a box of tea. Zhao Wanjun was already busy in the kitchen, while Gu Jianjun sat on the sofa, happily watching the news on Kuaishou. Hearing the noise at the door, he saw Gu Yan carrying 2 bags. What did you buy, eh? Zhao Taihou, who had come out upon hearing, directly took the bag from Gu Yan's hand, shaking out the mature and elegant coat, causing her eyes to suddenly turn red. Take it back. The receipt is torn. No, it can't be returned. Gu Yan smiled and placed the tea box in front of his dad. This is your gift. Gu Jianjun opened the box to find 2 sealed jars of tea, a rich aroma of black tea wafting into his nose, leaving him bewildered. Where did you get the money? I mentioned before that I was working part-time. I earned 2,000 in a month. It's not unreasonable to buy gifts for my parents when I come back, right? Always spending money recklessly. Zhao Wanjun said this while reading, but still accepted the code, while Gu Jianjun fiddled with the tea can. Is it expensive? Should I subsidize you a bit? Not expensive, it was on sale. Hearing it wasn't expensive, Gu Jianjun finally accepted the box of tea. Ding. System, congratulations, host, for completing an important task. Reward 1 wish crystal pendant. Gu Yan felt a slight weight in his pocket and found an excuse to return to his room. He took out the crystal pendant from his pocket, a silver chain with a diamond-shaped crystal hanging below inside, which he could vaguely see flowing sand. This was the item from the system that could grant wishes. Gu Yan pondered for a moment, holding the crystal pendant, and tentatively made a wish. I hope for world peace. Exceeds the host worth range wish invalid. I wish my dad is a hidden high official. Exceeds the host worth range wish invalid. Gu Yan laughed at his absurd wishes and narrowed the scope. I hope my parents have good health and live a long life. Exceeds the host worth range wish invalid. Hearing this, Gu Yan frowned. Was this wish also invalid? If he accidentally made a wish that was too low, then he would have wasted this wish. I hope my dad gets what he desires, gets promoted, and receives a raise. Ding. System, the wish is within a reasonable range, and the wish has taken effect. Has the wish come true? Gu Yan looked down at the crystal pendant tightly held in his hand, the grit inside the diamond-shaped crystal long gone. That's good. It's a good thing for the family if dad can finally achieve his wish and get promoted. In fact, Gu Jianjun could have been promoted to workshop director years ago, but his overly principled and soft-hearted nature led him to give the opportunity to an old brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained in the team leader position for so long. Sometimes when this matter comes up, Empress Zhao can't help but feel a bit resentful. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yan first put away the pendant, and placed it in a drawer, planning to make a wish again when he has such rewards in the future, starting his career and raising his worth. Just as he closed the drawer, he heard Zhao Wanjun calling him from the living room to come out for dinner. On the coffee table were 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, and a 3-flavor soup made with kelp mushrooms and tomatoes. Mom's cooking is just different. It's much better than the cafeteria's small stir-fries. Gu Yin sat down and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Gu Jianjun put down the newspaper in his hands. I knew you were just flattering your mom. This remark sounded a bit harsh to Zhao Wanjun's ears, and she patted Gu Yan's shoulder, giving her husband a huff. My son can speak. That's his talent. If you don't flatter, you'll end up losing the position that was within reach. Let's not talk about that in front of the child. Mentioning this matter made Gu Jianjun feel a bit uncomfortable. He picked up his chopsticks ready to eat when his phone suddenly rang. My, is it the vice factory director's call? He recognized it because the names, titles, and photos of the officials in the mechanical factory were displayed on a board outside the cafeteria. Gu Jianjun naturally had it stored in his phone. Hello, Director Li. Is there a problem with the new batch of parts in the workshop? No, Lao Gu, congratulations. Laughter came from the other end of the line. The factory director just called me saying that the former director of the workshop you work in was not responsible and lacked capability. Thus, they specifically want to promote you, an experienced and skilled old employee. Gu Jianjun's rough old face gradually flushed with excitement, and he hardly heard the rest of the conversation, continuously saying good, good, good. After hanging up, he beamed as he waved his phone at Gu Yin and Zhao Wanjun, his mouth nearly unable to close. Did you see? As long as you have real skills, there will always be a day to shine. You have potential. Zhao the Empress rolled her eyes at him, then happily went to get the hidden wine, pouring 2 ounces for Gu Jianjun. Today you can drink a bit. Once it's gone, it's gone. Gu Yin watched his dad's pleased expression. Although he knew it was due to the system, it didn't hinder his happiness for his dad's fulfillment of wishes. However, Gu Yin quickly felt he couldn't stay at home any longer. On the first day of National Day, his dad was joyfully sharing about his promotion. By the second day, Zhao the Empress also began to show off, with both of them standing in front of Gu Yin, urging him to join in their excitement. By the third day, the couple seemed to feel that Gu Yin was a bit in their way, starting to ask him to tidy up the doghouse and not stay at home all day, but to go out for a stroll. Thus, Gu Yin stood on the lively street on his mountain bike, momentarily unsure of where to go. Has Mr. Gu been kicked out of the house? Let's go for a stroll together. Gu Yin made an appointment with Jiang Ro at an ice cream shop, bought a double-layer cream chocolate ice cream, and sat stylishly at the entrance, gazing at the bustling street filled with people and cars. The phone rang again. It was Tao's call. Damn, Lao Gu, you didn't tell me you were back during the National Day holiday. If I hadn't run into that idiot Wan Juanhao today, I wouldn't have known you were already back in Xiqing. Where are you now? It's too far, don't come over. Hurry up, I want to admire the handsome face of Gu the Great. Gu Yin glanced at the nearby bus stop and told Tao the address. Damn, him nearby, wait for me, I'm coming right now. Just after hanging up the phone, Gu Yin hadn't licked his ice cream twice when a silly figure with dyed yellow hair came rushing in. Tao, why did you dye your hair? Of course, to attract girls, the cute girls like my style. Tao plopped down and had the staff make him an ice cream like Gu Yan's. After a long while of gazing, he finally managed to spit out a sentence. Damn, you seem to be even more handsome. You're almost surpassing me. Go play somewhere else. By the way, Lao Gu, what are you doing here? Tao comfortably licked the ice cream handed to him by the waiter. Waiting for someone. A guy or a girl? My girlfriend. Tao suddenly stopped his actions, retracting his tongue with a surprised look. Damn, you have a girlfriend. Is it someone I know? Or did you manage to win over Li Xiaoshuang? In his impression, Gu Yin liked Li Xiaoshuang so much, otherwise why would he confess to her in the second year of high school? Moreover, both of them were in the same city. Gu Yin looked towards the street outside. Not her. Is there someone more beautiful than my class flower? Does your school not have beautiful girls? It does. I'm currently pursuing one. Tao ran his hand through his dyed yellow hair. What do you think? Isn't it cool? I will have my dad buy me a second-hand motorcycle to park under the teaching building later. Then you'll get expelled. Tao shook his head, bringing the topic back. You really didn't pursue Li Xiaoshuang. What a pity. I heard Wan Juanhao say there's a gathering this afternoon. Did he tell you? Wan Juanhao probably didn't want Gu Yin to show up. How could he possibly notify him? However, even if he really invited him, Gu Yin didn't want to go. Forget it, I'm with my girlfriend, no time. Tao squinted as if discovering a secret. I think you are lying. You must be feeling guilty and don't dare to meet Li Xiaoshuang. Then he was slapped by Gu Yin. Hurry up, aren't you going to join their gathering? If the meeting is far, you should go quickly. Oh, don't wait until mealtime to arrive. Do you think I came here for no reason? Tao looked at the time. The agreed time was indeed approaching. Generally, the process was for a bunch of people to gather first, then stroll around nearby, and finally head to the reserved restaurant for dinner. Just as he stood up, not yet out of the store, a Didi taxi stopped at the street side. The car door opened, and the first to step out was a pair of long, fair, and shining legs. After the white high heels steadied, Jiang Ro, wearing a floral dress with lace, finally emerged from the car. From a distance, she waved at Gu Yan. Lao Gu. She. Shirtao looked at the youthful and sexy Jiang Ro, stuttering as he tried to speak. It was no wonder Shirtao appeared this way. Jiang Ro had dressed up particularly when she stepped out, looking not only bright and attractive, but her skin was so tender it seemed to be dripping with water. This is my girlfriend Jiang Ro. This is my good buddy Shirtao from high school. Gu Yan introduced the two to each other, and it took Shirtao a long while to tear his gaze away from Jiang Rao's pretty face, taking a deep breath. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Rao's bright almond eyes sparkled, her face filled with joy. Aren't you going to the gathering? Gu Yan began to urge. I am going. Shirtao replied excitedly as he left. Now, he had something to boast about at the gathering. After sending off his good buddy, Gu Yan asked Jiang Ro what flavor of ice cream she wanted. She hesitated for a moment, shyly saying that she couldn't eat anything cold for the next few days. By the way, where are you taking me to play? After leaving the store, Gu Yan hopped on his mountain bike and patted the back seat. Let's go to No. 2 Middle School for a stroll. I'll follow your lead. Jiang Ro brushed off her back and carefully sat on the back seat, wrapping her arms around Gu Yan's waist, raising her little fist. Let's go, Mr. Gu. Soon the boy rode his bike with the beautiful girl through the bustling streets. In the noisy and lively street, the cheerful laughter of girls mixed in from time to time. A somewhat balding middle-aged man by the roadside looked at this scene with envy on his face. This is what you— An old mountain bike carried Jiang Ro, who nestled closer against the broad back of the boy as they sped through the bustling streets, her fingers tightening around his abdomen through the fabric. Along the way, it was mostly Jiang Ro talking, her small mouth chattering about some amusing stories from her time at No. 1 Middle School. Soon Gu Yan pressed the brakes amidst her laughter as they approached the gates of an old junior and senior high school. City No. 2 Middle School. It had been some time since its last renovation when Gu Yan was in the first year. Returning just a month later, he felt as if his alma mater stood before him like an aging matron, having nurtured countless children through her embrace. So this is your alma mater. Jiang Ro stepped out of the car and stood beside it, her clear eyes surveying the surroundings. Yes, Gu Yan replied as he pushed the bicycle to the school gate. Even during holidays, there were security guards on duty. Upon seeing the newly styled Gu Yan, the old guard initially did not recognize him. After a couple of questions, he suddenly burst into laughter. Gu Yan, it's only been a short time since you graduated, and I almost didn't recognize you. Gu Yan smiled politely at him, saying, Hello, Uncle Qin. I'm back for the holidays and wanted to take a stroll around the school. Is that all right? Well, Uncle Qin hesitated. You used to be a student here, but technically it's not allowed. Uncle Qin, let us in. I promise we are just taking a walk. Are you suggesting that you want to do something else? The old guard eyed the two warily. Jiang Ro suddenly opened her bag and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, which were not expensive, about 30-something yuan a pack. Rules are rules, but since Gu Yan is a good student, you can go in. Uncle Qin took the cigarettes, opened the retractable gate, and casually sat down in the guard room to light one up. You've become clever. Jiang Ro tilted her small face up, saying, It's thanks to Mr. Gus' good teaching. That day when Zhao Xian rode back to school in Gu Yan's Mercedes, she had seen Gu Yan give cigarettes to the security guard. Where did you get the cigarettes? Gu Yan asked curiously as he rode the bicycle forward. From my dad. I have more. Jiang Ro continued to rummage through her bag and quickly shoved another pack into Gu Yan's pants pocket. I knew you smoked, so I secretly took 2 packs. As they approached the main teaching buildings, to be honest, City No. 2 Middle School's teaching blocks were quite old. The white outer walls were peeling in many places with mottled green moss and black stains left by water. Jiang Ro found it hard to imagine that someone as wealthy as Gu Yan would actually study here. Of course, she understood that some questions were best left unasked, as bringing them up might be awkward. Feel free to ask me anything. Gu Yan looked at the familiar buildings around him, a hint of joy swelling in his heart. How did Mr. Gu know what I wanted to ask? It's written all over your face. Jiang Rao's face flushed red, and she quickly shook her head, asserting, absolutely not. Gu Yan had originally wanted to go upstairs to take a look, but unfortunately the stairway had been locked. Regrettably, he pushed the mountain bike back, with Jiang Ro following silently, knowing that he was immersed in memories of his junior and senior high school days. As they exited the school gate, Gu Yan patted the back seat of the bike. Thank you for accompanying me here. I'll treat you to dinner, Miss Jiang. Where shall we eat? Somewhere bustling with the aromas of everyday life. Before long, the two rode their bikes away from City No. 2 Middle School, retracing their steps back to the previous ice cream shop, then turned into an alley. Amidst Jiang Rao's exclamations, they rushed out onto the street on the other side. The sounds of people mingled with various enticing aromas filled the air. This was the City night market. As it approached 5 o'clock, various snack stalls had begun to set up along the roadside. The stall owners arranged tables and chairs and cheerfully beckoned a couple to come in and have a seat. Zhang Ro followed Gu Yan as they strolled down the narrow street, her almond-shaped eyes blinking at the array of barbecue racks and small snacks, in steamers, some familiar, others new to her. As they passed a stall, she suddenly stepped back, her eyes fixed on the vendor as he shaped the cooked syrup into a lively little rabbit. Do you want to eat it? Gu Yan pointed at the sugar rabbit. Zhang Ro pulled her gaze away, turning to look at Gu Yan, her eyes filled with resolute determination. There's too much sugar, but will make you gain weight. How childish. We are college students now. What will others think if they see us with sugar art on the street? Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Moments later, Zhang Ro walked ahead, holding the newly shaped peacock sugar art, her small tongue occasionally licking it, turning back to offer it to Gu Yan, who was looking quite displeased. Want a bite? Didn't you say even dogs wouldn't eat it? Zhang Ro exclaimed, and then linked her arm through Gu Yan's, raising the sugar art with a sly smile. Dogs don't eat it, but I do. As she waved the sugar art before Gu Yan, he suddenly opened his mouth to take a bite. Zhang Ro stared wide-eyed at the peacock sugar art that had lost its head. Aren't you the one who said you wouldn't eat it? Did I ever say that? Gu Yan paused, glancing sideways at his girlfriend. Dogs don't eat it, but I do. You owe me, I want to eat it back. Zhang Ro pointed at a supermarket by the street, and the two parked their bicycles in front of the supermarket under the watchful gaze of the security camera. Upon entering the supermarket, Zhang Ro seemed to have a natural talent for picking tasty snacks. Her bright, clear eyes could lock onto delectable treats, tossing bag after bag into the shopping cart. However, Gu Yan noticed that the snacks Zhang Ro picked were all inexpensive. It looked like a lot, but when counted it barely totaled 30 yuan. As they were about to check out, Zhang Ro casually picked up a square box from the counter. Gu Yan was momentarily taken aback. What do you need that for? To eat, Zhang Ro asked, puzzled. Eat? Not only was Gu Yan surprised, but the cashier was also stunned. Little girl, this isn't something meant for eating. Why can't you eat chewing gums? Zhang Ro held up the neatly boxed item Okamoto. When did this brand of chewing gum appear? Turning it over, she saw the words Okamoto followed by a line of smaller text, and her face instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Feeling the stares of those around her, she became mortified on the spot. I saw it wrong. Zhang Ro stammered, quickly stuffing the box back onto the nearby shelf and awkwardly rushing outside. Gu Yan came out after checking out, hanging the snack bags on the front of the bike, gazing at her with a half smile. Don't look at me like that. Zhang Ro covered her face, her ears flushed, her moist lips pouting. Who told them to package it so much like chewing gum? And place it under the gum shelf. Let's go, no one knows you here. Let's see what else there is to eat. As he spoke, Gu Yan pushed the front of the bike, one hand reaching out to take Zhang Rouse as they walked back into the bustling night market street. Meanwhile, 2 streets away at a restaurant named Ju Kalu, a group of 8 or 9 people, all around 18 or 19 years old, entered the reserved private room and took their seats. Sure, Tao, did you come alone? After taking their seats, Tang, dressed in a little dress, quietly asked the nearby boy with dyed yellow hair, who looked somewhat scruffy. Ahem. Wang Junhao suddenly coughed twice. As the initiator of this gathering, everyone paid attention, and the previously whispering group fell silent. Seeing the gazes of his old classmates, including that important girl's, he proudly poured himself a glass of beer. Let's toast to our reunion. Cheers. It was only after leaving high school for university and meeting new friends that I realized how important old classmates and good friends from high school truly are. Therefore, no matter how long the time passes or how far the distance grows, I hope we never forget each other. And Wang Junhao raised his glass, stealing a glance at Li Xiaoshuang, who was glumly holding her cup, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed towards the door of the private room. At that moment, the others at the table also rose. Junhao, you're really becoming more and more impressive. Of course I am impressive, and my dad runs a factory. After graduation, I won't have to scramble for jobs like you all. Junhao, you can help out old classmates in the future. Many people after leaving high school for university have learned to flatter to some extent, and they don't feel ashamed about it. Tang Zi noticed that everyone was toasting, so she tugged at Li Xiaoshuang. Thinking about Gu Yan. Who is thinking about him? Li Xiaoshuang replied with a faint expression. She had heard Wang Junhao say that he organized this gathering specially for today, and thinking Gu Yan would come, she had put on makeup and even chosen a white dress, only to find that he had not yet arrived. Since their last encounter at Nanda, she had not been in contact with Gu Yan. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that Tang Zi was interfering, not exactly interfering, but strategizing for her, pushing the boy too hard, which might even annoy him. Later, when they bumped into each other at the high-speed rail station, she didn't expect him to turn and leave. He had truly changed, becoming so cruel. Back in high school, he had liked her so much, but now he wouldn't even give her the chance to speak a word. At that time, I rejected you because I didn't want to distract you. Oh, otherwise, how could you have the opportunity to excel and get into Nanjing University? Why couldn't you understand my sincere intentions? At this moment the door to the private room suddenly creaked open, and hearing the noise Li Xiaoshuang immediately lifted her gaze, her eyes instantly lighting up before dimming again. A tall, thin, unfamiliar boy walked in. "Juanhao, long time no see. Come on over and sit down, I saved a spot for you." Wan Juanhao dragged an empty chair aside and introduced to the other classmates, "This is my childhood friend, Zhu Peng, who later went to Xiqing One High School. He happens to be in the area today, so I called him over to join us for dinner. I hope you all don't mind." This gathering was organized by Wan Juanhao, so naturally, he was treating everyone. Although others felt a bit uncomfortable with an outsider joining, they could only say they had no objections. With an outsider present, the conversation at the table dwindled. Tang Zi decided to ask the question she hadn't asked Shirtao earlier. "Didn't you tell Gu Yin that there was a—" "I did inform him." Shirtao, knowing that Wan Juanhao hadn't notified Gu Yin originally, just came to enjoy a free meal, but upon discovering that Gu Yin was out on a date, he couldn't miss this chance to help his friend save face. But old Gu is busy, he's on a date with a girl. As soon as those words were spoken, the reactions at the table varied. The other classmates, unaware of the situation, instinctively glanced towards Li Xiaoshuang. "Gu Yin is so handsome, it's normal for him to have a girlfriend, right? I'm really envious of Gu Yin. At the last graduation gathering I realized that after some effort, he became that handsome. These 4 years of university might just turn him into a real heartthrob." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoshuang lowered her eyes, her grip on her cup tightening. She naturally knew who the girlfriend Shirtao was talking about. Seeing her best friend silent, Tang Zi chose to remain quiet, as well waiting for Shirtao to finish so she could change the subject. Wan Juanhao, who was treating today, also knew who that girl was, and chose not to speak up as he hadn't intended to invite Gu Yin to the gathering, fearing it would overshadow his own spotlight. The most confused was Shirtao, who noticed that the expressions of the important few didn't match the effect he intended. He simply continued, "Let me tell you, Gu Yan's girlfriend is stunningly beautiful." "How beautiful?" Wan Junhao's childhood friend, Zhu Peng, chuckled, fiddling with the lighter in his hand. "You must not have seen a truly beautiful girl to dare say that." Wan Junhao's heart skipped a beat. He knew who his childhood friend had a crush on, often mentioning the goddess from One High School. Wasn't this just giving the other party an opportunity? "Stop talking, let's just drink and enjoy this gathering. I'm teaching you about this old classmate," giving him some insight. Zhu Peng thought Wan Juanhao was supporting him, so he cleanly took out his phone and flipped through his album to find a photo he had secretly taken during physical education class in his senior year. "Look at what a beauty looks like." He displayed the photo full screen, sweeping the screen around the table with a somewhat smug expression. "This is the school flower of Xiqing One High School. What do you think? Once you compare, you realize there's no comparison at all." Wan Juanhao closed his eyes, showing a somewhat painful. The other classmates around saw the girl in the photo standing by the track, glancing back, and they were all instantly. As the photo moved to Shirtao's side, he was also stunned. "This is Gu Yan's girlfriend. Oh, she's the one I saw." Now it was Zhu Peng's turn to be dumbfounded, then he burst out laughing, nearly in tears. "Your buddy Gu Yan is actually pursuing the goddess from Xiqing One High School. Stop joking." The other classmates at the table, having seen the photo, all felt it was too stunning. Although Gu Yan was handsome, even Li Xiaoshuang, who was on a lower tier, didn't fancy him. How could such a beauty possibly like him? "If you don't believe it, fine." Shirtao saw that no one believed him, so he simply buried his head back into his food. Li Xiaoshuang and Wan Juanhao, who knew the truth, chose to remain silent, wouldn't confirming it, just be slapping themselves in the face. At that moment, as Zhu Peng was clinking glasses with Wan Juanhao, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He answered the call, and after hearing 2 sentences from the other end, his expression suddenly changed. "What happened?" Wan Juanhao asked. My goddess." Zhu Peng opened WeChat and saw the first message in his moments. He slumped down onto the chair as if all the air had been sucked out of him. She officially announced it. Wan Juanhao leaned over to take a look, and that post featured the girl he had seen at the high-speed rail station, Jiang Ro. In front of a small snack stall, Gu Yin heard the system notification sound and turned his head to look at a girl holding a skewer of lamb in one hand while taking selfies with her phone in the other. "Mr. Gu, what are you looking at?" Jiang Ro cheerfully opened her phone's moments and showed it to Gu Yin, saying, "I hope you don't mind." "How could I mind?" Gu Yin, having finished eating, walked over to settle the bill and said, "It's past 8, I'll take you home." "I can take a taxi." "No way, it's not safe for a girl to take a taxi at night." Gu Yin knew she didn't want to trouble him, but recalling news he had seen a few years ago, he felt uneasy. The two walked back to the night market, heading towards the end of the street. Along the way, Jiang Ro held a half-eaten lamb skewer, her eyes fixed on the side profile of the boy pushing the cart, filled with satisfaction. "I ate quite a bit today, I might end up with a stomachache," Gu Yin remarked as he looked ahead, unable to help but remind her. "I won't," Jiang Ro replied, patting her belly. "Zhang Xiaoyin taught me a remedy." At that moment her phone rang. Without needing to guess, she knew it was her mother, Shen Huiwan. As she answered, she immediately received a scolding, and Zhang Ro hurriedly held the phone away from her ear, sticking out her tongue at Gu Yin apologetically. I told you before, my mom is super strict. Zhang Ro, how dare you say I'm strict? What time is it? A girl should be home by now. Up ahead, Gu Yan's phone in his pocket also rang, coming from an unfamiliar number. He guessed it was likely someone delivering rewards. As he stopped, Zhang Ro, busy on the phone, accidentally bumped into his back. Oh. Zhang Ro covered her nose, which had hurt from the bump. Ro, what's wrong? A worried voice came from the phone, and Gu Yan turned to check her nose, which was slightly red. Without waiting for Zhang Ro to react, he took the phone from her hand, and under her startled gaze spoke into it. Auntie, I'll bring her back shortly. Zhang Ro stared in shock as Gu Yan hung up the phone, and then returned it to her. She held the phone with a, that was my mom. Oh no, I told her I was going out to meet a friend. Gu Yan remained silent. After Zhang Ro calmed down, he spoke again. What's your address? Ah, so soon. I'll take you home. Zhang Ro bashfully smacked her forehead. After getting on the back seat of the mountain bike, she told Gu Yin the address of Furong Community, and Gu Yin sent the address to the number he had received earlier. Then he rode off, weaving through the street under the streetlights. Half an hour later, following the address, Gu Yin stopped at the entrance of an old community. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Aside from those out for a night run, most people were already settled on their sofas watching TV. You bumped me earlier. After getting off the bike and facing separation, Zhang Ro tugged at the boy's sleeve, reluctantly asking, what will you do to compensate me? Gu Yin was amused by her pitiful look. How do you want me to compensate you? A kiss? Zhang Ro hugged Gu Yan's arm, holding the bike handle, and leaned in to peck his cheek. At that moment, this scene was spotted by a middle-aged couple walking by at night. Look at these young people, how out, the wife nodded in agreement. Back in our day, wouldn't this have been considered a crime? The husband, recalling his daughter's obedient nature, couldn't help but smile slightly. If my daughter did that, I'd beat her to death. Luckily, our Ro is well-behaved and wouldn't do such things. Wait a minute, old Jiang. Why do I feel that girl looks somewhat familiar? The couple stood frozen, and as they approached, they realized more and more that this was indeed their own well-behaved daughter. Wasn't she going out to meet a friend? How ridiculous. Jiang Chengwen rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her, but was stopped by his wife. If you go up like that, what face will Ro have left? Meanwhile, Gu Yin and Zhang Ro had parted ways, and he gently touched her face that felt like it could be pinched for water. I'll head off now. I bought some things that might arrive at your house later. Zhang Ro blinked, unable to hide her curiosity. What things? Can you tell me now? You'll find out soon. It's getting late. Fall leave first. Gu Yin waved his hand, riding off swiftly from under the streetlight at the entrance of the community, gradually disappearing into the distance. Zhang Ro. Just as Zhang Ro was staring at the direction Gu Yin had left, she was startled by a thunderous voice from behind, nearly jumping in place. Turning around, she saw Jiang Chengwen and Shun Huizhuan quickly lowering her head and tugging at her earlobe, calling out softly. Dad, Mom, what should I say to you? Was that boy just your boyfriend? The one who sent you the bag? Zhang Ro hung her head and replied with a soft yes. Forget it, old Jiang. Shun Huizhuan, while feeling angry that her daughter was being so thoughtless, couldn't scold her here in front of the security guard, saying, we'll talk about this when we get home. Old Jiang turned to leave, but then noticed his daughter hadn't followed. Ro, what are you doing? Let's go home. Wait a moment, Gu Yin said someone would send something over soon. Jiang Chengwen turned back with an annoyed expression. The delivery will be left at the security office for you to pick up tomorrow. It shouldn't be a delivery. Zhang Ro muttered softly, showing no intention of moving. Just as she wanted to argue with her parents, a black business car drove up. A man got out and made a phone call. At the same time, Zhang Rao's phone also rang. The man standing by the car quickly approached and cautiously asked Miss Jiang. Zhang Ro glanced at her parents a few steps away and nodded. That's me. Inside the car are gifts sent by Mr. Gu. Please sign for them. As he spoke, the man opened the back door of the car and pulled out a long wooden box, then carried it over to stand in front of Zhang Ro, nearly 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. Jiang Chengwen and Shun Huizhuan exchanged glances and hurried over to stand beside their daughter. Even the security guard from the security office came over. What's inside? Zhang Ro knew that Gu Yin wouldn't send anything bizarre, but this was too large. She couldn't fathom what could possibly be inside. The Youth Goddess Outfit Series, customized specifically for you by Mr. Gu. The delivery man pried open the outer layer of the wooden box, revealing a display case made entirely of transparent acrylic panels, which wasn't very heavy. Once all the wooden panels were removed, the display case contained a plastic mannequin. The mannequin was dressed in a coordinated outfit, complete with shoes and accessories, and held a bag in its hand while the base was fixed with skincare product packaging. Chanel tweed set kitten heels, Chanel mini flap bag, VCA 4-leaf clover bracelet, and Dior compass rose necklace. La Mer basic set makeup combo. The delivery man wiped his sweat, finished reading the list, and handed it to Zhang Ro for her to review. Jiang Chengwen and his wife leaned in, and upon seeing the marked prices, they gasped. The total price was nearly 100,000. The amount they saved in a year was only 100,000. Zhang Rao's hand trembled slightly as she signed, then asked the delivery man and security guard to help carry the items back home, secretly planning to give the guard a tip. After the delivery man left, Jiang Chengwen quickly closed the door. Ro, is this what he sent you? Didn't you hear it all? Still asking. Shun Huiwan looked at the mannequin and its clothes and jewelry, then sat down next to her daughter. Ro, do you know what your boyfriend's family does? Jiang Ro shook her head. It's normal for wealthy families to keep this private. But tell me, how is he in school? Faced with her mom's inquiries, Jiang Ro had no choice but to recount all she knew. It was better not to listen at once. She did. Her parents sat quietly on the sofa, neither speaking, their eyes somewhat vacant. 2 luxury cars, one costing at least 7 to 800,000, and the other even more expensive, 1,610,000. The house they had worked hard to buy back then was worth less than his first car. Suddenly having such a wealthy person enter their lives felt surreal. After a moment, Jiang Xingwen, somewhat numb, lifted his face to glance at the entire Youth Goddess series in the display case, clutching his chest as he walked into the bedroom, not forgetting to say, I need to take a moment. Don't smoke. Shun Huiwan yelled after him. She patted her daughter on the shoulder, her expression serious. Mom taught you to be a bit reserved as a girl. It's getting late. Hurry and wash up and go to bed. Oh. Jiang Ro obediently got up and quickly slipped back to her room. In the living room, Shun Huiwan sighed as she looked at the display case and took out her phone to call her sister. Hello sis, are you asleep? How's everything at home? How's Qingqing doing? Is she still the same? She's already 21. Oh, why hasn't she found a boyfriend yet? I'm telling you, our Ro has been acting up lately, secretly dating a boy at school without telling her dad and me. Exactly, that's what I said to her. At the start of the semester she should focus on her studies, but she just won't listen. What does that boy's family do? I don't know, but it should be fine. He sent Zhang Ro a Dior bag at school, and today for some reason, he sent her clothes, shoes, jewelry, and skincare products worth nearly 100,000. These kids really spend money recklessly. Today I heard Ro say that in college he had 2 luxury cars. Hello. Sis. Beep beep. The line was busy. Shun Huiwan pouted, tossed her phone aside, and walked into the bedroom. That night someone was destined to lose sleep. But she didn't care. Around 10 at night, Zhang Ro curled up under the covers, the pale glow of her phone lighting her face as her eyes sparkled while she read the messages. My Mr. Gu, you suddenly gave such a grand gift to my parents. Were quite frightened. My father's legs were trembling. As soon as the message was sent, a reply came. Do you like it? Of course. I like it. It's just too expensive. You get 100,000 a month in pocket money. Doesn't that leave you with only 2,000 this month? After sending the message, Zhang Ro switched to her e-wallet to check her balance. She then transferred 1,200. In the month since term began, roughly half of her meals had been paid for by Gu Yan. Apart from skincare and breakfast and the occasional meal with Zhao Xin and the others, she had little other expenditure. She left herself only 300 yuan and transferred the remaining 1,200 to Gu Yan. Gu Yan, don't worry, I have money. Zhang Ro, no, you must accept it. Zhang Ro, they'll keep 300 for our breakfast. The rest of the time, you can take me out to eat. Gu Yan, trying a little ploy again. Zhang Ro, haha, just a tiny trick. The transfer was accepted by Gu Yan, and Zhang Ro couldn't help but smile. On the other end, Gu Yan was well aware of such feminine little schemes. That 1,200 was all of Zhang Rao's savings this month, but it meant she could dine with him often. Though a little ploy, it was endearing rather than offensive, almost cute. Gu Yan had not yet gone to bed. His battered computer remained on the case, humming with an old familiar sound. The monitor displayed an entrepreneurship forum teeming with wild notions and chaotic startup blueprints. Since returning, Gu Yan had been browsing the posts. Most were offhand ideas, sparks of creativity that paid no heed to practical realities. When Zhang Ro messaged him, his eyes were tired, so he rested for a while and chatted with his girlfriend. Have you tried the Youth Goddess set I gave you? No, my mother sent me into my room to sleep. But through the wall, I heard her call my aunt. I thought she was complaining, but she was actually showing off to my aunt until the other side hung up in anger. Listening to Zhang Ro, Gu Yan learned that Shun Huiwan had an elder sister 3 years older who married a meat stall owner. Not well educated, but rich. Though the 2 sisters were on good terms, they inevitably compared themselves from husbands to children. One boasted about earnings, the other about education and refinement. When children arrived, the comparisons continued anew. Shun Hui's daughter, Liao Qingqing, Zhang Rao's cousin, was 21. Influenced by her mother, she pursued wealthy suitors, frequented upscale nightclubs, and spent lavishly on luxury goods to craft her image. Last year, she fell victim to a romance scam and lost over 200,000. That is why Shun Huiwan warned Zhang Ro to keep her eyes open and not imitate her cousin. Because Zhang Rao's mother had been one-up twice before, Shun Huiwan could not let it go and deliberately said Zhang Ro had found a wealthy boyfriend to vex Shun Hui. It was a very boastful display. The golden suitor that Liao Qingqing had desperately sought, Zhang Ro had apparently found on her first try. Gu Yin listened and treated it as mere gossip, not giving it much thought. Don't mind the affairs of the older generation. MM'll listen to Mr. Gu. Good, very obedient. He'll give you another gift next time. Don't waste money. Then if I give you another gift, will you still want it? Yes. After sending the word, Jiang Ro pressed the phone to her chest, curling into a ball and wriggling under the covers. She realized Gu Yin was becoming more skilled at flirting. As for gifts, who does not like them? After all, she was no ascetic saint who a touch of vanity was only natural. Gu Yin chatted a few more lines with Jiang Ro, then returned his attention to the startup forum. After skimming a few posts that seemed reasonably sane, he closed the computer in boredom. None of the ideas struck him as satisfactory or promising. He was not in a hurry. With his father's promotion and raised the family steadied his parents healthy and cheerful, he would wait until back at school to examine projects and build the platform later. The following 2 days were calm. He rode around the city with Shirtao and they visited the arcade they used to. At home, his father Gu Jianjun no longer worked overtime, but had become busier shuttling between the factory and home with a briefcase in hand. Madame Zhao still managed the household and would occasionally ask about Gu Yan's girlfriend, saying that if their relationship settled, she should be brought home to meet them. On the last day of the short holiday, Gu Yan had already bought a 3 p.m. high-speed train ticket. During that time, Tang Ziyi had texted to ask when he was leaving and what time his ticket was for. It was clear she was asking on behalf of Li Xiaoshuang. To avoid being disturbed, or to avoid meeting Li Xiaoshuang, Gu Yan had deliberately said his ticket was for 2 o'clock. After returning from outside and eating lunch, Zhao Wanjun had already packed his clothes. She even found that Land Rover key at the bottom of the suitcase. What's this? Oh, a lighter. Those are sold everywhere around the school gates. Gu Yan did not know whether his mother had tried it, but given Zhao Wanjun's temperament, she would not lightly touch his things. Besides, his mother did not know much about cars. Really? Zhao Wanjun looked at her son with suspicion. Of course. Gu Yan scooped the key from the coffee table, flipped it in his hand, and stuffed it into the suitcase. I'm off. No need to see me off. I'll take a taxi to the station. Do you have enough money on you? Zhao Wanjun walked her son to the neighborhood gate. Or wait for your father to come back, and we'll go together to the station. No need, you know how busy Dad has been recently. The book Didi arrived. After saying goodbye to Zhao Wanjun, he climbed into the back seat and set the destination for Jiang Rao's address. I'm leaving. He rolled down the window and waved to his mother by the road. The heartache he felt the first time leaving home was gone. They arrived at Furong Community, where Jiang Ro lived. She waited there with a cartoon suitcase in tow, joined by Jiang Chengwen and Shen Huiwan. Jiang Chengwen watched the young man get out to help his daughter with luggage and could not help thinking he looked like a mere stripling. Uncle Auntie, I'll just take Jiang Ro to the station. Gu Yan closed the trunk of the Didi and greeted the older couple. Shen Huijuan, unlike her husband's dour expression, inspected the young man with a beaming smile and grew increasingly pleased. She even took out her phone to snap a photo. Mom, what are you doing? The abrupt act made Jiang Ro tug at her mother's hand, and she scolded in a coquettish tone. Don't ask so many questions, hurry and get in with Xiao Gu. Jiang Ro gave her boyfriend an apologetic look. Gu Yan smiled indifferently. It's fine, let's go. Not long after the two left, Shen Huiwan sent the photo to her sister Shen Hui, tapping the virtual keyboard with a speed that belied her age. This is the boyfriend Ro found, who knows what she sees in him. His looks are passable, and his height is acceptable. The young man is very young, but his bearing and manners are quite good, clearly well brought up. Sister, what do you... On the way back, Shen Huiwan stared at the chat marked red, but unanswered, imagining the person on the other end throwing things in a rage. Wife, what are you laughing at? Jiang Chengwen asked, watching his wife giggle over her phone. Don't get into online romances. I am too old to endure it. What are you thinking? Shen Huiwan rolled her eyes, and in a cheerful mood took her husband's hand. Let's go home first, later we'll buy groceries, and he'll cook something delicious tonight. The Didi arrived at the high-speed rail station. Gu Yan and Jiang Ro each lugged a suitcase, timed the security check, and found 2 adjacent window seats, F13 and D12. They had just stowed their luggage and settled down when 2 figures came and sat opposite them. Gu Yan looked up and his expression froze. Jiang Ro frowned slightly and instinctively moved closer to her boyfriend. Across from them, Tang Zi smiled and greeted, "Hello, nice to see you again." Beside her at the window sat Li Xiaoshuang, who stared at Gu Yan without blinking. "How come you two are here?" "I guessed it." Tang Zi leaned back to get comfortable. "You said 2 o'clock. I figured you'd lie, so I picked the train an hour later." Gu Yan's face went cold and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn. He felt as if these two had suddenly grown brains and become cunning. The high-speed train heading to Nanjiang slowly began to move. Gu Yan turned his gaze to the window, watching the platforms drift by. He couldn't understand how those two knew he would buy a ticket for the 3 o'clock train, yet they conveniently sat opposite him. "Don't mind it." Jiang Ro leaned closer, whispering gently in his ear, "It's only 4 hours, you just take a nap, and we'll be there." Opposite them, Li Ziaxuang's expression darkened as she watched Gu Yan and the beautiful girl named Jiang Rou sitting so closely together. Her mood had soured since she saw Jiang Rou get on the train. She couldn't add Gu Yan as a friend on WeChat, nor could she frequently ask her best friend to speak on her behalf. If she overdid it, she might even get blocked by Tang Jie. As for phone calls, that was out of the question, as she had long been blocked. Sometimes she wondered why Gu Yan was so ruthless towards her. Even if he rejected her, he could at least be an ordinary friend. In truth, seeing Gu Yan face to face today made her very happy. However, seeing the girl named Jiang Rou next to him dampened her spirits. Gu. Li Xiaoshuang opened her mouth. Just as the first word escaped, Jiang Rou suddenly let out a soft laugh. Mr. Gu, I just heard an interesting rap, you should listen to it. She pulled out a Bluetooth earbud from her left ear and gently placed it into Gu Yan's right ear, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like crescent moons. How is it? Isn't it interesting? In reality, it was just an average rap lacking originality. Gu Yan understood her intentions and nodded with a smile, playing along. It's indeed pleasant to listen to. Shuang Gu Yan Jiang Rou, I have some raisins here. Tang Jie noticed the awkward atmosphere and decided to break the silence. She took out some raisins that she had washed before boarding and invited Gu Yan and Jiang Rou to join her. Li Xiaoshuang ignored her, biting her lower lip, her gaze fixated on Gu Yan, who was leaning his head against Jiang Rou's. Thank you. Gu Yan politely nodded back at Tang Jie. He actually didn't dislike her, firstly because they were old classmates, and secondly he understood that she was in a difficult position, so he didn't want to make things hard for her. She seems to be quite persistent about you. Jiang Rou whispered close to Gu Yan's head. Don't mind her. Humph, just thinking about how she's not giving up on my boyfriend makes my competitive spirit flare up. After saying this, Jiang Rou suddenly grabbed some raisins and delicately fed them to Gu Yan. Is Mr. Gu not eating? Do you want me to feed you? Gu Yan closed his eyes, his toes tightening in his shoes, but he still slightly parted his lips to allow the raisins to be fed into his mouth. Opposite, Li Xiaoshuang's fists clenched tightly. Mr. Gu, the Youth Goddess series you bought me yesterday was almost too much to fit in my suitcase. Those things are so expensive. Folding them up in the suitcase made my heart ache, and my mom scolded me for wasting money. Goodness, Jiang Rou was clearly employing the tactics of Shun Huizhuan, making Gu Yan's usually stern face break into a smile. So expensive. Gu Yan bought Jiang Rou more gifts. A suitcase full of them. Li Xiaoshuang nearly couldn't help but stand up. She had been thinking that as long as she encountered Gu Yan on the high-speed train and found a chance for the two of them to talk privately, she could explain the misunderstanding from their second year of high school. As long as they could forget the unpleasantness from that time, they could still be good together. At that point, she could be his girlfriend, and even if they weren't in the same school, she could come to accompany him every week. They could go shopping together, watch movies together, and go to amusement parks together. Moreover, girls can be a little capricious. Back then, she was only a little willful towards him and had never been so with other boys, which showed she had feelings for him. As she held these thoughts back, almost ready to speak them aloud, Gu Yan closed his eyes and leaned against Jiang Rou, drifting off to sleep. Infuriated, Li Xiaoshuang plopped back down. Tang Jie, not siding with anyone, sent a text to Li Xiaoshuang on WeChat. Shuang, it's really time to let. Hearing the notification, Li Xiaoshuang looked down at her phone and quickly replied, no, but Gu Yan is already with Jiang Rou. So what? He liked me in his second year. I was the first girl to confess to him. Haven't you heard that first loves are the most cherished memories? But you never dated him. A crush counts as a first love. Seeing Li Ziaxuang's resolute reply, Tang Jie felt that she was beyond help. She wanted to tell her that her opponent was Jiang Rou, the renowned school beauty of Xiqingnou, one high school, who was currently sitting beside Gu Yan as his girlfriend. What could she possibly compete with? But she didn't dare to say that to Li Xiaoshuang. Given Li Ziaxuang's current state, if she spoke those words, they might end up not even being best friends anymore. After 3 years of friendship, Tang Jie could not possibly give up. While the two were chatting on their phones, messages from their high school classmates group on WeChat kept popping up. The news about the school beauty of Xiqingnou, one high school becoming Gu Yan's girlfriend, backed by multiple sources, finally spread during their travels today. This caused a stir among the bored high school classmates on the train. The school beauty of Xiqingnou, one high school. Is she more beautiful than our class, Li Xiaoshuang? What? You guys don't know? I was there. I turned around and got a photo of the school beauty from a friend at Xiqingnou, one high school. Take a good look. Suddenly, a photo of Jiang Rou in her school uniform talking to a teacher at the classroom door popped up in the group. The boys in the group instantly erupted, even those who usually stayed silent. Gu Yan is living so well now. Those legs are so long. Damn, I envy that guy Gu Yan. On the day of our high school graduation gathering, seeing him transform, I knew he would definitely be remarkable. More and more people started speaking up, and the chat group quickly reached 99. Even the old class monitor Jiang Zhuang chimed in. Jiang Zhuang, he's indeed remarkable now. He's driving a Range Rover. This statement instantly brought the heated group chat to a halt. What does it mean? Gu Yan drives a Range Rover. The group fell silent for a moment, then classmates frantically typed to ask Jiang Zhuang what was going on. Perhaps they all went to private chats. The group gradually fell silent, with many thinking it was too absurd. Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Ji, who had exited the chat group, had seen Gu Yan's financial power with their own eyes. Who would have thought that the boy who was not yet 19 had already owned 2 cars and an apartment? At this time, most boys were either in class skipping class to play games or overflowing with hormones chasing after girls. Only that one person had transformed after graduating from high school, going from someone who always wore patched-up uniforms with messy hair to becoming a shining star on the Nanda campus. Both Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Ji knew very well that this boy was unique. Once missed, there would be no second chance. Even if they later dated other boys, they would subconsciously compare them to him in various situations. Unknowingly, the 2 girls thought of many things, and Tang Ji also understood Li Xiaoshuang's persistence. But so what? You were the one who rejected him first. For hours quickly passed. After the high-speed train stopped, Jiang Ro gently nudged Gu Yan awake. He didn't even glance at Li Xiaoshuang, and after retrieving his suitcase, said goodbye to Tang He before leaving the carriage with Jiang Ro. Once outside the train station, Li Xiaoshuang followed them out. Gu Yan, can we be friends? The Gu Yan, dragging his luggage, paused and looked at Jiang Ro beside him. He patted her head and turned his face slightly softly, saying, maybe not, I'm afraid my girlfriend might misunderstand. After finishing, he waved goodbye and walked straight to the parking lot. Soon Li Xiaoshuang and Tang Ji, who stood still, watched as the black Range Rover paid the fee and drove away from the train station, merging into the bustling street. Xuan, it's okay. It's just a guy, the next one will be even better. Tang Ji pulled out a tissue and handed it to her best friend. Li Xiaoshuang took the tissue and nodded silently, leaving the station with Tang Ji. She knew that this star was too dazzling among her peers, shining so brightly that others seemed dim in comparison. Unfortunately, this star did not belong to her. After hastily having dinner on a street near the high-speed railway station, Gu Yan drove Jiang Ro back to the side gate of Nanda. Throughout the journey, the girl sat in the passenger seat, stretching her legs and tapping away on her phone, occasionally swiping back and forth on the screen. Although Gu Yan was driving, he found it strange that the usually chatty girl was silent, engrossed in her phone. Why have you been quiet since getting in the car? The girl seemed startled by the sudden question, hurriedly pressing her phone against her chest, her gaze evasively shifting to the window. Gu Yan glanced at her, frowning slightly as he pulled the car over to the side of the road. I noticed you seemed distracted during dinner. Is it because of Li Xiaoshuang? Upon hearing the name Li Xiaoshuang, Jiang Ro seemed to come alive, her eyes filled with determination. If I'm now Gu Yan's girlfriend, I won't be afraid of her. Then what were you doing in the car? Jiang Ro shyly handed over her phone, pulling her legs up and curling up in her seat as she whispered, I wanted to sell the Dior bag you gave me on Xinyu. Why? Do you need money? Gu Yan's expression turned cold as he looked at the bag that was already listed for sale, his frown deepening. I don't need it. Jiang Ro quickly shook her head, counting on her slender fingers. I just think your expenses must be quite high. Even with the 1,200 I transferred to you, it wouldn't be enough. A bag worth 18,000. I calculated I could sell it for 15,000. Gu Yan returned the phone to her quietly, watching Jiang Ro lean back against the seat, counting the money she would need for October, warmth gradually filling his heart. You come from a rich family, so socializing is inevitable. You can't expect your friends to eat at roadside stalls. While the girl spoke, Gu Yan handed his phone over to her. Look. Jiang Ro lowered her gaze, landing on the payment balance screen on the phone, her eyes widening at the long string of numbers. 310,000. There was also a message below about 100,000 transfer. It was the monthly allowance sent by the system on October 1st. This. So much money. Jiang Ro covered her mouth in surprise, looking up at Gu Yan. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly pressed her phone, taking down the bag she had just listed, then patted her chest, releasing a breath. Good thing I know my Gu Yan isn't short on money, otherwise I would have to sell everything I own. Gu Yan couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to flick her forehead. Oh, that hurts. The girl pouted pitifully, covering her forehead. Next time you mustn't sell the things I give you. Oh, got it. Jiang Ro rubbed her forehead obediently, in response the smile at the corner of her mouth, revealing her happiness. Once the car was on the move again, Jiang Ro returned to her usual self, chattering endlessly next to Gu Yan. With only 2 streets left, she almost revealed everything about her family. It was already 8 o'clock. After giving a cigarette to the security guard at the side gate and receiving a respectful look, Gu Yan parked the Land Rover and took Jiang Rao's suitcase to her dorm. The dorm bed hadn't been occupied for 7 days, and it was unknown how much dust had settled. At the girls' dormitory downstairs, they happened to run into Zhao Xian, who had just returned with some snacks. Upon seeing Gu Yan and Jiang Ro, this loudmouth rushed over excitedly, grabbing Jiang Ro to chat. Roro, it feels like it's been forever since we last met. Why are you only back at school now? Xiqing is quite far from here, and besides my Gu Yin didn't want to come so early. Alright, you go back to the dorm with Zhao Xian. Okay. Zhang Ro tiptoed over and pecked Gu Yin on the lips before entering the dorm building with Zhao Xian. After sending off his girlfriend, Gu Yin walked back through the street lamps to the boys' dormitory. At this time, there were still quite a few students returning to school who greeted him. Upon opening the door to 502, a foul smell mixed with the odor of stinky socks hit him. Gu Yin covered his mouth and nose, stepping back toward the door. Lu Ping, what have you done in the dorm? The others in the dorm, like Qin Mu, Zhao Jin, Chen Qin, and Chun Xian, had all arrived in the afternoon, lying on their beds like biological specimens. On Lu Ping's desk, instant noodle cups were piled up to 20 centimeters. It seemed he had spent most of the past 7 days eating instant noodles in the dorm. Under the sink, a plastic basin was soaking a few pairs of hard socks. Father is back. Lu Ping had just come out of the bathroom, tossing aside the broom in his hand, and hurriedly hearing this, the others sat up from their beds, especially Qin Mu, who leaped off his bed like he was serving an emperor, taking Gu Yan's suitcase. If you have something to say, just say it. Nothing. Who has something? We warmly welcome Gu Xiao back to dorm 5. Gu Yan felt slightly overwhelmed and couldn't help but laugh as he scolded lightly, while taking out his clothes and hanging them in the wardrobe. Don't make a fuss like this, just act like before. Definitely. If we let anyone know about Gu Xiao's identity, we wouldn't even have soup to drink. The seemingly fawning remarks were actually Gu Yan's understanding that they were joking among friends. After tidying up for a while, Gu Yan organized his bed and lay down directly. Only then did he understand why Qin Mu and the others didn't clean up. After sitting in a car for several hours, no one felt like moving. Opening his phone, Zhang Ro sent a message asking if he had returned to the dorm. After replying to her text, Gu Yan subconsciously clicked on the girl's profile picture, allowing him to see her moments. The most recent post was a selfie of her with a sleeping Gu Yan on the high-speed train. Scrolling down was the announcement for the night market that day, which had received many likes and comments, mostly from boys, likely from Xiqing No. One high school. Some were blessings, some were envious, and there were even some unpleasant remarks. Gu Yan usually didn't delve into others' moments, but for some reason, he couldn't stop scrolling. Moments. Zhang Ro, Gu Yan looks so good when he sleeps. His shoulders are so broad and my face is so small. The accompanying image was indeed that selfie from the high-speed train. Zhang Ro, today Gu Yan took me out for a stroll. He rode a bicycle while I sat at the back. Passers-by were all looking at us, and he has abs. Zhang Ro, today we kissed and held hands for the first time in my life. I was so nervous, but his hand is so warm, I felt completely enveloped by him and didn't want to let go. Gu Yan knew these posts were in reverse order, but seeing the girl's words, he gradually became entranced from his previous expressionless state. Zhang Ro, September 6th, that boy actually agreed to date me. Oh my god, I have a boyfriend. Zhang Ro, September 3rd, I really feel a connection. That boy on the high-speed train happens to be in the same dorm as my roommate's boyfriend. What should I do? I want to pursue him. Gu Yan pressed down the ripples in his heart and liked each of her posts. Let's just call you Zhang Wan from now. He murmured softly, exiting moments and closing WeChat, then closed his eyes, beginning to think about his entrepreneurial project. He wasn't short on money, but he needed to build a platform for the future so others wouldn't doubt his identity. There was no choice. From the very beginning, people spread rumors about him being a rich second generation, and once that spread, it was too late for him to clarify. Entrepreneurial projects. In this era, many businesses are basically saturated, making it hard to carve out a niche unless you have extensive connections and capital to burn, seizing market share from competitors. With Gu Yan's current wealth, it was evident that he couldn't do that. Finding Li Weidong. It was clear that he wouldn't get involved. Aside from Gu Yan, no one's money came easy. Socializing over meals was one thing, but investing in business was another. At this moment, Gu Yan suddenly recalled Zhang Ro's mention of selling second-hand bags in the car. Second-hand. Recycling. Others were already doing this business. But what if the items collected weren't second-hand? Gu Yan seized this glimmer of inspiration and racked his brain for ideas, catching a glimpse of the pile of instant noodle cups on Lu Ping's desk out of the corner of his eye. Recycling usable waste. If he utilized the internet to create a small program leveraging WeChat as a daily communication platform without requiring users to download an app, could that work? While Gu Yan was deep in thought on the girl's dormitory side, Zhang Ro was opening her suitcase. One by one, the goddess-like outfits, jewelry, dresses, and bags were taken out and neatly placed on the desk. The other girls looked on, their eyes wide with envy, their mouths agape. In the girls' dormitory room 322, a group of girls gathered in a circle. Zhang Ro carefully took out a Chanel tweed dress, a pair of light pink kitten heels, and a Chanel mini flap bag from her suitcase, placing them gently on the desk. Ro, I've seen this brand before. It's the same as the perfume you have. Chanel. Zhao Xian vividly remembered the last perfume. The glaring logo was unmistakable, and at their age, owning a luxury item was enviable enough. Did you buy so much this time? Zhang Xiaoyin had just grabbed a spicy snack and took a step back, fearing that she might accidentally scuff Jiang Rao's new kitten heels, sucking her fingers and saying, "Sister Ro, you're so lucky. Need a charm? I can help you with meals for you and Gu Xiao." Although it was a joke, it didn't prevent Jiang Ro from indulging in a bit of vanity. "I can't afford to keep such a charm. It would make me broke. I only have 300 yuan on me. This month, I can only eat with Gu Yan." "Ugh." Wang Yu pretended to gag. "You're going to make me burst. I can't take it anymore. I need to exercise to I thought you were pregnant." Zhao Xian laughed. The three girls joked around, and upon seeing Jiang Ro continue to take things out of her suitcase, exchanged glances. "Wait, Ro, do you have more?" "Yes, a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet, and a Dior Compass rose necklace." Jiang Ro shook 2 boxes, having tried these items at home during the last 2 days of the long holiday, but didn't wear them out for fear of scaring her high school friends who came to visit. However, after that night, the security in the community spread the news of her relationship with a wealthy boyfriend to half the neighborhood. Originally, she wanted to leave her jewelry and bags at home and only take skincare products and dresses back to school, but was scolded by Shun Huizhuan, who implied that many in the neighborhood already knew and leaving them at home might attract thieves. After all, it was an old neighborhood, and the security guards were in their 50s with limited safety conditions. If they knew she had these items, desperate gamblers and addicts might come to try their luck. Things were different at school. Students who could get into Nanda had a high IQ, and the more legal knowledge they had, the less likely they were to steal such valuable items. From head to toe in Chanel, and you even bought a necklace and bracelet, Sister Ro. How are we supposed to find boyfriends in the future? Girls tend to be more sensitive. Having a good friend with an exceptionally excellent boyfriend inevitably leads to subconscious comparisons when they look for partners. I still want to find a boyfriend in college, but now I'm doomed. I definitely won't be able to. Wang Yu, somewhat indifferent, saw Jiang Ro pull out a set of La Mer skincare products and a makeup set, and her earlier excitement instantly waned. "It's really possible you won't find one." Zhao Xian looked in astonishment at the pile of items filling the desk. Ro, did Gu Yan buy all this?" "Yes." Jiang Ro smiled smugly. "He bought it. It's called the Youth Goddess set, and when it was delivered there was a display cabinet that shocked my parents." "How much?" Zhang Xiaoyin gulped, staring at the pile of items. 98,000, almost 100,000. Jiang Ro recalled something, a shy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "On the way back, I thought Gu Yan had spent all his living expenses for the month, so I was going to sell the Dior bag he gave me previously on a second-hand platform." "What happened next?" Zhao Xian asked curiously, as if she were listening to a romantic novel. "He opened his phone and showed me his balance. I hurriedly withdrew the bag from the platform and stopped selling it." "Can you tell us Gu Xiao's balance? We want to see how much pocket money a rich person has." Seeing the curious expressions of the girls, Jiang Ro changed her tone. "It's a secret, I can't say." She wasn't foolish enough to reveal her boyfriend's financial background casually, as it was something she needed to protect. "Wait, did you just say that when Gu Yan gave you gifts it shocked your parents?" Zhao Xian seemed to catch on her expression, slowly turning surprised, revealing a look of shock. "Have you met your parents?" "Not exactly." Jiang Ro smiled serenely and relaxed while organizing the luxury items on her desk and putting them into the wardrobe, saying, "During the holiday, Gu Yan rode a bike to take me home, and we ran into my parents at the community entrance when the gifts were delivered, so my parents were also present." As she spoke, Jiang Rao's face flushed slightly. "If you want to say he met them, that would be Gu Yan, but it was evident that my mom was very pleased with him." "Of course she would be pleased. Your boyfriend is tall and handsome, has a good personality, and is wealthy, someone you can't find even with a lantern." Zhang Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled like stars. "If my boyfriend were like that, my parents would probably treat him." In the dormitory, Lin Yunju was also present, watching her roommates surround Jiang Ro without participating. During this short holiday, she had been focusing on self-improvement, reading many books on etiquette and practicing yoga at home every day. During this time, Chen Xian not only called her, but also asked a former high school classmate to message her, hoping for her forgiveness. He even came to her house twice, only to be sent away by her parents. The more this happened, the more Lin Yunju felt disgusted by Chen Xian's behavior. When Jiang Ro took out the luxury items from the suitcase called the Youth Goddess series, her previously calm demeanor, hearing Zhang Xiaoyin's exclamation, she couldn't help but shift her gaze from the phone screen to the pile of gifts on the desk, nearly worth 100,000 yuan. They were even more valuable than the bag, dress, and perfume she had received before. Gu Yan had also met Jiang Rao's parents. How could this be? Despite feeling very resentful, Lin Yunju restrained that impulse. She couldn't think that relying on her looks would make Gu Yan fall for her, as Jiang Ro's beauty and figure were formidable. She didn't say a word, keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Ro's every move, and then quietly snapped a photo of Jiang Ro with her phone, sending it to a group on her secondary WeChat account. Unaware of anything, Jiang Ro finished tidying her bed and finally had time to check her phone, opening WeChat to see Gu Yan's likes on her moment, smiling as if she had eaten honey. "Mr. Gu, I was just chatting about you with my roommates." Gu Yin, nestled in his blanket watching videos, saw Jiang Rao's message and quickly replied, "What were you discussing?" "Secrets among girls that boys can't guess." The two chatted for a while, but the lights in the dormitory went out, and the group of boys who had just finished the holiday and were used to staying up late to play games instantly wailed. "Going to sleep, time to improve my schedule." "Are you running tomorrow?" "Yes, I can't slack off on my fitness." "Good, mister. Gu, you need to get fit. I want to feel those abs." "Sleep. Good night." After exchanging goodnights, Gu Yin put his phone under his pillow, listening to Qin Mu in the dark bragging about how he had won over a beautiful girl preparing to start dating, while his mind wandered to the project about recycling usable garbage. "Tomorrow I'll ask if anyone knows a computer science student. I need to find out how much it costs to make a small program." After determining the first step, he would consider the second step of investigation. As dawn broke, while the others in the dormitory remained silent, Gu Yin had already changed into his sportswear and tied the pair of Adidas sneakers that Jiang Rou had bought for him. He rushed straight to the playground. As he was running his second lap, Duan Yuzhu and two senior students from the basketball team joined him for a morning jog, greeting Gu Yin as they saw him. After jogging together for a while, the two seniors gradually fell behind, leaving only Gu Yin and Duan Yuzhu still on the move. "Junior, you are so disciplined. I thought you would at least take 2 days to adjust before coming back to exercise." Gu Yin deliberately slowed down a bit to run parallel to Duan Yuzhu. "I've developed a habit of morning exercise. It's tough to feel unwell after a few days without it." "Didn't you go home?" "After graduation, I stayed in my hometown." "Oh, it doesn't matter if I go home once or twice." The two chatted for a while, and the two seniors gradually lagged behind, leaving Gu Yin and Duan Yuzhu. "By the way, senior, I have something I want to trouble you with." Gu Yin thought of the matter he had decided on last night. Duan Yuzhu had been at Nanda for 3 years and should know quite a few people. "Do you know anyone in the computer science major? I want to create a WeChat mini program. Are you thinking of starting a business?" Duan Yuzhu was somewhat surprised, though after all, Gu Yin had just entered college. How could he have such an idea? "I want to test my capabilities. Do you know any students in this field?" The two stopped and returned to the starting position to grab a bottle of water, then walked to the side of the playground to continue their conversation. "I'm actually in the computer science major." Duan Yuzhu put down his water and suddenly looked at Gu Yin, who seemed a bit stunned, reaching out his hand. "Department of Computer Science and Technology, specializing in artificial intelligence. However, I can't help you in this area, but I know a guy who specializes in programming. He often takes on side jobs. I'll arrange for him to meet you at the second cafeteria at noon." "Thank you." Gu Yin reached out his hand. Duan Yuzhu smiled and gave him a light slap on the palm. "You're welcome. By the way, you owe me a favor. Remember, the basketball teams matter." Gu Yin took a sip of water and then left, returning to the dormitory to wash up and change clothes. Jiang Rao's message arrived right on time. "Good morning, Mr. Gu. Have you changed your clothes? I'm waiting for you downstairs." Miss Jiang is punctual as ever. "Will be right down." The 5 roommates got out of bed yawning, and seeing Gu Yin standing by the sink with his phone, Qin Mu said seriously, "Bro, your girlfriend spoils you too much. As a rich second generation, you can't hang on one tree." "Take that back." Gu Yin turned off the screen, giving him a sideways look. "All right." Qin Mu quickly stepped aside, saying, "Take care, bro. Get lost." Gu Yin laughed and scolded him, putting on his watch and tucking his phone away before leaving the dormitory. He quickly walked downstairs and saw Jiang Rou standing outside the boys' dormitory holding steamed buns and millet porridge, giving Gu Yin a light hug. "Thank you for the food, Miss Jiang." Receiving the steamed buns, Gu Yin took her to their usual bench to enjoy breakfast. The two were no longer as awkward as when they had just started dating. Jiang Rou sipped from her straw, her long fair legs resting on Gu Yin's lap, her feet in black ankle boots swaying up and down, occasionally offering him a steamed bun to nibble on, and then handing him the millet porridge to prevent him from choking. "Mr. Gu, I've noticed that your frequency of looking at my legs has increased recently." Gu Yin, expressionless, lowered his gaze over her long fair legs, his eyes serious and determined as he looked elsewhere. "I'm just appreciating beauty." Jiang Rou burst into laughter, deliberately lifting one leg. "If you want to look, go ahead. I'm your girlfriend, so touching is fine too." "Are you sure you want to tease me?" Meeting her boyfriend's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, Jiang Rou suddenly remembered that she could be easily teased, quickly putting her leg down and sitting upright, her face slightly flushed as she mumbled, "What a bad idea Zhao Xine came up with." As class time approached, more and more students filled the path, and they discarded their empty plastic bags and cups into the trash, blending into the crowd heading to class. After a week of vacation, many in the class still hadn't adjusted. Initially it was fine, but by the last class, everyone looked sluggish, and one could guess that they had been sharing fresh experiences with their roommates last night. After class, Gu Yin didn't walk with Qin Mu, but instead waited for Jiang Rou. After all, her living expenses were all with him, so he naturally had to take her out to eat. Before reaching their meeting point, he spotted Jiang Rou standing there holding books alongside Zhao Xine, Zhang Xiaoyin, and Wang Yue, looking angry as they spoke to a group of boys. "Get out of the way." Good dogs don't block the path. Jiang Ro has a boyfriend. They are very much in love. Can you please leave us alone? Zhao Xian was the most supportive of Jiang Ro and Gu Yin in the dormitory, so she naturally couldn't give a good face to the group of boys from other departments who suddenly appeared. Immediately after class, they knew Jiang Ro would be dining with Gu Yin, so they didn't leave with her. When they exited the classroom building, they saw a dozen boys surrounding Jiang Ro, unable to drive them away. From their appearance, they didn't seem to be from their department, and they looked a bit older, probably sophomores or juniors. Many of these upperclassmen couldn't pursue girls in their own year, so when the freshmen arrived, they rushed to ask for contact information, likely thinking that girls just stepping out of high school were the easiest to deceive and pursue. Somehow this group of upperclassmen got wind of Jiang Ro's presence and directly approached her, lying in wait along the usual path taken by the business management majors. So what if she has a boyfriend? What if Jiang Ro likes me instead? Jiang Ro, let's exchange contact information. Junior, I'm a sophomore in business management. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Junior, do you like literature? I can write poetry. I wrote a poem for you last night and want to recite it now. Oh, beautiful lady, your features are truly lovely, your eyes and mouth. Get lost. Jiang Ro stood cautiously behind Zhao Xian, and Wang Yue, her textbook rolled into a stick shape, feeling an urge to hit someone. In high school, she had also been pursued by many boys, but back then they were still quite shy, mostly passing notes through someone else or shouting from the classroom door, "So-and-so, I like you," before running away like the wind. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Ro felt a bit scared. At that moment, the girls spotted a tall figure walking behind this group of upperclassmen, and their faces lit up with joyful smiles. With that smile, her exquisite and beautiful face shone like a vibrant sun, making the dozen or so upperclassmen momentarily dazed, their eyes glazed. "Gu Yin, over here," Jiang Ro called out, waving at the approaching boy. The group of upperclassmen blocking their way instantly changed their expressions, turning around to see a boy with a stylish hairstyle and a left ear stud standing in front of them, towering at 185 meters with a prominent nose and sharp eyes, just like a character walking out of a manga. "Sorry, could you move aside? I'm here to pick up my girlfriend." Gu Yin didn't give the group a good look, using his tall stature to push aside the two nearest upperclassmen, reaching for Jiang Ro's hand and pulling her away from the boys. Naturally, Zhao Xian and the other girls came along, following Gu Yin and Jiang Ro, making faces at the group of upperclassmen. "We told you she has a boyfriend. Why are you still so shameless? Down with you. Just because you can't find girls in your own year, do you think we freshmen are easy to deceive?" The mockery made the upperclassmen's faces sour, but they had no choice. After all, Jiang Ro's boyfriend had come in person. Could they really still forcefully take her away? In the end, they could only disperse in a huff. "They'll treat you all to dinner. I happen to be inviting others too, so we can all eat together." No, Jiang Ro was very close to us. You saw it. How could we not help?" Zhang Xiaoyin shyly waved her hand, but Wang Yu nearby added bluntly, "Just don't choke on your own saliva." This remark made the three girls along with Jiang Ro burst into laughter. "Mister, who did you invite others today as well?" Jiang Ro was held by his warm hand, raising her delicate face with curiosity. "Do I know them?" "A senior in his third year. I'm asking him for a favor." At this point, Gu Yin expressed his doubts. "Those boys earlier, they don't look like freshmen. Why were they all waiting for you?" "I don't know either. I was waiting for you as usual after class, but as soon as I stepped out of the classroom, they surrounded." Recalling the events that had just occurred, Jiang Ro felt quite annoyed, and she feared that Gu Yin might misunderstand. This hasn't happened in the month since school started. Jiang Ro lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat downcast. Could it be that someone is deliberately causing trouble? Gu Yin looked at Jiang Ro, who had her head down and eyes cast low, appearing quite dejected, and reached out to embrace her shoulders. "Don't think too much about it. If their malicious intentions didn't work this time, they will surely try again. Stay alert, and you might catch them slipping up." Jiang Ro leaned against her boyfriend, her previously solemn expression gradually melting away, returning to a cheerful demeanor. "Yes, with Mr. Gus' support behind me, I have nothing to worry about." She clenched her fist and waved it a couple of times. "When they come at me, you'll pull their hair out." Upon hearing this, Gu Yin revealed an understanding expression, realizing that his somewhat cunning girlfriend had likely already guessed who it was, but hadn't mentioned it in front of him due to lack of evidence. On the second floor of the cafeteria, as soon as they entered, they saw Duan Yuzhu waiting there. Upon spotting Gu Yin bringing a group of girls over, he gave a thumbs up. "Our junior is impressive." "Don't talk nonsense, this is my girlfriend, Jiang Ro." Gu Yin introduced the girl he was holding to Duan Yuzhu and explained how he had met him. "Senior Duan is quite familiar. He came over to help me with my feet without even knowing me, and he keeps trying to persuade me to join the basketball team every few days." Duan Yuzhu walked ahead with an annoyed expression. "What do you mean persuade? That was a sincere invitation." The girls following Jiang Ro stifled giggles, thinking to themselves that Gu Yin, who usually seemed so aloof, could actually provoke people when he spoke. "Junior, come, let me introduce you." Duan Yuzhu arrived at the long table and as he spoke a tall, thin student wearing glasses stood up. His hair was a bit messy, but he looked quite handsome. This is Su Jing'an, a genius from the computer science department. If you want him for a part-time job, you need a referral. The handsome boy quickly extended his hand. Hello, I've heard Duan mention you a few times, and I've seen you play basketball. Hello, I'm Gu Yan. Gu Yan shook his hand and gestured for Jiang Ro, Zhao Xian, and the others to sit at the other end of the long table, while he sat with Duan Yuzhu and Su Jing'an for a more convenient discussion. He was a regular at the cafeteria on the second floor and knew which dishes were good. He ordered one of each dish to share, and then began discussing serious matters with Su Jing'an and Duan Yuzhu while eating. Junior Gu, I heard you're planning to develop a WeChat mini-program. What functionalities do you need? Gu Yan noticed that Su Jing'an was eating a bit too quickly, almost wolfing down his food. Perhaps it was just the hunger of mealtime, so Gu Yan didn't pay much attention to this detail. I'm not very familiar with developing mini-programs. Could you give me a brief overview? That depends on what you need. It seemed they had reached a professional level. Su Jing'an put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. If it's just a basic mini-program like a menu display or reservation system, it can be done for under 10,000. Since you're a referral, I would only charge 5,000, but that doesn't include updates. For a corporate website mini-program, the price is a flat 30,000. If you want to implement complex requirements like smart hardware control or a multi-level distribution system, it will cost at least 100,000. However, as a friendly price, I can do it for 80,000 and include everything mentioned earlier, rounding it to a neat 100,000. Of course, there will also be annual certification fees of 300 yuan, domain fees of 100 yuan, and server fees of 3,000 yuan plus a functional iteration fee of about 5,000 per time. These are extra charges, but they don't go to me, they go to the platform. Su Jing'an spoke fluently, and then resumed eating with no concern for his image. If I want to set up a door-to-door recycling service, would I need a multi-level distribution system? Gu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. That's right. For a door-to-door service, you'll need customers to place orders, and then you'll need to accept those orders. Not only will you need a multi-level system, but you'll also need to integrate a map function, which incurs another fee. In addition to the development cost, you'll also need to sign a collaboration agreement with the mapping company. Before Gu Yan could respond, Su Jing'an, still chewing his rice, spread his fingers wide. 150,000, and he'll handle everything for you. You won't have to run around. Just wait for the program to go live. He'll pay a 10,000 deposit first, and after I see the finished product, he'll pay the full amount. As for the contract, that would definitely need to be signed later. Sounds good. Su Jing'an extended his hand to shake Gu Yan's, finalizing the preliminary agreement. After finishing their meal, the group left the cafeteria, discussing some details of the mini-program as they walked. Gu Yan shared his ideas with Su Jing'an, who, based on years of development experience, dismissed some of Gu Yan's impractical notions, but assured him he could create similar functionalities. The group was headed towards the girls' dormitory, allowing them to discuss the program, while also escorting Jiang Ro and the others back to rest. Before they reached the first floor, the dorm building where Jiang Ro lived was already crowded with passing boys and girls. How romantic. Is someone about to confess? That guy is somewhat handsome. I heard his family is quite wealthy. The car parked in front seems to belong to him. Who is he about to confess to? I don't know. I just got here too. While Gu Yan and the other two were discussing, they didn't catch much of the murmured comments from the onlookers. However, Zhao Xian and Wang Yue, who were ahead, seemed a bit excited as public confessions were quite rare. Let's go take a look. You stepped on my foot. Zhao Xian, Wang Yue, and Zhang Xiaoyin jostled through the crowd, while Jiang Ro held back, still feeling apprehensive about being surrounded by a group of seniors after class earlier, fearing she might end up as a spectator herself. However, perhaps it was the atmosphere created by the boy about to confess that drew attention to Jiang Ro as she stood beside Gu Yan. In less than a moment, the crowd surged and parted. A boy dressed in a black casual suit excitedly ran forward, holding a bouquet of vibrant roses. Jiang Ro, from the first moment I saw your photo, This classmate, please stop. Jiang Rao's expression soured as she instinctively shrank behind Gu Yan. I have a boyfriend, so please take your flowers away. Gu Yan's expression also turned cold. You've made the wrong confession, as she already has a partner. Yet the boy seemed unconcerned, his eyes fixated on Jiang Rao's face. As long as it's not marriage, couples can break up. Even if they marry, they can divorce, right? Jiang, can't you Seeing the boy attempt to approach again, Gu Yan suddenly kicked upward, striking the bouquet of roses from the boy's grasp. The flowers flew out of his hands, petals cascading down like rain, some landing on the boy's head and shoulders. The crowd that had gathered finally realized that this boy, who had been confessing with flowers, was trying to steal someone else's partner. I was somewhat moved earlier, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Wasn't that boy Gu Yan? Jiang Ro is his girlfriend. The freshmen should all know that, right? This guy looks like a freshman too. He can't possibly be unaware. So he knows she has a boyfriend and still wants to confess. How shameless. The The murmurs from the crowd made the boy's face turn red and pale. He quickly fished out his car keys from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a black Audi RS5 parked nearby to flash its lights. Jiang Ro, you're so beautiful, you deserve better. This guy is just a little handsome and can play basketball, but after school, hell, just be looking for a job. The boy excitedly pointed at himself. My family is wealthy. If you want to work, I can get you a high position in my company. If you don't want to work, I can just give you money to spend. You're so annoying. Jiang Ro, disturbed by him, hugged Gu Yan's waist and stood on tiptoe to plant a quick kiss on the corner of his mouth. Please don't overestimate yourself. Oh, I don't want to know you, and I certainly don't want to accept your confession. As she spoke, she tightly embraced Gu Yan and sidestepped the boy, rejoining Zhao Xian and the others. Upon reaching the dorm entrance, Gu Yan urged her to go rest for a bit, promising to come back to pick her up for class at 1:30. Jiang Ro held Gu Yan's hand, glancing back at the boy who hadn't left yet. Don't be angry. She gently touched Gu Yan's cheek, her tone soothing. Your Jiang Miss has a sense of boundaries, she knows how to conduct herself, and won't fall for others' tricks, making Mr. Gu jealous. Okay, let's go inside. He'll handle this matter. Just don't get into a fight. That will only get you into trouble. It's not worth arguing with someone like this. Jiang Ro softly finished speaking and gave Gu Yan another peck on the lips before heading upstairs with Zhao Xian and the others. With the main characters gone, the students outside the dorm began to disperse. The boy shot a fierce glare back at Gu Yan as he drove away in that RS5, revving the engine in a show of provocation. Senior Duan, do you know who that person is? Gu Yan watched the Audi RS5 disappear into the distance, turning to Duan Yuzhu. As a member of the basketball team, he was well informed. Gu Yan called a few players from the basketball team and soon learned the identity of the car's owner. That's Zhou Jun from the business administration department. His family runs a renovation company in Nanjiang, and I've heard it's quite large. If you want to deal with him, it might be a bit tricky, but better to let it go. Got it. After sending Duan Yuzhu and the others off, Gu Yan returned to his dorm, where his 5 roommates were shouting and playing video games. He lay back on his bed and opened WeChat to find Li Weidong, sending him a message. Brother Dong, are you free? Let me treat you to a drink. Not long after sending the message, he received a voice message in reply. I was just about to contact you to hit the club tonight. I have something to discuss with you, so I'll book a table. Just come over when the time comes. Li Weidong actually has something to discuss with me. Gu Yan replied with a simple okay, turned off the phone screen, and stared blankly at the slightly yellow ceiling. The connections and influence of the other party likely only needed help from Du Wenhui, yet Li Weidong, being Du Wenhui's man, sought his assistance, which clearly indicated that the matter was unusual. Since I approached him this time, and owe him this favor, I must be prepared to accept his request. The loud games in the dormitory had mostly ended, and a group of boys lay on their beds with no intention of taking a nap, chatting back and forth. Zhao Jin asked how they spent the 7-day holiday, and the first to speak was of course Lu Ping. He said his family forgot to send him living expenses and felt too embarrassed to ask, so he had taken an advance of several hundred yuan at the end of last month to buy a skin. As a result, on October 1st, his family still thought they had sent him money, and he didn't dare to leave the dormitory for 7 days, living on instant noodles. The tall Chen Qing was relatively honest, saying he went home to help with the farming and tidied up 2 acres of land with nothing particularly special to report. When it was Chun Xian's turn, he continued to put on an act, but this time he didn't mention the 4 houses his family owned, as Gu Yan was wealthier than him, and mentioning it would only embarrass himself. So he shifted the topic to women. He said he had been dating a female classmate from high school during these 7 days, and upon learning this, Lin Yunju felt regret and ran to his house every day asking to reconcile, which annoyed him to no end. Chen Xian, you didn't watch a regret article from a female perspective, did you? Lu Ping shot back at him as usual. I haven't watched any regret articles. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Xian gazed towards the balcony, his expression indifferent. You'll understand once you date a girl, it's really not interesting. Seemingly noticing Gu Yan getting out of bed, he quickly added, old Gu, not including you. Definitely not including my brother. Keep going. Qin Mu chuckled as he watched him perform. I used to think Lin Yunju was wonderful, but after this I realized she's just as mundane as other girls. A regretful one sticks to me like a stubborn plaster. Sigh, now even my high school female classmate is like this, constantly saying sweet nothings that make me feel nauseated. Suddenly, I find single life quite enjoyable, carefree. When I returned to school, I decisively broke up with her. You probably went to solicit prostitutes, right? Lu Ping chimed in again. Chen Xian frowned, his tone quickening slightly. Do I need to solicit with my background? Don't smear my reputation. I've grown into an adult overnight. By the way, old Gu, have you and Jiang Ro gotten to that point yet? Not yet. Hearing this, Chen Xian's lips curled slightly, as he suddenly felt that he had accomplished something before Gu Yan, straightening his back and feeling a sense of elevated status. Feeling quite accomplished. As he saw it approaching 1 o'clock, he hurriedly rolled out of bed, grabbed the textbooks for the afternoon class, and left the dormitory with Qin Mu and Gu Yin chatting along the way. Let me share my experience when getting close to a girl. You must strike while the iron is hot, and never let her cool down. This tactic is something you must remember. So how do you get close to girls? Give gifts, take her to places she wants to go, and then do some romantic things. Girls are emotional. Once you touch their hearts, you'll hold the initiative. Of course, if she still doesn't yield, just persist, as she will eventually see your sincerity. When she sees your sincerity and genuine heart, and gets used to your kindness towards her. Lu Ping chimed in again, leaning over. Aren't you just being a sycophant? What do you know? Chun Xian proudly puffed out his chest. After all, he was the first to transform into a man in the dormitory. If you don't take the initiative, do you want the girl to take the lead? As they exited the boys' dormitory, a stunning figure emerged from a group of girls holding books. It was still warm in the afternoon due to the lingering summer heat. Zhang Ro wore denim shorts and white shoes since Gu Yan liked white. On seeing Gu Yan, she jogged to his side and stood there charmingly. What are you talking about being proactive? Nothing. Chun Xian, who had just been eloquently sharing his experiences, suddenly felt his smile freeze, embarrassed, as if he had been slapped. With Zhang Ro here, where was Lin Yunju? Chun Xian instinctively glanced towards the direction Zhang Ro came from, and saw Zhao Xian, Wang Yue, and Zhang Xiaoying. Looking further back, he indeed spotted that familiar face. Still as sweet as ever, though her hair was slightly curled, now giving her a more mature appearance. He opened his mouth wanting to greet Lin Yunju, but in the next second, he was pulled away by Lu Ping and the others. Why are you pushing me away? Chun Xian exclaimed in a panic. Lu Ping, Qin Mu, and Zhao Jin pushed him forward, all speaking at once. Don't be soft-hearted. If you run into her later, she'll definitely cling to you. Exactly, we're helping you. Don't worry with us here. If she dares to come over, we'll block her for you. Chun Xian glared at them, thinking, thank you guys, how nice of you. Do I really need your help? Amidst the crowd heading towards the teaching building, Zhang Ro was linking arms with Gu Yin, her mind preoccupied, and they hadn't said much during the long walk. Are you still unhappy about that matter? Zhang Ro slightly turned her face to glance behind her, and softly replied with a hum. Didn't I say I would solve it? After lunch, I'll take you back to the dormitory, then I'll head to Li Weidong's place, since he has something for me too. Seeing Zhang Ro merely nodding, Gu Yin tapped her on the head. The girl pressed her hand against her head, looking up at her boyfriend. What's up? Give me a smile. Zhang Rao's bright and youthful face lit up with a smile accompanied by two light gifts. That's too perfunctory. Oh, I have things on my mind, I can't smile. By the time they reached the intersection, Zhang Ro caught up with Zhao Xian and the others, turning back to wave. Gu Yin headed towards another teaching building. In the afternoons, 3 classes aside from the professional class, the other 2 were somewhat lackluster, and after class he arrived early at the intersection to wait for Zhang Ro. Fortunately, after this morning's events, that group of seniors did not appear, and the business management major Zhou Jun was also absent. Ro, your mister. Gu is here specially waiting for you to finish class. After finishing the class in business management, Zhao Xian pushed Zhang Ro to Gu Yan's side. I won't disturb your little world, bye. You seem to be in a good mood when you came out. In the throng of students leaving class, Gu Yan held Zhang Rao's hand as they walked in the autumn evening glow, her mood visibly brighter as she swung his hand back and forth, smiling. After 3 classes, my mind was focused on the teacher, and I didn't think about anything else, so naturally my mood improved. Most of those around were freshmen, and when they caught a glimpse of Zhang Ro smiling, their hearts raced. They were still in the mindset of just graduating from high school, and caught off guard, they pretended to look away, but couldn't help but steal glances. My mister, Gu being with me must give you a sense of pride. Zhang Ro casually tucked her hair behind her. Well, it's okay. Zhang Ro shook her boyfriend's hand. What do you mean it's okay? I feel like I'm failing. Your lips are pouting like they could be a clothes hanger. So annoying. Amidst the bustling crowd, the two of them laughed and joked as they entered the cafeteria, and after finishing their meal, Gu Yan escorted his girlfriend back to the dormitory. If you're drinking tonight, remember to tell me. Okay. Watching Zhang Ro go inside, Gu Yan looked down at the time on his phone. It was already past 6. He returned to his dormitory, put away his books, freshened up, changed into a shirt and jeans, and after greeting the others, he left the dormitory directly.